My Wife is a Beautiful CEO Chapter 1074 to Chapter 1139. After letting go of Lu Mingyu, Yangqing ran to the other side and carefully carried Xiao Qiqing. After a quick examination, he frowned. The woman, who had no cultivation, not only had the bullet penetrated many of her internal tissues, but she was also injured by the grenade. She was already on the verge of death. The massive blood loss made Xiao Qiqing's face pale, and her body began to feel cold. However, Yangqing believed that as long as he infused enough heaven and earth restoration energy to repair the bullet, he would be able to save her life. Without any hesitation, Yangqing activated the Endless Resolve Restoration scripture and tried to treat Xiao Qiqing's internal injuries and blood loss. However, something happened that shocked Yangqing. Although the external injuries were quickly healed, the internal injuries in Xiao Qiqing's body, including the internal organs that had been penetrated by the bullet, were actually blocked by an extremely stubborn force. No matter how much the heaven and earth restoration energy tried to repair them, it was completely blocked. In fact, not to mention repairing them, even the situation that he was inspecting was very vague. It seemed that because of the massive internal bleeding, the yin energy in the blood was also obstructing Yangqing's divine sense to varying degrees. Yangqing was stunned for a moment, and he muttered to himself, could it be the 9 yin meridians? Yangqing immediately thought of the key point. He had indeed used the heaven and earth restoration energy to suppress the outbreak of the cold poison, and he had also treated the injury on her calf. However, in the end, it did not affect the foundation of her meridians. He only eliminated the external poison and protected her dantian at the same time. The real internal condition, such as the major meridians and organs, was because of the 9 yin meridians, which did not allow other forces to touch it. This was also the reason why Yangqing could protect Xiao Qiqing, but did not directly remove the 9 yin meridians. It's useless. At this time, Xiao Qiqing opened her eyes with difficulty, and under her wet eyelids, she looked at Yangqing gloomily. The 9 yin profound veins. It's already amazing that it can suppress the cold poison. If you want to use your true essence to repair it, then it's not the 9 yin profound veins. Yangqing clearly realized that this was Xiao Qiqing's last burst of strength. The large amount of blood loss in her body, especially the damage to her arteries, caused the woman to be on the verge of death. Lu Mingyu also ran over. After realizing that Yangqing couldn't be saved, although she was a little puzzled, she also knew that the situation was very serious. However, seeing Yangqing hugging Xiao Qiqing with red eyes, Lu Mingyu shouted anxiously, Yangqing, what are you doing? Save Qiqing. Even if you can't save him, go find someone else. Yangqing was jolted awake. Yes. Find someone else. If it was through medical skills, emergency surgery to repair Xiao Qiqing's meridians, and a timely blood transfusion, there might be a chance of saving her. The first person that came to Yangqing's mind was naturally Jane. Back then, he entered the medical field because of his own brain problems. The term doctor was not very suitable to describe Jane, because her wisdom had already made her the teacher of many famous doctors at a young age. Generally speaking, Jane would not personally perform surgery in the hospital, unless it was some of the most cutting-edge new surgery. However, in the current situation, ordinary surgeons might not be able to do anything in time. If Jane personally performed emergency surgery on Xiao Qiqing, there might still be time. With this thought in mind, Yangqing immediately carried Xiao Qiqing and stood up. He said to Lu Mingyu, wait for me here, I'll bring her to Jane immediately. Lu Mingyu nodded without hesitation and urged Yangqing to hurry. Yangqing knew that Xiao Qiqing's body would not be able to withstand a strong teleportation, so before he left, he used the heaven and earth restoration force to protect the woman, and then rushed to the northeast as steadily as possible. The destination was London, England. Since the marriage between the Rothschild family and the werewolf was banned, Jane had also returned to England. After all, it was fun to stay in Xianxia for a while, but it was boring after a long time. Most of the people she knew and her own research were in the Research Institute in London, England. Jane was still very interested in all aspects of scientific research, so naturally, she would not put it aside for too long. Of course, the material project with Yulei had been completed a long time ago. After handing it over to Lin Ruashi, there was nothing else to deal with. Yangqing knew the location of Jane's research institute, but at this time, it was early in the morning in England. Jane must be asleep in the small villa where she lived, so it would take some time to contact her. In a very urgent mood, it only took Yangqing more than 5 minutes to safely carry Xianxia to the emergency department of St. Mary's Hospital in London. Based on the memory in Yangqing's mind, this hospital was relatively the most famous among the hospitals closest to Jane's residence. Yangqing did not see a doctor at all, so naturally, he did not know the specific level of the hospital, but a famous hospital was always safer. Before calling Jane, Yangqing still intended to let the medical staff give first aid to Xianxia, so as not to waste any precious second. In the wee hours of the morning, the hospital was empty and quiet. No one noticed a sloppy man covered in dust landing outside the door of the surgery department while carrying a delicate woman covered in blood. Yangqing kicked open the door of the emergency building and shouted in English, which shocked the doctors and nurses on duty, and they ran out of the office. When a few nurses on duty saw a man and a woman with yellow skin unexpectedly appear so strangely, they were obviously shocked, and then they realized that they were here to ask for help. After all, they were experienced medical staff in the emergency department. The moment they reacted, someone came out with a cart, and Yangqing quickly put Xianxia down. "Sir, what's the situation with this lady?" a nurse asked hurriedly. Yangqing answered neatly, "She was shot in many places in the back, and her internal organs were injured by the grenade. She lost a lot of blood." Hearing the words shot and grenade, the nurses were obviously stunned for a moment. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes, and they braced themselves and began to push the patient to the emergency operating room. "Excuse me, sir, are you foreign tourists or locals?" an elderly nurse asked. Yangqing was in a hurry. Hearing such doubts, he shouted unhappily, "Huasias. Why are you asking so many questions? Get ready for surgery. Call the doctor." The elderly nurse looked at Yangqing strangely, but she didn't dare to say much. She pushed the cart and asked a young nurse, "Grace. Is Dr. Jiggs here?" "He's already called, and he's on his way," a petite female nurse answered. When the cart arrived at the entrance of the operating room, the elderly nurse stopped Yangqing and said, "Sir, please stop. Dr. Jiggs is one of the best chief surgeons in our emergency department. We'll definitely do our best." Yangqing also knew that he couldn't rush in rashly. He wouldn't be able to help and would only cause trouble, so he nodded and let them in quickly. Before the young nurse Grace closed the door, she said to Yangqing, "Sir, if you're really worried, you can enter the corridor above the operating room from the right. You'll be able to see the situation of the surgery from there. Please be mentally prepared." After all, they worked in the emergency department all year round. Most of the nurses could see that Xianxia's life was in danger, so they couldn't bear to say anything more. Yangqing didn't have the time to see the situation of the surgery. He ran back to the door immediately. Bringing Jane over was his top priority. Although the nurse said that Dr. Jiggs was one of the best surgeons, Yangqing couldn't be at ease. Whenever he thought about Xianxia's life in danger, Yangqing felt a crack in his heart that kept oozing scarlet blood. Just as Yangqing was about to run out, a doctor wearing a green surgical gown and a face mask walked over with quick steps, accompanied by a few medical staff. Seeing the anxious Yangqing rush out like this, the doctor's grayish-green eyes showed a trace of strangeness. He raised his eyebrows and led a group of people to the operating room. And Yangqing didn't have time to care about what the doctor thought. As soon as he walked out, his figure flashed, and he rushed in the direction of the small building where Jane was. In the operating room, the assistants and anesthetist were busy preparing. Dr. Jiggs had already put on his gloves. He looked at Xianxia, who had been secured, and asked, "What's the condition of the patient?" "Gunshot wound in the back, grenade injury, internal bleeding, external condition is good, but I don't know why we can't check the blood pressure." The old nurse frowned. Jiggs raised his voice sharply, "What? You can't check the blood pressure?" "Yes, Dr. Jiggs." The group of assistants looked troubled. They had just realized that the problem was far more difficult than they had imagined. Northwest of St. Mary's Hospital, a relatively secluded classical residential area in London. Jane's small villa was in this dense greenery. Although she was a British national treasure, because of this, no one dared to disobey Jane's own housing requirements. Just like an ordinary young rich girl, she did research in the research institute during the day, occasionally returned to the Welsh palace to live for a few days, and enjoyed the peace of being alone here at night. In fact, no one would worry about Jane's safety. Not to mention that Jane had good fighting skills. Those who could have evil intentions towards Jane would mostly be deterred by Yangqing. But tonight, Jane's sleep was obviously not perfect. A few seconds after Yangqing's figure left the hospital, he had already landed on the balcony of the second floor of Jane's small villa. He knocked on the door a few times, but there was no response from the bedroom. Yangqing no longer delayed and directly pushed the door open. The old antique lock fell to the ground, but there was no other way. "Who is it?" In the fragrant bedroom, on a large soft bed, a pretty figure jumped out of the quilt. The moment she turned on the bedside lamp, a pocket pistol appeared in her hand. Although she was asleep, after learning from many masters, Jane's sense of self-protection was still strong. But when the light came on, Jane, who was wearing a white nightdress, the cold face on her face immediately turned into a dull look. "Yangqing? How come it's you?" Jane put down the pistol, a little surprised and happy, but when she saw Yangqing's dusty and bloody appearance, she felt inexplicable. Perhaps the burden on his heart was too heavy. Yangqing gasped, swallowed his throat, and spoke with difficulty. "Jane, come with me to St. Mary's Hospital to save a person." "Save a person?" Jane was a little confused, but when she saw Yangqing's eager eyes, she nodded instinctively. She almost rushed out of the bed, stepped on a pair of bedroom cotton slippers, and directly put on a long grey Burberry British trench coat and tied the belt. When she raised her head again, Jane's face was already serious. For doctors and patients, she took out 100% professional spirit. "Take me there." At the same time, in the operating room of the hospital, Gig stared at Xiaoqiqing's pale face and gritted his teeth for a while. "Damn it. Is he a foreigner?" Jiggs asked. The old nurse nodded. "The other party said that he's from Xianxia and suddenly came over. I don't know any other information." Gig snorted coldly. "Unclear background, gunshot wounds, and grenade injuries. This is definitely not a simple matter. Doctor, the patient's breathing is very weak." The young nurse, Grace, reminded in a low voice. A look of determination flashed across Gig's eyes. "We can't even detect his blood pressure, so he must have lost too much blood. It'll be too late for surgery. Since he's a foreigner, and the man ran out on his own, we shouldn't take the risk. If we operate, we'll blame the hospital if he dies." The medical staff all had different expressions on their faces. They had been in the emergency department for a long time, so they could more or less understand what Giggs meant. The hospital had a performance evaluation system. If a patient died in the emergency department, it would be a hindrance. In such a situation, the patient's identity and experience were too special. If they treated him, the consequences could be unimaginable. Huaxia's people came to England. From the looks of it, they don't have enough medical expenses. Moreover, they definitely don't even have medical insurance in our country. If they were saved, it would be fine if they survived, but now they're basically hopeless. If they die, we still have to bear the medical expenses. The emergency department is already in the red. If we waste money on two Huaxia's people, it'll be hard to explain to the director. Giggs cursed under his breath and began to take off his gloves. The young nurse, Grace, couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Dr. Giggs! You can't do this. This lady hasn't lost her life yet. We should try our best to save her." "Grace!" The old nurse immediately worriedly asked her to stop talking. Giggs took off his mask, revealing a rather handsome and thin face in his 30s. He smiled strangely and said, "Are you the new nurse?" The old nurse quickly apologized, "Dr. Giggs, please don't be angry. Grace is still young. She's only 18 years old and has only been here for less than half a year. She's still very outstanding, but she doesn't know the current situation." "Humph," Giggs said coldly, "since I've determined that she can't be saved, I naturally have my reasons. Surgery is a waste of time. If you're unhappy, you can leave. If you have the ability, go and save her. Don't think that you're so noble. This is a hospital, not an orphanage. A hospital is not a voluntary organization. A hospital also needs to support people, and it also needs to be managed. Only by managing it well can we save more people. What do you know? The young nurse, Grace, didn't agree with what he said, but she couldn't raise her head due to the pressure. She looked at Xianxia, who was almost out of breath, and couldn't speak with tears in her eyes. Gig saw that the group of medical staff had a somewhat gloomy mood, and with a regretful expression, he said, I know that everyone feels very unwilling, but let's look at it rationally. The patient has lost too much blood. If we find the wound after the surgery and stitch it up, it'll be too late. Regardless of the patient's physical condition or her background, we shouldn't waste any more energy on her. When that man, Xianxia, comes back, tell him that there's nothing we can do. The patient didn't last until we rescued her. The assistants nodded at each other and nodded in agreement. They also understood that no matter how hard they tried to save her, the chances of her survival were pitifully small. Giggs glanced at the young nurse, Grace, who was biting her lip stubbornly. He chuckled disdainfully and walked out of the operating room. However, as soon as the door of the operating room opened, Giggs stood there with a strange expression on his face. The group of medical staff looked out, and then their eyes were filled with astonishment. They saw a female doctor in a light green surgical gown rushing over with the man, Xianxia, who had run out. The female doctor's beautiful face was like a scenery from a painting, and her azure blue eyes were intoxicating. The group of medical staff felt that this appearance was somewhat familiar, but they couldn't remember who it was. It was as if they didn't dare to imagine who it was. One thing was certain, this was definitely not a doctor from Santa Maria Hospital. The person who came was naturally Jane. Jane was very familiar with the major hospitals in London. She quickly found the changing room and prepared the surgical gown. After a series of other preparations, she hurried over. On the way here, Xianxia had already told her about the condition of Xiaoqiqing's injury. Jane also knew that the situation was urgent, so she didn't say anything more. Seeing that the operating room had suddenly opened, the group of people stood there motionlessly. She simply frowned and asked, Giggs, are you done with the surgery? Hearing Jane suddenly call out his name, Giggs suddenly woke up with a start. It's Teacher Jane. This call of teacher also made the group of medical staff finally wake up. Who was it? It turned out to be Princess Jane, who stood at the top of the medical field in England. Oh no, it should be said that she was the world's leading figure in the medical field. As a new first-class surgeon in England, Giggs was one of Jane's countless students. It was reasonable to say that Jane wouldn't remember such a person, but Jane's memory was almost photographic, so she naturally remembered every student unconsciously. And among the medical staff present, except for the little nurse Grace, who was too young, the others had been lucky enough to see Jane once or twice when she came to the hospital to give lectures. In fact, for them, Jane was like a goddess on a lofty throne that was out of reach. She was a royal princess, a leader in British scientific research, a leader in the medical field, and even a military consultant. A series of titles were almost innumerable. Most people would not include Jane when comparing achievements, because there was no comparison at all. In addition, Jane usually lived in seclusion and rarely appeared in the public eye, so for a moment, everyone couldn't believe that they were really standing in front of them in person. Seeing Giggs in a daze, Jane asked unhappily, Answer me. The patient and the surgery situation. Teacher. Giggs smiled stiffly. We tried our best, but the patient has stopped breathing and lost too much blood. It's too late to operate. What? Xianxia's face darkened. He stood straight on the spot, as if his heart had been smashed into minced meat by a heavy hammer. Jane also widened her eyes, revealing a touch of shock. The group of medical staff didn't dare to make a sound. They all lowered their heads silently. Facing Jane, they found it difficult to even speak, let alone explain more. At this moment, the little nurse Grace, who had been holding back, rushed up and shouted, Dr. Jane. The patient is not dead yet. The rescue hasn't started yet. Dr. Giggs was worried that the patient was from Xianxia and did not have medical insurance to pay for the rescue. He didn't want to risk lowering the success rate, so he gave up the rescue. When this sentence was shouted, it was like a bolt from the blue, exploding the entire operating theater into ruins. Giggs' face was livid, and he angrily rebuked, You. You are slandering me. However, Grace's little face was red. She went forward to grab Jane's arm and said with a sobbing tone, Miss Jane, I've heard that you are very powerful. Please save the patient. Her pulse is about to stop. The group of medical staff looked at each other. They didn't expect Grace to be so bold. Yangqing immediately understood what was going on. He carefully sensed that Xiao was still breathing on the operating table. All of a sudden, Yangchen was enraged. With a murderous look, he grabbed Giggs by the collar and lifted him up high. Jiggs, who had been anxious and angry just a moment ago, suddenly rose from the ground and screamed for help. Beast! Are you still a doctor? I'll *CK your ancestors. I'll *King crush you. Seeing that Yangqing was about to crush Jiggs's head, a group of medical staff shouted in panic. Just then, Jane hurriedly grabbed Yangqing's hand. Yangqing, stop. This is a hospital. Jane shouted in a rare cold tone. Yangqing wouldn't listen. Hospital? What's wrong with a hospital? This kind of crazy quack, I have to kill him to turn this place into a hospital. Jane, on the other hand, was determined to block Yangchen. With reddened eyes, she said, This is a hospital. I'm a doctor. I can't watch anyone be killed in a hospital in front of me. Jane, get out of my way. Yangqing said impatiently. He couldn't control the anger in his mind. Jane argued. If you want me to save your woman, you can't kill people in a hospital. Her words made Yangchen feel as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Swallowing hard, Yangqing threw Jiggs, who was so scared that he almost peed his pants, into the corridor outside. Jane breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said seriously, I know you're very angry. If you want to kill someone, walk out of the hospital. I won't say a word. But in the hospital, I won't allow anyone to die in front of me. Yangqing looked into the woman's eyes and saw unparalleled determination. Sighing deeply, Yangqing's tone carried a trace of pleading as he softly said, Please. I'm begging you this time. You must save her. I can't watch another woman die because of me. Jane's delicate body trembled. She seemed to have understood something, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I understand, I'll do my best. After saying that, Jane turned to the young nurse, Grace, and smiled. Thank you. Follow me, we will begin the operation. Jane's rhythm was very fast. Before Grace could come back to her senses, she had already been pulled in by her. The door of the operating theater was closed again, and the indicator light lit up. Yangqing stretched out his hands in disappointment and rubbed his head. He looked back at Giggs, who was scrambling away, and was in no mood to chase after him. At that moment, it didn't matter if Giggs died or not. The only thing Yangqing worried about was the woman on the operating table. Although Jane's medical skills were indeed excellent, and although it hadn't been more than half an hour since she was injured until she arrived in the operating theater, Xiao had suffered so many injuries, and they were so serious. Half an hour was enough to kill her. Therefore, it was difficult for Yangqing to have full confidence in Jane. Yangqing even thought that it didn't matter even if she was disabled. Even if she was bedridden for the rest of her life, he would still be grateful, because he could always take care of her in the future. But, please don't leave. Some things could only be completely awakened after they had happened. Yangchen had never expected that the woman on the operating table would actually make him so exhausted. Almost mechanically, Yangchen pushed open the door to the side of the passageway, and slowly walked into a corridor. It was exactly the corridor that the nurse Grace had told him about, where he could see the surgery scene through the reinforced glass. This was usually a place for people who couldn't enter the operating theater to observe and learn, but at that moment, it had become the place that Yangqing was anxiously looking forward to. Beside the operating table, Jane had already ordered all the surgical teams to start the rescue. The anesthesiologist, weaponsmith, and assistants were all extremely nervous, but when they saw Jane's determined gaze, they had a little more confidence in the rescue that they originally thought was hopeless. After checking on Xiaoqi's condition, she simply reached for the instrument at the side. Scalpel. The anesthesiologist hesitated. Dr. Jane, the patient has completely lost consciousness, and her blood pressure can't be detected at all. If we operate like this, will it It's understandable that the blood pressure can't be detected because of the massive bleeding in the abdominal artery. Just follow my instructions and keep up with my pace. Surgery is a team effort, and I can't do it alone, Jane spoke quickly but sincerely. Everyone didn't expect Jane to find the reason so quickly. Their hearts were set, and they quickly began to move. The patient is bleeding in the abdominal cavity. Let's first find the ruptured artery, stop the bleeding, and prepare to open the abdomen. Jane held her breath, and the scalpel rose and fell. After a machine-like incision, the scene of Xianxia's abdominal cavity was revealed. The assistant frowned. Doctor, there's too much bleeding, I can't see clearly at all. Jane reached out again calmly. Opener. Set up the cleaning tube, I'll look for the damaged area. Everyone responded, and began to carefully cooperate with Jane to remove part of the blood. At this moment, Jane's excellent surgical acuity was on full display. With full concentration, under everyone's astonished gaze, Jane had already found the internal organs that were damaged by the bullet from the condition of the bleeding. The patient's liver is damaged in 3 places, SR1, S4, and S6. 3 places? The few of them gasped. On one hand, they admired Jane's accurate speed, but at the same time, they realized that the situation was extremely bad. If this goes on, there's no time to suture before the blood is drained. In the corridor, Xianxia, who saw and heard everything, immediately closed his eyes, and his body kept trembling. In front of the operating table, Jane's eyes shone with a sharp light. At this moment, the woman seemed to have been reborn, but she made up her mind and said, I'll use the temporary arterial closure method to fix and suture the 3 places. What? Temporary arterial closure method? Everyone exclaimed uncontrollably again. The so-called temporary arterial closure method used a precise technique to clamp the hepatic artery and sac at the same time to stop blood from flowing into the liver. At the same time, the liver had to be sutured. There were a total of 3 places that needed to be sutured, and it was difficult to fix one place, and the 3 places were almost uncontrollable. Moreover, this method could not be carried out for a long time, so the suture speed was almost hair-raising. There's no time, hurry. Jane was very confident. After quickly performing the temporary arterial closure method, she reached out and said, Give me the suture needle and thread 40. Yes. The machinist immediately handed it over. Everyone only saw that Jane started suturing from the middle of the liver. The suture lines that were constantly shuttling back and forth were so fast that they did not even dare to blink. It was as if Jane had done countless liver sutures with the same piece of liver. 4 minutes. It only took 4 minutes to suture the middle. One of the assistants exclaimed when he saw the clock. Jane turned a deaf ear to it and was completely immersed in her own world. Then, the second part was completed in just over 3 minutes. This was also thanks to Xianxia taking out the bullet beforehand. Otherwise, it would not have been so smooth. Blood pressure. It's out, 80, 60. The anesthesiologist said in surprise. Help me pick up the liver and suture the 3rd part. Jane gave a simple command. When the second assistant carefully picked up the liver, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Another pool of blood actually gushed out. Why is there so much blood gushing out again? The assistant exclaimed. Jane frowned. At this moment, the anesthesiologist shouted, Oh no, the blood pressure is lower. 40. In the corridor, Xianxia, who had just seen hope, even felt his legs turn to jelly when he saw the scene. However, Jane was surprisingly calm. Increase the blood transfusion. It's so difficult to stop the bleeding, there will be other injuries. Then what should we do? The young nurse, Grace, asked anxiously. Jane instructed, place the suction tube and suck the blood out. I'll carry out circulation. Ah? Circulation? Everyone was dumbfounded again because Jane's surgical method was really desperate. The so-called circulation was also a technique to buy time, find the bleeding point, and directly connect the right atrium to the major veins to create another blood circulation technique. The most difficult part of this technique was to find and confirm the bleeding point of the major veins. Even surgeons with decades of experience would not dare to try it. Jane did not hesitate at all. At an unimaginable speed, she had already begun to take over the instruments and carry out the circulation. Inject norepinephrine, 10 cubic centimeters. Give me the scissors. Yes. The medical staff seemed to be infected, and their eyes were filled with the brilliance of fighting spirit. They followed Jane's steps and began to do their best to cooperate. Finally, under Jane's perfect and calm rescue without any unnecessary movements, she quickly found the other 2 bleeding points and quickly sutured them. Time passed unknowingly. Jane's hands seemed to be completing an excellent work of art. The sutures were constantly shuttled back and forth flawlessly. When this dangerous rescue operation that made everyone want to give up several times ended, everyone was a little lost in thought. Doctor. The patient's blood pressure and pulse are all safe. No one knew who reported the situation first, but it only woke everyone up. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Jane, who had a smile in her eyes as she took off her mask with ease. All of them showed sincere worship and admiration. Everyone here was a medical student. Anyone could tell that this was an extremely exciting surgery that involved a life-and-death situation. At least, Giggs, who had given up on this surgery, was not just a little bit inferior to his teacher, Jane. It was like heaven and earth. Everyone, you've worked hard. Jane looked at everyone with a gentle smile. In the end, she raised her head and gave Xianxia, who was grinning foolishly in the corridor, a thumbs up. Xianxia watched as Jane pulled Xianxia back from the gates of hell bit by bit. He already felt his eyes getting a little wet, but he quickly blinked and nodded gratefully at Jane. This woman had never let him down. Once again, he owed her a huge debt of gratitude. The medical staff were moved to tears, and a sense of pride welled up in them. They were happy for the patient and themselves, and they were even more impressed by Jane's noble character. Jane sighed softly and said seriously, "Maybe it's my negligence. I taught medical skills, but I didn't teach my students the principles of medicine. But I hope this experience can make everyone understand that as medical staff, no patient can choose to give up. If you have this mentality as medical staff, then you're killing the patient in front of you. As long as the patient is in front of you, you will spare no effort to help without any reason. That's a doctor." In the operating room, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. For them, this night was destined to be an unforgettable memory for the rest of their lives. After saying these words, Jane walked to the side of the young nurse Grace, who was already a complete mess of tears. She held the girl's small hand and asked with a smile, "Can you tell me your name?" I'm Grace." The young nurse blushed and looked at Jane with little stars in her eyes. "That's a very nice name." "I want to thank you for your bravery on behalf of the patient," Jane said with a smile. Grace quickly shook her head. The patient was saved by Dr. Jane. I'm just a nurse." "Grace, if you're willing, can I have the honor of letting you be my student?" Jane asked sincerely and expectantly. This sudden sentence was no different from a huge surprise and a heavy bomb, causing everyone in the operating room to look at the young nurse with incomparable envy. Jane actually wanted to accept her as a student. Although Jane's age might be about the same as Grace's, Jane could be Grace's teacher, or rather, the teacher of anyone in the medical field. After all, this was all about strength. What made everyone present even more envious was that the student that Jane was talking about was not those students who only occasionally attended classes, but a personal disciple who could truly follow Jane and learn all the way. Not to mention what they could learn in the future, just this identity alone could make everyone in the world of medicine look up to them. Little Grace, on the other hand, was a little confused. She wiped her tears and thought for a while. Under everyone's anxious gaze, she whispered, "Then, if I become Dr. Jane's student, can I still work in the hospital?" This question also made Jane stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Why must you work in the hospital?" "Because I really don't want to leave everyone here. I also like working in the hospital." Grace shyly lowered her head. Everyone looked at Grace, touched, and the old nurse kept wiping away her tears. Jane nodded with satisfaction. "Of course you can. Then it's settled. From now on, I'll be your teacher. I'll give you all the materials you need to look at. In the future, you can still work in the hospital as usual, but in your spare time, I'll take you to study. You can also find me at my research institute or at my home." Really? Grace looked up in surprise. Of course. Jane continued with a smile, but you're my student, so you can't embarrass me. If you don't study hard in the future and embarrass me, I'll be angry. Grace was a little timid. But I'm not smart. I'm just a nurse. If you were a great genius, would you still need me to teach you? What I value is that you have a precious heart that thinks for the patients, and you're very young. You have to believe in me, and you have to believe in yourself. As long as you work hard, I'm not worried that I can't teach you well, Jane said seriously. Grace nodded vigorously. Good. Dr. Jane, I will definitely work hard. What did you call me? Grace stared blankly for a moment before smiling sweetly. Teacher. The disturbance in the operating theater finally ended in a happy atmosphere. What made everyone feel like they were dreaming was that not only had Jane appeared, but she had also accepted the nurse, Grace, as her student. Other than envy, everyone also felt sincere admiration and blessings. Who asked Grace to be the only one who recklessly told the truth? Of course, everyone didn't need to guess too much. Dr. Jig's career had definitely come to an end. Jane didn't need to say it herself. Once anyone reported what happened tonight, the hospital would immediately deal with Jiggs. The medical world would also see it as a humiliation to gain Jane's favor. When everyone pushed the stretcher out, Xianxia was already breathing evenly and her face had regained some color. Xianxia stood outside the operating theater and looked at Jane gratefully. I won't say any words of gratitude. I can't thank you enough anyway. Jane pretended to sigh sadly and said in Mandarin, who asked me to have such a hard life? You saved me once when I was young. In this life, I can only work like a slave and repay your kindness. You. Aren't you making me feel worse by saying that? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Jane glanced at Xianxia and said sourly, whenever I think about how the person I want to save is another woman whom I don't know, I wish I wasn't a doctor and didn't know how to perform surgery. Hee. Xianxia smiled. That won't happen. You're the most dedicated doctor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you treat me. Jane rolled her eyes at him. You're so thick-skinned. You know what I'm thinking, but you keep changing the topic. Xianxia scratched his head. Anyway, I have to thank you. I have to congratulate you for taking in a pretty good disciple, although he looks a little dumb. You're the stupid one. A kind and innocent child like Grace is the best candidate to become a good doctor. It's just that she hasn't entered the professional stage yet, but as long as she learns from me, she'll become a genius surgeon in a few years, Jane said proudly. Child? You're not much older than her. Xianxia clicked his tongue. Jane clenched her teeth. I'm going back to sleep. I can't be bothered with you. This patient still needs to recover. Let her stay in the hospital for 2 days before leaving. Also, tell her not to worry about the wound. My suturing skills are the best in the world. There's no way I'll leave a scar on her stomach. After that, Jane waved her hand and left as everyone bowed to send her off. Xianxia stood there for a while and heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he remembered that Lu Mingyu was still waiting for him in Australia. She must be worried sick. Please take care of my woman. Don't worry. I don't have much other than money. Just give me the highest standard of treatment. I'll be leaving first. Xianxia said to the medical staff. After this incident, Xianxia also understood that Xianxia, a woman without any cultivation, could do so much for him. She went through thick and thin with him without a word of complaint. If he still pretended not to understand her feelings, he would really look down on himself. It was one thing to let Lin Ruashi down, but some things couldn't be perfect. He could only follow his heart and make a choice. Therefore, he directly said that she was his woman. And this time, no one dared to argue about the medical fees. They were all amazing people who could easily drag Jane here in the early morning for surgery. They couldn't wait to curry favor with her and nodded their heads in agreement. After Xianxia ran out of the hospital, he quickly teleported for more than 3 minutes and returned to the northern coast of Australia. After nearly 3 hours, the sky was getting dark. Xianxia soon saw a worried Lu Mingyu sitting on a rock with her hands on her chest, as if she was praying for something. Heh. Yangqing landed behind the woman and couldn't help but laugh. Mingyu baby, how come you're a believer? When Lu Mingyu heard this, she quickly got up and anxiously ran to Yangqing. She grabbed the man's hand and asked, "Where's Jiqing? Is she okay?" Yangqing looked at the sincere concern in the woman's eyes and nodded. "She's fine. I asked Jane to perform emergency surgery on her. She's now in London. As long as she rests for a few days, she'll be able to recover." Lu Mingyu cried tears of joy. "That's great. That's great. If anything happens to her, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life." Yangqing hugged the woman tightly in his arms. Accompanied by the sound of the waves, he said softly, "You've worked hard too. It's all my fault for not being able to do it. I've caused you to suffer so much with me these past few days, but it won't happen again. I swear, this is the last time." N. Lu Mingyu responded. She raised her head with a rosy face and said, "Then what do we do now? Take the medicinal herbs back?" Yangqing looked at the tents on the high ground. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly sensed something strange. "This is..." Yangqing frowned, but gradually, his eyes revealed a hint of excitement. "Mingyu, follow me." With that, Yangqing leaped and landed in front of the tent in the center of the high ground with Lu Mingyu in his arms. Pulling open the curtain of the tent, the two of them walked in. As Lu Mingyu was wondering what was going on, she saw that Yangqing had already walked to the center of the tent. There was a huge solid wood box placed there. It was more than a meter high and nearly a meter wide. It was the largest item in the entire tent. "Hubby, do you want to see what's inside?" Lu Mingyu asked curiously. Yangqing grinned. "I don't need to see. If I'm not mistaken, this is what we've been looking for." "Huh?" Lu Mingyu was even more confused. At this time, Yangqing had already unscrewed the lock of the wooden box. After pulling out the bolt of the wooden box opened instantly. When the layer of soft fabric was pulled off, the smuggled antique inside was revealed. In front of them was a bronze cauldron. The surface of the bronze cauldron was engraved with patterns as delicate as silk. At a glance, it looked like a few dancing cloud dragons. But upon closer inspection, it looked like a group of strange beasts from the classic of mountains and seas. The surface of the bronze cauldron was covered with green copper rust, but it was not damaged in the slightest. The whole cauldron was one whole, exuding a majestic and awe-inspiring aura. Because I lost my cultivation and was worried about Jiqing's safety, I didn't really notice it. This thing, it's filled with spiritual qi. It's definitely not an ordinary item. Yangqing explained, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the cauldron Jiqing mentioned. It's made of a special metal that can withstand the samadhi true fire." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyu's mouth gaped open in disbelief. Does this count as searching far and wide, only to find it by chance? Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You call this effortless? We were almost done for." Lu Mingyu thought about it and agreed with him. This could only be considered as luck taking a turn for the better after all their bad luck. "Then we've completed our mission," the woman said happily. "But I still can't be sure. When Jiqing recovers, I'll have her appraise it. For now, I'll send someone to transport this thing to my base camp and have someone look after it." "Your base camp?" Lu Mingyu was a little puzzled. Yangqing then told her about the Mediterranean Sea. Only then did Lu Mingyu realize that the wedding was held there. Her face was obviously a little sour. When Yangqing saw this, he immediately said, "Don't look like that. Didn't you choose not to go? Besides, if you want to go, you can go there anytime you want." Naturally, Lu Mingyu didn't really care about this. She asked doubtfully, "But why didn't you transport it back to Zhonghai?" Yangqing said seriously, "I don't know where the masked man who attacked me and the mysterious man who saved me came from. Since they have the guts to come to Australia, it must be very dangerous in China. If the treasure is taken away, it's not worth it, so I think it's safer to leave it abroad." And so, the matter was settled. Yangqing quickly asked Maekdan to send a team of retired Mossad agents to transport everything away. Those that should be returned to Huaxia would be returned, and those that should be kept for himself. Yangqing wasn't that selfless. The reason why he didn't ask Sauron to send mercenaries was that these treasures were worth a lot of money. It was safer to let the bold and careful Mossad agents transport them. This unknown bronze furnace would be sent to the Forgotten Kingdom, to his huge high cliff castle. Anyway, there was a lot of space inside, and if he planned to concoct pills, it should be more convenient inside. After dealing with this series of matters, Yangqing sent Lu Mingyu to Huaxia's private plane and told her not to worry about Xiao Qiqing. He then rushed to St. Mary's Hospital in London. Xiao Qiqing had been carefully taken care of by a special nurse in the special ward. The woman who had just woken up looked much better. Seeing Yangqing enter the room, Xiao Qiqing wanted to sit up, but the moment she moved, the wound on her abdomen would hurt. She couldn't help but frown and bite her thin lips. "Lie down, lie down." Yangqing made the woman lie down obediently with some heartache. "It's not like you're meeting the leader, why are you still planning to get up and welcome him?" Xiao Qiqing pursed her lips and smiled. "I heard that you carried me here in the wee hours of the morning and called the best doctor in the world. I want to thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "This is all I can do for you," Yangqing said with a blush of shame. Xiao Qiqing felt that Yangqing's tone was a little different from before, but she couldn't tell what was different. Are you all right?" Xiao Qiqing blinked and asked. Yangqing's expression was a little unnatural. Looking at the woman's concerned eyes, his heart was filled with bitterness and warmth. He had almost lost his life, yet he still had to ask if he was all right. Speaking of which, although he had always said that he had given her a second life and allowed her to feel the warmth of the human world. However, everything he had done for her was actually just a casual gesture. He had never really thought of sacrificing anything for her. However, it was precisely this kind of casual dying that allowed this woman to give everything in return. Yangqing felt more and more guilty. He really felt guilty towards everyone. No wonder he couldn't raise his head in front of women. Involuntarily, Yangqing bent down, leaned over, and gently stroked the bangs on Xiao Qiqing's forehead. He lowered his head and gently kissed the woman's forehead. Xiao Qiqing blankly watched as Yangqing finished all of this. Following that, she gradually felt that trace of certainty and affection. Perhaps it was too sudden, or perhaps it was too unbelievable, but after a few seconds, Xiao Qiqing's eyes turned slightly red. At this moment, silence was better than sound. Xiao Qiqing was not stupid, how could she not understand the meaning behind Yangqing's words? In the ward, only the sound of their breathing could be heard. After a long while, Xiao Qiqing seemed to feel awkward. She shyly said with a red face, "What happened after that? Can you tell me about it?" Yangqing smiled. He recalled that when he was in Los Angeles, Xiao Qiqing also pretended to be charming. Later, after she was seen through, she looked as helpless and delicate as a little girl. It seemed that this woman had not changed much. After all, she was not even 20 years old, so it made sense. After Yangqing told her about the bronze cauldron with spiritual energy, Xiao Qiqing looked happy. It shouldn't be a bronze cauldron. Since there is spiritual energy, it must be an alchemy cauldron. If my guess is correct, it should be because no one has used it for a long time, so there is some other metal on the outside of the cauldron. After all, those cultivators in the Bronze Age should not have the ability to cast the alchemy cauldron that you mentioned. Yangqing pulled the quilt for the woman. "You don't have to worry about it. After you recover, I will take you to have a look and identify it." As he spoke, Yangqing injected a stream of heaven and earth energy into Xiao Qiqing's injured part. Although his heaven and earth energy could not help her heal, it was after all, pure spiritual energy that could consolidate one's foundation and nourish one's vitality. Other than the organs and meridians, it could still promote the body's tissues. The two talked for a while, and Xiao Qiqing said, "I am fine now. You should go back to Zhonghai, or your family will be worried." After being mentioned, Yangqing missed his family, especially Lanlin's grandfather. He did not know if he had returned to Zhonghai. He also did not know if Lin Ruashi was waiting for him to go back. Perhaps because of this near-death experience, Yangqing was particularly eager to see his family return home. With this thought, Yangqing did not delay any further. He told Xiao Qiqing, who was not suitable for the bumpy and tiring journey, that he would pick her up in 2 days, and then got up and returned to Huaxia. More than a week had passed in October, and the cold dew had disappeared. The temperature in Zhonghai had also dropped a lot. Although it was not to the extent of freezing in the morning, the humid water vapor in the south made the air particularly cold. It was Saturday morning, in the living room of Yang Cheng's mansion in the western suburbs. Lin Ruoshi stood there charmingly, and there was a hint of anger in her cold and beautiful face. The woman's jet black hair was slightly curled at the ends, adding a bit of mature charm. She was dressed in a blue Western-style suit jacket and a black cotton short skirt that hugged her buttocks. Her slender yet voluptuous figure was vividly displayed. As she grew older, the transformation from a young girl to a mature woman had allowed her latent charm to ferment. But at this time, Lin Ruoshi was holding a blue children's trench coat in her hand, and was confronting the little girl lying on the sofa. "Lon Lon, if you don't come over, Mom will really be angry." "Come over." Lin Ruoshi used a strict mother emoji. Lon Lon was only wearing a thin short-sleeved shirt and shorts, which were loose clothes for the whole summer. She pouted, lying on the sofa and pinching the sofa leather. She said shyly, "No. Lon Lon is not cold. If I don't wear clothes, it's hot." Due to her special physique, Lon Lon was not afraid of low temperatures at all, so she always wore whatever was comfortable. At first, Lin Ruoshi thought that the little girl was throwing a tantrum, but after touching her carefully, the little girl's body temperature did not change at all. However, this kind of thing definitely should not happen to an ordinary child. So, in order not to shock the world and let others think that Lon Lon was different, Lin Ruoshi still hoped that Lon Lon could wear clothes according to the season like an ordinary child. Why are you so disobedient? Mom said that you can do whatever you want at home, but if you go out without clothes, everyone will not like Lon Lon. Don't you want other children to like you, Lon Lon?" Lin Ruoshi tried to persuade her. Lon Lon pouted and said, "Then Lon Lon will not go out, Lon Lon will go out when the weather is hot." Lin Ruoshi was anxious, but she could not bear to scold the child, so she stood there, not knowing what to do. Guo walked out and said, "Ruoshi, don't force the child. If she doesn't want to wear clothes, then forget it. At most, don't take Lon Lon out to play." "No, Mom." Lin Ruoshi sighed and said, "Today is not the day to take Lon Lon out to play. I have an appointment with the director of Yunhua Kindergarten. I plan to meet the kindergarten teacher and discuss about going to kindergarten." "Going to kindergarten?" Guo was surprised and said, "Why haven't I heard you mention it? What if Lanlan's grandfather comes back?" Lin Ruoshi was a little embarrassed and said, "Anyway, many days have passed since October. Even if Lanlan's grandfather comes back, it will be overdue." Minwan also said that the time has passed. "That's why I'm planning to let her go to kindergarten first. When she really comes back, we can't just take her away without reason." Guo couldn't help but laugh. You're really thinking of all kinds of ways to get your daughter back." Lin Ruoshi's face was a little red, and she was a little embarrassed. At the beginning of October, Lanlan's grandfather did not come back, but Lin Ruoshi was still worried. She was afraid that her baby would disappear early in the morning. Moreover, there was no news from Yangqing, and there was no way to contact him, which made Lin Ruoshi even more anxious. Just as she was about to pull Lon Lon to put clothes on her, she heard the door open from the outside. Lin Ruoshi and Guo turned around and saw Yangqing, who was covered in dust and blood, standing at the door with a smile on his face. "Son, why do you look like this?" Guo was the first to ask. After all, Yangqing's appearance was too exaggerated. To put it bluntly, why did he look like he had crawled out from a rubbish dump? Lin Ruoshi couldn't care less about Lanlan's clothes. Why was there blood on her clothes? However, what happened next made Lin Ruoshi speechless. Her vision blurred and Yangqing suddenly rushed from the door to her and hugged her tightly with his arms wide open. Lin Ruoshi could only smell the pungent odor of the wilderness from the man. Both of his hands pressed her tightly, as if he wanted to knead her into his body. Just as she was about to scream, she felt her lips being blocked. The man's stubble was hard, and even worse, a strange wild taste filled her mouth. Lin Ruoshi's face was red with embarrassment. She reached out and patted Yangqing's back. She was on the verge of tears. Ma. After a deep kiss, Yangchen patted her butt and laughed, "Wifey, you're a good girl." "I'm back." Lin Ruoshi was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet. "You're back, so be it. What are you doing?" "I'm dying from the stench." Yangchen was taken aback. He noticed that the woman was wrinkling her nose and Guo was about to turn around and leave. Only then did he realize that he had been living like a savage in Arnhem for the past few days. He was filled with a foul stench. "Hee, I'm so happy." Yangqing didn't mind. He turned around and blinked at Lan Lan, who was lying on the sofa with a confused look. "Chubby girl. Your father is back." Lan Lan pouted. "Bad uncle. I told you that Lan Lan is not a chubby girl." Alright. Don't say anything else, go take a shower. Change your clothes. Throw away all these clothes and pants." Lin Ruoshi pushed Yangqing up the stairs. Yangqing walked up reluctantly and waved at his mother Wang and Minwan, who were walking out of the kitchen. "Mother Wang. I miss you so much." "Minwan. You've worked hard. I a wife, don't push me. I'll go wash. Do you want to join me?" "Die." The women downstairs were all confused by the muddle-headed scene of their return. When Yangqing was shoved into the room to take a shower, Mother Wang came back to her senses and asked in confusion, "Xianxia, this? What happened to young master? Is it because you're agitated?" Xianxia frowned and thought about it seriously. She shook her head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. This kid is insensitive. He wouldn't be the one who would be provoked. I think he's doing something bad outside and is trying to confuse us." Lin Ruoshi sniffed the clothes on her body and frowned. She ran back to her room gloomily. She had to change her clothes too. Yangqing had just experienced a narrow escape from death. He was so excited when he returned home, which scared the whole family. After such a torment, Lin Ruoshi also gave up the plan to take Lan Lan to kindergarten. She had to find out what happened to Yangqing. After all, according to the family, with Yangqing's ability, he shouldn't be in such dire straits just to find herbs. After Yangqing took a shower, changed his clothes and went downstairs, the whole family sat together and immediately asked Yangqing what happened these days. Yangqing didn't hide anything. He simply and honestly told them about his experience in Australia. Although Yangqing said it lightly, Guo and Lin Ruoshi were terrified when they heard it. Two unknown masters lost their cultivation, went through no man's land, encountered grey mercenaries, and got into a gunfight. When she heard that it was Xiao Qiqing who took the bullet for Yangqing and Lu Mingyu, Lin Ruoshi was slightly surprised. She lowered her eyes with a complicated expression. Guo couldn't hide her gratitude. After all, someone sacrificed herself for her son. As a mother, she naturally wouldn't think too much. "I didn't expect Jiqing to be such a sentimental girl. If it weren't for her, you might not have had the opportunity to escape." Mother Wang looked at Lin Ruoshi helplessly. She sighed and said, "I always thought that Miss Xiao wasn't a bad person. It seems like I'm right. Yeah, when the child gets better, we should find time to invite her over for a good meal." Guo hesitated for a while. She reached out and patted Lin Ruoshi's shoulder. She smiled and said, "Ruoshi, what do you think?" Of course, Lin Ruoshi knew that her mother-in-law was just giving her a way out. Xiao Qiqing was willing to sacrifice her life for Yangqing. How could she force her to not have anything to do with her? Not to mention the fact that Yangqing wouldn't make such a choice, it was hard for her to be cruel to Xiao Qiqing. At the end of the day, she was still grateful for her sacrifice. "Yeah, I think it's pretty good." Lin Ruoshi nodded and said. The matter was settled. Although no one mentioned it, Xiao Qiqing naturally wouldn't be an outsider anymore. Of course, considering that Yangqing was surrounded by beautiful women, Guo wouldn't mention anything else. She didn't want to agitate Lin Ruoshi and cause tension between her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Yangqing was already very satisfied with the result. At this moment, he saw Minwan was carrying Lan Lan and playing with the train. He couldn't help but ask, "Hasn't Lanlan's grandfather come back these days?" "No, there's no news at all. According to the previous agreement, Lan Lan will be left to us to take care of in the future." Lin Ruashi said. Yangqing said happily, since that's the case, it'll save us a lot of trouble. It's a pity that I won't have a chance to meet that person. Look at how happy you are, Guo said unhappily, why don't you think about it? Did something happen to Lanlin's grandfather? It doesn't make sense for him to leave Lanlan to us so suddenly. Minwan, who was not far away, heard this and turned around worriedly, Mr. Yang, did something really happen to Master? After all, it was because of Lanlin's grandfather that Minwan had a brand new life. She was very concerned about him. Yangqing smiled bitterly, how would I know? He didn't leave me any news at all. Minwan seemed to want to say something, but when the words came to her mouth, she hesitated. In the end, she sighed slightly, shook her head and didn't speak again. Seeing this scene, Yangqing squinted his eyes and asked, Minwan, are you hiding something from us? Minwan heard this and quickly shook her head, no, I'm just worried about Master. Really? Yangqing saw Minwan turned her head away. Although he was puzzled, he didn't dare to ask. Besides, he didn't care too much, so he just let it go. South Korea, Seoul, South Korea. The Star Moon Group's Park family's mansion was the envy of all the tycoons in the Gangnam district. As one of the top chaebols in South Korea and even in Asia, the life of the old chairman, Park Cheon, was a magnificent legend. However, the hero was past his prime. The sudden late-stage liver cancer cast a shadow over the entire Park family. What followed was the issue of who would be the heir. Who would be able to take over the Star Moon Group and become the next leader of this billion-dollar conglomerate? Most people had guessed that it would either be Park Cheon's second son, Park Ji-ki, or his third daughter, Park Ji-yeon. It could even be the second son's adopted son, the young and talented Park Jong-yoon. However, he never expected that the old president would come all the way from China to Zhonghai to find his granddaughter, Park Ji's flesh and blood, Su Xianxia, whom he had chased away years ago. It was as if he was looking for a needle in a haystack. Letting a girl with the surname Su, who was not even 20 years old, inherit the super financial carrier. Many people thought Park Cheon had gone senile with his decision, but no one dared to raise any objections. Because as long as Park Cheon was still alive, a single word from him would be enough to make you die a horrible death. At that moment, in the Park family's luxurious mansion that spanned over 1,000 square meters, the door to a room in the southeast corner was gently pushed open by a mature and graceful maid in a black and white maid costume. It was a spacious bedroom, decorated like a cozy little world. However, the atmosphere was modern and luxurious. There was even a remote-controlled tempered glass roof for viewing the stars in the night sky. The pretty maid with light makeup bowed respectfully and smiled helplessly at her mistress who was sleeping soundly on the pink bed in the middle of the room. The girl in the white dress with red spots pouted innocently, but her eyes were shut tight. It was obvious that she didn't want to wake up. The maid cleared her throat and said, Miss Xianxia, breakfast is ready. Please wake up. If you don't come downstairs, you'll be late for class. Although the maid spoke in Korean, Xianxia could still understand it. After all, her mother had been with her for many years. However, speaking Korean was difficult for Xianxia. After returning to Korea, the family hired a private tutor to teach Xianxia Korean and English. As the future successor of Star Moon Group, it was necessary for her to master English. Moreover, Xianxia was still young and had a certain foundation. It wouldn't be difficult for her to learn. That was not all. In order to let Xianxia take over the management of the group as soon as possible, the family specially arranged for the backbone of the various departments to teach management and finance in shifts. After the lessons were finished, the private tutor would be responsible for supervising the homework. For Xianxia, who had never come into contact with these fields since she was young, it was extremely painful. Sister Eunyoung, I'm so sleepy. Let me sleep for a while more, Xianxia said lazily through her nasal voice. She lay on the bed without moving. Maid Eunyoung smiled and said, Miss Xianxia, Teacher Vivian said that she hasn't finished yesterday's homework. If she doesn't finish the task today, she'll tell the president. Miss Xianxia, you know that the president's health has improved a lot because of your return. He can get out of bed and walk a few steps. The doctor said that the cancer cells are under control and it has a lot to do with his good mood. If he finds out that Miss Xianxia suddenly refused to work hard and refused to do her homework, which made the president sad. He might not say anything to you since he dotes on you so much, but he might be bedridden again. Hearing this, Xianxia felt her scalp go numb. She sat up, brushed her bangs away and blew on it. Her eyes rolled back. All right. Sister Eun-young, no wonder I heard others say that you're the smiling killer that even the head butler is afraid of. Instead of saying such troublesome things to me with a smile, you might as well lift my quilt. I'm just a servant. How can I lift my master's blanket? Miss Xianxia, please wake up. You know Teacher Vivian's personality. She can be casual about other things, but she's very serious when it comes to studying. Enjing said with a smile. Xianxia's expression was a little unnatural. She felt a headache when she heard Vivian's name. Speaking of which, when he returned to Korea that day, he immediately saw his grandfather, whom he had hated since he was young. However, blood was thicker than water. Many things had faded after so many years. What was more important was the kinship of blood after seeing a family member. Thinking about it, who wouldn't want their daughter to marry into a good family? Who would want their daughter to ignore their father-daughter relationship and run away with a foreign man? Moreover, Park Cheon was an influential entrepreneur in Asia, yet his most beloved eldest daughter had betrayed him. It was no wonder he was fuming. After figuring this out, Xianxia's heart ached when she saw her grandfather, who was already in his twilight years. She just wanted him to pass away peacefully in his last days. Therefore, Park Cheon specially invited a young female teacher, Vivian, who was proficient in Mandarin, English, and Korean and had a master's degree in education and finance in the United States, to be Xianxia's personal tutor. The female teacher recommended by the American professors, Vivian, was indeed outstanding, especially her rigorous and humble attitude, which made Park Cheon feel at ease in allowing Xianxia to learn from her. More importantly, Vivian was a native of Xianxia. Growing up in Xianxia, she could easily get along with Xianxia, who also grew up in Xianxia. Initially, Xianxia liked Vivian very much. However, when the classes started, Xianxia painfully realized that English, Korean, and management courses were a headache to learn. Vivian was an extremely serious and merciless teacher. As a result, every time Xianxia saw Vivian, she would feel pressured. Park Cheon specifically told Vivian to let him know if she had any needs. This was equivalent to giving her an imperial sword. Thus, the entire family respected Vivian. In order not to upset the old man, Xianxia got up weekly and put on a pink round-collared dress that Eun-young had prepared for her. The Korean style of dressing made Xianxia look like a pretty girl from a humble family, adding a tinge of cuteness. After washing up, Xianxia took a deep breath and went downstairs with Eun-jong. As the main house of the main house, the entire mansion was occupied by President Park Cheon while his second son and 3 daughters had their own residences. Now, as the eldest granddaughter, Xianxia had moved in as well. At this moment, at the dining table downstairs, there was a young woman in a black suit jacket, straight white trousers, and a ponytail. She had an elegant and intellectual temperament, but did not lose any of her freshness. She was drinking coffee while reading the morning newspaper. Hearing the sound of the stairs, the woman raised her head. A gentle smile appeared on her gentle and delicate face. Xianxia, you slept late again. You have to make up for it tonight, Vivian said in standard Korean. Xianxia was about to say something in Mandarin when Vivian glared at her. She swallowed her words and sat down while stammering in Korean, Teacher Vivian, can we study a little slower? I'm so sleepy every day. You're not sleepy, you're just trying to slack off. Vivian closed the newspaper and smiled. Hurry up and eat breakfast. After that, we'll review yesterday's English and then look at your management homework. Xianxia had just taken a sip of the soup and almost spat it out. She subconsciously wanted to wipe her mouth with her hand. Don't wipe. Get a tissue. Vivian immediately glared at Xianxia. Why is your mouth leaking? You'll be attending many big events in the future. People will look down on your etiquette. Eun-young saw Xianxia scrambling to find a tissue and smiled helplessly. She took the tissue from another servant and handed it to her. After wiping her mouth, Xianxia looked at Vivian with a pitiful face and said in Mandarin, Teacher, we all grew up with Xianxia. Why are you so mean? I don't think you're much older than me. If you keep acting like a strict teacher, you'll age prematurely. Vivian couldn't help but laugh. I'm not mean. I'm just guiding you. If I let my guard down now, I'll embarrass the entire Park family in the future. President Park Cheon and my teacher both think so highly of me. How can I let them down? As for whether I'll age prematurely, you don't have to worry about me. Xianxia muttered to herself, you look like an angel but act like a devil. Xianxia. Vivian frowned. I can hear you. How many times have I told you not to speak Mandarin? You have to master Korean as soon as possible. Alright. Xianxia bowed her head and drank a few mouthfuls of soup. She then took a few bites of toast and saw that Vivian was reading the newspaper seriously again. She asked curiously, Teacher Vivian, how long did you stay in the United States? About a year. Vivian answered nonchalantly. A year? That's amazing. You learned English so well in just a year. You even have a double master's degree? Xianxia's eyes were filled with envy. She had spent a lot of effort to get into one of the top universities in the country. Vivian shook her head. I did some postgraduate courses in China, and I was sent there by the government as an exchange student. Besides, I majored in English in China and minored in Korean in university. When I went to the United States, I had a Korean postgraduate student with me, so I just happened to have everything. Besides, I had nothing better to do in the United States. I studied all day long. Even if I didn't want to, I would still be able to do well. That's still amazing. Otherwise, my grandfather wouldn't have asked you to teach me. Xianxia giggled. Vivian glanced at her and smiled. Keep sucking up to me. You can't be lazy even if you're sucking up to me. Xianxia's face turned bitter. She didn't expect Vivian to see through her so quickly. Teacher, to be honest, Xianxia thought of an idea and said seriously, I feel that since you're so pretty, why do you want to be a teacher? Wouldn't it be great if you could find a young and rich man to marry? It's such a waste of your precious youth to be my tutor. A beauty like you would definitely have a group of men chasing after you when you were in Xianxia. Right? Vivian smiled faintly. Xianxia, don't waste your time. You might as well memorize words instead of trying to bewitch me. I'll tell you the truth. Teaching you is not only my job, but it's also the assignment given to me by my PhD supervisor. I still have to go back to the United States to study for my PhD after teaching you. Don't drag me down. You still want to study for your PhD? Xianxia shook her head. Teacher Vivian. Please don't. I've heard many people say that no man wants a female PhD. You're so pretty. If you study for your PhD, it'll be hard for you to start a family. What a pity. Alright. Vivian was speechless. She reached out and tapped Xianxia's forehead. What are you thinking in that little head of yours? Who said I'm going to find a man? I won't get married. I'm going to study for my PhD. Is that illegal? Xianxia pouted. Don't tap my head. I'm a university student. I'm not a little girl. I'm your teacher. You're just a kid in my eyes. Vivian said matter-of-factly. Xianxia made a face and mumbled a few times. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Teacher, you really won't get married? Won't find a boyfriend? Yes. I won't find a boyfriend. I won't get married. Vivian repeated. Hearing such a firm answer, Xianxia felt that she was not joking. Why? Xianxia had a gossipy expression on her face. She rolled her eyes and guessed, Teacher, could it be that you've been hurt? Have you suffered a blow? Vivian's expression changed, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She took a deep breath, and countless complicated emotions surged in her eyes. She said in a rather shaky tone, Xianxia, you haven't experienced it, so you won't understand. Hurry up and eat, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Xianxia, on the other hand, acted as if she had discovered a treasure. She said stubbornly, why can't I say it? Anyway, only the two of us here understand Chinese. Teacher, don't be like this. Failure is inevitable when dating. If that guy doesn't want you, then he's blind. If you ask me, you should find a better man next time to step on him. Vivian looked at the girl's indignant expression and laughed bitterly at herself. How can you be so sure that I'm an innocent victim? Aren't you? Could it be that teacher dumped a man? That can't be right. If that's the case, why would teacher be sad? Xianxia blinked her eyes in confusion. Vivian sighed softly. Some things, even if others forgive you, you can't forgive yourself. Xianxia was even more confused. After thinking for a while, she said, Teacher, did you do something wrong, so you don't want to hurt others anymore? Vivian was stunned for a moment. She looked up at the girl but did not say anything. Xianxia lifted her spoon and did not care about the soup spilling out. She waved her hand and said, Sigh. What is this? It's inevitable for people to make mistakes. If I don't drink soup again just because I scalded myself for the first time, then wouldn't I be asking for it? Seeing Vivian standing there in a daze, Xianxia did not care. She continued excitedly, Teacher, you don't know this, but when I was in junior high in Xianxia, I even dropped out of school and became a delinquent. My days were like fighting, racing on motorcycles, pickpocketing on public buses. Anyway, I was terrible. A look of surprise appeared in Vivian's eyes as she looked at the girl in disbelief. Later on, I was finally arrested by the police. At that time, the police chief's sister told me that I could be forgiven if I did something wrong. As long as I didn't do it repeatedly and tried to change myself, everyone would like me again. I didn't believe it at first, but then I met my uncle. Uncle? Vivian frowned in confusion. Xianxia said indifferently, anyway, it's Xianxia, a very important person to me. She's evil, playboy, and scoundrel. However, Uncle was really nice to me. He didn't mind that I stole his wallet and phone. Later, he even helped me fight off the bad guys who were looking for me. At that time, I felt that it was okay to do some wrong things. As long as I turned over a new leaf and was worthy of those who treated me well, everything would be fine. Why do you always think so lowly of yourself? People should always think more about their own happiness. Vivian looked at Xianxia for a long time before she smiled. You have such a good attitude. I'm not as open-minded as you, but I'll work hard in the future. Teacher, you must still have someone in your heart, right? Xianxia leaned forward and pursed her lips. Otherwise, your mood wouldn't have changed so much just mentioning it. Vivian didn't say anything. She only lowered her head and chuckled. You're not saying anything again. Xianxia was bored. Forget it, I'm going to eat breakfast. Vivian let out a sigh of relief as she watched Xianxia start to eat. However, her eyes were filled with thoughts. Right at this moment, a tall and handsome young man came in through the door, followed by two assistants in well-ironed uniforms. Good day, Chairman. Eun-young and the other maids immediately bowed. It was Park Jong-yoon. Vivian also stood up and nodded in greeting. After all, he was the current director of Starmoon Group. Xianxia wasn't used to it, but she still greeted him, cousin. Park Jong-yoon smiled gently. Cousin, you're still eating breakfast. Don't let Teacher Vivian wait for too long. Yeah, I eat fast. Xianxia was a lot more serious now. Cousin, don't go to work now? Are you looking for me or grandfather? Park Jong-yoon smiled. I'm here to see how grandfather's condition is. Although he's feeling much better these days thanks to you, I'm still worried about him. Xianxia nodded. Don't worry about me then. Go upstairs. Park Jong-yoon didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked Vivian politely, Miss Vivian, I wonder if Korean food is to your liking? If you'd like to try Xiaxia's dishes, I can get someone to prepare them. You're too kind, Chairman. I don't really mind. I'll eat whatever Xianxia eats, Vivian replied politely. Is that so? Park Jong-yoon hesitated before asking, I wonder if Miss Vivian would be interested in attending tonight's exchange party between Starmoon Group and American General Corporation. We've invited quite a number of celebrities from the academic world. If Miss Vivian is interested, I happen to have a dance partner for you. Chairman, Vivian interrupted. Thank you very much, but I don't really like crowds. I'm just a teacher, I don't know anything else. Oh. Park Jong-yoon's eyes were filled with regret. He looked at the woman with infatuation. That's a pity. I'll go upstairs first. Park Jong-yoon was about to leave when he stopped and turned around. Cousin, grandfather told me that he might officially hand over the shares of Star Moon Group soon and officially establish your position as his successor. You have to prepare the crescent moon that aunt gave you. When the time comes, grandfather's star will merge with your crescent moon. Xianxia's mouth widened. Crescent moon? Is it that platinum crescent moon necklace? Park Jong-yoon nodded. That's right. Why? Is there a problem? Xianxia bit her lips in distress. Cousin, I gave the necklace away. Park Jong-yoon's expression changed, but he quickly asked with a smile, who did you give it to? Xianxia scratched her head in embarrassment. I gave it to. Wait. Park Jong-yoon interrupted Xianxia and asked the people around him to leave. He then said sternly, lower your voice, just tell your cousin. This is important. Xianxia was a little nervous. She walked to Park Jong-yoon's side and whispered in his ear, I gave the crescent moon to thank brother Yang for helping me. Yangqing? Yes. Xianxia nodded. A strange look flashed across Park Jong-yoon's eyes, but he quickly grinned. Alright, I understand. I'll discuss it with grandfather. Don't worry. This crescent moon is our family's most important heirloom. We have to get it back eventually, but we have to treat it with respect. Xianxia nodded in agreement. She was hoping that Yangqing would be called over from Zhonghai. She missed him dearly these days. She would occasionally call back to Zhonghai, but Yangqing wasn't home. Zhonghai City, Shijiao Villas. Lin Ruoshi sat in her room and slowly put down her phone. She had just ended a call with Lu Mingyu. After Lu Mingyu returned to Zhonghai, she told Lin Ruoshi about the situation as they had agreed before leaving for Australia. According to her previous plan, she would probably talk about how Xiao Qiqing failed. However, the news that came was exactly the same as what Lin Ruoshi had heard from Yangqing. In fact, it made Lin Ruoshi feel helpless and emotional. When Lu Mingyu told her about the hardships along the way, and talked about the process of changing her opinion of Xiao Qiqing, Lin Ruoshi knew that at least in Lu Mingyu's heart, Xiao Qiqing had already regarded Xiao Qiqing as a sister. What Yangqing said before was actually only a small part. Xiao Qiqing did a lot of things that she couldn't help but admire. After all, Yangqing lost his cultivation. Lu Mingyu was lucky to have the support of the peak of the acquired realm. However, Xiao Qiqing relied purely on her delicate body and tenacious perseverance to accompany Yangqing and Lu Mingyu all the way out of the no-man's land. Not only did she not drag them down, but she also sacrificed herself to save Yangqing and Lu Mingyu. Lin Ruoshi didn't know what kind of state of mind she was in at the moment. She felt wronged, but she also felt that there was nothing to be wronged about. Instead, she felt a little guilty. More than that, she felt helpless and bitter. If the person who accompanied the man at that time was herself, she wouldn't have so many troubles. But why did God always make fun of her? When she was thinking about these things, there was a knock on the door. Mother Wang's voice came from outside. Miss, come downstairs quickly. We have something to discuss as a family. Lin Ruoshi quickly wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and replied, I'll be right down. It wasn't difficult for Lin Ruoshi to adjust her emotions, so she quickly went downstairs. In the living room, Gui Shuihua was discussing something with Yangqing. When she saw Lin Ruoshi, she waved her hand and said, Ruoshi, come here quickly. Xianxia's cousin called just now in Korea. Xianxia's cousin? Park Jong-yoon? Lin Ruoshi asked nervously, did something happen to Xianxia? No, Xianxia is fine. What can happen to her? She just called us 2 days ago to tell us that she's studying hard. Gui Shuihua smiled and said, she said that Xianxia left an important token in Zhonghai and gave it to Yangqing. She invited us to Korea to bring it over. Yangqing took out the crescent pendant that he had just taken down from upstairs and opened his palm. This is it. He said that it's very important to Star Moon Group. Xianxia didn't know about it and gave it to me as a souvenir. This time, she asked us to go to Korea to thank us for taking care of Xianxia and to entertain us for a few days. She also asked us to bring it back to Xianxia. Lin Ruoshi remembered seeing the pendant before. She asked, are you going to send it over immediately? Is it urgent? I'm just asking you to tell me your thoughts. Guo Shuihua said, Xianxia's cousin said that there will be an important ceremony in the Park family on the 11th of November. It's best if we can send it over at the beginning of November. We don't have to go immediately. I don't think it's appropriate for us to go as a family. Why don't you and your wife go together? It's almost the end of the year. Take advantage of the fact that it's not the busiest time to relax. You haven't even had a honeymoon before, have you? Lin Ruoshi turned to look at Yang Chen, only to see him raising his eyebrows and smiling with a face full of anticipation. Lin Ruoshi blushed. She could easily guess what Yang Chen was thinking. However, whether it was to visit Xianxia or go to Seoul, she was very interested. After all, she had watched so many Korean dramas, but she had never gone to Korea to experience it personally. Moreover, after the incident with Xiao Qi-ching, Lin Ruoshi was not at ease to let Yang Chen go out for a long time. Who knew if he would bring back another woman who was hard to reject? Who could she cry to? Then let's go at the end of the month. I'll handle the work on hand and help Lan Lan with the kindergarten. There's still almost a month until the 11th of November anyway. Yang Chen naturally had no objections. In fact, he also planned to wait for Xiao Qi-ching to recover in 2 days before confirming the cauldron and starting the alchemy. Although his cultivation had improved, it was still far from enough. Therefore, he could not slack off on strengthening his and his women's cultivation. Seoul, South Korea, inside the Park family's mansion, in the study room of President Park Cheon. Sunlight shone in through the transparent glass window, scattering a pale glow. The mottled floral carpet set off the elegant and luxurious furnishings of the room. Elder Park Cheon sat on a large, comfortable leather chair, dressed in thick black pajamas with a fur collar. Beneath his head of silver hair was a pair of narrowed eyes that glowed brilliantly, making it impossible to see through the old man's emotions. Behind the old man stood 2 people. On the right stood a man in a suit and leather shoes with a square face and gold-rimmed glasses. He wore a smile on his face. The other young man was handsome and well-built. He wore a tight-fitting white short-sleeved shirt that revealed the perfect curve of his muscles. In one of the young man's large hands were 3 steel balls the size of eggs. What made people feel cold was that the young man's eyes seemed to be lifeless. His face was lifeless, without the slightest expression. Apart from that, 2 men and a woman stood in front of Park Cheon's desk. The woman looked to be in her 40s. Her face was a little unbalanced, a result of excessive plastic surgery. Her nose was slightly crooked and a pearl necklace hung in front of her chest. She wore eyeshadow and had an irrepressible seductiveness in her eyes. The middle-aged man looked simple and honest. He was short and wore a well-ironed suit with his head lowered. The other young man was Xianxia's cousin, Park Jong-yun. Father, your complexion looks much better. Looks like the American doctor you hired is really skilled. The middle-aged woman smiled flatteringly. Park Cheon let out a snort of laughter. It's all thanks to Xianxia. Seeing her reminded me of seeing her mother back then. My heart was filled with joy and my condition improved a little. Father, you're so biased. It's been so many years but you still love big sis. The woman said coquettishly. Park Cheon glanced at her. Ji Yan, when your sister was still around, she always gave in to you and your brother. She loves you and you, so it's only natural that I love her more. Park Ji Yan quickly smiled. Father, I understand. I was just joking. I like Xianxia a lot too. She's quite shy and blushes when she calls me auntie. Is that so? Then you have to take care of her. Park Cheon nodded. I've asked all of you here today because I have something important to tell you. The 3 of them perked up and listened attentively. Park Cheon turned to Park Jong-yun and asked, Jong-yun, did you manage to invite General Lin and his family in Zhonghai? It's done, grandfather, Park Jong-yun replied respectfully. All right. I'm not worried about you. During your time as a director in the company, I've gained a better understanding of your capabilities. I've decided that after November 11th, I'll give you a bigger stage to showcase your talents, Park Cheon said. Park Jong-yun was overjoyed. He raised his head and looked at Park Cheon expectantly. Park Cheon pursed his lips into a smile. I've decided to send you to Germany in a month's time as the CEO of the Starmoon Group's European division. As soon as he finished his sentence, Park Jong-yoon's smile froze. It slowly turned into a trace of shock before returning to normal. However, his hands were clenched into tight fists. Park Ji-yeon's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Anyone who knew the Star Moon Group was well aware that although the CEO of the European division was a bigger stage and more room to showcase his talents, it was equivalent to being a local tyrant. This meant that he could only stay in Europe for the rest of his life. He could either retire or stay far away from the core of the headquarters. Park Ji-yeon's transfer seemed to be a reward for Park Jong-yoon, but in reality, it was a way for Park Jong-yoon to correct his position. Yes. Thank you, grandfather. Park Jong-yoon bowed his head. The old man ignored Park Jong-yoon and turned to the middle-aged man. Ho Myung, you've been the deputy director of the group for many years. After Jong-yoon leaves, you'll replace him as the director. When I hand over the chairman's position to Xianxia, you'll have to assist her well. As a son-in-law with a different surname, Yu Ho Myung was extremely grateful to receive such treatment. Yu Ho Myung knelt on the ground in excitement. Thank you, father. Park Ji-yeon glanced at her husband who was sprawled on the ground. A trace of disdain flashed across her eyes. Ji-yeon. Park Ji-yeon turned to his third daughter. You'll continue to be the head of the finance department. However, you'll also be the deputy director to help Ho Myung with some of his work. Park Ji-yeon nodded with a respectful smile. After that, Park Ji-yeon waved his hand. Jong-yoon and Ho Myung can leave. Ji-yeon, you stay. I have something to say to you. Park Jong-yoon and Yu Ho Myung dared not delay and left the room immediately. Park Ji-yeon looked at her father hopefully. Father, you're really smart. I knew that kid was up to no good. It's good that you sent him to Europe. Park Ji-yeon complimented. Park Ji-yeon sighed. Jong-yoon is a sensible child. You don't have to say anything more. Your brother has adopted Jong-yoon as his son and he's been managing the branch in the United States all these years. I feel a little guilty about it. That's why I arranged for Jong-yoon to be the president of the European branch. It's a form of repayment to the father and son. Park Ji-yeon was inwardly disdainful, but her face was full of approval. I asked you to stay because I want you to take a look at something. Park Ji-yeon said as he pointed to a file on the desk in front of him. Park Ji-yeon carefully picked it up and gulped before opening the file. A stack of printed and bound documents floated to the surface. Park Ji-yeon only took a few glances at it before her forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Her breathing quickened and finally, she could no longer hold on and fell to her knees. F.A. Father. I know I'm wrong. Please forgive me. Park Ji-yeon frowned. Stand up. You're already in your 40s. If you dare to do this, you should bear the consequences. Park Ji-yeon's legs trembled as she stood up. Tears streamed down her cheeks and her nose became even more crooked. You used me to give you a position in the finance department to embezzle more than 10 billion. You gambled and lost. You spent money on plastic surgery to support a group of men who lived off women. You even spent money on buying rankings and trophies for Yeonhee. I didn't stop you from doing these things. I only asked lawyer Kim to remember all of them. What you have in your hand is a copy. The real evidence is being kept in secret by lawyer Kim's team. Park Ji-yeon sobbed. Father. I know I'm wrong. Please let me go this time. I won't do it again. Yeonhee is your granddaughter after all. Since you love Xianxia so much, you can't be so biased that you don't give her anything. Bastard. Park Ji-yeon bellowed. His eyes widened in anger as he exuded the aura of a tiger. My, Park Ji-yeon's, descendants must rely on their own abilities to make a name for themselves. I dote on Xianxia not only because she is sensible, but also because I owe her a lot. But I also urge her to work hard. Since Yeonhee wants to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, she should rely on her own abilities to win awards. Do you know that this will bring shame to the Park family? Park Ji-yeon did not dare to say more. She only pleaded. After a while, Park Ji-yeon signaled her to be quiet. Don't worry. If you behave yourself and do what you have to do, you'll get what you deserve. You're my daughter after all. I won't make things difficult for you. Do you understand what I mean? Park Ji-yeon's mind jolted and she quickly grinned. I understand, father. I'll work hard with Haoming and help Xianxia manage Star Moon Group well. Park Ji-yeon nodded and let out a long sigh, gesturing for her to leave. Park Ji-yeon wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and silently left the study. As soon as she stepped out of the room, Poo Ji-yeon's face suddenly revealed a trace of gloominess. After silently cursing twice, she sighed powerlessly and hurriedly walked down the stairs. Just as he arrived downstairs, he saw Park Jong-yoon about to head out as well. Park Ji-yeon sneered and stepped forward. Young-hoon, wait for auntie. Park Jong-yoon turned around with a warm smile. Auntie, what's the matter? Let me ask you, why did father ask you to invite General Lin and his family? Park Ji-yeon narrowed her eyes and asked. Park Jong-yoon shrugged. Grandpa wants to thank General Lin and his family from Zhonghai for taking care of my cousin when she was in Huaxia. He wants them to attend the handover ceremony. Really? Park Jong-yoon nodded seriously. Of course. Park Ji-yeon smirked. Fine, it's fine if you don't want to tell me the truth. But I have to warn you, even though father doesn't have much time left, he's not a fool. You better keep your claws clean. When he's angry, he won't even recognize his own kin. I don't understand what you're talking about, auntie. I'm indebted to father for adopting me since I was young and Grandpa has nurtured me for so many years. I only have gratitude towards Grandpa and nothing else. Park Jong-yoon said innocently. Alright, we both know what kind of trash we are, Park Ji-yeon sneered and walked away arrogantly in her high heels. Watching Park Ji-yeon's back as she left, Park Jong-yoon's innocent expression gradually turned into a mocking coldness. He muttered to himself, 1 month is enough. Yangqing, who was far away in Zhonghai, did not think too much about Korea's Star Moon Group, wondering if there were any hidden secrets. To Yangqing, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, other than guiding the women in their cultivation, he also brought Anqing to the prison where Zaihuan was being held. It was a message from someone in the prison. Zaihuan was delirious when he woke up one morning and began to show signs of mental confusion. According to the doctor's diagnosis, Zaihuan's mental illness was caused by a long period of internal struggle. When she saw her father babbling nonsense and not recognizing her, Anqing, no matter how much hatred and disappointment she had for him in the past, all of it turned into tears at that moment. Yangqing was heartbroken. He asked Anqing if they should open a back door and send Zaihuan out of the prison. After all, Zaihuan was guilty of treason. If everything went according to plan, he would be locked up until his death. However, Anqing stubbornly rejected the suggestion. My father has done too many wrong things. If we let him go just because he's sick, it would be too unfair to the innocent victims. In the end, Anqing chose to transfer Zaihuan to a prison with relatively better facilities. She paid someone to take care of him and left resolutely. Yangqing suddenly realized that as time passed, the lively and cunning Anqing from the first time they met had gradually become much calmer. On the other side, Lin Ruoshi helped Lan Lan with various identity documents and sent Lan Lan to Yunhua Kindergarten, which was relatively close to her home and was also relatively famous. Although Lan Lan was talented, she still needed to have her own social circle in the future. She could not only hang out with the elders. It was still necessary for her to make some friends. Naturally, Lan Lan did not have any issues with fear. Although she was not willing to abide by a lot of rules and had to wear extra clothes, which made her feel hot, Lan Lan was still quite happy to be able to play with many children. However, Lan Lan also felt depressed. The other children were too weak, and they could easily hurt others if they were not careful. So, Lan Lan could only endure it and be careful. As for the problem of lunch and snacks, Lin Ruoshi also specifically reminded her that if she was hungry, she could eat more at home at night. She was not allowed to snatch other children's food. This made Lan Lan almost cry. It turned out that she did not even have enough to eat in kindergarten. How pitiful. Originally, Lin Ruoshi planned to personally send Lan Lan to work in the morning. But Min Wan was at home, and the nanny was getting less and less to do. If she took away such a small task, Min Wan would probably be embarrassed to continue staying. Moreover, although Lin Ruoshi was not arrogant, she also knew that it was a little exaggerated for her to drive a Bentley to send her daughter. She also hated the feeling of being stared at by a lot of people, so she gave the job of sending Lan Lan to Minwan. Minwan naturally accepted it happily. After all, she had been used to taking care of Lan Lan for the past year. Suddenly, she had nothing to do, and she would feel flustered. Especially from talking with Mother Wang, she knew that Mother Wang had been a servant in this family for 20 or 30 years. She felt that this would be a good arrangement. Just as Mother Wang took care of Lin Ruashi, wasn't it good for her to take care of Lan Lan? In this big city, if such a rich family really wanted to find a servant, they would break their heads. She relied on Lan Lan and the master, so she couldn't waste such a precious opportunity. Along with it, there was also the recovery of Xianxia in the UK. Yangqing came to Santa Maria Hospital alone, intending to take Xianxia back to Huaxia. Unexpectedly, when he entered the special ward, Jane was sitting next to Xianxia's bed, chatting happily with Xianxia in English. Seeing Yang Cheng's surprised face when he entered the door, Jane guessed the man's thoughts. She pursed her lips and smiled. Why? You have time to pick up your woman, but you don't have time to say hello to me and want to leave? When Xianxia heard Jane said that she was Yang Cheng's woman, she couldn't help blushing, but there was a trace of joy in her eyes. Yang Cheng smiled awkwardly. I'm embarrassed, always troubling you. I'm a person who has nothing to do all day. What's there to trouble? I think you're avoiding me. Jane rolled her eyes at him. Yang Cheng quickly changed the topic. What are you guys talking about? Why do you sound like old acquaintances? Xianxia replied excitedly, we're talking about computers. Jane is amazing. She's so good at medicine, and knows so much about computers that I can't even wrap my head around. I was just asking her for advice. Yang Cheng said proudly, of course, Jane is an all-rounder. Although medicine is her major, she's also very good at other things. Jane clicked her tongue. Why does it feel like you're praising yourself instead of me? I'm thick-skinned, I'm proud of you. Yang Cheng said righteously. You're quick to admit it. Jane sighed helplessly. She got up and picked up her beige Burberry trench coat. I'm actually here today to check on Jiqing's recovery. Since I'm the one who performed the surgery, she's considered my patient, and I'll take full responsibility. Now it seems that she's 80% recovered. 2 days of rest and she'll be fully recovered. I'm afraid it has something to do with you using Huaxia Kung Fu. Yang Cheng was satisfied. It's good that she's fine. Are you leaving now? Jane nodded. I'm going on a long trip. There's a very difficult surgery. 2 of my students in America hope that I can complete it. Because they're not confident, I plan to go early to check on the patient's condition and make preparations. The pay shouldn't be low. Otherwise, you wouldn't be willing to go just because your students ask you to. Yang Cheng smiled knowingly. Jane couldn't deny it. First, the surgery is indeed challenging. Second, it's a lot of money. I can invest it in other research after I earn it. Why not? Having said that, the woman elegantly put on her coat, waved her hand, blew a kiss, and left. Xianxia watched enviously as Jane left. She murmured, Yang Cheng, why didn't you accept Miss Jane? Even as a woman, I find her too charming. She's so smart, has a good personality, and is very kind. More importantly, she's so beautiful, there's no reason for you to resist. Yang Cheng's scalp went numb. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right. What do you take me for? Although I do have a weak resistance and my eyes are glued to beautiful women, I'm not full of that kind of stuff. I met Jane 8 or 9 years ago. At that time, she was still a little girl. I watched her grow up. Just like an older brother who wants his sister to have a good home, how could I go and get the good cabbage by myself? Don't worry about it. Get up. I'll take you to see the cauldron first. Then I'll take you to our house for a meal. My mom and the others want to thank you. Why are you in such a hurry? I still have to say goodbye to the nurses. Miss Jane's student, Grace, has been taking care of me. Sit down and wait for a while. Xianxia said. Yang Chen scratched his head. Look at your arrangements. Why didn't you do it before I came? You're in such a hurry again. Why are you so obedient when you're talking to Miss Jane? You're yelling at me. You're looking down on me. I'm still a patient who has just recovered. Yangqing smiled bitterly. When did I yell at you? Isn't it because of your time arrangement? You're the only one who's allowed to talk nonsense, but I'm not allowed to stay longer. Men are so lousy. Xiao Qiqing grumbled. She got up and put on her clothes. Jane had bought the clothes for her. After all, Xiao Qiqing's clothes were worn in the hot and humid Arnhem. Women were indeed meticulous. Yangqing smiled. Hee, we're family, so we should be more casual. Jane is a friend. Of course it's different. I'm not really saying anything. Xiao Qingqing, don't be angry. Xiao Qiqing looked up and glared at Yangqing shyly. Who's your Xiao Qingqing? You're so shameless. However, Xiao Qiqing seemed to feel embarrassed. She simply turned around and didn't say anything to Yangqing. She only felt that her heart was beating wildly. This family made the girl feel sweet and full of expectation for the future. In his bitter and bitter life, he had never thought that there would be a day where his heart would feel warm. Under Yangqing's urging, Xiao Qiqing bid farewell to Grace and the other nurses before heading to the Forgotten Realms in the Mediterranean Sea with Yangqing. Xiao Qiqing came to this place where the sun was still shining brightly in late autumn. She looked at the azure ocean with great reluctance, but she was still dragged into the huge castle on the cliff by Yangqing. Along the way, Yangqing deliberately slowed down his flying speed and told Xiao Qiqing about his identity and background. This was also a form of recognition for Xiao Qiqing. Xiao Qiqing didn't pay much attention to the horrifying background that others would be shocked to hear. After all, she was born in an ancient family. However, she felt that it was strange that Yangqing had so many female confidants. However, when she thought that she was also one of them, Xiao Qiqing didn't have anything to say. They went all the way to the basement of the castle. This basement was built inside the mountain, and the walls were sealed with huge stones, making it dry and comfortable. The entire space was as wide as half a football field. Apart from some precious sculptures placed in the corners, there was a huge bronze cauldron placed in the center. You're talking about a cauldron? Xiao Qiqing looked at the huge lump that wasn't even as tall as a person and was a little confused. Yangqing was full of expectation. How is it? Can you see anything? I can easily feel that the spiritual energy on this cauldron is incomparably abundant. According to my guess, it should be a mid-grade or above artifact to have spiritual energy. Xiao Qiqing shook her head. I haven't seen this cauldron in the ancient books. Moreover, this cauldron's patterns are also very strange. It looks like the ancient divine beast Tao Tai, but Tao Tai should have a sheep body. These patterns don't look like a sheep, and the lines are especially well developed. If it's not Tao Tai, I can't think of what it is. Sigh, no matter what pattern it is, take a look at this metal. Is this the special metal you mentioned in the world? Xiao Qiqing nodded and went forward to carefully observe for a while. Her small mouth slightly opened. It's actually netherworld purple gold. Although the entire bronze cauldron looked green, the woman still saw some parts that weren't covered. Based on what she had learned, she immediately recognized it. Yangqing raised his eyebrows and said, Purple gold? Purple gold is also considered a special metal? I remember that purple gold is a specialty of Russia. Although it's expensive, it's not that special. What are you thinking about? This is netherworld purple gold. How can it be the same as ordinary purple gold? Legend has it that this kind of purple gold was formed from the bones of some ancient ferocious beasts after they died. However, that is also a legend. As for how it came about, no one knows. However, what can be confirmed is that this is considered the rarest spiritual material. I have only seen a small token made of purple gold in the Xiao family. It's very rare. You actually found such a big netherworld purple gold cauldron. If Hongmeng and the ancient families in the Dreamland knew about this, they would definitely go crazy. Yangqing laughed. So you're saying that using this cauldron to refine pills won't be a problem? Of course it won't be a problem. Although I've never heard of a cauldron made of netherworld purple gold definitely won't be afraid of samadhi true fire. Xiao Qiqing said. Yangqing suddenly stared blankly and asked curiously, since these metals can even resist samadhi true fire, then what's the deal with forging it? Xiao Qiqing shook her head. First of all, I've never seen anyone forge it. However, I'm guessing that it's not that these metals really can't be melted. It's just that they can be forged selectively. Just like forging some artifacts, those metals won't immediately melt. It's all through the use of divine sense to break down the insides of the metals before they can gradually change shape. Like these special metals, they must be tempered for a longer period of time and then broken down before they can be forged. However, it's not like you want to destroy this cauldron. What's the point of thinking about that? Yangqing didn't delve too deeply into it. He impatiently took out the spiritual herbs he had gathered and placed them by the side of the cauldron. Rubbing his hands, he said, "Since you're here, why don't you help me organize the useful formulas and place the herbs properly? We'll go back and tomorrow I'll come back to refine pills according to the method of refining pills." Xiao Qiqing nervously whispered, "Are we really going to eat at your house today?" "What, you don't want to go?" Yangqing was puzzled. Xiao Qiqing bit her lips. "Can we go in 2 days?" "I'm not ready yet." Yangqing suddenly understood. It seemed that this woman wasn't used to the change in her identity. He laughed in spite of himself and said, "You're also shy? Haha, of course you can. Then I'll tell my family that we'll have a meal together in 2 days. My mother is still thinking of thanking you, so you can't escape." Xiao Qiqing let out a breath of relief. "Then I'll help you formulate the formulas. These herbs are enough to refine more than 10 batches of pills. The premise is that you're able to succeed." Because the Xiao family was proficient in alchemy, Xiao Qiqing was quite familiar with all kinds of low-grade to middle-grade pills. As for some high-grade and top-grade pills, according to Xiao Qiqing, without some special heavenly treasures, it was impossible to refine them. Thus, she could only give up for the time being. An hour later, Yangqing finished making a call to his family. Xiao Qiqing had already distributed the herbs from the dozen stalls. They were respectively refining the low-grade Spirit Pivot pill, the Red Dew pill, and the Bodhi pill that Yangqing already had. As for the middle-grade Dragon Cloud pill and the 8 Extreme pill, according to Xiao Qiqing, it was best to first refine the Spirit Pivot pill, which was the most economical. This was because if he failed, he would gain experience and wouldn't lose too much. The Spirit Pivot pill is also known as the Spirit Lock pill. It's mainly used to help Xiantian realm cultivators stabilize the surrounding spiritual energy and speed up their absorption. The Red Dew pill increases the density of spiritual energy. As for the middle-grade Dragon Cloud pill, it's much more powerful. It can gather spiritual energy and speed up the flow of true essence in the meridians. It's a great help for soul formation cultivators. The 8 Extreme pill isn't used for cultivation. It can expand the meridians in a short period of time and increase the power of the cultivator's true essence. It can be considered a special move during battles. Of course, if your cultivation level is too low and you don't have enough true essence, it's equivalent to committing suicide. After hearing Xiao Qiqing's explanation, Yangqing finally realized that elixirs weren't only used for cultivation. He couldn't help but look forward to making more special elixirs in the future. It was a pity that these pills were only useful for women's cultivation, and had no effect on his own tribulation stage cultivation. Since he didn't have to rush back to Zhonghai, Yangqing asked Xiao Qiqing to accompany him to start his first elixir making in the basement. This way, he could ask her if he didn't understand anything. He followed the instructions given by Yan Sanyang and confirmed by Xiao Qiqing that it was indeed one of the best ancient alchemy techniques. He began to mobilize the heaven and earth energy in his body, resonating with the heaven and earth yuan qi in his body, gradually covering the bronze netherworld purplish golden cauldron. Speaking of which, alchemy techniques were mostly the same. It was to use one's divine sense to control the true samadhi fire to decompose the herbs in the cauldron, retaining the most precious spiritual qi and fusing them together. In this process, the most important thing was to use the true samadhi fire to extract the impure qi from the spiritual herbs, retaining the purest spiritual qi. The higher the level of purification, the higher the effect and grade of the pill. How to quickly and accurately decompose the impure qi was the secret of alchemy techniques, and it was also the key to distinguish between good and bad techniques. The reason why alchemy could only be carried out at the tribulation passing stage was because the power of the true samadhi fire was not something that cultivators below the tribulation passing stage could touch. However, this was not an issue for Yangqing. Yangqing's true samadhi fire originated from his body, so his divine sense was not harmed at all when it traveled through the cauldron. Instead, it was like a fish in water. This difference caused Yangqing's alchemy to be worlds apart from other cultivators since ancient times. Other cultivators had to carefully guide the true samadhi fire with their divine sense, but Yangqing merged his divine sense with the true samadhi fire, turning himself into the true samadhi fire. Even a kid would know that blowing a balloon in one direction was definitely not as good as holding the balloon to its destination. Therefore, the process of controlling the true samadhi fire with great effort and not allowing for any mistakes was a piece of cake for Yangqing. Because of this, after studying the technique given by Yen Sanyang, Yangqing was no longer nervous about alchemy. He was already very confident about it. Xiao was silently cheering him on from the side, focusing all her attention on the changes in the cauldron. Slowly, the netherworld purple gold cauldron began to float. It was controlled by Yangqing's heaven and earth energy. The entire cauldron had already fused with Yangqing's divine sense. When Yangqing opened his eyes, a pair of golden flames ignited in his eyes. At the same time, the golden samadhi true fire wrapped around the cauldron and burned. The moment the true samadhi fire appeared, the cauldron emitted a radiance that was like the bright white moon. As for the strange beast totem on the cauldron, it looked as if it was about to pounce out of the cauldron alive. It was actually flowing with black halos. Logically speaking, black did not have a halo, but indeed, Yangqing could see black swirling around it. Eh? This is... Yangqing's spirit suddenly shivered, as if he had realized something. But before he could think carefully, his entire mind felt as if it had been swept by a violent wind. A deep black and white intersected, and finally transformed into a dark and empty energy, appearing in his mind. Within this energy, Yangqing could clearly feel a violent and frenzied aura, as if it wanted to devour everything in its path. What followed was a phantom of a giant beast that flashed out of nothingness. This giant beast did not have the slightest detailed outline, and its face could not be seen. He could only vaguely make out 2 pairs of large fleshy wings, an enormous body, and 3 pairs of vigorous and powerful bare feet, which seemed to be burning with raging flames. Without waiting for Yangqing to understand what was going on, that giant beast had already turned into a giant shadow that covered the sky, as if it wanted to swallow up Yangqing's entire divine sense. The intense danger made Yangqing react in an instant. He immediately tried to cut off the divine sense connection, but discovered that he could not cut it off no matter what. And just at the moment when he was about to be swallowed up by that ferocious giant beast's shadow, an innumerable amount of heaven and earth energy suddenly surged over from all directions, forming a huge force. Within Yangqing's meridians, there was also an innumerable amount of heaven and earth energy forming an impenetrable defense, completely not giving this giant beast any chance to take advantage of. That giant beast seemed to be extremely afraid of the heaven and earth energy, and in an instant, it retreated dejectedly and turned into a ball of dark gray energy, submerging into Yangqing's dantian. After a long time, Yangqing then opened his eyes in a daze, and could clearly feel that he had already broken out in cold sweat. He was still in the castle's basement, but what made Yangqing shocked was that the netherworld purple gold cauldron in front of him had already disappeared. Jiqing. Yangqing remembered that there was someone beside him, and hurriedly turned his head, only to see Xiao looking at him in shock. Her pair of watery eyes were wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. Phew. Fortunately, you're fine. Yangqing heaved a sigh of relief and frowned. What did you see? Where's this cauldron? Xiao swallowed her throat and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, but her face was still a little pale, as if she had been quite frightened. That cauldron. I'm afraid it's not the netherworld purple gold cauldron. Ah? Yangqing was stunned. What do you mean? This cauldron has been burned by the samadhi true fire, and after the layer of bronze on the outside evaporated, the true body inside is not the netherworld purple gold. I also misjudged it before. I have no idea what material this cauldron is made of. In my memory, there isn't any special metal that I can't distinguish its color. However, it should be much more precious than the netherworld purple gold. If I'm not wrong, it should be an unknown ancient immortal artifact. Immortal. Immortal weapon. Yangqing was stunned. Wasn't that the strongest magic weapon? He hurriedly asked, how did you know? Xiao Qiqing's voice was still trembling. Do you know the biggest difference between immortal weapons and other magic weapons? Yangqing shook his head. How would I know? Xiao Qiqing nodded and explained, the reason why immortal weapons are special is because only magic weapons that are sealed or forged by refining ancient beasts can become immortal weapons. And the stronger the beast, the harder it is to be refined, so if it succeeds, it will be even more powerful. It is said that among the beasts, there are different levels such as fierce beasts and divine beasts, but that is too far away. I'm afraid these ancient beasts didn't exist even when the gods descended tens of thousands of years ago. They should be the legendary beasts that the first immortals faced. In Yangqing's mind, the strange beasts that appeared in his divine sense appeared, and his whole body quivered, immediately believing 70% to 80%. Xiao Qiqing said again, there is another special thing about immortal weapons, and that is, immortal weapons can fuse with their master. Moreover, immortal weapons can only be used when they recognize their master. If the master doesn't die, even if the immortal weapon is taken away by others, it can't be used. And after an immortal weapon recognizes its master, it is different from other magic weapons. It can be integrated into the master's Niwen palace and cultivate together with the master. In other words, if the master is stronger, the immortal weapon is more likely to be stronger. If the master's cultivation is stagnant, then the immortal weapon can only stay stagnant. Yangqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked his dantian. As expected, Yangqing suddenly saw that in the sea of qi in his dantian, the miniature version of the cauldron was shining with an unpredictable gray light, as if it was wrapped in a layer of fog. With just a thought from Yangqing, the cauldron appeared in front of him in a flash, returning to its original size. Seems like it is indeed a good immortal weapon. I saw that you seemed to have transformed into a ferocious ghost just now, and your body was surrounded by a ferocious beast, and there was a strange roar. I guessed that there was something sealed in this cauldron. Later, when I saw the cauldron disappear, I guessed that you must have tamed the beast soul inside, and this immortal weapon recognized you as its master. You've made a big profit. You should know that the number of immortal weapons in the whole of Hongmeng may not exceed the number of fingers on one hand, and I've never heard of anyone using one before. The ancient families also have a pitiful number of immortal weapons, at most 1 or 2. However, immortal weapons are also divided into different levels. This cauldron of yours seems to have an extremely powerful beast soul sealed in it, and its growth potential is limitless, Xiao Qiqing said happily. Yangqing also felt like a pie had fallen from the sky, and he scratched his head, chuckling. This is what they mean by one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. If I meet that masked man again, I'll try to use this cauldron to put him in and refine him. Otherwise, how can I take that lying down? Xiao Qiqing rolled her eyes at him, but she didn't feel much about Yangqing's cruel idea of using people to refine pills. After all, even if you didn't kill them, they would find a way to kill you. It was the same no matter how you died. The cruelty and cold-bloodedness between cultivators was much more sinister than the warmth and coldness of human relationships in the secular world. Even her own father could use her as a drug-testing tool. Xiao Qiqing had long seen through the moral bottom line in the eyes of many ordinary people. Moreover, because she had seen it many times since she was young, and now that she had something to rely on, she would be especially worried if Yangqing was lenient. Hey, Xiao Qingqing, then what do you think I should call this cauldron? I don't even know that guy, and I can't see what he looks like, Yangqing asked as he touched the cauldron. Xiao Qiqing rolled her eyes. It's fine if you don't know. After all, beast souls aren't humans, and their intelligence is limited. You can name it whatever you want. Yangqing rubbed his chin. How about invincible super shining in the universe sweeps the world, shakes the Hongmeng universe stabilizing giant cauldron? That won't do, it doesn't rhyme. Xiao Qiqing was about to faint. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and refine the pill. You have to raise your cultivation level after taking the immortal equipment. Otherwise, it would just be a wedding dress for someone else. You have to understand the principle of having a jade ring is a crime. Yangqing couldn't help but laugh. You really are like a teacher who is supervising my cultivation. Alright, then step back a little, so that you won't be scared again. In the end, Yangqing couldn't think of how to address this brother cauldron, so he could only obediently start the first batch of pills. Due to the immortal cauldron recognizing its master, it was connected to Yangcheng's mind. The Samadhi True Fire's operation inside was exceptionally smooth, and it smoothly removed all kinds of impurities and turbid qi without any effort. Originally, he thought that it would be difficult to refine pills according to the method for the first time, but not only did Yangcheng not feel that it was difficult, he felt that many places could be strengthened and modified according to his control over the Samadhi True Fire. After this change, not only would he be able to refine better pills, his speed would also be more than 3 times faster. Of course, this kind of special tailor-made pill refining method could not be learned by others. Xianxia, who was watching from afar, had her mouth wide open in shock. She originally thought that it would be good if Yangcheng could refine a furnace in 4 hours. She didn't even dare to hope for success, but she didn't expect that in less than 40 minutes, Yangcheng had finished refining a furnace. When the dozen or so spirit pills that were shining with a green light flew out of the furnace, Xianxia didn't need to look closely to know that this luster was definitely the highest grade spirit pill. Following that, Yangcheng seemed to be addicted to it. After accepting a dozen or so spirit pills, he put in the second batch of red dew pills. This time, the speed was even faster. The use of the Samadhi True Fire almost didn't need to think at all. With a thought, all the variables were under his control, as if he had planned it beforehand. In just half an hour, he had already collected more than a dozen bright and beautiful red dew pills. In the end, Yangcheng didn't forget to take the time to greet Xianxia, "Little Qingqing, if you're hungry, go out and call Ron. That old man will send someone to bring delicious food up. I will refine 2 more batches of Dragon Cloud pills." This guy actually started to refine middle-grade pills. Xianxia had already suffered too many shocks and was somewhat immune to it. Even the immortal equipment had appeared, and now there was a rookie alchemy grandmaster? Who cares? Wasn't he still the man she liked? After more than 2 hours, Yangcheng had put dozens of low-grade and medium-grade elixirs in his mustard summerer ring. After refining all the remaining materials, there would be nearly 200 elixirs. Yangcheng did not intend to refine all of them. According to Xianxia's thoughts, there were many pill formulas. If he were to refine all of them, he might not be able to guarantee that he would need the same medicinal ingredient in the future. At the same time, Yangcheng planned to take Xianxia to search other uninhabited areas around the world to see if he could find the spiritual materials needed to refine high-grade, or even supreme-grade elixirs. Now that his cultivation level had increased and he had the divine cauldron in his possession, Yangcheng hoped that the masked man would come at him again. Even if he was no match for the masked man, escaping would not be a problem. The reason why Yangcheng wanted to hurry was because he wanted to finish this task before he went to Korea in November. He wanted to refine enough elixirs for the women to cultivate. That way, he and Lin Ruashi would not feel like they were wasting precious time when they went to Korea. Xianxia naturally had no objections. Although Yangcheng wanted her to help him find the spiritual materials, it was still a journey for the two of them. In her heart, Xianxia still felt that she had entered Yangcheng's life very late, and she did not have any advantages compared to other women. Therefore, she especially cherished this opportunity. When the two of them left the castle, they stood on the cliff. The sky was already filled with stars. After taking a deep breath of fresh air, Yangcheng took out some spirit pills and red dew pills and passed them to Xianxia. "I know you can't cultivate because of your 9 meridians, but these elixirs should have the effect of beautifying your skin and strengthening your body. You've just recovered from a serious illness, so take a few of them yourself." Xianxia was obviously stunned for a moment, but her eyes gradually became moist. She smiled and pushed the pills back. "No need, that's too wasteful. I'll leave them for the other sisters who need to cultivate. You have to know that from the acquired realm to the innate realm, and then from the innate realm to the soul formation realm, they all require the accumulation of a large number of elixirs in order to progress quickly. I'm still young now. When I'm 30 or 40 and need to rely on elixirs to maintain my youthful appearance, you can give me some." Yangcheng smiled. "When you're 30 or 40, you definitely won't need to rely on elixirs to maintain your youthful appearance. I'll definitely find a way to solve your 9 meridians before that. I'll let you cultivate too. I don't believe that since I can suppress the same poison, I can't find a way for you to cultivate. Then I'll be waiting." It's a deal. Although Xiao knew that there was no hope, she still smiled. If I get old and lose my beauty, you can't leave me alone. Yangqing reached out and pinched the woman's delicate face. At most, I'll accompany you to grow old and let them be young. Xiao couldn't help but smile. Her eyes were filled with tears of gratitude. Since he had made up his mind, Yangqing didn't waste time to return to Huaxia. Instead, he called home and told Guo and Lin Ruoxi that he was going to look for some spiritual materials. While Guo reminded Yangqing to be careful, she also reminded Yangqing that he must return before the Chongyang festival to worship his ancestors. He could also treat Xiao to a good meal on that day. There were still 5 days before the Chongyang festival, which was on the 23rd. Yangqing and Xiao planned to search the Amazon rainforest in South America and the primeval forest in Vietnam. Although these two primeval forests had suffered a lot of destruction in recent years, there were still large areas that were inaccessible to humans. In addition, the plants were lush and there were many species. Yangqing planned to search first. It had been 4 days since the day Yangqing left for London to pick up Xiao and suddenly changed his mind to continue searching for spiritual materials outside. At noon, in the high-level conference room of Yulei International Building. The huge conference table was full of senior leaders of various departments. They were listening and recording the report of the head of the audit department. After 1 month's verification, the estimated cost and income of BMW's History Museum construction project are the above contents. End of report. After the head of the audit department sat down, all the senior leaders turned their eyes to Lin Ruoxi, who was sitting at the top. This woman, who was as cold and emotionless as ever, was especially so at work. It seemed that she hadn't changed much because of marriage. If it was on a normal day, after listening to such an important project report, Lin Ruoxi would express her attitude and then let everyone vote. Logically speaking, this kind of voting should be carried out by the board of directors. However, because Yulei was almost Lin Ruoxi's business empire alone, there were no other major shareholders. The actual power held by the senior leaders was much higher than the equivalent positions in other companies. Although these people rarely received company stock dividends, Lin Ruoxi had never been stingy with the distribution of allowances and bonuses. Therefore, compared to the fluctuating stock price, these senior leaders were more satisfied with the stable high income. Moreover, although Lin Ruoxi was difficult to approach and made people feel cold just by looking at her, she was actually a very open-minded boss. She wouldn't care too much about you, so everyone was used to it. But today, it seemed that Lin Ruoxi didn't enter into the state of work as usual. When the audit report was finished, Lin Ruoxi just held the pen and lightly swiped on the documents on the table. She lowered her head and pursed her lips, without the slightest reaction. Almost everyone didn't dare to make a sound. They weren't sure if the fairy-like beautiful CEO was thinking or, in a daze? Mo Qianni, who had known Lin Ruoxi for more than 10 years, knew best. She happened to be sitting next to Lin Ruoxi. At this moment, she could tell that Lin Ruoxi was daydreaming. Mo Qianni sighed softly, cleared her throat, and asked in a low voice, "General Lin, is there anything you're not satisfied with?" This was also very coincidental. It was regarded as Lin Ruoxi thinking, and at the same time, it also woke her up. As expected, a trace of embarrassment flashed in Lin Ruoxi's eyes, but she didn't show it too obviously in front of her subordinates. She said directly without changing her expression, "Nothing. I think that although the revenue of this project is okay, it is, after all, a field that we have never set foot in. Our current main fashion industry is still not proficient in the application of the automobile industry. This time, it is an exhibition hall that involves the automobile directors. The span of entry is too big, and we need some time to observe. The above is my opinion, but since the probability of loss is not high, it mainly depends on everyone's opinion. I announce that we can vote. Those who agree that we cooperate with the Lee Group and BMW on this project, raise your hand." Everyone looked at each other. Although Lin Ruoxi said that she wanted to listen to everyone's opinion, this group of people were not stupid. Obviously, Lin Ruoxi was not willing to cooperate with the Lee Group and BMW on this project. Although they didn't understand why Lin Ruoxi would object, after all, from the budget alone, the revenue was indeed considerable. but Lin Ruoxi would never make a mistake on an important decision. Hence, everyone chose to remain silent and not raise their hands. A trace of understanding flashed in Mo Qianni's eyes, and she exchanged a look with Lu Mingyu opposite her. Both of them sensed that this was probably due to Lin Ruoxi's personal reasons. Although they didn't know much about Li Jianhe, it was obvious that Yangqing hated this person. Lin Ruoxi did this mostly because she was afraid that Yangqing would misunderstand. After all, if they were to cooperate on this project, the investment would be huge. Since they had a working relationship with Li Jianhe, it was inevitable that they would bump into each other frequently. Hence, even if she knew that it would be profitable, Lin Ruoxi still chose to give up on this project. What they didn't know was that Yangqing's rage for Li Jianhe in Lin Ruoxi's office had made Lin Ruoxi not dare to touch this sensitive nerve again. After the meeting ended, everyone left the room. In the end, Mo Qianni did not follow them. Instead, she picked up her tablet and leaned towards Lin Ruoxi with a smile. "Ruoxi, you were in a daze earlier. I'm sure you weren't thinking about this project, right?" Lin Ruoxi knew that she couldn't hide it from her best friend, so she weakly raised her brows. "Didn't you already know? Thinking about him?" Mo Qianni smiled. "It's not like it's your first time on a long trip. Do you have to be so distracted at work? You're becoming less and less like the Lin Ruoxi I know. In the past, no matter how serious your family's matters were, it wouldn't affect your work. Think back to the time when the old CEO passed away, it was such a mess, but you managed to pull through. Now, it's just Yangqing going on a long trip with a Xianxia. Do you have to be like this?" Lin Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat, as though a string had been plucked. "That's right, how did I become like this? In the past, I would never let my personal feelings affect my work. If it was in the past, why would I care about what others thought of me? Even if it was Li Jianhe, with business relations, I would still do it." Mo Qianni giggled and said, "Looks like the decisive businesswoman Lin Ruoxi who prioritizes profit above all else has become a real good wife at home." "Qianni, you're going to make me angry." Lin Ruoxi suddenly felt a little afraid. She didn't know why, but this change caught her off guard. Mo Qianni didn't expect Lin Ruoxi to have such a strong reaction. She smiled gently and said, okay. I won't talk about it anymore. You must have your own thoughts too. Let's go downstairs for a cup of coffee and some desserts. I think you're just as lazy as me, right?" The two girls' immunity to desserts had always been relatively low. Although Lin Ruoxi loved eating glutinous rice balls the most, she was also far more fond of other cakes than rice. Usually, she was too embarrassed to go to the cafe under the building to eat desserts alone, but with Mo Qianni accompanying her, things were different. Lin Ruoxi looked at the time. There were still more than 2 hours before the afternoon meeting would begin. She pursed her lips and nodded with her eyes glowing. "Then wait for me. I'll go downstairs with you after I put the things down." Speaking of which, ever since Yangqing was caught in the middle, the relationship between the two had been in a delicate state. Perhaps it was because Yangqing had been going out these days that their relationship seemed to be recovering. At the same time, in the villa in the western suburbs, Guo looked at the date. Tomorrow was the Double Ninth Festival. If she was in Beijing, she would have to go to the Yang family's ancestral hall to worship the ancestors. However, she didn't know when Yangqing would come back, so there was no need for her to rush over. Thus, she decided to cook some traditional food at home to worship the ancestors. Although many young people didn't care much about this custom, Guo knew that this kind of respect for the elders was still very important to the children. A family must have rules after all. Especially now that there was Lan in the family, she also hoped that her granddaughter could have a good education. Remembering that Lin Ruoxi's grandmother and mother's graves were in Zhonghai, Guo had never been there. Therefore, she decided to bring Lin Ruoxi to visit their graves. It could also be considered as a closer relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Guo made up her mind and said to Mother Wang, who was chatting with Minwan, Yulan, "I'm going to look for Ruoxi. If she's free, I'll go with her to sweep the tombs of her in-laws. I'll also go and buy the groceries for tomorrow's Double Ninth Festival. Even if Yangqing doesn't come back today, he'll be back tomorrow. At that time, it won't be appropriate if we don't have two big eaters." Mother Wang thought to herself that Guoshuahua was really thoughtful. She even thought of visiting graves on the Chongyang festival. Although there was such a rule, in many areas in the south, people only visited on the Qingming festival. Then why don't you give Miss a call first, in case she's busy or can't find her, Mother Wang reminded. Guoshuahua shook her head with a smile. I'm afraid that Ruashi is busy, so I won't call her. It's good if she's free, but if she's busy, let's not disturb her work. Otherwise, she'll come home in the middle of the night and won't sleep in the study. I'll just go and buy groceries. You're really thoughtful, Mother Wang nodded with a smile. She also felt that it was a good idea. The cafe downstairs of Yulei Tower was originally contracted to a Western restaurant company to make it convenient for employees to have a gathering. However, not many people would come here at noon. At a secluded table for two by the window, Lin Ruashi and Emo Qianni each ordered exquisite cheesecake and drank coffee, enjoying the rare leisure time during work. When Emo Qianni was almost done eating, Lin Ruashi still hadn't eaten half of it. Looking at Lin Ruashi chewing slowly, Emo Qianni couldn't help but laugh. It's said that the Empress can't be compared to commoner girls like us. Even eating a cake can show how cultured she is. Lin Ruashi pursed her lips and looked at her strangely. After slowly swallowing the cake, she said, Qianni, don't you think it's weird for you to say something like that? Weird? What's weird about it? Emo Qianni was puzzled. Lin Ruashi's gaze wandered, looking at the busy city outside the window and the pedestrians walking on the streets. Actually, I'm very curious. A girl like Xianxia is different from ordinary girls. Her values and experiences since young made her willing to follow a man without a title or status. It's understandable. But like you, like Yonyan, you clearly have the chance to choose a better life. Why do you insist on putting yourself in such an awkward position? Although I feel that it's cruel to say this, you guys definitely won't have the chance to get anything more. I really can't figure out how you can joke about such a thing. Lin Ruashi said faintly. Emo Qianni stopped smiling and looked at Lin Ruashi silently for a while. She picked up her coffee cup and took a sip, then slowly put it down. Do you sympathize with me, pity me, or do you look down on me in your heart? Emo Qianni asked with a smile. Lin Ruashi shook her head. I don't look down on you, nor do I pity you. I don't want to quarrel with you. It's just that we've known each other for so many years, so I'm just talking about the doubts in my heart. In the end, you still blame us, blame Yangqing, don't you? Don't tell me you don't have any thoughts? Although I really don't want to say that, since you also love the same man, don't tell me you don't have any thoughts. Mo Qianni blinked. I seem to understand why you've been distracted at work these past 2 days. You're worried about Xiao Qing, and you're also worried that Yangqing will go out again and get involved with some other woman, right? I didn't. Lin Ruashi's gaze was a little evasive. He can do whatever he wants, and I can't control him. You're lying. You clearly care a lot about it, and you're also very dissatisfied. Emo Qianni said. Lin Ruashi simply raised her head and said in a clear voice, so what if it is? Don't tell me you don't mind? Just because you didn't marry him, you don't care how many women he needs to be satisfied? Do you really think that's a happy thing? The two of them looked at each other, and Emo Qianni's eyes gradually revealed a faint trace of sorrow. Lin Ruashi, you've changed. I didn't expect you to have such pitiful thoughts. Emo Qianni sighed. Lin Ruashi's hand that was holding the spoon trembled a little. She tried her best to calm herself down. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. What exactly do you mean? Emo Qianni took a deep breath, her eyes a little red, and forced a smile. Do you know? I've always been envious of you. You're prettier than me, and your studies are better than mine. You were born in a wealthy family, and you have intelligence, talent, and leadership temperament. More importantly, you won't be influenced by the outside world and others. Even if you're criticized by thousands of people, even if you're called a vampire, a cold-blooded businessman, you'll still do as you please and never be defeated. Even if your husband has a woman outside, you won't have the slightest bit of timidity or fear, because you always believe that you can control everything. Do you know that that kind of Lin Ruashi really makes me envious, and I can't help but feel sorry for her, because I know that I can't win against you. Not only me, Xianxia, Anqing, none of us can win against you. Because of your charm, even I, a woman, find it hard to resist. Do you think that I've always been your right-hand man in the company just because of the old CEO? Do you think I can repay a favor for the rest of my life? With my strength, it's not difficult for me to go to another company or even start my own business. I stayed in Yulei because of you, not anyone else, but because of you. You made me willing to do it with you, even if I felt awkward because of a man. Mo Qianni's voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a nail, ruthlessly piercing into Lin Ruoshi's heart. Bleeding, heartache. Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened, and unknowingly, tears welled up in her eyes. Mo Qianni's dainty face was flushed from her emotions. She paused for a while, then continued, the current you, I don't recognize you anymore. The Lin Ruoshi who could suppress everyone without making a sound, doesn't seem to exist anymore. There's only a pitiful young woman who feels sorry for herself and lets her imagination run wild. As she spoke, Mo Qianni stood up, picked up the white autumn jacket from the chair, and began to put it on. Lin Ruoshi, I've only just realized that you're really stupid. You don't know the end of life, and you don't know the true meaning of life. You live in this world in a muddle. Only when you know the end of life, the true meaning of life, can you understand how to live and how to enjoy life. Don't blame others for your unhappiness and uneasiness. The one who caused all of this isn't us, nor is it Yangqing, it's you. Love isn't something that can be learned from books, and it's not something that can be easily understood by oneself, but something that needs to be understood with one's heart. From my point of view, having a man who loves me, who sees me often, who has risked his life to search for medicinal herbs and concoct pills for me so that I can stay young forever and live longer is already an incomparably blissful thing. The best way to repay him is to believe in him. When he looks at you, when he's by your side, let him understand that you're very happy. That's enough. Lin Ruoshi, let me tell you, perhaps I used to feel pain over the title of husband and wife in the past, but now, it doesn't matter to me anymore. I know how to make myself happy, and I also know how to make Yangqing feel satisfied. If your heart needs to be filled by someone else, if you need someone else to give you your dignity, then I can only say that one day, perhaps Yangqing will realize that choosing you as his only wife was the wrong decision. Once she finished speaking, Mo Qianni picked up her handbag, turned around, and walked out of the cafe. Lin Ruoshi looked at the elegant white back view, but she was in a daze. Looking down at the strawberry cheesecake on her plate again, Lin Ruoshi couldn't even muster the strength to take a small bite. Her heart felt like it was being bitten by countless reptiles, and it was filled with indescribable fear and uneasiness. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in the corner of her vision, standing beside the dining table. Lin Ruoshi quickly realized who it was. She forced herself to focus and asked coldly, "What's the matter, Senior Li?" The person who came was Li Jianhe, dressed in a black suit and trousers. Li Jianhe, who was a little tired, didn't look too good. He looked at Lin Ruoshi with a complicated expression for a while, then smiled and said, "Can I sit down?" "Feel free." Lin Ruoshi said and was about to get up, "I should go too." Lin Ruoshi, who was in an extremely bad mood, didn't want to hear what Li Jianhe wanted to say and do. "Wait." Li Jianhe stopped Lin Ruoshi, "We should have a good talk." "Talk about what? Why do you want to reject this cooperation?" "The construction of the BMW History Museum and the driving force of the entire industry chain will not only benefit us, but also the expansion of Yulei's profits and influence." Lin Ruoshi raised her head slightly and glanced at the man strangely. "If I don't want to do it, then I won't do it. The company is mine, don't tell me you still want to force a deal?" Li Jianhe's facial muscles twitched, and he tried to persuade Lin Ruoshi to leave again. "Ruoshi, listen to me, sit down and listen to me explain in detail the reasonableness of this project, you have no reason to refuse." Lin Ruoshi saw that Li Jianhe was almost begging, and felt that it was quite strange, but she also felt a little soft-hearted. After all, they had known each other for many years. Although they couldn't be said to be as close as they used to be, she still had to care about their friendship. "Alright, I'll only give you 5 minutes. If you can't convince me, then let's drop this matter." Lin Ruoshi had already made up her mind, she wouldn't agree. If it was before, she would most likely consider Yangqing's feelings, but now, Lin Ruoshi sensitively sensed that there was something fishy about this cooperation project. The two of them sat face to face. After Li Jianhe sorted out his thoughts, he began to sincerely explain his grand blueprint to Lin Ruoshi. Unbeknownst to him, an inconspicuous white car slowly stopped by the roadside outside the cafe. Sitting in the car was Guo, who had come to Yulei International to look for Lin Ruoxi but was told by Zhao Hongyan that she was out and was planning to go to the market. Guo felt it was a pity, thinking that since Lin Ruoxi had gone out, it must be for some business, so she wanted to drive away. However, when she got out of the underground garage and stopped at the traffic light, she accidentally saw a familiar figure in a cafe on the left side of the road. Coincidentally, there weren't many people in the cafe at this time of the day. Lin Ruoxi's seat by the window was particularly conspicuous. Guo was very happy. If she only came down for a cup of coffee, she could just call Lin Ruoxi. However, she didn't expect to see a handsome man in a suit sitting alone in front of Lin Ruoxi. Guo hurriedly stopped the car by the roadside. She had never seen Lin Ruoxi drink coffee alone with another man. And looking at the table, there seemed to be cake. From the looks of it, they had been eating for at least half an hour. Based on Guo's understanding of Lin Ruoxi, there was no way she would be interested in meeting a man alone for coffee and dessert. Guo had been through it herself. She knew very well that there was the possibility of pure friendship between men and women, not to mention Lin Ruoxi, who had very few female friends. Involuntarily, Guo felt uncomfortable, wondering if they were going to talk business. But if they were going to talk business, why did they have to sit face to face in the cafe downstairs? Taking a closer look, the man in the suit seemed to be a successful gold-collar worker. Judging from his temperament, he should be the type who had a good family background. From a woman's point of view, he was much more attractive than her son, Yangqing. Guo was perturbed. She hesitated whether she should stop the car and ask Lin Ruoxi who this man was. As a mother, she was naturally very worried about her son's marriage. Although Yangqing had many lovers, mothers were all selfish. Her son had more than one woman. On the surface, she said a few outrageous words to take care of Lin Ruoxi's feelings, but she was still quite happy in her heart. In addition, Guo was born in a traditional big family. Deep down, she had stricter requirements for her daughter-in-law than for her son. If Lin Ruoxi really dared to do anything that crossed the line, Guo would never tolerate it. As the roadside did not allow parking, Guo decided to look for a parking lot to get off first. But just as she was about to start the car, the scene in the cafe made Guo's eyes stare fixedly at it, unable to move. That man actually grabbed Lin Ruoxi's hands? In the cafe, Li Jianhe tried his best to persuade Lin Ruoxi, but he still could not convince her. Li Jianhe understood that this was probably not a problem with the project proposal, but Lin Ruoxi's personal feelings. Perhaps it was also because of her relationship with Yangqing. Gritting his teeth, Li Jianhe did not care about anything else. He reached out and grabbed Lin Ruoxi's hands on the table. Lin Ruoxi didn't expect Li Jianhe to do this. Even back in university, when she had some feelings for him, the two of them had never touched each other like this. But now, Li Jianhe was looking at her with a burning gaze and grabbing both of her hands. Ruoxi, I know you're worried about Yangqing, but business is business. As long as you agree to this collaboration, I'll just hand everything over to my subordinates and never appear in front of you again. Can't I do that? Let go. Lin Ruoxi struggled, but the man's grip was strong. She could not pull her hands out. Her face turned cold, and her hands were trembling. We've known each other for so many years, and this is the first time I'm begging you so humbly. Can't you help me just this once? I said let go. Lin Ruoxi's voice was even colder. Then tell me the reason. Li Jianhe said agitatedly. Li Jianhe, I'm telling you to let go, before I get angry. Lin Ruoxi tried to suppress her anger. Li Jianhe could only let go of her hands in Xianxia. You really won't agree? There aren't many investors in Zhonghai, but I'm definitely not the only one. Huaxia has a lot of targets to choose from. If you're interested in the Yang family's influence, then don't even think about it. I won't use the Yang family's background to earn money for me. So, your motive is very suspicious. Lin Ruoxi said as she prepared to leave. Li Jianhe stood up first and walked around the table to stand in front of Lin Ruoxi. He grabbed Lin Ruoxi's hands again. Ruoxi, do you think I'd dare to hurt you? I wouldn't dare to offend the Yang family even if I had 100 guts. Let go. Lin Ruoshi didn't hesitate this time. She channeled a surge of true qi and pulled her hands out. Although she had attained the peak of Hotian true qi, Lin Ruoshi didn't have much experience in using it on people. She didn't like to be rough either, so she didn't think of doing it this time. This time, after channeling her true qi, the strength of her hands increased greatly. Li Jianhe almost fell to the ground. Li Jianhe was stunned. He was a judo practitioner, and his strength was greater than most men. How did he get shaken off by Lin Ruoshi? Lin Ruoshi didn't waste any more time. She glared at the man coldly, picked up her bag and walked out of the cafe. Li Jianhe was left standing there with a dejected look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. At a crossroad not far from the cafe, Guo had a complicated expression on her face. Her eyes were filled with worry. In her hand was a photo of the cafe taken by her phone. It was the scene of Li Jianhe grabbing Lin Ruoshi's hands. The moment Guo saw this scene, her mind went blank. Then, her heart raced. She was afraid that some of the bad things she was thinking about were real. The first thing Guo did was take out her phone to capture the scene. Although she felt that it wasn't appropriate to secretly take pictures of her daughter-in-law with another man, Guo knew that if she really asked about it, she had to have proof. The key was for Yangqing to believe her. But as an elder, how was she supposed to ask Lin Ruoshi about it? She asked why the man was grabbing her hand and why he looked so agitated. After some thought, Guo decided not to mention it to Lin Ruoshi. She'd wait for Yangqing to come back. After all, this was a problem for the couple to solve. Honk honk. Some cars honked impatiently from behind. Guo snapped out of her daze. The light was green. She quickly drove to the supermarket, her brows furrowed, her heart heavy. In the evening, Guo drove home from grocery shopping, and Minwan happened to pick up Lan from kindergarten. The little girl, who was wearing a blue denim jacket, black cotton stockings, and a short skirt, looked like an angel jumping under the sunset. Lan was already quite close to Guo. She called her grandma sweetly, and ran forward to help Guo carry the 2 big bags of vegetables. If it was a child from an ordinary family, she wouldn't have been able to carry them, but Lan was special, so Guo let her granddaughter be filial. Minwan saw that Guo's smile was a little forced, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? You don't look so good." Guo shook her head with a smile, "No, maybe I'm getting old, and I'm tired after shopping for a while." "You don't look old, you still look young." Minwan said some nice words, but Guo was just casually answering, and her heart was stifled. When they entered the house, Mother Wang also came up to bring the ingredients into the kitchen, and began to prepare for dinner, and also to make some preparations for tomorrow's ancestor worship. They had previously agreed to invite Xiao to their house for dinner during the Chongyang festival, but Yangqing and Xiao hadn't come back yet, so calling Guo was a little anxious. Thinking about it, Guo wanted to make a phone call. Although she might not be able to get through, as long as she thought about the scene in the cafe, Guo would vomit. Just as she was hesitating, she heard the door open, and Yangqing's familiar voice shouted out. "Haha. Mom. Mother Wang. Wife. I'm back. Where is everyone? Where's the chubby little girl?" Lan, who was lying on the sofa watching cartoons, was the first to react. She stood up angrily, kicked the sofa with her legs, and pounced towards Yangqing. Yangqing hugged the little girl, and Lanlin's too. Little fists hit his chest. With the strength of Lanlin's heavy punches, if it wasn't for Yangqing's strong physique, he would have been bleeding from all 7 orifices. Bad uncle, bad uncle. Don't call Lan little girl." Yangqing laughed. He didn't know why, but after not seeing her for so many days, he missed her very much, even more than Guo and the others. Perhaps this child was really to his liking. The more he looked, the cuter she was, and he couldn't help but kiss Lanlin's cheek. "Little chubby girl, if you dare hit me again, I'll eat you." Yangqing pretended to be fierce. Lan felt her face was wet. When she heard this, she immediately struggled and screamed a few times. She jumped out of Yangqing's arms and hid far away. She looked at Yangqing in fear, her big eyes rolling around. Guo came out of the kitchen. She was happy at first, but then she laughed and scolded, "Don't scare Lan Lan. You're a foodie yourself. Why are you talking about the child? I thought you forgot to come back tomorrow." Yangqing scratched his head. "I was supposed to come back tomorrow, but I felt that I found most of the things I wanted to find. There's no need to go to a new place to search, so I came back today. By the way, Jiqing will come tomorrow. I'll send her back to rest first." Guo nodded, took a deep breath, and made up her mind. She stepped forward and whispered, "Son, go upstairs with Mom. I have something to ask you." Yangqing felt strange. Why did it sound like an underground job? But he knew that Guo wouldn't joke around, so he followed her upstairs silently. When they entered Yangqing's room, Guo deliberately closed the door and asked anxiously, "Yangqing, do you feel that Ruashi has been acting strange lately?" Yangqing was stunned. "Recently? What do you mean recently? Haven't I been out these days? What's wrong with Ruashi? Has Ruashi been meeting with strangers?" Guo asked. Yangqing laughed casually, "How would I know? She might be meeting with some big clients at work. Does that count?" Guo sighed, "You're too careless. You should be more concerned about who appears around Ruashi." Yangqing sensed that something was wrong. He frowned and asked, "Mom, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Did you hear or see something?" Guo pulled out her phone with an ugly expression, pulled up the photo she had taken in the afternoon, and handed it to Yangqing. "This man, do you know him?" Yangqing took the photo casually, and with just a glance, his eyes froze. "Li Jian. He?" Guo heard it and quickly said, "Is that Li Jianhe? You know him? What does he do? How?" "Mom," Yangqing interrupted Guo's question, and asked with a dark expression and heavy breathing, "How did you take this photo?" Guo then told her about how she could not find Lin Ruashi in the office in the afternoon, and what happened when she was about to leave. "I didn't dare to look at it after I took the photo, and there was a traffic jam on the road, so I left in a hurry. I really wanted to go in and ask, but I didn't know how to say it. It would be bad if I misunderstood Ruashi and made her sad, but how could I not feel at ease?" Guo said in a troubled tone. Yangqing returned the phone to Guo, and after thinking for a while, he let out a long sigh, and smiled. "I believe it's Li Jianhe. He was Ruashi's senior in university, and they used to be close, but it's all in the past now. I've misunderstood Ruashi before, but she told me that she's honest, and I believe her. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruashi who she met this afternoon. She won't hide anything, because there's nothing to think about." Guo nodded doubtfully. "So it's a senior from university. If you know him, then it's fine. I'm just afraid that someone will suddenly appear." "Mom, don't overthink it. You have too little confidence in me. How could I let someone like that extend his claws into my territory? Besides, Ruashi isn't that kind of woman, she's innocent, and it's normal for her to let Li Jianhe touch her," Yangqing comforted. Guo rolled her eyes at Yangqing. All right, I'm just overthinking it. Your wife is the best. It's best if it's the same as what you said. I also hope that Ruashi has a clear conscience. Even though you're not a good thing for a woman, you're still my son. I won't allow other women to be unfaithful to my son." While Yangqing was ashamed, he was also touched. Morals and ethics were nothing in the face of his mother's stubborn love. After sending Guo downstairs, Yangqing took a shower and changed his clothes. After so many days in the rainforest and caves, he was covered in dust. When night fell, Lin Ruashi returned home after her meeting. After listening to Yangqing's words, Guo didn't bring up the matter. She continued chatting and laughing with Lin Ruashi as usual. When she saw Yangqing coming downstairs, Lin Ruashi looked at him with a complicated gaze. She smiled. "Come and eat. It must have been hard on you these days." Yangqing saw a trace of uneasiness in the woman's eyes. This reminded Yangqing of the photo in the phone. His heart tightened. "Honey, I have a small gift for you." Yangqing suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He smiled and took out a purple object that was slightly bigger than his palm from his mustard summer ring. Wow, it's so beautiful. Minwan, who just came out of the kitchen, exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ruashi was also quite fond of it. It was a natural amethyst mine with distinct edges and corners. In the middle were 3 large crystal prisms, surrounded by clusters of small amethysts. Under the light, it was a beautiful outline of nature, sparkling with psychedelic brilliance. I found this in an underground mine near the border of Brazil. Although it's not much, it's still a genuine purple crystal. I found it myself. I think you should be facing your computer often. Put it by your desk to absorb radiation. It's good for your body and mind. Yangqing smiled and handed the crystal to Lin Ruashi. When he got closer, Yangqing did not forget to sneakily whisper in the woman's ear. I found it and hid it. It's not appropriate not to give it to Jiqing in front of her. But I still want to prepare a gift for you. You've been away for so many days. It would be terrible if you didn't bring a gift, right? Lin Ruashi was happy, but she felt that she should not be so easily tricked. Why didn't he say that he had been out with another woman? Thank you. I like it very much. Lin Ruashi's expression immediately became indifferent. She accepted the crystal expressionlessly and put it on the coffee table. Then, she went back to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Guo Shuihua frowned. She wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Wang Ma and Minwan, on the other hand, looked at the amethyst with interest. Only Lan Lan was puzzled. She pouted and mumbled to herself, "Bad uncle, why did you give me a stone? Stones don't taste good." Yangqing smiled bitterly. Why did it feel like he was back to a year ago when he first met Lin Ruashi? This cold expression and tone, he had not experienced it for a long time. It was enough for him to drink 2 pots. Fortunately, Yang Chen's ability to endure setbacks was very strong. After sitting down as per usual, he started to take a chicken drumstick and started munching on it. Guo Shuihua was speechless when she saw her son eating without a care in the world, but there was nothing she could do. She turned around to look at Lin Ruashi who was serving the dishes, and the worry in her eyes deepened. Yang Cheng's return brought the whole family together for dinner. They seemed to be competing to see who could eat the most. Lan Lan did not forget to look at Yangqing from time to time as she gulped down her food. Guo Shuihua was initially worried that the child would suffer from indigestion, but she soon realized that her worries were for naught. The child's digestive system was as strong as her physique. She reckoned that even a lump of iron would melt her digestive system. Halfway through the meal, Mother Wang suddenly recalled that Guo Shuihua had asked Lin Ruashi to visit the grave together. She asked casually, "Shuihua, I haven't asked yet. Did you visit the grave today?" Guo Shuihua was taken aback. She looked at Lin Ruashi awkwardly. Lin Ruashi asked curiously, "Mom, what grave?" "Oh. I went to the office to look for you at noon to see if you were free. After all, it's the Double Ninth Festival tomorrow. I wanted to go with you to visit your mother and grandmother's grave since I haven't been there yet," Guo Shuihua explained with a smile. Lin Ruashi's eyes warmed. "You should have told me earlier. I was at the cafe downstairs at noon. I actually have time." Guo Shuihua could not help but ask, "Cafe? You went to the cafe alone at noon? Why didn't you eat properly?" Yangqing, who was fighting with Lan Lan for the braised pig intestines, paused. Guo Shuihua's question seemed casual, but Yangqing knew that she was testing Lin Ruashi to see if she was hiding something. Yangqing sighed in his heart. He did not expect Guo Shuihua to be so worried. But since she had asked, he could only wait and see what Lin Ruashi had to say. Lin Ruashi, on the other hand, recalled the emotional scene of Li Jianhe begging her. Stunned, she shook her head. "No, I went with Qianni. She said she wanted to have dessert with us." "Only Qianni? Did you meet anyone you knew?" Guo Shuihua asked in a seemingly casual manner. Yangqing felt that this question was a little overboard. Why was it like interrogating a criminal? "Mom, how can you ask like that? Who else could it be? I told you I ate with Qianni, right, Ruashi?" Lin Ruashi forced a smile at Yangqing. Her palms were sweaty. When Li Jianhe appeared in her office, Yangqing's violent reaction had left a lingering fear in her heart. Subconsciously, she chose to hide the fact that she had bumped into Li Jianhe. "Mom, why are you asking this all of a sudden? It was just me and Qianni. We didn't meet anyone else." Lin Ruoxi tried her best to remain calm. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Yang Chen's relaxed expression stiffened. The hand that was holding the chopsticks almost broke them in half. Guo Shuihua did not expect this either. She looked at Lin Ruoxi in shock. Then, she pursed her lips and her face darkened. Lin Ruoxi finally realized something. But she still felt strange. "Mom, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I don't know if you were with Qianni. But why did I see someone else?" Guo Shuihua took out her phone and showed Lin Ruoxi the photo. Panic flashed in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. She looked at the photo for a while before taking it carefully. Everyone else at the table was confused. What was going on? Why did the atmosphere suddenly become so heavy? Yangqing put down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Ruoxi with difficulty. "What's going on?" Lin Ruoxi looked at the photo on the phone. It was the scene of Li Jianhe grabbing her hand in excitement. But because of the angle of the photo, it looked more like their hands were holding each other's. In that instant, Lin Ruoxi's face turned pale. At the same time, she understood why Guo Shuihua was asking these questions. She also understood why Yangqing was looking at her with a complicated expression. However, apart from the panic in his heart, there was more grievance, shame, and indignation. "Mom. You. How could you take a photo of me?" Lin Ruoxi slammed the phone on the table. This time, even Lan Lan was shocked. The little girl seemed to be a little slow because of her mother's anger. Then, she timidly sat on her seat, dazed and at a loss. "Miss, this. What's going on? Don't be so agitated. We're family. Let's talk this out." Mother Wang tried to calm her down. She quickly took Guo Shuihua's phone and glanced at it. It didn't matter, but Mother Wang recognized Li Jianhe. After a moment's thought, she blurted out, Isn't this the Li Jianhe you knew in university, miss? I met him once when the old CEO was still around." "How did you meet him, miss? Didn't he get married and go abroad?" Mother Wang's words were casual, but Guo Shuihua heard something else. "What? He got married?" Guo Shuihua's face was pale. "Ruoxi, I just happened to see this photo and took it. It's hard not to see it on the side of the road. But the question is, why did you lie to me? Is there anything you can't tell me?" Lin Ruoxi was so angry that her body trembled. Tears fell uncontrollably. Her face was cold and her eyes were red. She stood up abruptly. "Mom, are you suspecting me? I've always thought that you're an honest child. If you're being honest, why would I suspect you? I have my reasons too. And can't I have my privacy?" Lin Ruoxi said bitterly. "Is this privacy that you should have?" Guo Shuihua was also anxious. She raised her voice. Lin Ruoxi smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I never thought that you would think that I'm that kind of person. How could you treat me like this?" "Then how did you treat Yangqing?" Guo Shuihua was also sad. "Did you know that when I showed this photo to Yangqing, he kept saying good things about you? He even advised me to believe you. He believed that you had nothing to do with that man. He didn't even let me ask you. What about you? How could you be so cruel to lie to us? To think that silly boy Yangqing said good things about you, saying that you're open-minded." Lin Ruoxi panted. She looked at Yangqing and sneered. "So you said good things about me? I really have to thank you. But since you saw it in advance and felt that I'm open-minded, why didn't you tell me in advance? Why did you have to let Mom ask me in a roundabout way? Are you afraid that I'll say that you're narrow-minded because you're too embarrassed to say it?" Yangqing's heart was in a mess. Other than disappointment and sadness, he also felt helpless. But Lin Ruoxi's mockery made Yangqing feel like a lump of hay was ignited in his heart. "Lin Ruoxi, are you saying that I used Mom to test you? Isn't that the case? Say it again. Why wouldn't I dare? You're despicable." Yangqing stood up abruptly. His face was red with anger. "I trusted you wholeheartedly, but in your eyes, I'm despicable? Guo was shaking with anger. Mother Wang also realized that she didn't mean to make a mistake. She quickly asked Minwan to carry Lan Lan upstairs so that she wouldn't be traumatized by the adults' quarrel. Is it fun to play with me like a fool? Lin Ruoshi glared at Yangqing coldly. She didn't say anything else. She turned around to take down her coat and bag from the hanger and walked straight out of the house. Yang Cheng's face turned red and white. He clenched his fists so hard that his bones made cracking sounds. Guo Shuihua wiped her tears and cried angrily, "Yang Cheng, hurry up and chase after her. You have to ask clearly." Yang Chen let out a long sigh and turned around to chase after her. Rushing to the courtyard, before Lin Ruoshi started the car, Yang Cheng stepped forward and grabbed the woman's hand. "Where are you going? Let me go." Lin Ruoshi's red eyes were filled with coldness. "Are you trying to escape?" "Escape? How can I escape?" Lin Ruoshi sneered. "No matter where I go, you'll keep an eye on me, won't you? This time, it's Mom who took the picture. Next time, who will take the picture? What nonsense are you talking about? Mom just happened to meet you. I never wanted to keep an eye on you." Yang Qing shouted angrily. "You know best in your heart whether you did or not." Yang Qing cursed under his breath. He looked at the woman in disbelief. "Lin Ruoshi, what's wrong with you today? If it's a misunderstanding, you should make it clear. If you didn't meet Li Jianhe, if you didn't hold hands, this wouldn't happen. Even if it was inappropriate for his mother to take the photo, was this problem caused by his mother? If you say it out loud, do you think I'll misunderstand you?" Yang Cheng's voice grew louder and louder until it echoed through the entire yard. The cool night breeze blew through the treetops, lifting the woman's loose black hair. Lin Ruoshi's face was drained of all color, her eyes sparkling with tears. She sneered, "If you could just let me face Li Jianhe without worry, why would I need to be so secretive? Is it my fault that he came to see me? Why do you put all the blame on me? Why don't you think about yourself? If you were by my side? If you could control your temper a little? If you could be generous and ask me about all this? I've been with another woman all over the world, and the moment I come home, you suspect that I'm involved with another man. Do you think that's fair to me?" Yang Qing was also angry. "Who do you think I'm risking my life fighting people all over the world to find those spiritual ingredients to make pills for? Didn't I want you to be safe and beautiful for the rest of your life? If I don't advance fast enough, how can I protect you? How can I protect my other family members? How can I protect the children? Jiqing is the only one who can help. She's a girl with no cultivation, and she followed me all over the world. She almost died, but she didn't say anything. Why do you have to think so badly of her? For me? Huh? Just for me? You would do all this for any woman. Aren't you afraid that the love you give isn't fair enough? Yes, you're right, Xiao Qiqing is really helpful to you. Or should I say, all the women around you are so outstanding. What am I? They're willing to risk their lives for you, and I've been holding on to the position of official wife. Maybe they've been looking down on me behind my back. You must have gotten tired of my bad temper a long time ago, right? I didn't think that at all. But that's how you made me feel. You don't trust me that much? You didn't trust me first. If you still can't let go of the grudge between me and Li Jianhe, then why don't you just kill him? Aren't you not afraid of killing people? You think I don't dare? Yang Qing said through gritted teeth. Then go and kill them. Let's see if you still doubt me after he's dead. Yang Qing was stunned. Kill Li Jianhe? He could kill him at any time, but what difference did it make whether he killed him or not? Both of them raised their voices to the max, as if they were screaming at each other. After a long silence, Lin Ruoshi said coldly, "Let go." This time, Yang Qing didn't hold on tightly. His thoughts were in a mess, and his emotions were fluctuating. Even Yang Qing found it hard to control himself. His heart felt like it was about to burst. Every tiny crack caused the blood inside to seep out. All kinds of painful emotions made him feel numb. Lin Ruoshi let go of her hand and pulled it back. She then turned around and walked towards her car. 10 seconds later, Lin Ruoshi was already in the car. She started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The taillights of the car soon disappeared around the corner in the distance. Yangqing felt a wave of exhaustion. He hugged his head and squatted on the ground. All he wanted was to be alone for a while. Guo and Mother Wang ran out of the house. When they saw that Lin Ruoxi and her car were gone, they knew she must have run out in anger. Yangqing, what are you doing? What happened? Guo asked anxiously. Yangqing stood up slowly. Mom, let's go inside. Did Mom do something wrong? If I knew, I wouldn't have said so much. Guo was filled with regret. A nice dinner had turned out like this. Yangqing smiled bitterly. At the end of the day, it's not because of you. The two of us have our own conflicts. Mother Wang patted Guo's back to comfort her. She frowned and said to Yangqing, young master, it's already night. I'm worried about Miss driving out alone in anger. Yangqing saw Mother Wang's eager eyes. He knew that she wanted him to follow and call Lin Ruoxi back. But Yangqing knew that his brain was like glue. He didn't know what to say to Lin Ruoxi. However, Yangqing decided to follow quietly. Even if he didn't know what to say, he shouldn't leave Lin Ruoxi alone. Yangqing wasn't in the mood to follow. His figure flashed in the dark and disappeared. Taking advantage of this cold autumn night, Yangqing also wanted to calmly enjoy the wind and think about what happened between the two of them. On the ring highway of Zhonghai, the traffic was flashing with dazzling lights. It was like a flash of lightning. Lin Ruoxi drove the Bentley and stepped on the gas pedal aimlessly. It was as if the pain in her heart could only be slightly reduced by the rumbling of the car and a cold wind outside. After driving for a long time, Lin Ruoxi turned at the next intersection and entered a night market area. She found a secluded parking lot and parked. Lin Ruoxi carried her bag and walked to the street. Perhaps it was because of the cold weather, there weren't many people on the pedestrian street. Occasionally, there were some small merchants selling spicy soup, but they didn't have much business. The cold wind was bleak, and some garbage bags were flipped around by the roadside. Lin Ruoxi tightened her collar. She shouldn't be cold, but she didn't know why she was shivering. Looking at the endless city and the buildings, it seemed like the world was full of places to stay, but Lin Ruoxi felt like she was a homeless person who had lost her home. She was just having dinner with her family at the warm dining table, but she didn't know that she was already on the cold street. Unconsciously, Lin Ruoxi walked to the door of a neon-flashing bar with a gloomy mood. Lin Ruoxi hesitated slightly and walked in. Since she was young, she rarely went to places like bars. She had excellent self-control and didn't like to drink, so she wasn't familiar with bars. But today, Lin Ruoxi desperately wanted to numb her nerves with alcohol. And just a few seconds after Lin Ruoxi entered the bar, Yangqing's figure also walked out of an alley and silently followed her into the bar. In the darkness, no one would notice such a man and a woman, also with heavy mood, entering such a place to buy alcohol. Lights rolled in the bar, and a faint smell of smoke filled the hustle and bustle. Some people were talking and laughing, and some were indignant. All the expressions of the world, in such a small place, were condensed together. Lin Ruoxi sat at a small seat in the corner, and there were 3 bottles of whiskey on the table. Lin Ruoxi didn't know what kind of alcohol was, so she only asked the bartender for the most expensive one with the highest alcohol content. She supported her face with one hand and poured herself a drink with the other. After only 2 sips, Lin Ruoxi frowned. She really didn't understand why men always liked to drink. What was so good about this thing? But it had to be said, something like alcohol, when you think that nothing will work on you, it always won't let you down. In a daze, Lin Ruoxi felt her body and mind relax. Her face was hot, and there seemed to be tears in the corner of her eyes, but they were wet and let him go. Perhaps it was because she had cultivated for a while, her alcohol tolerance actually improved. After drinking a whole bottle, she still had the energy to open a second bottle. After another 2 glasses, Lin Ruoxi felt like there was a fire burning in her stomach, and her eyes finally began to blur. At this moment, the woman's face was red, and she subconsciously pouted. Her hair was slightly messy, and her beautiful face seemed to be like a blooming lotus, which made a few men around her who had noticed her at night eager to make a move. Finally, when Lin Ruoxi was lying on the table, as if she was about to fall asleep, a handsome man with enough courage walked over. The man was wearing a Versace shirt, with a platinum necklace hanging on his chest. He held a cigarette in one hand and a wine glass in the other, with a calm smile on his face. "Miss, seeing that you're alone, why don't we have a drink together?" the man said lightly, but not frivolously. Lin Ruashi glanced at him and indifferently spat out 2 words, "Get lost." Although her mind was already in a daze, Lin Ruashi hadn't lost consciousness yet. The man wasn't angry, but he was already prepared and said to himself, life inevitably has setbacks. Life is like this, career is like this, and so is love. I wonder what trouble Miss has encountered. This time, Lin Ruashi couldn't be bothered to answer. She didn't know how long she had been drinking, but she didn't want to stay here anymore, so she planned to get up and leave. But just as she was about to stand up, Lin Ruashi felt the effects of the alcohol. She swayed and almost fell, but fortunately, she supported herself on the table. "Be careful. Miss, let me help you." As the man spoke, he reached out his hand to support Lin Ruashi's waist. However, before he could reach out his hand, a strong hand had already grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled him back onto the chair. The man was startled. He turned around and saw an unfamiliar man looking at him expressionlessly. "That's enough. Be a good boy and don't move. She's my woman." Yang Chen had already walked over to them. Previously, he had been drinking in the far corner while looking at Lin Ruashi. Yang Chen didn't want to dissuade Lin Ruashi from drinking, because he knew that both of them needed alcohol to relieve the discomfort in their hearts. Lin Ruashi slowly raised her head, and in her intoxicated eyes, she saw Yang Cheng's figure. She smiled sweetly, like a night orchid blooming, causing the surrounding animals to be dumbfounded. That cold and aloof charm was enough to make one's bones go numb. "Who said I'm your woman? Do we know each other?" "Sir." As she spoke, the effects of the alcohol got stronger and stronger. Lin Ruashi even staggered, as if she could fall at any time. The stranger heard Lin Ruashi's words, and his face lit up. He got up and patted Yang Cheng's shoulder. "Brother, I've seen this kind of trick many times. Don't pretend to be an acquaintance when the lady is confused. This is a public place, and everyone has equal opportunities. If you have the ability, let the lady go with you willingly." Yang Cheng ignored him and grabbed Lin Ruashi's hand. He frowned and said, "Don't drink so much if you can't hold your liquor. It's fine if you're about to faint. Come home with me." "Let me go." "Who are you to me?" Lin Ruashi stuck out her tongue and tried to break free from Yang Cheng. But Yang Cheng held her tightly. It was impossible for a woman to break free. Seeing that the surprise prey of the night was about to be taken away by another man, the stranger hurried to stop him. "Let go of this lady. She doesn't even know you. What right do you have to do this? Is this robbery?" If it was in the past, such a guy might have been killed with a kick. But Yang Cheng had restrained himself a lot. He didn't have the thought of being violent to ordinary people. "I'm her husband. I'm only telling you this. If you don't believe me, I'll have to do it," Yang Cheng said indifferently. "Husband? Who are you lying to?" the man sneered. Yang Chen thought, why is it that no one believes the truth in this world? "Get out of my way." Yang Cheng didn't waste any time. He directly grabbed the man's collar and threw him on the sofa not far away like an inflatable toy. The man yelled, causing the surrounding people to exclaim. Yang Cheng didn't waste any more time. He held Lin Ruashi in his arms and walked out of the bar. It was already midnight when they walked out of the door. The cold wind was blowing, and the street was desolate. In addition to some stalls, there were some night owls. The pedestrians were wrapped tightly and walked under the dim street lights. Seemingly stimulated by the cold air, Lin Ruashi's head became sober. She raised her head and saw Yang Cheng's face close to her. She sobbed and cursed miserably. "Bastard! Stinky Yang Cheng! Let go of me! I'll pinch you! I'll pinch you to death!" She pressed Yang Cheng's nose, pulled Yang Cheng's face, pulled Yang Cheng's hair, and pinched Yang Cheng's neck. She pressed Yang Chen's nose, pulled Yang Chen's face, pulled his hair, and strangled his neck. She used all kinds of childish ways to beat him. Yang Chen brought the woman to the parking lot and let her do whatever she wanted to him. His heart was filled with regret. Actually, he had calmed down after drinking for a night. There was nothing going on between Lin Ruoxi and Li Jianhe. His sadness and anger were mainly because Lin Ruoxi didn't trust her as much as he did and was willing to tell the truth. But on the other hand, it was understandable that Lin Ruoxi didn't say Li Jianhe's name when she didn't know they were photographed. Back then, because of Li Jianhe, he was rough with the woman in her office. Although it was a good ending, the process must have left a shadow in Lin Ruoxi's heart. His responsibility was not being able to control his emotions, and Lin Ruoxi's responsibility was not having enough trust in him. Moreover, Guishua's action of secretly taking photos was indeed a blow to Lin Ruoxi's self-esteem. No wonder Lin Ruoxi was so agitated. Actually, Yangchen didn't want to delve too deeply into everything. At this moment, when he saw how sorrowful the woman was, all his anger had long turned into love and pity. Suddenly, Lin Ruoxi stopped hitting him. Her body seemed to hunch a little, and she stayed where she was, clutching her abdomen. Her face showed a conflicted expression. Ugh. Yangchen immediately pulled himself out of his thoughts. Startled, he asked, Ruoxi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Ruoxi's face was red. She didn't seem to care about torturing Yangchen anymore. She whimpered, I need to pee. Pee? Yangchen was stunned. Lin Ruoxi had drunk so much since they left the house. It was understandable that she needed to pee in the cold wind. There's no public toilet on this street. Yangchen looked left and right. Some passers-by were looking at the two with strange eyes. I can't take it anymore. I need to pee. Because of the alcohol, Lin Ruoxi was very bold. She ran to the corner of a gift shop at the corner of the street and planned to take off her pants. Yangchen was dumbfounded. He quickly ran to grab Lin Ruoxi. You can't pee here even if you can't help it. There are many people staring at us. You don't worry about me. I need to pee. Lin Ruoxi cried and was about to go crazy. Yangchen had never seen a woman so embarrassed and crazy. He gritted his teeth and pushed Lin Ruoxi to the back of a dumpster. You pee at the back. I'll block the mouth for you. There's still wind. Do you want to be covered with the smell of urine if you pee at the top? After Yangchen said that, he turned around and turned his back to Lin Ruoxi, blocking the curious eyes of the passers-by. Because it was a cold day, the smell near the dumpster was not strong. Otherwise, if it was summer, it would be very disgusting. Lin Ruoxi, who was behind, could not care about this. Soon, she began to release her savings for the whole night. Yangchen listened to the sound of water hitting the ground and suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. He didn't expect that one day, he would have to help a woman pee on the streets, and that woman was his wife, the elegant Lin Ruoxi. I'm afraid this kind of scene will only happen once in my life. After a while, the sound of clothes being put on came from behind. But not long after, Yangchen heard another wah sound. The woman was crying. Sob sob. Yangchen turned around abruptly and saw that Lin Ruoxi had already stood up. Her hands were pressed against the wall, her shoulders were shaking and her head was lowered. Tears were streaming down her cheeks continuously. Ruoxi. Before Yangchen could say anything, Lin Ruoxi's crying became louder. A trace of sobriety made her full of resentment spew out. What am I doing now? I'm misunderstood by my mother-in-law, suspected by my husband, and even treated coldly by you guys. What did I do wrong? I don't even dare to go home at midnight. I'm drinking alone outside like a drunkard. I feel like I'm a prisoner who is going to be arrested and sent to prison. I can't go home even if I have a home. I don't have the face to see anyone and I have to pee on the street. Ever since I've been with you, I feel like I've become a crazy woman, a fool, a complete fool. One moment I'm worried about you, the next moment I'm angry, the next moment you make me cry, the next moment I'm amused by you. I'm like a puppet. Qianni is right. I'm not me anymore. I don't even recognize myself anymore. I can't live like this anymore. I'm Lin Ruoxi. I'm not an emotional vessel for you, Yangchen. I'm not going to help you pick up the trash can of emotions. Do you know, if I keep being so paranoid, suddenly sad, and suddenly angry, I won't be able to hold on anymore. Yangqing stood on the spot sadly. He wanted to reach out to support the woman, but he was too stiff to do so. Lin Ruoshi's footsteps were still light. She swayed as she turned around and threw herself on Yangqing. Like a koala hugging a tree, it seemed like she could slide down at any time. Hubby. Lin Ruoshi raised her head, her drunken red face looked dazed. I'm here. Yangqing hugged the woman, not letting her fall. Lin Ruoshi smiled shyly, her face still stained with tears. Because of the alcohol, a woman's emotions changed very quickly. At this moment, she seemed rather jumpy as she mumbled, "Let me tell you. I did run into Li Jianhe, but he was the one who came looking for me. He said he wanted to talk about a collaboration, he even begged me, he even held my hand. But I flung him away. When I was in school, I did have feelings for him. But can't I have a past where nothing happened? You're the first man I've truly fallen in love with. Even if you can't love me wholeheartedly, I'll still endure it. Because you're the man who brought me from hell to heaven, so I love you with all my heart. I know it's greedy of me to want you all for myself, because I've made mistakes before, and I've been helpless before. So I can endure it, I can choose to forget about the things that make me unhappy. But if you really love me, shouldn't you trust me first?" Yang Cheng's hands trembled as he hugged the woman tightly, his lips close to her ear as he said solemnly, "I trust you. It's all my fault, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Lin Ruoshi, who was lying on his chest, was already drowsy, her mumbling could not be heard clearly. Yang Cheng sighed, his heart aching as he slowly turned around. He grabbed the woman's legs, clamped them around his waist, and carried her on his back. Slowly, he walked in the direction of the parking lot. Lin Ruoshi seemed to be tired from crying, and so was her heart. Lying on Yang Cheng's back, her heavy body relaxed. Yang Cheng could hear every step he took, and he could hear Lin Ruoshi's slightly faster heartbeat behind him. In the cold night, it seemed like there were only the two of them, leisurely walking down the street. When he brought the drunk Lin Ruoshi home, Guo and Mother Wang were shocked by the woman's flushed face. Originally, Yang Cheng could expel the alcohol from the woman's body, but after thinking about it, perhaps Lin Ruoshi needed the anesthesia of alcohol, so he didn't do it. The two elders were also worried about the young couple, so they didn't sleep until midnight. On the other hand, Minwan went to bed with Lan Lan. Children didn't understand adults' affairs. Although they felt strange without their mother, they still went to sleep in a daze. This? Yang Cheng, why does Ruoshi reek of alcohol? Hey, how did she get so drunk? Is this even acceptable? Guo asked in annoyance. Yang Cheng walked to the stairs with Lin Ruoshi on his back. After thinking for a while, he said, "Mom, let's not talk about it. She's very tired today. She has no one to talk about her grievances, so she can only drink. When Ruoshi wakes up, you should apologize to her. Although it's not appropriate for you to do so as an elder, we are both at fault, right?" Guo looked at Lin Ruoshi with a complicated gaze for a while, then looked at Yang Cheng. Seeing Yang Cheng's sincere expression, she sighed, "To be honest, as someone who has been through it, I don't agree with what you said. It's normal for the younger generation to be scolded by their elders. Although I did do something wrong, I didn't mean to make things difficult for my daughter-in-law. Ruoshi is too straightforward. If she spoke in a more tactful manner, I, as a mother-in-law, wouldn't be an evil mother-in-law. Would such a thing happen to an uncultured woman who didn't listen to an explanation? And if I apologized to her, where would I put my old face? Our elder was wrong once, and it wasn't purely my fault. Do I have to apologize for that? Mom, times have changed. Do you think we're still in a feudal society?" Ruoshi was really misunderstood. If you think about it carefully, who would dare to touch your son's woman? Wouldn't they have died a long time ago? Yang Cheng smiled bitterly. "What are you talking about? I'm not from ancient times." Guo said helplessly, "It's because the times are different now. I'll listen to you this time. When Ruoshi wakes up, I'll apologize to her. It's all because of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have apologized to my daughter-in-law." "What is this? I didn't mean it." Mother Wang comforted her, "Xianxia, don't be stubborn. How can parents fight against their children? I know you don't think you've done anything wrong, but a peaceful family can prosper. You can't always be cold towards them, can you? Yangqing smiled at Mother Wang gratefully and turned around to carry Lin Ruoxi upstairs. Guo sighed helplessly. No wonder there are so many dramas about the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. If it wasn't for the fact that I went to university, I might have become like the mother-in-law in the dramas. I might even hate myself. I don't know how it feels to have a son who helps another woman. Mother Wang smiled and patted Guo back calmly. After sending Lin Ruoxi to her bedroom, Yangqing realized that Lan Lan wasn't sleeping on the bed as usual. She must have slept with Minwan. This was more convenient. He removed the woman's shoes and placed them on the bed. He removed her coat and covered her with the blanket gently. Lin Ruoxi smacked her lips and curled up her body. She slept with her back facing Yangqing. She didn't seem to realize that she was on the bed. Yangqing sat on the edge of the bed and patted the woman's body with one hand. There was a gentle smile on his face as he looked at the woman's side profile. After a while, Yangqing suddenly noticed a familiar doll at the end of the bed. After a closer look, he remembered that it was the doll that he won when he ate dumplings. It was placed at the end of the bed by Lin Ruoxi. He really didn't know what this woman was thinking. Was she going to step on it? Yangqing didn't know that he had guessed half of it correctly. The other half was that she wanted to use her feet to smell it. He quietly took the dumpling doll in his hand and patted it. Then, he said to Lin Ruoxi, "Dear, you should sleep now." Lin Ruoxi didn't respond. In fact, Yangqing seemed to be talking to himself. "I'm sorry. Although I've said it before, I still can't help but want to say it." Yangqing couldn't help but sigh. "I'm a man with no ambition. Perhaps it's because ambition is too extravagant. When I was young, I worked hard to survive, and when I grew up, I worked hard for revenge. Until now, everything I've done is to protect the precious things around me and the people who make me happy. Maybe it's because I've lacked love since I was young. It's really hard for me to reject the sincerity of love. Because I'm too afraid of losing it, too worried that all of this isn't real, I resent rejection. I'm afraid that if I refuse, what I have will no longer be there. You might think that I'm making excuses for myself, but I can only say that although I love each and every one of them, I've always felt that you're my wife from the bottom of my heart. Don't always think that other women are better, I'm only saying this to please you. If I could tell you why you're my wife, I would definitely tell you all the reasons, but I really can't. Because I can't think of it, I firmly believe in it. I once loved a woman so much, and she was even a woman who grew up with me and experienced countless life and death situations. But even at that time, I didn't feel the feeling of meeting you from her. Do you know, it's like a feeling of fate. I feel that being with you is fate." Yangqing paused for a moment, chuckled, and said in a low voice, "Actually, I've always been worried that one day, you won't be able to stand me and leave me. If there really is such a day, I will still love you. I promise, there will only be a day when you don't love me, and I won't stop loving you before you do. Perhaps we won't have the day when our hair turns white, but I really hope that I can be with you until the end of time." Unknowingly, there was some warmth in his eyes. Yangqing bent down and kissed the woman's cheek. "I only dare to say these words when you're asleep. If you're awake, you'll definitely think that I'm shameless and full of nonsense. Lin Ruoxi, it's not easy to be the man by your side, and it's even more difficult to be your husband. It's rare for the two of us to spend the night together and still drink like this, tsk. Yangqing stood up, walked to the bedroom door, took a deep look, and turned off the light. In the bedroom, it was plunged into darkness. The next morning, Yangchen was drowsily lying on his huge bed. After many days of running around, coupled with the disturbance last night, Yangchen decided to relax and have a good night's sleep. Bang bang bang. The door was knocked hard, and Yangchen finally rubbed his eyes and got up. "What are you knocking for? The door is not locked." Before he finished his words, the door was pushed open, and the person who ran in was a little chubby girl in a blue dress. "Mom said to knock first before entering the room," Lan Lan said proudly. Yangchen curled his lips. "Didn't your mom teach you to knock softly?" "She didn't." Lan Lan was very straightforward. She turned around and rushed to Yangqing's bed, and forcefully pulled the quilt. Bad uncle, get up. Grandma said to wait for bad uncle to eat breakfast. Lan Lan is hungry. Yangqing sighed in his heart. What is this? He slowly took his clothes and put them on. Okay, you go down first. If you're hungry, go eat first. Lan Lan wrinkled her cute little nose. Bad uncle, why are you so shy? Your breasts are so small, not even as big as mom's. Lan Lan won't look at you. After that, she ran out like the wind. Yangqing was stunned. While he was very worried about the education of Yunhua kindergarten, he suddenly felt that having a child at home was indeed a very interesting thing. At this moment, at the door of the room, Lin Ruashi, who was dressed very neatly and had her hair tied up, walked in. She was holding the clothes that Yangqing had washed in her hands. Glancing at the man on the bed, Lin Ruashi went to organize the wardrobe and hung them one by one. Yangqing felt that although Lin Ruashi was still as cold as yesterday, she was a little gentler, but he could not tell what had changed. Swallowing, Yangqing asked cautiously, Ruashi. You don't hate me? Lin Ruashi's delicate body froze. After a while, with her back facing Yangqing, she said softly without emotion, I hate you, but you are still my husband. When Yangqing heard this, he came back to his senses and immediately pounced forward without a care for anything else. He hugged the woman's slender waist from behind and pressed her down on the big bed. Yeah. Lin Ruashi cried out in alarm, but before she could say anything, she was fiercely kissed on the lips by Yangqing. Hee, I know you've forgiven me, so don't pretend to be cold. It's fine to be cold to outsiders, but why are you pretending to be cold to the person you're sleeping with? Lin Ruashi only felt that her mouth was filled with the stench of alcohol from the night before. She forcefully pushed Yangqing up, tidied up her clothes and stood up. I still have to go to work later. You've messed up my clothes and hair. Lin Ruashi complained. Yangqing still pulled the woman onto his lap. Her two soft buttocks were squeezed together, and the gap in the middle was right at the top of Yangqing's high second brother that hadn't gone down yet this morning. Darling, if you don't say that you've forgiven me, I won't eat breakfast today. I'll eat you. Yangqing said shamelessly. Lin Ruashi exhaled and looked at the man from the corner of her eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Her face was a little red, and she didn't dare to move because the hard thing below was about to be stuffed into her skirt. You're already so shameless. I'm already numb to death. How can I not forgive you? Lin Ruashi said as she held back her laughter. Yangqing was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. Great. You were pretending to be asleep last night. Lin Ruashi proudly bit her lips. How is it? You didn't notice that I used my true qi to control my heartbeat to pretend to be asleep, right? Yangqing had a conflicted expression on his face. He had only simply judged whether or not Lin Ruashi was asleep based on her heart rate and breathing. He hadn't paid attention to the changes in her body's true qi and meridians. Not bad, not bad. You've made some progress in using your true qi, but this progress was used to deceive your husband. You deserve a spanking. As he spoke, Yangqing chuckled evilly. Ignoring the woman's screams, he held her waist and placed her on his thighs. Lifting her autumn skirt, he spanked her but a few times. Although he didn't use much strength, he was skillful and the sound was crisp. Lin Ruashi was so angry that she pounded the bed. Yangqing, put me down. I'm going to get angry. Yangqing sighed. He stared at Lin Ruashi's underwear and said, Look at you. You're already a mother, yet you're still wearing Snoopy's pink underwear. You can't even take it off. Lin Ruashi's pretty face immediately turned as red as a persimmon. She covered her face and completely collapsed. The two of them played for a while, and the atmosphere was much better than yesterday. When they went downstairs, Guoshuahua was helping Lan Lan braid her hair. Originally, Lan Lan's watermelon hairstyle didn't need braids. However, this little girl saw that many girls in kindergarten had braids, so she coquettishly asked for one. Guoshuahua was also itching. She didn't have a daughter, but now that she had a granddaughter, she used a red rubber band to braid Lan Lan's hair. However, she definitely didn't know how to braid dough twists. Seeing Lin Ruashi coming down, Guoshuahua still looked quite uncomfortable, but she still forced a smile. Sit down and eat. Lin Ruoshi nodded silently. After sitting down, she didn't speak a word and ate breakfast. The atmosphere between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was a little strange. Mother Wang saw it and felt helpless. She felt that it couldn't go on like this, so she took the remote control and turned on the TV. She switched to the morning news channel and felt a little better after listening to the news broadcast. Yangqing, will Jiqing come tonight? Guo Shuihua asked. Yangqing nodded. They had agreed to invite Xiao Qiqing over for dinner during the Chongyang festival. I'll pick her up in the evening. Go early. I didn't get to see her the last time I came. I want to thank her and talk to her, Guo Shuihua said with a smile. Yangqing smiled bitterly in his heart. Guo Shuihua said in front of Lin Ruoshi that she wanted to talk to Xiao Qiqing more often. Wasn't she trying to provoke Lin Ruoshi again? It seemed that Guo Shuihua saw that Lin Ruoshi didn't say anything, so she was conflicted again and didn't want to apologize. Fortunately, Lin Ruoshi didn't have any reaction, but what she was thinking in her heart was another story. Just then, a familiar name suddenly appeared in the news on the TV. Early this morning, the police found a man who committed suicide by poison in the Zhonghai Hilton Hotel. After investigation, the man was found to be the eldest son of the Jiang Province's Li Financial Group, Li Jianhe. Many people in the industry speculated that the suicide was due to internal conflicts within the family and the failure of his younger brother, Li Jianchuan. It wasn't just Yangqing, even Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang were staring at the TV in astonishment. They stopped what they were doing and held their breaths to listen. On the other hand, Lin Ruoshi frowned slightly, and the corner of her mouth rose into an undetectable sneer. Her eyes were filled with coldness, but it only flashed for a moment, and she continued to eat her porridge. The news on the TV continued. It is reported that the Li Financial Group has a long-term and stable partnership with Germany's BMW and Italy's Fiat Group. They are BMW's main partners in the Huaxia region. The Li Financial Group and BMW are planning to build a new BMW history museum in Zhonghai to promote the sales of BMW cars. Li Jianhe had taken over the project and was looking for investors. However, the project ended in failure. Last night, Li Jianhe's twin brother, Li Jianchuan, announced that he had reached an agreement with one of the leading companies in Zhonghai, Yulei International. Yulei will be working with Li Jianchuan on this project. The police speculated that the main reason for Li Jianhe's suicide was due to the internal conflicts within the family. There was no turning back, and he was disheartened. When the news reached this point, Yangqing and Guo Shuihua looked at Lin Ruoshi in shock. Yulei International? Wasn't that Lin Ruoshi's doing? Yangqing was suddenly confused. He furrowed his brows and asked, Ruoshi, what's going on? Why are you working with Li Jianhe's brother? Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang also looked at Lin Ruoshi in shock. They had thought that Lin Ruoshi had given up on the collaboration with the Li family. Lin Ruoshi put down her chopsticks and smiled. Looks like Mingyu has settled the matter. I can tell you now. Mingyu? Yangqing was even more perplexed. Lin Ruoshi nodded. Actually, I was going to give up on this project. But Li Jianhe gave himself away yesterday afternoon and did something that made me very unhappy. So, I decided not to give him face. I just didn't expect him to be so mentally weak. To Yangqing's surprise, Lin Ruoshi told them everything that had happened. It turned out that after yesterday's meeting, Lin Ruoshi had indeed given up on the collaboration because of her relationship with Yangqing. But she didn't expect Li Jianhe to come looking for her so quickly. He even knew exactly where Lin Ruoshi was. What surprised Lin Ruoshi even more was that Li Jianhe had actually knelt down and begged her to invest in this project. Based on her understanding of Li Jianhe, Lin Ruoshi didn't think this man was the type to put down his pride and kneel down and beg for money. I didn't even tell Hong Yan where I was going. How did he find me immediately after the meeting ended? The only possibility is that he had planted a spy in my company. And he actually knelt down and begged me for this project. Our company isn't the only one in Zhonghai that can afford it, not to mention the other big companies he knows. Why did he have to beg me? At that time, I guessed that he had no other choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put down his pride. After thinking about this, Lin Ruoxi quietly looked for Lu Mingyu. As the former head of the public relations department, Lu Mingyu was well connected. After spending some funds to investigate, she found out that the Li family was giving Li Jianhe a last chance for this project. Li Jianhe's younger brother, Li Jianchuan, was already more capable than Li Jianhe. In the past 2 years, he had taken over most of the businesses in Europe. Hence, Li Jianhe was forced to return to Huaxia. However, Li Jianhe didn't expect that because of his own incompetence, he would fall out with his wife, Xianxia. Their relationship as husband and wife only existed in name. Without Xianxia's family in the Jiang province, Li Jianhe was like a bird with broken wings. His family was increasingly dissatisfied with him. Actually, the Huaxia government wasn't willing to approve this project. Because of the protection of domestically produced cars, BMW's project was right in the crosshairs. Most of the companies had the money, but they didn't have the ability to cooperate. The few big companies that Li Jianhe could contact were secretly dealt with by Li Jianchuan. None of them were willing to cooperate with Li Jianhe. In the end, the only one left was Lin Ruoxi's Yulei. Li Jianchuan was a smart man. He knew that Yulei had the backing of the Yang family, and that Yangqing and his wife had a conflict with Li Jianhe. Hence, he didn't dare to contact Yulei. After Mingyu told me about this, I asked her to contact Li Jianchuan directly. Tell him that if he can increase the profit share from the project from 40% to 60%, I will sign the contract immediately to cooperate with him. This way, Li Jianchuan would be able to overshadow Li Jianhe within the family. Also, the government's approval would be much easier than finding other investors. Also, my biggest advantage is that I have plenty of cash. I can invest in the project at any time. Also, I have the backing of the government, so I won't have to worry about approval. Although the Li family will earn less, at least the project will be foolproof. Li Jianchuan will be able to secure his position. As for me, I can maximize my profits before doing this project. Based on today's news, Mingyu should have signed the contract. It makes sense that Li Jianhe would commit suicide after losing everything. After Lin Ruoxi said that, she didn't have any emotional fluctuations, as if she wasn't the one behind all of this. Guo Shuihua and Mother Wang were stunned, while Yangqing felt a chill run down his spine. He had always thought that even if Lin Ruoxi had no feelings for Li Jianhe, they were still classmates in the past. Who would have thought that after Li Jianhe had exposed himself, Lin Ruoxi would kick him when he was down? Not only did she take the opportunity to steal his benefits, she even forced Li Jianhe to commit suicide with poison. If Yangqing were to believe that Lin Ruoxi could not guess what would happen to Li Jianhe after this incident, Yangqing would not believe it. There was only one conclusion: between the business world and an old friend, Lin Ruoxi had coldly chosen the business world. Li Jianhe probably would not have understood, even in death, that he had lost everything because he had sought out Lin Ruoxi, the life-saving straw. Huh. Yangqing shook his head and laughed. If you had told us about your scheme against Li Jianhe, or the Li family, Mom would not have suspected you. Guo Shuihua nodded as if it was the first time she had met Lin Ruoxi. You. How could you keep all these things to yourself? If you had told us earlier, I wouldn't have bothered with this photo. She finally believed that Lin Ruoxi had nothing to do with Li Jianhe, because she had forced Li Jianhe to his death. Lin Ruoxi smiled faintly. Although it was not my intention to scheme against Li Jianhe, it was not something to be proud of. At the end of the day, I was too cruel to him. If it had not been broadcasted on TV, I would not have said it. Although Lin Ruoxi said it with a smile, Guo Shuihua was still shocked. Her impression of this daughter-in-law had been completely overturned. She had always thought that Lin Ruoxi was soft, weak, and kind-hearted, relying on her intelligence to manage such a large corporation. Who would have thought that when it came to business, she was more secretive than anyone else? However, as someone who was used to the cold-blooded struggles of wealthy families, she did not see anything wrong with Lin Ruoxi's ruthlessness. After all, she was dealing with an outsider. If she did not have a tough side and was not shrewd enough, she would be worried. It wasn't Yang Chen's first time being kept in the dark by Lin Ruoxi. Previously, he was annoyed that Lin Ruoxi had schemed against him. This time, he could only laugh at himself for being fooled once again. However, he did not expect that the one who killed Li Jianhe would not be him, but Lin Ruoxi. After breakfast, Lin Ruoxi went to work as usual. Lan Lan was also sent to kindergarten by Minwan. Yang Qing, on the other hand, took some time to follow Xiao Qiqing's recipe and returned to the basement of the castle. He used the newly found medicinal herbs to refine elixirs. This time, he found even more medicinal herbs from the Amazon and Vietnamese rainforest. It was a pity that he did not find any treasures that could be used to refine supreme-grade elixirs. However, Yang Qing's luck was pretty good. The medicinal herbs he found were just enough to refine a furnace of superior-grade elixirs, the Heaven Cloud Elixir. This was the elixir that Lu Huiting and Hao Changfeng, the two greedy bastards, wanted to snatch from him. Back then, Yang Qing had lied to them that he had it, but this time, he could really refine it. However, this Heaven Cloud Elixir had to be consumed by a soul formation cultivator for it to be effective. Not only would it improve one's cultivation, it would also be a great help in advancing to the tribulation stage. Yang Qing planned to give it to the women after they reached the soul formation stage, in case the elixir was too strong and it would be harmful to them. After half a day of concocting, Yang Chen had refined hundreds of other mid-grade and low-grade pills in addition to the dozens of Xiaoyun pills that he had refined. During this time, what made Yang Qing happy was that the mysterious cauldron spirit qi had become more and more powerful after refining the elixirs and nourishing it in his dantian. Yang Chen had a feeling that the cauldron was gradually increasing its level, and at the same time, its power was also increasing. The most eye-catching thing was that the patterns of the beasts on the cauldron were getting clearer. Even though the light of the entire cauldron had covered it, Yang Qing could still feel it. Yang Qing didn't know how much the cauldron could improve, but it was definitely not in its best state right now. After rushing back to Huaxia, Yang Qing sent some to Kai Ning, who was far away in Yanjin, and then returned to Zhonghai to distribute it to the women. These inferior-grade and medium-grade elixirs were like nutrition every day. Yang Qing didn't believe that the women couldn't break through the acquired incarnate levels. What made Yang Qing happy was that Qiang Wei's talent in cultivation was really high. After not seeing each other for a few days, Qiang Wei had already reached the peak of the Khanate stage from the early stage of the Khanate stage. Because of Yang Qing's understanding of the power of heaven and earth, this cultivation method that Yang Qing had created was special and far more effective than ordinary cultivation methods. However, the reason why Qiang Wei could make such great progress in such a short time was inseparable from her excellent understanding of the power of heaven and earth. After finishing all these things, Yang Qing drove to the apartment where Xiao Qiqing lived and picked her up. Xiao Qiqing had obviously dressed up carefully. She was wearing a round collar and a patterned rose-red wool sweater, paired with a leather-engraved skirt. Although the woman was not as tall as Lin Ruoxi, her slender legs and stockings showed a kind of charming charm. Looking at the woman's hesitant look before entering the door, Yang Qing really wanted to tell her that he had so many women that his mother was numb to them. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. For Xiao Qiqing, this was the first time she had officially gotten to know her family and joined this big family. The first person to see the two was Mother Wang. She quickly beckoned Xiao Qiqing to sit on the sofa. "Miss Xiao, you're here. Come and sit." Xiao Qiqing had also known Mother Wang before. She quickly greeted her and said with a smile, "Mother Wang, just call me Jiqing. I'm not a miss." "Of course you're not a miss. You're not a hostess," Yang Qing said seriously. Xiao Qiqing bared her teeth and rolled her eyes at the man. When Wu Xuehua came out of the kitchen, Yang Qing introduced her to Xiao Qiqing. Xiao Qiqing greeted her sweetly, "Hello, Auntie." Wu Xuehua looked at Xiao Qiqing and asked curiously, "Qiqing, you look very young, right?" Xiao Qiqing blushed. "Yes. I'm not 20 yet." Wu Xuehua and Mother Wang were surprised. They gave Yang Qing a strange look. Their meaning was almost the same. "Look, you've tortured another young girl." Speaking of which, Xiao Qiqing was Yang Qing's youngest lover. In Wu Xuehua's eyes, she was more like a daughter. She had a good first impression of Xiao Qiqing. "I invited you here today to thank you for risking your life to save Yang Qing in Australia. Secondly, we should formally get to know each other and get closer. After all, we'll be family in the future," Wu Xuehua said with a smile as she held the girl's hand. Xiao Qiqing shook her head shyly. It's what I should do. What do you mean it's what you should do? What are you so nervous about? Guo smiled. As they had to prepare the food for the ancestors, Guo and Mother Wang did not have much time to sit down and chat with Xiao Qiqing. On the other hand, Xiao Qiqing obediently went into the kitchen to talk to the two elders and help them with some simple tasks. When the sky was getting dark, a table full of sumptuous dishes had been prepared. Guo and Xiao Qiqing were chatting harmoniously. Mother Wang was also grinning from ear to ear. After Minwan brought Lan home, the little girl seemed to have a good impression of Xiao Qiqing when she saw her. Perhaps it was because Xiao Qiqing was relatively young and it was easy for her to get close to Lan. Xiao Qiqing was a little surprised to learn that this delicate little girl was the adopted daughter of Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi. In her opinion, Lin Ruoxi did not look like a mother who would adopt a child. Lan asked cleverly, "Aunt Jiqing, are you Lanlan's new aunt?" Xiao Qiqing was confused. Minwan, who was beside her, explained in a low voice. Only then did Xiao Qiqing nod shyly. Lan clapped her hands and said happily, "Lan has another aunt. With an aunt, mommy has to buy toys for Lan again." Yangqing, who was watching TV, almost slid off the sofa. This little girl was using his women as tools to blackmail Lin Ruoxi to buy toys. When night fell, Lin Ruoxi also hurried back. She had just signed a big contract with Li Jianchuan of the Li family. They had not met before, so it was obvious that Lin Ruoxi must be very busy with work today. When she got home, she saw that Xiao Qiqing was already there. Lin Ruoxi took off her coat and greeted her naturally. "There was some unpleasantness before, but it's over now. It's been hard on you to follow Yangqing everywhere." Lin Ruoxi smiled faintly. Xiao Qiqing breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that Lin Ruoxi would not be nice to her, so she quickly shook her head and said, "Thank you, Sister Ruoxi." Perhaps it was because of what Yangqing said last night, Lin Ruoxi behaved very generously. As for what she was thinking in her heart, no one could guess. After Guo arranged all the dishes, she took out a blanket from somewhere and placed it on the table. She lit 2 candles and planned to kneel and worship the ancestors. It did feel strange to hold such a traditional ceremony in such a modern mansion, but Lin Ruoxi and Xiao Qiqing found it very refreshing. "Originally, we were going to do it on the winter solstice, but let's do it today." "We won't do it on the winter solstice," Guo explained with a smile. It was the first time Yangqing did something like this. He followed suit and knelt on the blanket, praying to the empty table and chairs, hoping that his ancestors would bless his women and not cause trouble. Lan, on the other hand, knelt down and kowed out in confusion. The little girl was just sullen. She did not understand why she could only watch and not eat. Guo saw that Xiao Qiqing was standing by the side and did not move. She stepped forward and said with a smile, "Jiqing, you're a part of our family now. You should say goodbye too." Xiao Qiqing was touched. After escaping from home, she finally had a sense of belonging. She was like a drifting duckweed that had finally found its roots. Nodding, Xiao Qiqing was the last to kneel down. She bent down and kowtowed seriously. Just at this moment, Mother Wang, who was watching this scene with a smile, suddenly narrowed her eyes and her expression changed abruptly. This is... The whole family was shocked. Mother Wang's face suddenly turned red and white, as if she had seen something horrifying. "Yulan, what's wrong?" Guo asked with concern. Xiao Qiqing also stood up in a panic, thinking that she had done something wrong. Wang Ma, on the other hand, was trembling. Her body was stiff as she walked up to Shui Jiqing. She forced herself to remain calm and said, "Jiqing, you, turn around, let me look at your neck." Xiao Qiqing was confused, but she obediently turned around and allowed Mother Wang to stare at her neck. Mother Wang stretched out her trembling hand and carefully lifted up Xiao Qiqing's loose hair, revealing the back of her neck. At this moment, everyone realized that there was a small birthmark on the back of Xiao Qiqing's neck that looked like a plum blossom. Although the birthmark wasn't big, only the size of a fingertip, and it was usually impossible to notice, Mother Wang still easily caught it at that moment. "Mother Wang, could this birthmark be?" Lin Ruoxi seemed to have thought of something and looked incredulous. Mother Wang's face was flushed with excitement. She grabbed Xiao Qiqing's hands and asked, "Qiqing, your father, what's his name?" Xiao Qiqing was a little frightened by Mother Wang's expression. She gulped and said softly, "Sorrowless." Mother Wang's eyes flashed and her lips trembled. Without another word, she grabbed Xiao Qiqing's hand and ran upstairs. Xiao Qiqing couldn't react in time and could only follow Mother Wang. "Hey, Yulan, what are you doing?" Guo Shuihua was confused by the sudden change in the situation. "Let's follow them." Lin Ruoxi's expression was also a little shaken as she hurriedly chased after them. When they arrived at Mother Wang's bedroom, they saw Xiao Qiqing standing in front of a wardrobe. Mother Wang was opening the wardrobe and rummaging through it. After a while, Mother Wang took out a small metal box at the bottom of the wardrobe and took out a photo sealed in an oiled paper bag. Yangqing suddenly remembered that when they moved, it was Choi Yun who found this photo. It was originally in the old CEO's book. It seemed that she and Lin Ruoxi knew the person in the photo, but Lin Ruoxi was unhappy that Choi Yun mentioned it. Later, Mother Wang took back the photo and Yangqing never saw what was in it. "Jiqing, look, is this the man in the photo?" Mother Wang placed the photo in front of Xiao Qiqing. Shui Jiqing only took one glance before her eyes froze. She could not tear her eyes away. After a while, Xiao Qiqing murmured in confusion, why is father in the photo?" Yangqing, Guo Shuihua, and the others walked up and looked at the photo. They saw that the photo was taken in a garden, which looked like the front yard of Lin Ruoxi's old house. There was a man and a woman in the photo. The man was handsome and somewhat scholarly. He had a small mustache and wore a blue shirt. His hair was combed in the middle. The woman, on the other hand, could be recognized at a glance. It was the younger version of Mother Wang. It seemed that this was a photo of Mother Wang more than 10 years ago. At that time, her hair was thicker than it was now, and there were no wrinkles on her face. She was smiling brightly in the garden. This old, yellowed photo was actually of Mother Wang and Xiao Qiqing's father, Sorrowless. At that moment, Mother Wang, who had already gotten the answer from Xiao Qiqing, had tears welling up in her eyes. "My daughter." Mother Wang suddenly hugged Xiao Qiqing and hugged Xiao Qiqing tightly. The mixture of sorrow and surprise made her cry completely shatter the hearts of everyone present. Xiao Qiqing was also stunned. It seemed like she couldn't believe what she had heard. She stood there in a daze and let Mother Wang soak her sweater with her tears. Guo Shuihua looked at Yangqing with a puzzled expression. Yangqing shrugged and spread out his hands, indicating that he had no idea what was going on. Lin Ruoxi, on the other hand, seemed to recall something from the past. She looked at Mother Wang in front of her and started to wipe her tears. Minwan, who was holding little Lan Lan in her arms, was confused at the door. After crying for more than a minute, Mother Wang finally remembered what she wanted to say. Her face was full of tears. But there was a radiant smile on it. "Jiqing, you must be scared. It's Mom's fault, it's Mom's fault." Mother Wang was a little incoherent. She smiled and said, "When you were born, you had this flower-like birthmark on the back of your neck. At that time, your father was a gardener. He said that his name was Mo Xing, the man in the picture. I didn't expect that his name wasn't all real. I gave birth to you with him. You're my biological daughter." Xiao Qiqing's eyes widened. Her pretty face turned pale, but there was a complicated and indescribable emotion. She bit her lip, but she was in a daze. Lin Ruoxi was worried that Xiao Qiqing wouldn't believe her, so she explained, "Jiqing, what Mother Wang said is true. I was very young at that time, but I can remember things. That man named Mo Xing was hired by my grandmother to work in the house, like tidying up the garden. Everyone who came to our house often saw him. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Kai family. Later, my grandmother made a matchmaker, and Mother Wang married Mo Xing. After she got pregnant, she went to Mother Wang's hometown to give birth to you. Then, one day, it rained, you disappeared with Mo Xing. We spent a lot of effort to find you, but Mo Xing's information suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the world. All that was left was this picture, which was kept in my grandmother's book." When Yangqing heard this, he vaguely remembered that when Choi Yun came to their house, she seemed to have asked Mother Wang if that person had returned. At that time, he didn't care at all. So, Mother Wang had such a past. No wonder Lin Ruoxi was so disgusted with Choi Yun bringing up the past. To Mother Wang, it was like pouring salt on her heart. She was cheated by her husband, and her daughter disappeared just after giving birth. To be able to hold on like this, she was already considered strong. Xiao Qiqing's voice trembled, and she asked with difficulty, "You're my mother?" "Yes." Mother Wang answered immediately. Xiao Qiqing finally couldn't hold back her emotions, and she burst into tears, hugging Mother Wang tightly. "Mother! My daughter!" Seeing that the mother and daughter had finally reunited, Guo, who understood everything, was also very emotional. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and a happy smile appeared on her face. What a surprise, so Jiqing is Yulan's long-lost daughter. How can a mother-daughter relationship be so easily broken? It's connected by blood. As Guo spoke, she looked at Yangqing, and patted Yangqing's back. "Well done." Yangqing was also very emotional. He had reunited with the Yang family, and he didn't expect that he would bring back Mother Wang's daughter from America. Why else would it be said that it was God's will? Mother Wang and Xiao Qiqing hugged each other for a while, crying and laughing at the same time, before they separated. Mother Wang quickly grabbed her daughter's hand, and ran to the large wardrobe on the other side. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Mother Wang opened the wardrobe, and everyone was stunned. They saw that the entire wardrobe was filled with women's shoes. There were all kinds of women's shoes, big and small, and they were neatly arranged. There were at least 100 pairs, and they were all brand new. Mother Wang held her daughter's hand tightly, and said happily, "Jiqing, look, these are the shoes I bought for you. Although you're missing, I believe that you'll come back to me one day. Every year when it's your birthday, I think about how big my daughter's feet should be, and what size shoes she should wear. I'll match the styles of the year according to the seasons, and I'll get someone to make the best shoes for you. Look, this is for you when you go to kindergarten. This red pair, I want you to wear dancing shoes in elementary school. And this pair, I thought that you'd be going through puberty in middle school, so I made them a few sizes bigger. Here are the 4 pairs I just bought for you this year. Do you like them? Don't you think they're a little old-fashioned? I don't know if you like high heels or flat shoes, and I don't even know how tall my daughter is." Watching Mother Wang take out different pairs of shoes for Xiao Qiqing of different ages, everyone seemed to see a scene of Mother Wang looking at these empty new shoes in the middle of the night, missing her daughter. Xiao Qiqing's heart was completely melted, and she could no longer hear what Mother Wang was saying. She covered her mouth, trying her best to hold back her sobs. Yangqing finally understood why Mother Wang went to buy shoes, and why Alian, the shoe seller, hoped that Mother Wang would stop buying shoes one day. Every time she bought shoes, it was undoubtedly a form of mental torture for Mother Wang. It was a kind of longing, but illusory hope. Silently, Xiao Qiqing reached into the wardrobe and took out a pair of leather shoes she bought this year. Wiping away her tears, she smiled sweetly at Mother Wang. "Mom, I like this pair, let me wear it for you." "Yes." Mother Wang nodded vigorously, pursing her lips into a smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Xiao Qiqing stayed in Mother Wang's bedroom for nearly half an hour before she finished trying on the shoes. She wore almost all the shoes that fit her feet. Seeing that the mother and daughter were so happy, no one interrupted them. Guo and Lin Ruoxi even went up to comment. In the end, it was Lan Lan who pulled Guo hand and said in a childish voice, "Grandma, Lan Lan is hungry." Being reminded by the child, everyone remembered that they hadn't had dinner yet. Mother Wang and Xiao Qiqing naturally had endless things to talk about, so they went downstairs to eat and talk. After dinner, everyone sat around the sofa and talked about the sad things in the past. Mother Wang was naturally furious and hated Sorrowless. It was not easy to explain Xiao Qiqing's background and the things she had experienced over the years. Especially for Mother Wang, there were many things that she had never thought about. According to Xiao Qiqing's speculation, Sorrowless should have come to the mortal world to gain experience like many descendants of the hidden families. Most of these descendants were still at the early stage of the Khanate realm, so they would not be in danger in the secular world. Moreover, they were still a distance away from the deity transformation realm, so it was easier for them to feel the vicissitudes of the world. When the descendants of the ancient families go to the mortal world to gain experience, they can move freely as long as they don't go out of Huaxia's circle. They can do anything, be it for good or evil, be it for business or the army, because these are all a kind of experience. There are no restrictions if they marry a wife or someone else. If they are lucky enough to have a child with a partner in the secular world, they must bring the child back to the ancient families because it is not easy for cultivators to give birth. The higher their cultivation, the harder it is to have children. Therefore, many descendants of the ancient families get married at a young age. After all, there are only a few tens of thousands of people in the illusionary realm. Although many people who have reached the deity transformation stage will enter the illusionary realm one after another, and some will marry and raise many children in the illusionary realm, not everyone will be able to find a suitable partner. If they want to have children, sometimes they will have to rely on people in the secular world to succeed. How can there be such a cruel method? Does the child belong to only one party? Can't they consider the feelings of a mother? Guo said angrily. Xiao Qiqing smiled bitterly. If they go against the family's will, it is equivalent to choosing to be an ordinary person. Moreover, they will definitely not treat their partners as equals. How many of them will sincerely want to stay together for a long time? Moreover, you have the 9 meridians. I'm afraid that guy was even more anxious to send you back to the family back then. 9 meridians. Mother Wang was confused. What 9 meridians? Xiao Qiqing hesitated. She didn't want her mother to know how she was treated in the Xiao family. However, she thought that she wouldn't be able to hide it in the future, so she just told her everything. Before Mother Wang finished listening, her eyes were already red from anger. She gritted her teeth and her eyes revealed the fierceness of a leopard. Sorrowless beast. Xiao Qiqing quickly hugged Mother Wang's shoulder and comforted her. It's okay, Mother. Yangqing has already helped me suppress the cold poison. My body is very good now. The cold poison won't act up like before. This is fate. God is helping my daughter. Mother Wang looked at Yangqing gratefully. Son-in-law, I really don't know how to thank you. Not only did you help Miss, but you also helped me find my daughter. I really don't know what to say. Hee hee. Yangqing grinned without changing his expression. Mother Wang, you will be one of my mothers-in-law from now on. There's no need to be so courteous. Although we are originally a family, it's even more intimate. Shameless brat. You must have thought about it for a long time. Guo laughed and slapped her son's head. Lin Ruoxi was hugging Lan Lan. Her hand was originally caressing her daughter's round face. However, after being provoked by Yangqing, she pinched Lan Lan's little face until it was crooked. Lan Lan's eyes were filled with grievance. She had been obediently staying quiet. However, no matter what, seeing Mother Wang and Xiao Qiqing reconcile, Lin Ruoxi was still very happy. Lin Ruoxi was the one who understood Mother Wang's pain the most. Seeing that the knot in Mother Wang's heart was resolved, she couldn't help but have a better impression of Xiao Qiqing. Jiqing, I heard that you're staying in an apartment near Zhonghai University? Why don't you move in with us? It just so happens that our Xianxia has returned to Korea. Her room hasn't been tidied up yet, Lin Ruoxi suggested. This made Yangqing and Guo a little surprised. It seemed that to Lin Ruoxi, the identity of being Mother Wang's daughter was indeed very important. It actually made Lin Ruoxi put aside her prejudice and let Xiao Qiqing live in their house. However, this also had to do with the fact that Xiao Qiqing was not like other women. She had her own family. It was rare for her to have a mother, so it was indeed not suitable for her to live outside. However, Mother Wang quickly dissuaded her. Don't be like this, Mississippi. I know you're good to me, but this is not suitable. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Xiao Qiqing nodded. Sister Ruoxi, it's better for me to live somewhere else. Otherwise, the other sisters will definitely have an opinion. As she spoke, she glanced at Yangqing. Yangqing rubbed his chin, pretending that it had nothing to do with him. Lin Ruoxi furrowed her brows. But you can't live in the apartment. I don't want Mother Wang to be busy running back and forth. Mother Wang smiled. Miss, aren't there a lot of empty houses in the Shijiao villas? I'll buy one for Jiqing. I haven't fulfilled my duties as a mother for more than 10 years. Let me buy a house for Jiqing as a gift. Wow, Mother Wang, you're that rich? Minwan exclaimed in surprise. She had recently heard that the Shijiao villas she was living in were all luxurious mansions worth tens of millions. Mother Wang was buying a house here? Wasn't she a servant? Lin Ruoshi was not surprised. She smiled. Minwan, you don't know this, but in terms of salary, Mother Wang is actually higher than me. There's such a thing? Guo Shihuahua was curious. Lin Ruoshi nodded. Grandmother felt that she had hurt Mother Wang's marriage by being a matchmaker. She felt guilty towards Mother Wang. So in her will, she wanted to give Mother Wang a salary of 5 to 10 million a year, adjusted according to the company's finances. Mother Wang's salary would be calculated separately and not included in taxes. Mother Wang and I couldn't go against this salary. So over the years, it's been easy to buy a house worth more than 10 million. Mother Wang smiled sheepishly. I tried to persuade the old CEO, but before she left, she insisted that I sign it. I've been saving the money all these years, worried that the company might run into trouble, so I gave it to Mississippi. I didn't expect it to be used to buy a house. Minwan was envious. A servant could become a billionaire? She really couldn't tell that Mother Wang was a rich woman. Lin Ruoshi was generous. That's good too. As long as it's close to home, Mother Wang, it's more convenient. Why don't you choose a nice car from my garage? It'll be my gift to Jiqing. Since she's Mother Wang's daughter, she's also my sister, isn't she? Yangqing could tell that Lin Ruoshi didn't really want Xiao Qiqing to live in the house. Instead, she took the initiative to suggest it, eliminating the possibility of Xiao Qiqing moving in. After all, the more generous Lin Ruoshi was, the more courteous Mother Wang and Xiao Qiqing would be, and more considerate of Lin Ruoshi's feelings. Of course, since Mother Wang was so rich, buying Xiao Qiqing a house of her own was also a good thing. Yangqing silently counted on his fingers. His loved ones lived nearby: Qiangwei, Mo Qianni, Anqin, Tang Wan, and Xiao Qiqing. He ran out to have sex in the middle of the night, and the target had increased to 5. How should he take turns? What a blissful worry. Fortunately, Choi Yan and Lu Mingyu lived further away. When he guided them in their cultivation, he could be intimate. Otherwise, they would all be near his house, and he would be even busier. All of a sudden, Yangqing felt that it was not bad to have Lan Lan and Lin Ruoshi sleeping together, so that he would have free time, and would not neglect the girls. If Lin Ruoshi knew that this man was shamelessly thinking about how to share the rain and dew, it was estimated that poor Lanlan's face would be pinched until it was swollen. In the next few days, Mother Wang was extremely busy with making up for so many years of mother-daughter relationship with Xiao Qiqing, while Yangqing was running back and forth between the girls. While guiding them in cultivation, it was inevitable that they would be entangled passionately, making up for the strong feelings that he had lost in his busy work. As the end of October approached, Yangqing gave the Park family a call and brought Lin Ruoshi to Seoul, bringing the crescent necklace along with him. To the Korean drama expert Lin Ruoshi, going to Korea was more exciting than going to any other country. Seoul was also the filming location of many Korean dramas, so Lin Ruoshi was naturally interested. Before going, Lin Ruoshi had already decided to stay in Seoul for a week or 2. She had even chosen the location and route. Yangqing wasn't really interested in this small country. He had been to Seoul a few times, and he was familiar with the major cities in the world. However, the atmosphere in South Korea where people would bow and kneel for no reason was tiring for the lazy Yangqing. Due to the high latitude, the temperature in Seoul was much lower than in Zhonghai. It was so cold that it could condense frost and occasionally snow. In the evening, the plane arrived at Incheon International Airport. Park Jong-yoon was the one who came to pick them up. When he saw Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi, Park Jong-yoon was overjoyed. He warmly shook hands with them and asked his bodyguards to carry Lin Ruoshi's luggage. "My cousin misses the both of you very much. She even begged to come pick you up, but her tutor, Teacher Vivian, is teaching her, so I'm the only one here." Teacher Vivian? A foreign tutor? Lin Ruoshi asked curiously. Park Jong-yoon led the two to the car while shaking his head. "Not a Westerner, but a female tutor, Xianxia, who is proficient in English and Korean. She's a student recommended by my grandfather's American professor. Yangqing teased Lin Ruoxi. What, you're still taking care of Xianxia's studies now that she's back in Korea? Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. She was just concerned. They drove from the airport to the Park family's mansion in the Gangnam district of Seoul. There were already a few luxury cars parked in the parking lot in front of the mansion. It was obvious that some people were waiting. Under Park Jong-yoon's lead, many people in the spacious living room stood up and looked over. The only one who remained seated was an old man wearing a fur collar robe and holding a walking stick. It was Park Cheon whom they had seen in the video. However, Park Cheon's complexion looked much better. He had a slight smile on his face and his gaze was kind. What piqued Yang Chen's interest was the young man standing behind Park Cheon's sofa, wearing a tight white short-sleeved shirt. The man was expressionless, as if he hadn't seen anything. He was playing with 3 egg-sized steel balls in his hands. Based on Yang Cheng's many years of experience, even though the man did not cultivate any internal energy, he was a fierce character who had fought his way through piles of blood. He was most likely Park Cheon's bodyguard. The other middle-aged couple was Yu Haomyung and Park Ji-eun. Yu Haomyung was rather short, and it was a little discordant when he was with his wife, Park Ji-eun. The other young and beautiful lady who surprised Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi was Yu Yeonhee. Yu Yeonhee's makeup was dazzling. Her pink lip gloss shone brightly. She wore an elegant black V-neck top paired with a fluffy scarf that covered part of her chest. She wore a pair of tight-fitting jeans that outlined her slender legs. "Welcome, aren't you surprised to see me?" Yu Yeonhee smiled proudly. Yu Yeonhee had interacted with Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi during the Star of Yulei selection and the concert in Zhonghai. However, those memories were not pleasant. Yu Yeonhee's fake smile was the best response. "Yeonhee, be polite," Park Cheon said calmly. Yu Yeonhee retracted her gaze and nodded at Park Cheon. "Yes, grandfather." Park Ji-eun smiled reservedly. "Mr. Young, Miss Lin, nice to meet you. I'm Jinxia's aunt, Park Ji-eun. This is my husband, Yu Haomyung. Yeonhee is our daughter. Thank you for taking care of her in Zhonghai." Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi finally understood that Yu Yeonhee was Park Cheon's granddaughter just like Xianxia. The difference was that Xianxia was the eldest daughter despite her young age while Yu Yeonhee was born of a concubine's daughter. Even if they shared the same bloodline, seniority was a must in the wealthy families of Korea. Yangqing recalled the argument between Yu Yeonhee and Park Jong-yoon in front of his house. Yu Yeonhee must have fallen in love with Park Jong-yoon, but weren't they siblings? He couldn't help but feel curious. Park Cheon was inviting the two to take a seat when a familiar cheer came from upstairs. "Brother Yang." "Sister Ruoxi." Xianxia, who was wearing a pinkish-white woolen sweater, ran out of the study and down the stairs. It had been a long time since they last met, and Xianxia looked even more beautiful and charming. Her cheeks were especially smooth, and her skin was smooth and tender. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and under her close-fitting woolen sweater, her tight, full breasts and slender waist formed a distinct visual impact as she ran. Yangqing muttered to himself. Once this girl's transnational bloodline was revealed, coupled with good nutrition and nourishment, she looked like a fairy in Korean dramas. Most importantly, she didn't undergo plastic surgery. Be careful, be careful. Don't fall." Park Cheon called out worriedly, his face filled with affection. Yu Yeonhee saw her grandfather's gentle attitude towards Xianxia, which was completely different from how he treated her. A trace of disdain flashed across her eyes. Xianxia ran forward with a smile and hugged Yangqing without any hesitation. She then turned around and hugged Lin Ruoxi, giggling. "You're finally here. I wanted to pick you up but teacher wouldn't let me. I'm not in the mood to study anymore." Lin Ruoxi missed her too. After all, Xianxia had stayed at home for so many days that they were like family. Lin Ruoxi cupped Xianxia's cheeks tenderly. "It's already dark and you're still studying?" "Yeah." Xianxia pouted. "Teacher Vivian is very strict and even grandfather won't help me." Park Cheon laughed heartily. "Grandfather can follow you in everything but you can't fall behind in your studies. Otherwise, when grandfather is done with you and you've learned nothing, won't you have tens of thousands of people starving with you?" His words were filled with love for Xianxia. Since everyone was speaking in Korean, Yangchen translated for Lin Ruoshi. He was so busy that he couldn't be happier. At that moment, a slender figure came down from upstairs. She was wearing a round-collared dress with a black trench coat draped over her buttocks. Her fair and round thighs were exposed to the air, adding a touch of sensuality to her intellectuality. Park Jong-yoon was the first to notice the figure. He stepped forward and said politely, "Teacher Vivian, thank you for your hard work. Stay and have dinner with us tonight." Vivian smiled reservedly and was about to refuse, but when she saw the two guests standing in the living room, her pretty face was filled with astonishment. Her face turned pale, and her clear eyes were filled with disbelief. Jing. Jing. Yangchen almost didn't recognize the girl in front of him, because the name Vivian and Li Jingjing didn't have any relation at all. Furthermore, Li Jingjing's attire was completely in the avant-garde and bold European style, as if she was a young lady who grew up in the upper class, completely different from the young and inexperienced high school teacher from a year ago. Lin Ruoshi took a while to react. She was pleasantly surprised. "So the teacher Vivian everyone is talking about is you. Jingjing, long time no see." To Lin Ruoshi, Li Jingjing, who taught her how to cook and volunteered with her at the orphanage, was the first female friend she got to know after growing up. Although there was some unhappiness between the two because of Xing Xinlin, Lin Ruoshi didn't think that it was Li Jingjing's fault. It was Xing Xinlin who took advantage of her when she was at her weakest. Yang Cheng's heart was in turmoil. Many scenes of the past appeared in his mind. When he first returned to Xianxia, he was disheartened, depressed, and lonely. It was after he got to know old Li's family and Li Jingjing that he slowly walked out of the shadow of losing 17. After going through so many things and being separated for a year, he felt as if a lifetime had passed when he saw the girl again. She was still her, just prettier, more mature, and more charming. After a moment of shock, Li Jingjing came back to her senses. A complicated bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were moist. "Brother Yang, Sister Ruoshi, long time no see." The Park family members were surprised and puzzled. How did the three of them know each other? Judging from the ups and downs of their emotions, their relationship wasn't ordinary. President Park Cheon was the first to speak, asking everyone to sit down and have a chat. He then ordered the maids to serve the dishes to Yangqing and his wife. Only then did the awkward atmosphere ease. "Teacher Vivian, since you're old friends with Mr. Yang and his wife, you must stay for a meal and reminisce about the past." Park Cheon grinned. Li Jingjing did not reject this time. She looked deeply into Yang Cheng's eyes and nodded. "Thank you, President." Park Jong-yoon's brows furrowed. He could read something he did not wish to see from the way Li Jingjing looked at Yang Cheng. It was a kind of joy, but it was suppressed. And because it was suppressed, it was especially sincere. It was as if a treasure that had been lost for many years had suddenly appeared in front of him. How much did he miss her to have such an impact on others? If Park Jong-yoon could sense it, Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi could as well. However, Yangqing felt helpless. Be it Hui Lin or Li Jingjing, they were both people he dared not touch. Moreover, Lin Ruoshi was still by his side. Lin Ruoshi, on the other hand, felt a sense of crisis. Even if she was happy to see Li Jingjing, it did not mean that she was willing to let her husband rekindle their relationship. Say that they had no feelings for each other? Lin Ruoshi did not believe it. At the same time, she was glad that she came along. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked at the three of them with curiosity. She had just found out that Huaxia's name was Li Jingjing. She was very curious about her teacher's past. Everyone gathered at the dining table. The maids served exquisite traditional Korean dishes. For a wealthy family like the Park family, hiring a chef from a star-rated hotel was a walk in the park. "Mr. Yang, I've invited you and your wife here for 2 reasons. Firstly, to attend our family's inheritance ceremony on the 11th. Secondly, I would like to trouble you to bring our family's heirloom." "Do you have it with you?" Park Cheon asked with a smile. Yangqing took out the platinum crescent pendant from his pocket. Until now, Yangqing still didn't understand what was so special about this pendant. "That's right, this is it." Park Cheon's eyes were filled with emotion. The crescent moon that I gave to my eldest daughter, Ji, has finally returned home. Kim Jip, accept it for me. The handsome young man beside Park Cheon was none other than Kim Jip. He stepped forward and took the crescent moon from Yang Cheng's hand before returning to his seat without a word. Yang Chen could feel that this young man was indifferent to everyone except Park Cheon. He couldn't care less about them. Grandpa, even if you want to take it back, you should give it to me. This is the only thing Mom left me, Xianxia said with some dissatisfaction. Hee hee. Park Cheon chuckled. Don't worry, child. Once the ceremony is over, I'll give you the crescent moon and the star in my hand. I'll give you everything I can. Xianxia nodded happily. Her face was filled with contentment. This feeling of being pampered by an elder was something she had yearned for ever since she was young. Now that she was all grown up, her wish was finally fulfilled. Park Ji-yeon, Park Jong-yoon, and the others had different expressions on their faces. Yu-yeon, he asked sweetly, Grandpa, what do the crescent moon and the star do? The smile on Park Cheon's face vanished. He snorted softly. You'll know when the time comes. There's no need to ask. Oh. Yu-yeon, he lowered her head obediently. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. Park Ji-yeon patted the back of her daughter's hand, gesturing for her to keep quiet. During the conversation, Li Jingjing sat there quietly. She would glance at Yang Chen from time to time before quickly retracting her gaze. Her hands were clenched tightly under the table, and she seemed to be absent-minded. Yang Chen tried his best to relax. He rubbed his stomach and asked, Hey, Grandpa, are we still waiting for someone? I didn't even have lunch at the airport. Park Cheon's face twitched when he heard the title. Grandpa? Who are you calling? Yes, I have something important to announce today. I've specially invited a few other distinguished guests, Park Cheon said. As soon as he finished speaking, the rumbling sound of a sports car's engine could be heard from outside the door. Following that, several cars arrived one after another. It seemed like there were quite a lot of people. Under the respectful welcome of the servants, the first to enter was a middle-aged man in a suit with a square face. His hair was combed back and he wore an earring. Behind him was a handsome man in a dark blue coat and skinny jeans. His face was fair and clean-shaven. He was waving the keys of a Ferrari sports car in his hand. It seemed like he was the one who drove the sports car outside. Following behind him was a man in a white suit. His hair was a little gray and he looked to be in his 40s. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a refined demeanor. He was carrying a briefcase in his hand. Other than Park Cheon, Park Ji-yeon, Park Jong-yoon, and the rest stood up when they saw them. President Gong Jicheng and Gong Wu are here. Park Ji-yeon was the first to welcome them with a smile. Gong Jicheng laughed heartily as he greeted them. He then greeted Park Cheon in the manner of a junior. Uncle Park, please forgive us for being late. Gong Wu and I went to the airport to pick up Director Li Eun-jong who had just returned to Seoul. That's why we were a little delayed. The man in the white suit, Li Eun-jong, adjusted his glasses and smiled warmly. I've heard so much about you, President Park. I'm Li Eun-jong, a surgeon. Everyone was surprised to hear Li Eun-jong say that he was a doctor. There was something strange about the banquet. You're too humble, Director Li. Gong Jicheng continued. Everyone, Director Li is the pride of the Republic of Korea. Not only is he the honorary director of Seoul University College of Medicine, he's also the honorary consultant of Harvard Medical School's cardiac surgery and hepatobiliary surgery, a core member of the surgical team. The crowd cheered him on while Li Eun-jong shook his head and waved his hand humbly, smiling from ear to ear. Lin Ruoshi wanted to stand up but Yongqing held her back. Why are you butting in if you don't know him? Can't you see that your husband hasn't gotten up yet? Lin Ruoshi thought about it and agreed. She wasn't here to work anyway, so she listened to her husband and stayed put. Park Cheon introduced the guests to Yongqing and Lin Ruoshi. Mr. Yang, Ms. Lin, you might not be familiar with Xianxia, but the Gong family is the leading family in the university, medical, and medical equipment industry in the Republic of Korea. They have close collaborations with the European Union and North America. This nephew Gong Jicheng is the current family head and Gong Wu is his son. Gong Jicheng and Gong Wu's gaze fell on Yangqing and his wife, especially on Lin Ruoxi. They paused for 2 to 3 seconds. These two, are they Huaxia's friends? Gong Jicheng asked haughtily, as if he was particularly confident in facing Huaxia's guests. Let me introduce them. Park Zhongyun smiled. This is Ms. Lin Ruoxi, the CEO of Huaxia's Yulei International Group. Beside her is her husband, Yangqing. Both of them are my cousin Xianxia's benefactors in Huaxia. Yulei International? Is that Huaxia's clothing company? Gongwu asked with a grin, his tone full of disdain. The Gong family was a giant in the medical and education industry. Not to mention an inexperienced fashion company like Yulei International, even European and American brands like Louis Vuitton and Hermès were not worthy of their attention. After all, people could choose not to wear branded clothes, but they could not go to school or see a doctor. Lin Ruoxi did not understand Korean and turned to look at Yangqing in confusion. After listening to Yangqing's translation, Lin Ruoxi replied in English, "That's right. Everything you're wearing from head to toe is sold by our company. Thank you for your patronage, dear customer." Li Jingjing, Xianxia, and the others almost burst into laughter. They forced themselves not to look at Gong Wu's stiff expression. On the other hand, Yangqing dutifully translated it from English to Korean. Gong Wu snorted coldly and was about to say something else when his father, Gong Jicheng, signaled him to stop. Park Cheon remained silent as a glimmer flashed across his eyes. He looked at Lin Ruoxi appreciatively. At that moment, the door was opened by the servants. More guests arrived. Fortunately, the dining hall of the Park family's mansion was spacious. It did not feel crowded at all. Instead, it looked more fulfilling. This time, 2 tall Caucasian men arrived. They wore leather boots and high-collared jackets as if they were not used to the temperature in Korea. Behind the 2 white men was a tall and slender woman who strolled in leisurely. As soon as her beautiful amber hair appeared in front of everyone's eyes, some people were stunned. Yangqing's brows relaxed as he murmured, "Jane?" Jane was looking at some classical Korean decorations in the house with great interest. Hearing the familiar voice, she also looked over. Her sapphire blue eyes blinked twice when she saw Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi. She was pleasantly surprised. "Yangqing? Miss Lin, why are you here?" Jane, who was wearing a leather coat, had a curvy figure like a Western woman. Her tall boots covered her slender legs. She looked like a young girl with a hint of enchanting charm. She had an innate elegance and grace, which combined with her perfect face. Many people present were a little breathless. Park Cheon asked curiously, "Mr. Yang, do you know each other?" Everyone looked at Yangqing in bewilderment. They had never seen Jane before and the sudden appearance of this mysterious Caucasian beauty caught their attention. Yangqing nodded. "She's a friend of mine for many years. I didn't expect to meet her here." When Jane was in London, she told Yangqing that she would be going overseas for surgery. Yangqing did not expect to meet her here. One of the 2 white men with a beard introduced, "President Park Cheon, this is our mentor, Miss Jane, whom we've specially invited from the Royal Academy of Sciences. She was supposed to arrive a week ago but was delayed due to the need to treat a British admiral who came to seek medical attention." Everyone was surprised. How could such a young woman be the mentor of these 2 American doctors? Jane, on the other hand, was used to being stared at strangely. Out of respect for the elderly, she gracefully bowed to greet Park Cheon. "Mr. Park Cheon, my students, Vincent and Wallen, have given me your medical records before I came here. I've read through all of them. I just need to examine and analyze them before I can operate on you." "Surgery?" Park Cheon frowned. "What surgery? Is it for my father's illness?" The others were shocked as well. Park Cheon's liver cancer was in the advanced stage. Logically speaking, he had 2 months left at most and surgery would not help. But now, Lee Eun-jong, the top surgeon in Korea, and 2 American doctors had invited the mysterious Dr. Jane to perform the surgery? Park Cheon gestured for everyone to sit down before he said leisurely, "You must be wondering why an old man like me, who is in the late stages of liver cancer and whose cancer cells have spread, would need to invite President Gong Jicheng, Dr. Vincent, and Dr. Warren to help me invite doctors over." Everyone fell silent and listened attentively. Park Cheon grinned as he reached out and patted Jinxiu's head. Jinxiu pouted helplessly as if her grandfather had been petting her for a long time. After all, she felt that this was only appropriate for a child, but she was no longer a child. I have to admit that I made a mistake. That is, in order to let my precious granddaughter come back, I deliberately asked Vincent and Dr. Warren to exaggerate my condition. Ah. Park Ji-yeon, Yu Ho-myung, and the others raised their heads in surprise. Park Jong-yoon's eyes also revealed a strange look. Jinxiu's eyes reddened. She didn't know if she was happy or angry. Grandfather. How could you do this? Park Ji-yeon laughed heartily. I'm not too sure about the specifics of my condition. Let Vincent and Dr. Warren explain it to me. In short, I hope that Jinxiu can come back home because I can't wait any longer. Moreover, I'm not completely cured. So, please forgive an old man like me for wanting to see my granddaughter. Yangqing picked up a crab leg and chewed on it. I knew it. How could someone of your status be in the stage of incurable liver cancer? There's definitely something fishy going on. Are all Huaxia's people this rude? President Park and the elders haven't moved yet. How can you eat first? Gong Wu of the Gong family sneered. Yangqing grinned. I'm hungry and I want to eat. This isn't your house, so why do you care? President Park Cheon hasn't even said anything. Have you heard of the ancient eunuchs of Huaxia? You're not worried, but the eunuchs are. You. Hey, Gong Wu. Don't be rude to the guests. Gong Jicheng silenced his son and nodded at Yangqing with a friendly smile. You're a guest, please forgive me. Park Cheon pretended not to hear him and said to the bearded American doctor, Dr. Vincent, thank you for coming all the way here to treat me. It's only right. President Park has invested in many projects to help our patients. We're just trying our best to repay you. Unfortunately, our skills aren't perfect yet, so we had to shamelessly invite our teacher. Vincent smiled. Haha, then please tell us the truth about my condition. Vincent nodded and explained to everyone, President Park Cheon's liver cancer has been diagnosed and it's past the stage of removal of cancer cells. The blood vessel scan shows that it has caused cirrhosis. Fortunately, it's not incurable. As long as a liver transplant is performed soon, there shouldn't be any major problems. Otherwise, he'll only have half a year to live. Liver transplant? That's a major surgery. Park Jong-yoon said worriedly. Jinxiu couldn't care less that her grandfather was lying to her. Knowing that there was still hope, she asked with anticipation, Grandfather, hurry up and perform the surgery. Hey, don't worry, child. Didn't we just invite 2 famous doctors? Park Cheon smiled kindly. The reason why I asked both of you to find me famous doctors and the Gong family to find me famous doctors is because I want my surgery to be foolproof. I want a 100% success rate. So, I want the best doctors to perform the surgery for me. Everyone finally understood and marveled at Park Cheon's scheming. He was indeed a scheming man who had been in the business world for decades. He even used his own illness as a tool to tempt his granddaughter to change her mind. Vincent and Wallen were both experts in hepatectomy and internal medicine who were invited from California in the United States, but they still refused to be at ease. They insisted on inviting the best doctors and chose the most outstanding ones from the best doctors. Yangqing discreetly nudged Lin Ruashi with his arm and smiled. Honey, Park Cheon is just like you, a scheming type. Eat your food and shut up. Lin Ruashi glared at the man coldly. Gong Jicheng, who was sitting at the head of the table, said confidently, President, Dr. Li Yanzhong's liver transplant surgery is well known throughout the United States. Moreover, he's the best doctor in the Republic of Korea. You can rest assured. Am I right, Dr. Vincent Wallen? Vincent and Wallen looked at each other and nodded frankly. Wallen said, I've heard of Dr. Li Yunzhong from Harvard University in California. I've also read about you in many magazines. Your thesis is very well written. You're flattering me. I've heard of both of you as well. You're both promising young men. Li Yunzhong was pleased with himself. He then turned to Jane, who was looking at the Korean food curiously. I've heard of Miss Jane's name many times as well. It's a pity that Miss Jane has only taught at Johns Hopkins. If you have the chance to visit Harvard Medical School, we'd welcome you with open arms. Although Jane was influential all over the world, she was mainly active in the UK. Moreover, she was still very young. Most people would not believe her even if they heard the rumors. The higher-ups of the world's top medical schools like Harvard, Columbia, and Duke would not buy Jane's story. These people were all people with unique insights in their respective fields. Naturally, none of them were willing to give in to anyone else. Moreover, Harvard Medical School often ranked higher than Johns Hopkins in the world. Therefore, Li Yunzhang hoped to surpass Jane and seize this opportunity to compete with her. This way, he would be able to step on a giant's head and reach the sky in a single bound. Although Jane was busy studying the colorful Korean delicacies, she was smart enough to know what Li Yunzhang was thinking. However, she could not be bothered to compete with him. She chuckled. I'm a lazy person. I can't even be bothered to go to class, let alone visit. Young man, don't get complacent just because of a little fame. Li Yunzhang reminded him like an elder. Then, he retrieved a stack of documents and scans from his briefcase and smiled. President Park Cheon, I've looked through all your documents. I don't think it'll be a problem for you to undergo a liver transplant. Park Cheon's face lit up. Oh? If that's the case, let's start eating. Let's hear Dr. Li's opinion while we eat. I don't know much about this surgery myself, but I'm relieved to see Dr. Li's confidence. Everyone nodded and started eating. Yangqing, on the other hand, was already gobbling down his food. Li Yunzhang said, the success rate of liver transplantation has always been high. It's just that the liver has to be found in time, and the patient's age and liver condition are as suitable as possible. That way, it won't be too difficult. President Park's current problem, other than finding a suitable liver as soon as possible, is that he's over 64 years old and has complications of liver cirrhosis. But for me, it's still manageable. My plan is to open up the abdomen with a galloping laparotomy and clean up the short hepatic vein. I'll be extra careful here in case there's any bleeding. Most importantly, I'll remove the tumor in its entirety, leaving enough space for the bile duct and blood vessels to place the new liver. Li Yunzhang's confident explanation of his surgery plan left the crowd stunned even though they didn't quite understand. Vincent and Wallen, on the other hand, were anxious when they saw their teacher Jane fiddling with the octopus tentacle on her plate. They had a strong sense of admiration for Jane. Even though Li Yunzhang was a famous doctor, they didn't think he could be compared to Jane. Hence, Jane's casual attitude made them anxious, afraid that Jane would be outshone. Park Cheon obviously wanted to interact with Li Yunzhang and Jane during this meal to see who was more reliable. After all, with his status and wealth, he could afford to hire the best doctors. Hence, he didn't want anything to go wrong in the surgery. After Li Yunzhang was done, he added, I'll explain the surgery in detail once we find the liver source. Park Cheon nodded in satisfaction and turned to Jane. You must be Dr. Jane. What do you think about my condition? Jane chewed on an octopus tentacle with a strange expression on her face, as if eating raw octopus had troubled her. Hearing the question, he licked his lips and said with a faint smile, I think Dr. Li is right. If everything goes well, he will definitely be cured. There's nothing to add. Li Yunzhang said proudly, this is the result of my years of experience as a doctor. All in all, President Park's liver transplant surgery is guaranteed to be done by me. Everyone was disappointed with Jane. They had thought that this beautiful woman who popped out of nowhere would possess miraculous medical skills. However, she only agreed with Li Yunzhang's words and did not think much of it. As a student, Vincent couldn't help but lean close to Jane's ear and say anxiously, Teacher, why don't you say something? Won't we be outdone? Jane said indifferently, Dr. Li wants to save people, and what he said is indeed the right treatment. We're not competing. As long as it's good for the patient, why should I compete? Are you short of money? Ugh. That's not it either. Vincent blushed with shame. Thinking about it, his teacher was right. As long as the patient was fine, face was actually secondary. On the other hand, the father and son of the Gong family looked at each other meaningfully with a faint smile on their lips. As the banquet progressed, the atmosphere gradually became livelier as everyone chatted and laughed. Yangqing didn't say a word and continued to eat and drink, not daring to look at Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing was a little disappointed and only ate a few mouthfuls. Occasionally, Xianxia would chat with her for a while and she would smile. During the banquet, Park Jong-yoon served Li Jingjing a bowl of ginseng chicken soup. However, Li Jingjing only took a sip out of politeness and indicated that she didn't need it. Yu Yanhee saw this and the hatred in her eyes intensified. She glanced at Li Jingjing, Yangqing, and Park Jong-yoon with a cold smile on her face. Gong Wu's gaze kept drifting back and forth between Lin Ruoxi and Jane. Although both of them had extreme Eastern and Western appearances, he was more interested in Jane. It was as if he despised the Huaxia people. Due to his illness, Park Cheon only drank a little alcohol and mostly replaced it with tea. However, his face was flushed and he seemed to value Li Eunjong very much. He raised his glass several times. Seeing that the situation was about right, Gong Jicheng suddenly said to Park Cheon, "President Park, with the help of Director Li, your surgery will be absolutely safe. When your body recovers, I wonder if you should have a formal contact regarding the marriage between our two families? I don't want my son and I to experience the same regret that my father had." Everyone held their breaths. What was going on? Park Ji-yeon and Yu Homyang seemed to have thought of something and were surprised. Park Cheon put down his chopsticks and pondered for a moment before saying, "We, the Park family, have let you down in the past. President, please don't say that. I am deeply gratified to see Ji Yi's daughter, Xianxia, return safely to the Park family." Gong Jicheng looked at Xianxia affectionately and continued, "You may not know this, but my father and President Park were sworn brothers in the army. After he retired, he arranged for his children to be in-laws. Unfortunately, Ji Yi, Xianxia's mother, married Huaxia. I didn't get to marry Ji Yi. My son, Gong Wu, has just become an adult and is a good match for Xianxia. I hope that we can continue this friendship and strengthen our ties. I hope President Park can fulfill my wish." Xianxia immediately stood up and yelled with a flushed face, "I'm not going to marry him." "Xianxia. You're rude, sit down." Park Cheon's face was not looking too good either. After all, it was too embarrassing. "Grandfather." Xianxia was indignant. "Do you really want me to marry that man? He's obviously a spoiled brat." Xianxia was so anxious that she blurted out incoherently. Gong Wu's face turned ashen and a cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. "Listen to me." Park Cheon yelled, but he coughed violently. Xianxia was startled. She quickly sat down and patted Park Cheon's back, regretting her rashness. Park Cheon signaled that he was fine and touched Xianxia's hand. "Child, why are you in such a hurry? It's just a suggestion, it's not a final decision yet." Gong Jicheng was not angry at all. He smiled and said, "Xianxia, our Gong Wu may not have a good temper, but he's a kind person. He's the most sensible and business-minded one among all the descendants of the Gong family. There's no way he won't be a match for you." Xianxia snorted coldly and turned her head away. Park Cheon was adamant. "Nephew Gong, why don't we discuss this matter after my surgery? Xianxia has only returned to my side for a short period of time. I can't bear to let her leave so soon." "Oh, of course. I'm just taking advantage of the liveliness today to discuss this matter." Gong Jicheng calmly retracted his words. After dinner, the Gong father and son, as well as Li Eunjong, left quickly. Park Ji-yeon and her husband also took their leave. In the main residence, only Xianxia was allowed to stay. As guests, Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi stayed in the guest room as well. When Li Jingjing was the last to leave, Yangqing and Lin Ruoxi inevitably had to chat a little more. From Li Jingjing, they learned that apart from sending some extra scholarships back home, she had not returned home to visit old Li and his wife. She had no plans to return to Huaxia for the time being. Lin Ruoxi felt sorry for her and Yangqing at the same time. She felt that Li Jingjing had always felt guilty towards her and Yangqing. "Jingjing, you should make some time to come back to China. I bumped into old Li on the street last time. He's still running a roadside stall. He's getting on in years and he even had a major surgery. He and his wife need someone to take care of them." Yangqing recalled the day he bumped into old Li with Chengwei and felt sad. Li Jingjing was taken aback. She bit her lip bitterly. When I called Dad, he said he wouldn't be going out anymore. He lied to me. Lin Ruoshi was puzzled as to when Yangqing bumped into old Li. Why didn't he mention it to her? She tried to comfort Li Jingjing. If you're worried about us, then don't worry. We told you when we sent you to America that we don't blame you. Besides, we've always treated you as a good friend. Li Jingjing looked at Lin Ruoshi gratefully. Sister Ruoshi, thank you. It's just that I can't get over it. After a few conversations, Li Jingjing became a little agitated. She seemed to recall all sorts of things from the past, and all sorts of complicated emotions welled up in her heart. Finding a gap, Li Jingjing decided to pull herself out and bid farewell to Yang Chen and Yang Chen before returning to the apartment she was staying in. Since she lived close to her apartment, Li Jingjing walked back instead of asking the helper to drive her back. Watching the woman put on her coat and gradually walk away in the night, Yang Chen took a deep breath and turned to look at Lin Ruoshi, only to see that the woman was also looking at him. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm a very obedient child. I didn't do anything to make you angry, did I? Yangqing smiled. Do I look angry? Then why? Didn't you hear what Jingjing said? She can't get over it in her heart. Lin Ruoshi sighed. Yangqing nodded, and she's the one who won't forgive herself. There's nothing we can do about it. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? What she meant was that she was afraid to return to China because she still couldn't let go of you in her heart. She still missed you, but she knew that she couldn't be with you, so she didn't return to China and chose to stay far away. Yangqing was stunned. The flash in Li Jingjing's eyes before she left appeared in his mind. He was stunned for a while, then bitterly smiled and said, "Wife, let's not talk about this anymore. Jingjing is still young and has just achieved success in her studies. She might have a great future waiting for her in the future. I shouldn't have any interaction with her, so don't think too much about it. If it wasn't for old Li and his wife stopping you, would you have slept with her behind my back?" Lin Ruoshi suddenly asked. Yangqing was startled and hurriedly shook his head. Why would you think that? Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Jingjing. She was bewitched by Xing Xinlin back then, so she definitely isn't that kind of girl who doesn't know her limits. Humph, seeing how protective you are of her, I don't even need to think to know the answer. Lin Ruoshi stomped on Yangqing's foot angrily, then turned around and went upstairs. Yangqing was dispirited. No matter what, he was in the wrong when encountering this kind of thing. Who asked him to have too many criminal records? However, he did not expect to run into Li Jingjing on this trip to South Korea. He had thought that he would never see this girl again, but the past and emotions that had been sealed away for a long time had been stirred up once again. On top of that, Jane, who he had just bid farewell to not too long ago, happened to be in Seoul as well. Although she was there to treat Park Cheon's illness, he could not just ignore her. Yangqing's head was about to explode. He could only hope that this trip to Seoul, which was supposed to be a wedding trip, would not turn into a trip where Lin Ruoshi would complain and be jealous of him. At the same time, in the study on the second floor, Park Cheon was sitting on the sofa, slowly flipping through the results of Xianxia's studies over the past few days. Apart from Korean, there were also some questions and answers about management. Although Park Cheon did not have much education, his decades of experience in business management made him a mentor of the highest level. Just a few pointers from him were enough to give Xianxia a whole new understanding and a new level of improvement. As he was explaining a few key points to Xianxia, he noticed that his granddaughter was pouting absent-mindedly as she stood by the side in a daze. Ahem, Xianxia, what are you thinking about? It's rare for me to have the energy to lecture you, Park Cheon said in a slightly displeased tone. Xianxia pouted as though she had been wronged. Grandfather, I don't want to marry that disgusting guy. Park Cheon was taken aback for a moment before he burst into laughter. And here I was wondering what was going on. So you're still bothered by that little thing. Why don't you think about it? Even you can see that Gong Wu isn't a good guy. How can I let you marry him? Upon hearing this, Xianxia's worries turned to joy. Grandfather, you won't agree then? Of course not. Park Cheon put down the documents and reached out to grab Xianxia's hand. Grandfather loves Xianxia very much. How can I let Xianxia marry a stinky brat who only knows how to indulge in debauchery? However, the Gong family is indeed a rich and powerful family. Grandfather and grandfather are indeed close friends. If it weren't for the fact that I have to give them some face, I wouldn't even bother to meet them. Didn't you hear what grandfather said? We'll talk about it after the surgery is over. We'll drag it out as long as we can. If they get anxious, we won't agree. What else can they do? I knew grandfather wouldn't make me sad. Xianxia giggled as she wrapped her arms around Park Cheon's neck and planted a kiss on the old man's cheek. Park Cheon shook his head with a smile. They must think that I've gone senile to hire Li Yunzhong to operate on me. Although I do need a good surgeon, they're underestimating me if they think that I'll owe them a favor just because of this incident. We'll pay them the surgery fees and medical fees, but don't even dream of marrying my precious Xianxia. Xianxia nodded vigorously. That's right. They must think that marrying me will allow them to snatch our family's assets. They're all evil. You're quite smart. Park Cheon was delighted. Aya, Xianxia, it's great that you're back. Don't worry, grandfather will find you a good, capable, and handsome man to be your husband. Those idiots will have to step aside. Xianxia felt a little awkward. Her eyes twinkled as she said, Grandfather, I can handle this myself. What era is this? How can an adult handle this? Park Cheon couldn't help but ask, don't tell me you already have someone in your heart. I've met countless people, don't try to lie to me. Xianxia's face flushed red as she shook her head vigorously. No way, grandfather, don't overthink things. Park Cheon's eyes turned pensive. Xianxia, relationships between men and women aren't child's play. As long as you like him, he has a good character, and his identity is clean, it doesn't matter if he's poor, ugly, or stupid. But please don't let him be a playboy or a married man. No matter how attractive you are, he won't be able to give you happiness. Xianxia's pretty face was a little pale. She shook her head reluctantly. Grandfather, don't say any more. How can I like a man like that? Park Cheon nodded. I believe you. Your mother was my biggest pain in the past. Now that I think about it, there's nothing wrong with your father. If you want to find an ordinary man, I'll definitely support you. Xianxia smiled bitterly and responded softly. Outside the house. The cold wind blew away the fallen leaves. The bright lights of the Gangnam district seemed bleak. Just outside the Park family's mansion, near a high slope road in the north, a slender long-haired beauty with a black scarf was slowly walking under the street lights with her head lowered. Li Jingjing felt a chill in her eyes. Her pace was slow and she didn't pay attention to how she knew the way. She thought that as long as time passed, she would naturally forget about him. However, when she saw this man again, she realized that it was all a joke. Since the first time she met this man 2 years ago, she had fallen in love for the first time. Such feelings were like fine wine in a wine barrel. After a long time, the aroma did not dissipate but instead, it made the wine even more mellow. Li Jingjing felt that her heart was already intoxicated. She forced herself to appear indifferent in front of this man, but she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. If it weren't for Lin Ruashi's presence, Li Jingjing suspected that she would have hugged the man without hesitation. She wanted to tell him how much she missed him and how much she looked forward to seeing him, even if she was nothing. However, Lin Ruashi's kindness towards her made Li Jingjing's heart feel heavier the more she thought about it. She was a complete liar. Not only did she deceive herself, but she also deceived others. The funny thing was that she couldn't deceive anyone. At this moment, a long modern business car came down from the slope. When it was about to reach Li Jingjing, the car came to an emergency stop. Click. Click. The door was opened, and 2 or 3 muscular men dressed in black got out of the car. They grabbed Li Jingjing and covered her mouth with a piece of tissue. Woo-woo. The woman, who was immersed in her own thoughts, didn't realize that she was caught. After inhaling some of the substances on the tissue, Li Jingjing didn't struggle or scream before she completely fainted. The men threw Li Jingjing's soft body into the back seat of the car and quickly closed the door. They quickly left, the taillights gradually disappearing into the night. In the distance, a few watchdogs were barking wildly, but no one noticed this lightning-fast scene. After the MPV drove out of the residential area, it headed towards the night market that was filled with neon lights. At the back of the car, there was a lady in leather with her legs crossed gracefully while swirling a glass of red wine in her hand. It was Yu Yonhee, who had just left the banquet. Yu Yonhee's phoenix eyes were filled with coldness as she scrutinized Li Jingjing, who was lying on the back of the car seat, with disdain. Humph, she's not as pretty as me. She's always pretending to be virtuous, and that bastard Park Jong-yoon really took the bait. What a vixen. So it turns out that she's related to Yangqing. TSK, she can even seduce a married man. Park Jong-yoon has really misjudged her, hee. Yu Yonhee was observant and had long noticed that there was something special between Li Jingjing and Yangqing. It was also the fuse that ignited her intense hatred. A muscular man with a crew cut sitting in the front passenger seat seemed to have just received a call. He turned around and said with a cold expression, "Missy, the bar is ready." Very well. Yu Yonhee gulped down the wine in her glass and licked her red lips. Get someone to inform Yangqing. Do it well. Yes. The man revealed an excited and cruel smile. Yu Yonhee stretched out her leg and gently rubbed it against Li Jingjing's face. It was as if she was going to crush Li Jingjing's face at any moment. But after a long time, Yu Yonhee managed to endure it. Humph, I'll keep your vixen for a little longer since you're still useful. Yu Yonhee then took out her phone and dialed a number. The person on the other side picked up after a while. What's the matter? It was Park Jong-yoon's impatient voice. The jealousy on Yu Yonhee's face intensified. Are you that unwilling to talk to me? Hurry up and talk. I'm working. Park Jong-yoon's voice was exceptionally cold. Work? Humph. Who do you think you are to talk about work? Aren't you just helping my cousin, Xianxia? Beep, Park Jong-yoon hung up before Yu Yonhee could finish her sentence. Yu Yonhee angrily smashed the Samsung phone in her hand onto the car door. Her face turned red and white and her facial features were almost distorted. Fine. Since you despise me so much, I'll destroy the woman you fancy. Let's see if you'll still like her and dislike me. In the guest room on the second floor of the Park family's mansion, Yangqing looked at the woman who was busy in front of the laptop with a conflicted expression. After taking a shower, Lin Ruoshi sat on the bed in her cotton pajamas. She started to look through the company's management software. I say. Honey, we're already traveling to Korea. Don't tell me you're going to work until midnight before going to bed? Yangqing asked cautiously. Lin Ruoshi replied with an affirmative but she didn't know if she heard it or not. Yangqing couldn't take it anymore. She was clearly testing the limits of his patience. While Lin Ruoshi wasn't. Paying attention, Yangqing crawled to the back of the bed and grabbed her fair feet in his hands. Aya. What are you doing? Lin Ruoshi exclaimed and tried to retract her feet. However, Yangqing held on tightly, making it difficult for her to move. After all, she hadn't done any manual labor since she was young, and she didn't walk much. Her feet were soft and tender, and they looked especially smooth and fair after the shower. Yangqing squeezed her feet in his hands, causing Lin Ruoshi to blush and her body to go limp. Who asked you to be so disobedient? I already said that this is to compensate you for your honeymoon, but you only care about work. This hurts my pride as a husband. Do you still have any shame? Humph. Lin Ruoshi pouted. Yangqing pretended to be angry and rubbed his thumb on the soles of Lin Ruoshi's feet. Ayaya. Ah. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Ouch. Don't. Haha. I'm so itchy. Hubby, let go. Let go. I don't want to see any more. I don't want to see any more. Haha. The woman couldn't resist the teasing. The itch on the soles of her feet caused her to uncontrollably twist her body on the bed. She kicked her legs and threw the notebook onto the carpet. Originally, her pajamas were relatively loose, but with Lin Ruoshi's twisting and turning, she wrapped her voluptuous body inside, twisting out all the seductive curves. Lin Ruoshi couldn't care less about this. Her pretty face was flushed red, and her eyes were about to burst into tears. Yangqing looked like a mermaid rolling on the bed. His lower abdomen immediately ignited with a raging fire, and the steel spear began to react. I told you not to listen to your husband anymore. Yangqing smiled evilly and pounced on the woman, pressing her under his body. With one hand, he forcefully tore open the pajamas in front of her chest, and with the other hand, he neatly pushed Lin Ruashi's cotton pajamas down to her thighs. Perhaps it was because of her conservative personality, or because of her family's upbringing, Lin Ruashi was still used to wearing more comfortable and conservative pajamas. However, for Yangqing, who was used to seeing lace and gauze, it was especially attractive. Moreover, the sexy body wrapped under such a shell was extremely precious. The hot, warm, and soft touch made Yangqing want to rub the woman's body into his own. The husband and wife had not been intimate in bed for a long time. Naturally, Yangqing was very excited to seize the opportunity. One hand reached into the quiet valley and fiddled with his lover's sensitive body. After a while, Lin Ruashi was panting. Not only was her lower body wet, but her watery eyes were full of mist. Yangqing removed the burden of concealment and held Lin Ruashi's slender and soft waist with both hands. He couldn't wait to enter the immortal abode that he yearned for day and night. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. The phone on the bedside suddenly rang. Every room in the Park family had its own independent landline phone. This was also for the convenience of some distinguished guests. Yangqing was annoyed. Did someone come to sell insurance at this time? Lin Ruashi's chest was heaving up and down. Her snow-white peaks looked delicate and charming. When she saw Yangqing crawling over to pick up the phone with a huge thing hanging between his legs, she felt so shy that she simply closed her eyes and turned her head away. However, when a gust of warm air blew past her body, Lin Ruashi felt a slight chill between her two white and beautiful legs. She realized that she couldn't bear to be teased, so she hurriedly clamped her legs together, creating a tight gap between them. Yangqing suppressed the heat in his heart and picked up the phone gloomily. He was about to say a few words and immediately hang up, but before he could speak, the voice on the other end of the line made his whole face turn cold. Mr. Yang, Teacher Vivian is in our hands. If you don't want to see her become a bitch, you'd better come. Yangqing's hands trembled slightly. He waited for the other party to finish saying the address before hanging up the phone. When he turned around, he saw Lin Ruashi nervously closing her eyes and pursing her red lips, not knowing what to do. Yangqing smiled bitterly. Lin Ruashi waited for a while. Seeing that the man didn't move, she couldn't help but open her eyes curiously. When she accidentally looked at him, her small mouth opened in surprise. You. Why? Why can't you do it? Can't do it? Yangqing looked down. Wasn't that right? Even he had gone soft. Don't talk nonsense. Can your man not do it? Lin Ruashi's face immediately turned red. She gritted her teeth and secretly hated herself for thinking. Then what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Lin Ruashi asked calmly. Yangqing felt that he shouldn't hide it. As he got off the bed and put on his clothes, he said, Jingjing has been kidnapped. I need to go out and see if it's true. You should rest first, or wait for me to come back, but I'm not sure how long it will take. Hearing the man speak so casually, Lin Ruashi couldn't care less about her clean body and suddenly stood up. What? Jingjing has been kidnapped. Yangqing smiled bitterly. I'm not sure if it's true or not. In short, I'll make a trip there. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen. Of course I'm at ease with you, but Jingjing doesn't have the ability to protect herself. Lin Ruashi said anxiously. Yangqing frowned in confusion. Ruashi, you really don't mind if I save Jingjing? Lin Ruashi said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if I don't like other women getting close to you, I can't abandon other women's safety. Furthermore, Jingjing is already trying her best to endure for the sake of our relationship. Do you think I can't tell? She's thinking for us. Am I supposed to let her be bullied before I'm happy? Seeing that Lin Ruashi was on the verge of losing her temper, Yangqing quickly waved his hand and admitted defeat. Don't get angry. I was just asking. Yangqing blushed with shame. He had indeed thought too much of Lin Ruashi. She was only cold-blooded when it came to business matters, but she was more passionate when it came to people. Stop wasting time. Go and see what's going on. Lin Ruashi urged. Yangqing knew that he could not delay any longer. He quickly put on his clothes and jumped out of the window. Although there were many guards patrolling the Park family's compound, it was easy for Yangqing to avoid them. With a light leap, he disappeared from the courtyard. When he reappeared, Yangqing was already at the roadside outside the residential area. He came out from a dark corner and boarded a taxi. Yangchen instructed the driver to head to the designated bar. Although he was familiar with the geography of Seoul, how could he remember the exact location of a small bar? Yangqing was too lazy to think about who was playing tricks in the dark. Although the other party said that Li Jingjing would be safe before he arrived, he was still worried. No matter how long it had been, he could not lie to himself. This girl had indeed touched his heart. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the side of a narrow street. On the side of the street was the bar that the person on the phone had mentioned, Bo's. When Yangqing walked to the entrance, 2 Korean men in suits were already blocking the entrance. It was obvious that the bar had been cleared and was only waiting for Yangqing to enter. "You're from Xianxia?" one of the Korean men asked in broken Mandarin. Yangqing nodded. The 2 burly men immediately made way for Yangchen, and revealed a sinister smile. Yangqing was too lazy to pay attention to them and strolled into the bar. The entire bar was dark and gloomy. Every corner of the bar was occupied by a burly Korean man. Under the dim illumination of the lights, every table and chair in the bar was empty. There were some empty beer bottles scattered on the floor, as if the customers had just left. Only the bar counter was the most eye-catching. A familiar figure was sitting on a high chair, admiring herself. Her slender legs were crossed, and her high heels shone with a red halo. The woman held a white cigarette in her hand and took a puff before she exhaled a wisp of smoke. She turned around and saw Yangchen walking towards her. Smiling arrogantly, she said, "You sure came fast. It seems like you're quite interested in that woman named Vivian. Miss Yu Yonhee, I don't have any grudges with you, right?" Yangqing sat on the high chair beside Yu Yonhee. Yu Yonhee casually pushed a glass of whiskey to Yangchen before picking up the one in front of her and toasting Yangchen. A trace of mockery flashed in Yangcheng's eyes as he raised his glass and clinked it with the woman. "Of course we don't have any grudges. I'm just treating you to a drink," Yu Yonhee said as she pursed her lips into a smile. She sucked on the glass and drank the amber liquor. Seeing that Yangqing wasn't drinking, Yu Yonhee smiled in disdain. "Why? You even dared to come and you're worried that I would poison your liquor? Come on, you're my grandfather's guest. How can I poison you?" Yangchen shrugged and gulped down the entire glass of whiskey. It didn't taste good, and he even frowned a little. A cold smile rose on Yu Yonhee's lips. She took a puff and threw the cigarette into the ashtray. "I know you really want to see Vivian. But before that, can you listen to me for a while?" Yangqing knew that she didn't need to tell him to know where Li Jingjing was. But after confirming that there was no danger, he didn't mind seeing what Yu Yonhee had up her sleeves. "Of course, I'm more than happy to listen to a beauty's worries," Yangqing said with a sinister smile. Yu Yonhee tilted her head elegantly and glanced at him charmingly. "You don't look that good either. I really don't understand why so many women are interested in you. Men aren't women. Looks only give us an advantage when we're looking at them. It's fine as long as they're passable. We have to look at other things to get along with them," Yangqing said casually. Yu Yonhee nodded. "Women are different. If we find out that the man we like is in love with another woman, we'll definitely wonder if the other woman is prettier than us. A young and beautiful Korean superstar like Miss Yu Yonhee also has such troubles?" Yangchen asked at the right time. A sinister glint flashed across Yu Yonhee's eyes as she sneered, "Of course. At least, Park Jong-yoon is one of them." "Park Jong-yoon?" Yangqing knew that it was as he expected, but he still pretended to be surprised. Yu Yonhee then told him about how she fell in love with Park Jong-yoon, how she sacrificed everything for him, and how she thought that Park Jong-yoon was truly in love with her. Yu Yonhee was a little tipsy and seemed to have fallen in love with him as she choked on her words. "You might be curious. Park Jong-yoon is my grandfather's grandson, so how can I date him?" "Humph, let me tell you. He's actually an adopted child of my second uncle. My second uncle and his wife didn't have any children, but they're not the main branch, so it doesn't matter if they adopt him. Park Jong-un was personally chosen by my grandfather, so everyone in the family values him and no one would say anything about it. My grandfather has kept him by his side for many years, and he's even the chairman of the board, which shows how much he values him. To be honest, if I were my grandfather, I'd be more than happy to see Park Jong-un replace Xianxia. After all, Park Jong-un's leadership skills are much better than Xianxia's. Yangqing nodded his head in silence. Although he had guessed it, he was convinced that Park Jong-un wasn't the biological son of the Park family. He wasn't as calm as he seemed on the surface. He said, back then, I thought that he dated me because he truly loved me. So even if my mother was against it, I still got together with him. Although I didn't dare to announce our relationship, I was looking forward to the day when it would be announced to the public so that everyone could bless us. I don't mind people saying that I'm a brother and sister, I only care that he loves me. But he's a liar through and through. One day, after countless rounds of probing, he confirmed that I didn't have the family's inherited crescent moon. Since I didn't know the secret behind the crescent moon and stars, Park Jong-un ignored me. He wanted to crush the cup in her hand as she spoke. Her exquisite facial features were twisted, showing the venomous fire in her heart. Yangqing was surprised. Why did he think that you have the crescent moon? Isn't the secret the family's inheritance? He snorted. The crescent moon and stars are the family's inheritance, a secret that only the family head knows about. However, Park Jong-un wasn't sure if other family members knew about it. Furthermore, Park Jong-un found out from some sources that the crescent moon is in the hands of a junior. He felt that Xianxia's mother, who betrayed grandfather, couldn't have taken the crescent moon away, so he suspected that it's in my hands. But it's a pity that he miscalculated. How could he know that his grandfather was biased towards eldest Aunt Ji? Even if she betrayed him, the family's inheritance is still in the hands of that stinking brat, Xianxia. Now that you've told me so much, I'm really curious as to why the family's inheritance is related to the crescent moon and stars. Yang Cheng's interest was piqued. I want to know too, but I really don't know. Otherwise, I would have told you. He smiled bitterly before looking at Yang Cheng strangely. Aren't you afraid? Everyone here is mine. How can I not be afraid? If I return late, my wife will suspect that I've done something bad again. Yang Cheng scratched his head in embarrassment. He chuckled. Are all Huaxia's men so cowardly? I really don't understand why my aunt would fall for a cowardly race like you. Vivian even looked down on Park Jong-un because of you. But that's fine too. The more she acts this way, the more miserable Park Jong-un will lose. Today, I'll let a perverted man like you indulge yourself. What do you mean? Yang Chen asked blankly. Don't you feel that your body is a little strange? Strange? Yang Chen took a deep breath and touched his body. It's a little hot. Hot? This is just the beginning. Soon, you won't even know what is hot anymore. Yang Chen was shocked. You poisoned me? He smiled mysteriously. She didn't reply and snapped her fingers. His subordinates received the signal. From the right rear of the bar, the door to a room that seemed to be the bar's staff opened. The lights in the room were rather bright. Li Jingjing was sitting on a chair with her mouth gagged, surrounded by a few muscular men in short sleeves. Her eyes were red from crying as she helplessly looked at Yangqing from afar. Yangqing could see a trace of surprise in the girl's eyes the moment she saw him. His appearance seemed to have made her forget her current situation. She was purely happy. I've said it before, she'll be safe before you come. He smiled proudly, but now that you're here, what do you think I'll do with you guys? Yangqing slowly got up from his seat and walked towards Li Jingjing's room. He asked casually, what do you want? He sneered, do you feel that your blood is speeding up and your brain is heating up? You're thirsting for female hormones. Yangqing turned around, could it be that you've fallen for me? Although I don't mind doing it with beauties, I don't want to sully my gun when it comes to a disgusting beauty like you. What did you say? Who wants to go to bed with you? Idiot. You don't even know what medicine you took, and you still dare to be stubborn with me? Oh right, you haven't told me what poison you gave me. Yangqing asked. He pointed at Li Jingjing and said, aren't you guys against the rules and can't be together? I gave you some medicine to boost your courage. Remember not to pity that bitch later. As he spoke, a muscular man grabbed Li Jingjing from the chair and pushed her out of the room. Li Jingjing looked at Yangqing with teary eyes and muttered, "Brother Yang." However, she didn't know what to say. Her eyes were filled with regret and gratitude. You really have a heavy taste. Yangqing couldn't bear to look at Li Jingjing any longer. He suddenly asked Yu Yonhe, "Do you still have the aphrodisiac?" Yu Yonhe raised her brows, "You know what it is?" Yangqing shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "How could I not know? I used to give people the red tarantula's aphrodisiac. I used to give it to others. I would recognize the smell even if it turned into ashes." Yu Yonhe's face turned pale. How? How did you? Why doesn't it look like you're poisoned? Impossible. You're forcing yourself to hold on. No one can withstand it. If you continue to hold it in, your blood vessels will burst and you will die. Yangqing snorted lightly and did not reply. Instead, he casually picked up a short table with one hand and smashed it towards the frosted glass door behind the bar counter. Bang! Bang! The glass door was smashed into smithereens, and a series of women's screams came from behind. One after another, 4 or 5 girls with heavy makeup and revealing clothes ran out. A group of girls cursed in various Korean dialects, pointing at Yangqing as if they were cursing on the street. Yangqing scratched his ear and turned to look at the dumbfounded Yu Yonhe. What? You want me to take some photos with these girls so that you can threaten me? Please, don't you know that I'm an expert in this line of work? Yu Yonhe was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand how Yangqing wasn't poisoned and even found out that she had hidden the girls in the bar. She wanted to use this opportunity to take revenge on Park Jong-yoon and Li Jingjing and control Yangqing at the same time. She wanted to make use of Yangqing to achieve some of her goals through Xianxia. Yu Yonhe knew that Xianxia's feelings for Yangqing weren't ordinary. If she could make a move on Yangqing, she would be able to gain the upper hand. But now, Yu Yonhe realized that the script wasn't going according to her plan. Just who is this guy? Yu Yonhe panicked. A group of Yu Yonhe's bodyguards had already surrounded them. Realizing that the situation wasn't looking good, they were ready to deal with Yangqing at any moment. Yangqing wasn't interested in wasting time with Yu Yonhe anymore. Since the woman had told him everything he wanted to know, what he had to do next was to let her know her place. Directly, Yangqing walked towards Li Jingjing. Stop him. Capture him. Yu Yonhe suddenly remembered that she had the advantage in numbers and quickly ordered. A group of well-built Korean bodyguards swarmed towards Yangqing like a swarm of monsters. Yangqing couldn't be bothered to use his cultivation against these ordinary people. His physical strength was more than enough to deal with these men who had only received military training. Without waiting for the bodyguards to come close, he had already grabbed their fists with one hand and used the force to throw them in all directions. He was like a flying man in an acrobatic troupe. However, all of them failed when they landed. The bodyguards only felt that their fists had just punched out, but the power in their hands was dissipated. An irresistible force carried their bodies and in the blink of an eye, they were sent flying. Bang! 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 Sounds of things crashing could be heard from all around the bar. Tables, chairs, and wine bottles were all over the floor. As soon as the bodyguards charged forward, they were thrown far away by Yangqing, causing them to wail in pain. The reason why Yangqing didn't kill them was that it was convenient. Firstly, these people were still useful to him. Secondly, he still had to deal with the aftermath after killing them. Although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want to get into trouble with the Korean court. Thirdly, these people were just as lackeys and didn't deserve to die. The chaos made Yu Yonhe pale. A few of the prostitutes who were hired to perform hid in a corner and didn't dare to move. Missy! Leave quickly. This person isn't easy to deal with. The muscular man with a crew cut was the leader of the bodyguards. He stood in front of Yu Yonhe and shouted. When Yangqing heard the voice, he looked at the man and smiled. So, you're the one who called me. Seeing Yu Yonhe running out of the bar, Yangqing was amused. Trying to escape? Protect Missy. A few bodyguards shouted and charged forward in an attempt to stop Yangqing. but when they charged forward, they realized that Yangqing was no longer there. Ah! Yu Yonhe's scream came from the door. When the bodyguards turned around, they saw Yangqing grabbing Yu Yonhe's neck and lifting her up. The show has just begun. I won't be happy if you leave early. You're the female lead, Yu Yonhe. Actress. With an evil smile on his face, Yangqing threw Yu Yonhe onto a sofa in the middle of the bar. Yu Yonhe immediately started crying. Missy, are you all right? The leader of the bodyguards quickly surrounded her and asked anxiously. Yangqing came to a sudden realization. Why are you so concerned? Could it be that you've fallen in love with your master? The face of the Korean man with a crew cut twitched. He twisted his neck and said, What nonsense are you spouting? All right. I'm not interested in your love life. Yangqing walked forward and said to the bodyguards, Bring me the rest of the red spiders. I know you guys must have more. If you don't hand them over obediently, I won't be polite. The men of the Republic of Korea will only die in battle and never surrender. The crew cut man roared. The other bodyguards also glared at Yangqing. Yangqing looked at the group of Han Biaozi as. If he was looking at an idiot, shouldn't you guys be saying such words when you're on the battlefield? Helping a woman to film a conspiracy, you've come to pretend to be an iron-blooded soldier? If you have the guts, then kill us. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Republic of Korea. The crew cut man felt that Yangqing was afraid, so he immediately puffed out his chest and shouted. The other bodyguards were also filled with righteous indignation, and started to spit and curse at Yangqing. Yangqing extended his hand and waved at Li Jingjing. Li Jingjing was standing there in fear, not daring to move. Seeing Yangqing's signal, she carefully walked over. Brother Yang. Do you want me to come over? Yes. Yangqing smiled faintly. I'm afraid that you'll be splashed with blood if you stand there. Ah? What do you mean? Li Jingjing's doubts were answered in the next moment. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Yangqing took 3 steps forward. Then, he grabbed the crew cut man's head in a seemingly slow manner. Crack. Poochie. His entire head was like a corn cob that had been broken off, and there was even a sound of it snapping. Thick, dark red blood spurted out from the artery in his neck and splashed onto the area where Li Jingjing was just a moment ago. As the blood splattered, it even landed on the face of Yu Yonhe, who was as white as a sheet of paper on the sofa, as well as the faces of the surrounding bodyguards who were dumbfounded and filled with fear. Yu Yonhe, who was lying on the sofa, looked as though she had seen a ghost. The woman was so frightened that she did not dare to make a sound. She was panting heavily with her face ashen and her eyes bloodshot. The woman was so frightened that she didn't dare to make a sound. She was gasping for breath, and her face was ashen while her eyes were bloodshot. Yangqing was like a butcher standing on the execution ground. After twisting the criminal's head off, he held it in his hand as though it was a ball. Yangqing was like a butcher standing on the execution ground. After twisting the criminal's head off, he held it in his hand as though it was a ball. Yangqing noticed that some of the people present had already started vomiting and collapsed on the ground. Some even peed their pants out of fear. He smiled. Why? Didn't you say that you would rather die than submit? Didn't you say that I would kill you if I had the guts? Where's the spirit of a man from the Republic of Korea? The group of bodyguards exchanged glances. Their hysterical fear had finally won over their fragile pride. Furthermore, with the death of the crew cut man, their leader was done for. They still felt that staying alive was more important. In an instant, the dozen black-clothed men fell before Yangqing and started kowtowing. They rubbed their hands and begged for mercy. Yu Yonhe was curled up in a corner of the sofa. Her body was trembling and she only dared to glance at Yangqing from the corner of her eyes. Yangqing snorted and threw the head in front of Yu Yonhe. Ah! The woman screamed, rolled her eyes and fainted. You! Yangqing waved at the bodyguard closest to him. Do you know where the rest of the drugs are? The bodyguard immediately nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains. Bring them all over. Bring all the camera equipment that you have prepared. Don't tell me that you don't have them. Yangqing smiled evilly. The bodyguards did not dare to disobey him. They could only hope that this devil-like man would spare their lives. After a while, several bodyguards quietly brought the remaining can of red spider to Yangqing, and under Yangqing's instructions, they set up a camera. After doing her best to overcome her fear, she asked in a small voice, "Big brother Yang, let's go. Do you still want to stay?" Yangqing turned around and said, "How can I leave? I'm a person who will definitely take revenge. If you want to leave, then leave first. I want to do what I love to do." Yang Cheng's voice was rather flat, as if he couldn't be bothered with Li Jingjing. A trace of astonishment flashed through Li Jingjing's eyes, and her expression became somewhat lonely. Ignoring the woman, Yang Cheng called a burly man over and instructed, "Go and dissolve the medicine. Everyone drink a cup and give Yu Yonhe 3 cups." Ah! The group of bodyguards was overwhelmed with shock. They stood there in a deadlock, not knowing what to do. They finally understood what Yang Cheng meant. He actually wanted them to be with their master, Yu Yonhe. Do what Yu Yonhe wanted Yang Cheng and Li Jingjing to do. As for those street girls who were supposed to cooperate with Yang Cheng in the erotic palace, they didn't need to take any more medicine. After all, this was their purpose for coming here. However, Yang Cheng planned to change the target of their service to this group of bodyguards. Thinking about it carefully, South Korea's heavenly queen Yu Yonhe, a group of burly men, and 4 or 5 street girls, this film could at least sell for tens of millions of copyright fees. Seeing that the group of bodyguards did not dare to move, Yang Cheng could not help but laugh. "Do you want to cut off your heads? Or do you want to keep your lives and have a passionate night with your Miss Yu Yonhe?" The bodyguards didn't even need to think about it to know what to choose. Although they wouldn't be able to be bodyguards for the rest of their lives after this, it was better than dying immediately. Not long later, the group of bodyguards followed Yang Cheng's instructions and drank the dissolved red spider. Someone even poured 3 cups for Yu Yonhe. Yang Cheng personally took the camera and positioned it so that the group of burly men surrounded Yu Yonhe and stripped her naked. Under the light, a flawless female body was displayed in the bar. A few street girls obediently stripped themselves and intertwined with the group of burly men. Almost every girl was intimate with 2 or 3 burly men. At first, the group of bodyguards was embarrassed. However, when the effects of the drug kicked in, they felt their heads heat up. They no longer cared if there were people filming them. They immediately separated the women and invaded every inch of the girls' skin like wolves. Soon, the group of bodyguards were also in shambles. They took out their family jewels and played a delirious symphony with the group of girls. A few of the bolder bodyguards had already occupied Yu Yonhe and began their conquest of the women's lips and the valley below. Yu Yonhe, who was originally unconscious, woke up under the effects of the drug. She realized that she was being violated by her 4 bodyguards from top to bottom. She allowed her rationality to be overwhelmed by madness. Since Yu Yonhe's charm far surpassed the other street girls, the bodyguards especially wanted to come over and enjoy her delicate body. Not long after, Yu Yonhe let out a miserable cry. One of the bodyguards was behind the heavenly queen and was stabbing her in the back garden. However, the effects of the drug soon drowned out the pain. Yu Yonhe's face was flushed and she revealed a coquettish smile of desire. All sorts of exaggerated and degrading positions were displayed. Yang Cheng, who was filming with great interest, had unknowingly filmed for more than half an hour. Due to the effects of the drug, the group of burly Korean men were full of vigor and showed no signs of stopping. The entire bar was filled with the roars of men and women and a nauseating stench permeated the air. Li Jingjing's face was flushed red. She couldn't believe that Yang Cheng would treat these people in such a manner. It was the first time she had seen such a brutal murder, and it was the first time she had seen someone torturing someone so viciously. However, all of this was caused by the man that she had been dreaming of. Li Jingjing realized that Yang Cheng was too different from the person in her mind. Could it be that I've never known the real him? Furthermore, Yang Cheng's cold attitude towards her had caused Li Jingjing, who originally thought that Yang Cheng cared about her, to waver a little. After nearly an hour, Yang Cheng felt that the length of filming was about right. The group of men and women were almost exhausted. Therefore, he took out the memory card from the camera. At this moment, Yu Yonhe's body was covered in bruises and bruises. Her perky breasts seemed to have gone limp and her body reeked of a man's stench. Yu Yonhe's eyes were completely numb and empty. The woman had never expected that her momentary evil intention would bring about such a painful outcome. She couldn't imagine how she would welcome her future. She even wanted to kill herself, but she was afraid of death. Yangqing walked to the woman and shook the memory card in his hand gently. He smiled innocently and said, "I hope that you can be obedient. If that's the case, this film will remain in my private collection. If you do anything that makes me unhappy or Xianxia unhappy, I can only say that I won't be troubled aside from you." After finishing his words, Yangqing whistled and walked out of the bar leisurely. Yu Yanhe watched as Yangqing walked away. Apart from despair, she could no longer feel any desire for revenge. The door of the bar had been locked from the inside and was only opened at this moment. Li Jingjing followed Yangqing out in a hurry. She didn't want to stay in such a hellish place for even a second longer. When they arrived at the street outside the bar, there weren't many people walking by. The cold wind rustled on the street, sending chills down their spines. Yangqing walked in front, intending to hail a cab at the intersection with more traffic. Li Jingjing followed behind him and mustered her courage. She forced a smile and said, "Big brother Yang, thank you for saving me." Yangqing casually answered. He turned around and expressionlessly said, "You don't have to hold it in. I know you're afraid of me, and you think that I'm a sadistic pervert. But I don't care. This is the real me. What happened today is nothing out of the ordinary in my world." How could that be? Li Jingjing held back her tears and tried her best to smile. "Big brother Yang, you're just scaring me on purpose. You're a good person. You even helped my parents. I know that you're kind-hearted." Yangqing chuckled. "Woman, have you been scared out of your wits? Look at what I did to Yu Yanhe today. Do you think it's my first time? I'm not afraid to tell you that if I wasn't married, I would have been the first one to *ck Yu Yanhe and throw her to another man. Sigh. It's a pity that she's so soft and tender." Li Jingjing froze on the spot. She couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. She screamed at Yangqing, "You lied to me." Yangqing laughed. "I lied to you? Why would I lie to you? You're the one who thinks too highly of me. You can ask Ruashi if you don't believe me. She's already used to me twisting people's heads off. You used to think that I'm a good person because I've never shown it to you. Li Jingjing, you better wake up. I didn't accept you back then, and it's impossible for me to accept you now. You're too ordinary. We're not in the same world. If you want to ruin your life, you can get close to a bastard like me again. Who knows, I might want to change my tastes one day and need your body. TSK. To be honest, your figure seems to be fuller and more beautiful than a year ago." Li Jingjing couldn't believe what she heard and saw. She couldn't believe that Yangqing would be like this. It was as if his heart had turned into a piece of glass at this moment. With a light tap, it shattered into pieces. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. The woman kept shaking her head and sobbing. Yangqing endured the pain in his heart and said with a cold face, "Why are you crying? I didn't do anything to you. Didn't I come to save you? Hurry up and catch up. We won't be able to get a taxi if we're late." Li Jingjing sobbed, Then why did you come to save me?" Yangqing laughed and said, "My dear sister Jingjing, even if I can't be your lover, we're still old acquaintances. Since they've come looking for me, I might as well save you and get rid of these troublemakers. What's there to think about?" Li Jingjing's eyes were bleak as she stood there desolately. She didn't move at all, as if she had lost her mind. Yangqing didn't look at her. Instead, he hailed a taxi and pushed Li Jingjing directly into the back seat. Then, he gave the driver a stack of Korean won and asked him to drive to the Park family's residence in Gangnam district. "Walk back by yourself when you arrive. I still have to walk for a while. I won't accompany you," Yangqing said and closed the door. Li Jingjing didn't seem to be able to say anything. She sat in the back seat with her head lowered and silently wiped her tears. The driver in the front couldn't bear to see her like this and gave her a tissue. After the taxi drove away, Yangqing's face showed a trace of bitterness as he laughed at himself. For today's scene, he could only hope that Li Jingjing could get rid of some thoughts that she shouldn't have. Well, he hadn't done anything substantial with her, while she was still young, there should be other beautiful paths for her to choose from. With Li Jingjing's current conditions, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find a young and promising gold-collar worker to build a happy family. What's more, if she really went to the United States to study for a PhD in the future, she would be able to stay in a famous university in the United States and do research. Following a man like him, who always had to face the edge of life and death, and who had many women to begin with, was not good for her at all. In addition, he couldn't bear to let old Li and his wife suffer another blow. It was rare for his daughter to be so promising, but she became the lover of a little friend who forgot about her age, and she even had to worry about her life and safety. Why bother? As Yangqing thought about this, he unknowingly walked for a while. After taking in 2 deep breaths of cold air, he bought some Korean specialty chicken cakes and fried rice cakes from a roadside stall and took them with him. After hailing a cab, Yangqing returned to the Park family's mansion. The Park family's bodyguards were surprised to see Yangqing return because they did not see Yangqing go out at all. But as a distinguished guest, the bodyguards didn't dare to ask too much. When Yangqing asked them if they wanted to eat chicken cake, they all shook their heads with a smile. When Yangqing returned to the room, Lin Ruoshi was sitting on the big bed in high spirits, covered with a quilt and hugging a big pillow. Her watery eyes were wide open as she watched Korean entertainment programs on the TV. It seemed that because she saw a Korean actor she liked, Lin Ruoshi's eyes were full of excitement. Seeing her husband return, Lin Ruoshi hurriedly asked, "How is it? Is Jingjing okay?" Yangqing rolled his eyes. "You don't look like you're worried." "It's fine. I called a car to send her back." Lin Ruoshi patted her chest and nodded in satisfaction. She asked again, "What did you buy?" Yangqing opened 2 large paper bags, and the fragrance of spicy and eggs wafted out. "I bought some chicken cakes and fried rice cakes for supper." Lin Ruoshi's fingers moved. She was really a little hungry. She was too busy listening to those people during dinner and didn't eat much. She kissed Yangqing on the cheek to show her praise. Then, she took the chopsticks from Yangqing's hand and took big bites of the rice cakes. Yangqing looked depressed. "I was eating by myself." "Why are you eating more than me? It's easy to get fat eating supper." "Ugh." Lin Ruoshi pouted and said vaguely, "I used to be afraid, but now that I'm cultivating, I'm not afraid of getting fat no matter what I eat." Yangqing thought to himself, this is the end. Are all my women going to become big eaters in the future? But seeing that Lin Ruoshi was eating happily, he didn't think it mattered anymore. When she was almost done, Lin Ruoshi touched her somewhat bloated belly and cutely opened her mouth to burp. Ouch. Yangqing waved his hand. He smelled the smell of garlic coming from the woman's mouth. He couldn't help but say with a bitter face, "Wife, we're not 25 yet. Don't act like an old aunt, okay?" Lin Ruoshi's face was slightly red. She pouted and said, "Who said that only old aunties can burp? Everyone can burp. Anyway, it's only the 2 of us in the room. Do I have to hold back and not burp like I do outside?" Yangqing sighed and said, "That's why they say that marriage is the grave of love. After a long time, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she will become like this. No wonder there are so many mistresses nowadays." Lin Ruoshi reached out and directly pinched Yangqing's face. "You still have the cheek to say that. I just don't burp in front of you and dress up like I'm going to a ball. Don't tell me you don't want to find a lover?" Yangqing awkwardly raised his hands in surrender. "I was just saying. Our family's Ruoshi baby's burp is so beautiful. It smells so good. Stop flattering me." Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him and lightly snorted, "Don't think that I didn't see it. You came back today with a strange look in your eyes. You even bought some snacks to eat. Did something happen between you and Jingjing?" Yangqing was stunned. He thought to himself, how could there be anything? I was just hungry and bought some food. Still not confessing? I can count how many brain cells you have with my eyes closed. If there really was nothing, wouldn't you have flown back to continue? Continue doing that? Now that you're obediently sitting here eating supper, it's obvious that there's something stuck in your heart. Lin Ruoshi said with a red face. Yangqing felt that he couldn't hide anything in front of Lin Ruoshi. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just because he didn't rush back to be intimate with her, she could see through his feelings. However, thinking about it carefully, there was nothing to hide. After all, he didn't secretly get together with Li Jingjing, but rather, he rationally gave the girl an end. Thus, Yangqing briefly recounted what happened that night. After Lin Ruoshi finished listening, she was silent for a while before faintly sighing, although I don't think what you did was wrong, I still feel that Jingjing is a bit pitiful. She must have cried under the blanket tonight. Yangqing pretended to smile and asked, then what my wife means is that you want me to be with Jingjing? You dare. Lin Ruoshi twisted Yangqing's ear. Yangqing pretended to be in pain and begged for mercy. Lin Ruoshi felt a sense of accomplishment and released her hand. She even rubbed Yangqing's red ear. But then, Lin Ruoshi said worriedly, since Yu Yonhee is so evil, it's hard to protect her parents. Yu Homiang and Park Jiyeon are also trying to harm Xianxia. Also, that Park Jongyun is so disgusting. What if Xianxia falls into their trap? Yangqing said with a straight face, they want to seize Xianxia's inheritance rights and obtain Starmoon Group. They won't do it too obviously. They must be doing it secretly. If they expose themselves, even if they really get the inheritance rights, their reputation will be ruined and they won't be able to continue. Aren't we going to watch Xianxia's handover ceremony on the 11th? During this period, we'll stay in Seoul and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. No matter how patient they are, they won't come out until the handover ceremony is over. Why don't we make the first move? Hiss. Since when did you become so cruel? Yangqing smiled and shook his head. No. She's Jinxia's relative after all. If it's not necessary, just like what happened to Yu Yonhee today, restraining her is much more effective than killing her. It's better to let Jinxia take over a healthy Starmoon Group. Besides, I don't think President Park Cheon is as simple as we think he is. Since he can pretend to be in critical condition, he might be hiding some other plan. He must value Jinxia more than anyone else. We should just wait and see. That's right. As long as President Park's surgery is successful, he'll be able to protect Xianxia with his strength. The couple chatted until midnight. In the end, Lin Ruoshi leaned on Yangqing's chest and fell into a deep sleep. Yangqing quietly turned off the lights and gently caressed the woman's face, smiling in the dark. He suddenly realized that even if he didn't do anything, chatting with his wife and slowly falling asleep on the bed with her in his arms was also a blissful thing. The next morning, the two of them woke up under the servant's call. After washing up, they went downstairs for breakfast. Although Yangqing had to worry about whether anyone would harm Xianxia, accompanying Lin Ruoshi to play in Seoul for 2 weeks was also his main purpose of coming here, so sleeping in was out of the question. In order to have a good time after breakfast, Lin Ruoshi specially put on a pair of sunglasses, a pair of casual shoes, a gray knitted sweater, and a pair of pink tight-fitting trousers, outlining her perfect curves. Yangqing, who was used to seeing elegant and intelligent women, couldn't help but have his eyes lit up. Lin Ruoshi dressed like this was especially suitable for her age in her 20s. At the breakfast table, the teacher-student pair, Xianxia and Li Jingjing, were already eating as usual. Seeing Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi coming down, Li Jingjing still forced a smile and nodded, but the woman's eyes were obviously a little swollen. Xianxia, on the other hand, was rather annoyed and pouted, Sister Ruoshi, grandfather just won't let me go out with you guys, it's so annoying. You will have plenty of time in Korea in the future, now is an important stage for you to learn how to manage a company, of course you can't slack off, Lin Ruoshi pinched Xianxia's cheek and said with a smile. Xianxia looked unhappy and muttered, I might as well stay in Zhonghai, going back to Seoul is not fun at all, I don't even have friends. What friends do you need? Find a young master and get married, then you will have a husband, Yangqing teased. Xianxia made a face at him and snorted, ignoring him. At the dining table, Li Jingjing ate alone without saying a word. Although Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi knew the reason, they could only suppress the sadness in their hearts and pretend that they didn't notice anything. There had to be a stage like this to cut off Li Jingjing's thoughts. Breakfast was very important to Koreans. For a wealthy family like the Park family, it was only natural for them to have a wide variety of meals. There was also a large bowl of miso soup made from a variety of ingredients. There was also kimchi, which Koreans ate for their daily meals. The kimchi nation definitely lived up to its name. Many ordinary Korean families had two refrigerators, one for ordinary ingredients, and the other for kimchi. After breakfast, Yongqing felt like his stomach was filled with the taste of pickles. Once breakfast was over, Yongqing took Lin Ruoxi out of the house and rejected the chauffeur and car arranged by Park Cheon. Lin Ruoxi wondered how Yongqing was going to go out. "Don't tell me you're going to walk?" Yongqing sighed. "You've never suffered since you were young. You don't even know how to take the subway?" "Subway?" Lin Ruoxi blinked. She had never taken one before. The subway in most international cities is very convenient. For example, the subway in Seoul starts at 1,001 and the fare varies according to the length of the journey. According to the exchange rate, 1,001 is equivalent to 5 Hwaseong dollars. "It's fast, comfortable, and saves time," Yongqing said. "How do you know all this?" Lin Ruoxi was curious. Yongqing cleared his throat and patted his chest. "Don't you know whose husband I am? Go to hell." Amidst the laughter, Yongqing found a subway station with the woman and leisurely set off. Sitting on the subway, Yongqing didn't forget to show off his experience of traveling all over the world. "Honey, did you know that Japanese people look at their phones when they take the subway? Hong Kong people read books and newspapers when they take the subway? Taiwanese people chatter non-stop when they get on the subway. Koreans are the most honest when they take the subway. Look at them, all of them are expressionless and don't say a word." Lin Ruoxi looked around at the group of uncles and aunties who were staring at the two of them strangely. She subconsciously shrank back. The first stop they took was the South Hill Old Hanwoo village that Lin Ruoxi wanted to go to. They got off the subway from Chunwoo Road and walked into the Old Hanwoo village. This was the cultural city of film and television. Although it was a century-old historical site, it had a lot of historical significance to Koreans. Ancient Chinese characters could be seen everywhere. In ancient times, Korea used Hwaseong characters. There were all kinds of ancient houses, from the commoners to the royalty, everything that one could think of. Because there were a lot of film crews and talent scouts here, there were even 2 talent scouts who came up to ask Lin Ruoxi if she wanted to enter the entertainment industry. This made Lin Ruoxi feel that it was quite novel, although it was impossible for her to say yes. The main reason she came here was because many Korean dramas were filmed here. As a fan of Korean dramas, Lin Ruoxi naturally came to take a look and reminisce. Around some of the large ancient houses were ancient palace walls, which were especially high. Yongqing smiled and encouraged Lin Ruoxi, "Miss Lin, you can try climbing this wall. If you can climb out, then you've succeeded in having an affair." Naturally, Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but pinch him a few times. When she saw some ancient games, Lin Ruoxi was especially excited, especially a game called Pit-a-Pot. This game was also very simple. It was just throwing some arrow-like wooden sticks into some bottles. This was similar to the game that Lin Ruoxi played many times in the past. However, this made things difficult for Yongqing. Although Lin Ruoxi had been cultivating for a period of time, her accuracy and movement talent were still terrible. After throwing almost 40 to 50 sticks, she only managed to get one in. Seeing that Lin Ruoxi was anxious and wanted to regain her face, Yongqing secretly used some of his cultivation and straightened the wooden sticks in the air. In this way, Lin Ruoxi threw in more than 10 sticks in a row and finally stopped complacently. At noon, the two of them ate the famous Korean palace cuisine at a nearby seafood restaurant. Ordinary people would not be able to afford it, and the two of them would not be able to finish such a big table. Fortunately, Yongqing's appetite was unusually big, and the waiters stared at him with wide eyes. In the afternoon, Yongqing followed Lin Ruoxi's wishes and went to the world-famous Ua Women's University. This was the oldest women's university in Korea, and it was also the school where many noble ladies graduated from. Outside of Ua Women's University was a large street for women. This was a paradise for women, and very few men passed by. An existence like Yongqing belonged to the category of shameless people. That was why he swaggered along with Lin Ruoxi to visit women's shops. Here, one could see many new cosmetics and maintenance products. One could also eat cinnamon sugar pies, chicken cakes, and other special Korean snacks. Before Lin Ruoxi came, she did some research and purposely went to the stationery store on Women's Street. Korean notebooks were especially cute, and there were all kinds of cartoons. Lin Ruoshi loved them so much that she bought a lot of notebooks even though she had no use for them. Fortunately, Yangqing carried a mustard seed spatial ring with him. He secretly found a place to put the 2 big bags of gifts into the spatial ring, and he was finally liberated. At night, Yangqing brought Lin Ruoshi to Seoul's largest seafood market, Luliangjin, with his own experience. Most tourists did not know about this seafood market, and tour groups would not bring tourists here. This place provided 60% of the seafood supply in Seoul, which showed how grand and powerful it was. To Lin Ruoshi, it was especially interesting to shop around the seafood market and compare the quality of the seafood from different stores. From time to time, she would grab some king crabs, lobsters, sandworms, and abalones, making the woman laugh endlessly. It was as if she had become a young girl full of novelty, causing Yangqing to be dumbfounded. After buying a lot of seafood, they could go straight to the restaurant on the 2nd floor to have it processed and eat the freshest. Dipping it in chili sauce and using chopsticks to roll up the fresh octopus tentacles was definitely an indescribable pleasure. Just like that, the first day of the honeymoon passed unknowingly. In the next few days, the two went to experience Korea's famous sweat curtain. There was a 75-degree yellow curtain, a 65-degree black charcoal curtain, and a 45-degree salt curtain. Finally, there was an ice curtain to cool you down and wake you up. Different types had different functions. For example, charcoal could calm the mind and relieve hangovers, while salt could beautify and nourish the skin. They bought decorations on the streets of Insidong, boarded a cruise on the Han River, and watched the migratory birds fly by. In the middle of the night, they ate fried food and drank soju in a carriage on the street. The sweet time that Lin Ruoshi had never expected to have passed by quickly. A week after the two of them had their fun, Park Cheon, who had not disturbed them all this while, finally sent someone to contact them. Initially, they thought that the old man was ready for the surgery and would not have anything else to do during this period of time. However, it turned out that he was going to host a welcoming banquet for Xianxia's return. Park Cheon's complexion had improved slightly due to Xianxia's return. The physical conditioning he had undergone for the surgery was effective as well. Due to his physical condition, he was unable to host the welcoming banquet in time. The preparations were delayed for the past 2 days. The purpose of the banquet was to introduce the upper-class members of Seoul and the collateral relatives of the Park family to Xianxia. It was also to announce that Park Cheon was about to undergo a liver transplant and that he was not at the end of his rope like the rumors said. Of course, it was also an official announcement to the public that Park Cheon had found a suitable liver source for the transplant. This would make the core members of Star Moon Onshing feel at ease. When night fell, the banquet was held in the auditorium of a 5-star hotel under the Star Moon Group. A luxurious and elegant atmosphere permeated the entire banquet hall. Successful people in suits or tuxedos were everywhere. Most of their female companions were in evening gowns. There were also some elderly ladies in colorful hanfu. Yang Chan and Lin Ruoshi weren't people who liked to be in the limelight. When the couple entered the venue, they didn't know anyone, so they found a quiet place and waited quietly with 2 glasses of champagne. Due to their temperament, most Koreans could tell that Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi were Hwasea's people. Most of them were a little puzzled but ignored them. Part of the reason was that Lin Ruoshi only wore a black dress and a white blazer to avoid attention. It was neither sexy nor glamorous, so it was easy to overlook her. Park Cheon was in the center of the banquet, receiving blessings from many people. Beside him were Gong Jicheng and Gong Wu of the Gong family, as well as Dr. Liun Zhong. At this time, Park Cheon would not have the time to greet Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi. Suddenly, a tall Caucasian woman walked through the crowd and went straight to Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi. She pulled a chair over and sat down. He took a glass of champagne from the waiter and gulped it down as if he was very thirsty. Jane, who was dressed in a red evening gown, looked a little impatient. She fanned herself and said in annoyance, "I should have dressed more like Miss Lin. Korean men are really like followers. They can't even speak English properly. I've already told them that I can speak Korean, but they still pretend that speaking English is their specialty. How disgusting." Looking at the group of men staring at Jane, Yangqing nodded in understanding. "Just ignore them. Sometimes being rude isn't a bad thing." Jane raised her eyebrows. "That won't do. I'm a lady." Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but smile. Jane, a lady wouldn't talk behind someone's back. Jane covered her mouth and giggled as well. Xianxia asked curiously, who's going to perform President Park Cheon's surgery? Haven't you been examining him for the past few days? Are you going to perform it for Liunzhang? Jane shrugged nonchalantly. President Park Cheon doesn't seem to trust me. Maybe I'm too young. Besides, the Gong family has been supporting Dr. Li and he has indeed done more preparation work than me. I didn't pay much attention after that night. I'm not a surgery maniac, so there's no need for me to compete with them. After all, a liver transplant isn't a difficult surgery. If it wasn't for my two students, I wouldn't have come. Then what have you been doing for the past few days? Xianxia was puzzled. Jane replied excitedly, I went to a village in the mountains near Seoul and learned how to make the most authentic kimchi. Yang and Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They couldn't understand why they were so excited. Didn't you say that the Park family paid you a lot? Could it be that you asked for too much and that's why he chose Liunzhang? Xianxia asked. Jane frowned and nodded. That's a possibility. Logically speaking, a surgery like this can be done within $1 million in the US. It's possible that the Gong family would perform the surgery for President Park for free. How much did you ask for? Xianxia asked curiously. Jane made a two gesture. 2 million? How is that possible? Jane rolled her eyes. 2 million isn't even enough for me to look at his tongue. 20 million, and it has to be in pounds. Hiss. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't that equivalent to more than 200 million Huaxia dollars? How was this a doctor's treatment? This was clearly a robbery. Lin Ruoshi's jaw dropped in disbelief. She couldn't help but ask, Jane, why is your surgery so expensive? Jane answered matter-of-factly, that depends on the person. If he's a war zone refugee, then he'll get free medical care. But Park Cheon is one of the top 10 richest men in Asia. 20 million pounds is nothing compared to his net worth. Besides, I'm not friends with him, so I don't need the friendship price. Didn't he want 100% success rate? I'm 100% guarantee. I will never fail. The woman wagged her finger proudly. No wonder he didn't choose you. With the price you're asking for, even if he's saved, he'll still vomit blood. Xianxia smiled bitterly while Lin Ruoshi nodded in agreement. That's none of my business. I'm not interested in a surgery that many doctors can perform, especially one that requires me to come all the way here. It's just that he's old and has undergone some major surgeries before, so it's a little more difficult. That's why I'm here, Jane said nonchalantly. Lin Ruoshi asked Xianxia curiously, Hubby, don't you know how to quickly stop bleeding and expel toxins? Why don't you try treating President Park Cheon? Xianxia shook his head. That's impossible. I'm not a god. I'm only performing the most basic treatment. His organs are damaged and they're the most critical parts of life. I can't afford to make any mistakes. I'm not a doctor and I don't know much about physiology. It's like a car. I can wash the car and change the oil, but I'm not a mechanic, let alone a car engineer. If I want to change the car's engine and adjust the electronic system, I have to ask a doctor to do it. As they chatted, two figures slowly walked in from the entrance of the banquet hall, attracting Xianxia's attention. Upon closer inspection, it was Park Jongyun and Li Jingjing. Park Jongyun was dressed in a white suit. He looked heroic, calm and composed, filled with the calmness and arrogance of a young talent. Li Jingjing was dressed in a pink silk evening gown with a pale yellow ribbon tied into a butterfly knot around her slender waist. Her breasts were especially full, accentuating her exquisite figure. Many people looked over as well. Most of them were familiar with Park Jongyun, the main person in charge of Starmoon Group. Soon, many people walked over to greet Park Jongyun one by one. Some even began to ask who Li Jingjing was, most of them with ambiguous smiles on their faces. Li Jingjing wore a reserved smile as she nodded and greeted the VIPs after Park Jongyun's introduction. This scene made Xianxia and Lin Ruoshi look at each other. They saw a trace of uneasiness in each other's eyes. Jingjing, why does she seem? Lin Ruoshi didn't dare to continue. This situation was unexpected. Xianxia frowned and looked at Li Jingjing. Coincidentally, Li Jingjing also glanced at Yangqing. Their eyes met. Li Jingjing only paused for a moment before continuing to chat with the other guests. Yangqing's eyes were filled with worry. Seeing Li Jingjing chatting and laughing beside Park Jong-yoon, he couldn't feel at ease. At this moment, Park Jong-yoon and Li Jingjing stood together in the banquet hall. They looked like a golden couple. Many people began to offer their blessings, real or fake. Yangqing's eyes flashed with countless complicated emotions. In the end, he revealed a fierce expression and was about to get up and walk over. But Lin Ruoshi quickly grabbed Yangqing and said anxiously, "What are you doing? She's throwing her lifelong happiness in a fit. Do you want me to watch her make mistakes one step at a time?" Yangqing suppressed his anger. Lin Ruoshi's face turned cold. "Are you going to kill Park Jong-yoon? Who are you to care about her? If you're so worried for her, why don't you tell her that everything you've done before was a lie?" Yangqing sat there in a daze. Lin Ruoshi's cold water splashed all over him and he was at a loss for words. That's right. What kind of identity and reason did he have to control the man she chose? He was the one who asked her to stay away from him. Why did he have to control her now? Lin Ruoshi saw that Yangqing had calmed down and said earnestly, "How about this? I'll find some time to talk to Jingjing in private. If you interfere, it will only make her feel disgusted." Yangqing gave his wife a deep look. He felt that Lin Ruoshi's way of thinking was more appropriate. He nodded. "I'll leave it to you then. I don't want old Li to accuse me of harming their daughter the next time I see him." Lin Ruoshi nodded and patted Yangqing's hand. Not long after, the main theme of the banquet finally began. After Park Cheon's emotional opening speech, the main character of the night, Xianxia, walked out from the stage. Xianxia was dressed in a baby gray fishtail evening gown with a blue diamond pendant hanging in front of her pink chest. Under the spotlight, the girl with light makeup exuded a feminine charm. Her fair, natural beauty attracted the eyes of many young men. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Genes may not always be accurate, but most of the time, it still showed. Yu Yeonhee was the queen of South Korea. Her talent aside, her looks were indeed better than most female stars in the entertainment industry. Xianxia and Yu Yeonhee shared the same bloodline. Just like her cousin, Xianxia's beauty became more prominent as she grew older. Of course, Yangqing did not want Xianxia to be as vicious as Yu Yeonhee. Hearing the applause and praises from the audience, Xianxia greeted everyone shyly. Park Cheon, on the other hand, was quite pleased that his precious granddaughter was being praised. He laughed proudly at the side. Apart from Yu Yeonhee, the other members of the Park family were all present at the banquet. No matter what they were secretly thinking, on the surface, they all welcomed Xianxia's return. After a while, Park Cheon gestured for the crowd to quiet down and walked to the microphone again. "Today, in addition to holding this welcome party for my granddaughter, Xianxia, I would also like to take this opportunity to officially extend an invitation to everyone. I hereby announce that on the 11th of this month, we will officially hold the succession ceremony of our family. Xianxia will officially become the legal heir of our family, the Star Moon Group. At that time, I hope that everyone here can reunite again. Thank you all." After Park Cheon finished, he bowed solemnly on the stage. All the guests were planning to applaud and celebrate, but a scene that they were completely unprepared for suddenly happened in front of him. Park Jong-yoon, who had just bowed, suddenly felt his knees buckle and he fell to the ground. Park Jong-yoon's face was pale from the pain. He was drenched in cold sweat as he clutched his chest with one hand. His body trembled as he fainted on the ground. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar. Xianxia, who was at the side, was startled at first, but then she screamed and rushed forward to stand in front of Park Cheon, yelling "grandfather" repeatedly. Park Cheon's eyes rolled back and he had already fainted. "Call an ambulance! Quick, call an ambulance!" Park Cheon screamed in panic. Park Jong-yoon rushed to the stage and shouted for Park Cheon along with Xianxia, his face filled with anxiety and worry. Park Cheon's bodyguards rushed forward and surrounded them. Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi stood up as well. Jane quickly put down her wine glass, lifted her dress and ran over. Gong Jicheng of the Gong family, who was closest to the stage, gestured for Li Eun-jong to go up and take a look. Li Yanzhong's expression was solemn as he ran up the stage and shouted that he was a doctor to disperse the bodyguards. Li Yunzhong reached out to check his breathing. Everyone, don't panic. He's still breathing. I'll make sure he's well after we send him to the hospital. Dr. Li, what's wrong with my grandfather? Park Jong-yun asked anxiously. Li Yunzhong furrowed his brows. We can't be sure at the moment, but it shouldn't be related to the liver tumor. We'll only be able to confirm it after we receive emergency treatment at the hospital. Jane, who was already on the stage, parted the crowd and crouched down to place a hand on Park Cheon's chest. The Park family knew that Jane was one of the doctors who came to treat Park Cheon, so they did not stop her. Dr. Jane, did you find something? Park Cheon asked with concern. Jane sighed. If I'm not mistaken, we're in big trouble. Li Yunzhong was displeased. Dr. Jane, don't be an alarmist. A doctor can't jump to conclusions before a diagnosis is made. Jane couldn't be bothered with him. She quickly stood up, turned around, and walked down the stage. All the guests whispered to each other. Some of them looked worried, while others were gloating. The night of banquet ended with the siren of the ambulance at its climax. Park Cheon was quickly sent to the hospital with the rest of the Park family following behind him. Xianxia was bawling her eyes out, looking pitiful. As they were worried about Jinxiu, Yang Chen and Lin Ruoxi got into the bodyguard's car and rushed to Seoul University Hospital. It was one of the best hospitals in South Korea, which the Gong clan had a majority of shares in. Park Cheon finally regained consciousness after Li Yanzhong's team performed the emergency treatment. After a CT scan, he was placed in the intensive care unit with an oxygen tube inserted. In the hospital's small conference room, the Park family and the Gong family began discussing Park Cheon's condition with the medical team. Jane, who came to the hospital with 2 American students, was with Li Yanzhong's team. After going through the data and images, their faces were solemn. Yang Chen and Lin Ruoxi sat at the side. They couldn't speak, so they could only listen quietly. Dr. Li, what's wrong with my grandfather? If it's not a liver problem, what is it? Park Jong-yun asked anxiously. Li Yunzhong adjusted his glasses and sighed heavily. The president underwent the Batista surgery 3 years ago. I'm sure everyone remembers it. Batista surgery? Park Ji-yeon recalled something. Is it the heart surgery? That's right. Li Yunzhong said, it must be the failure of the Batista surgery that led to today's situation. Huh? How could it be like this? Yu Homyong slammed the table in anger. Jinxiu asked with teary eyes, Doctor, what is the Batista surgery? Li Yunzhong put on a profound expression and said, the Batista surgery is named after the Brazilian inventor, Dr. Batista. It's a microsurgery that targets the overinflated heart due to stress. The heart muscle is removed from the overinflated area and sutured to shrink the heart. It's one of the most difficult surgeries in the world of medicine. For patients who need a heart transplant, it's a core skill. That's right. Grandpa did undergo the Batista surgery, but the American doctor said it was a success. Park Jong-yun said. Jane, who had been silent all this while, crossed her arms in front of her chest. She pondered for a moment before speaking. It was a success. It wasn't caused by the doctor's failure. 3 years ago, the Batista surgery had caused President Park Cheon's heart to suddenly deteriorate due to his poor physical condition. After the Batista surgery, the heart won't be able to fully recover its functions. Now, heart dysfunction is caused by a decrease in the contraction of the heart muscle due to various reasons. This leads to a decrease in the heart's blood output, resulting in blood stasis in the systemic or pulmonary circulation. The group of people listened in confusion, while the 2 American doctors, Warren and Vincent, looked at their teacher in admiration. Li Yunzhong was displeased by Jane's rebuttal. He said in a muffled voice, Dr. Jane's analysis makes sense. Then, may I ask Dr. Jane, is there any way to cure the heart's decline? Jane turned her head and looked at Li Yunzhong as if he was an idiot. Dr. Li, don't you think this question is nonsense? Other than a heart transplant, do you think there's any other way to save this dying heart? You. Li Yunzhong blushed. He only realized how silly his question was when he asked it. Gong Gaicheng said with a smile, Dr. Jane, allow me to say something. I don't think your explanation is appropriate. Although I'm not a doctor, from what I know, if President Park Cheon were to undergo a heart transplant after the liver transplant, the old president's body wouldn't be able to handle the expenditure. Gong Jicheng's words silenced the room. In fact, even those without medical knowledge would understand that with President Park Cheon's body, a liver transplant would require a lot of preparation and risk. After completing the liver transplant, they had to rush to do a heart transplant? Even a healthy young man would not be able to endure continuously changing the vital organs of the human body. Jane shook her head. I didn't say anything about a liver transplant followed by a heart transplant. Even a heart transplant followed by a liver transplant isn't the same. Li Yunzhong scoffed. Jane shook her head again. The only way now is to perform a surgery to transplant both the heart and liver at the same time. What? Are you crazy? Woman, are you even a doctor? This time, the other doctors in Li Yanzhong's team began to shout. Obviously, Jane's surgical plan made all the doctors feel that it was extremely ridiculous. Li Yunzhong sneered. Miss Jane, I won't call you a doctor. Don't you know that patients with liver defects are not allowed to receive a heart transplant? That's against the rules. If it's made public, your license will be revoked. Jane replied nonchalantly, if you can think of another way to save the patient, then I have nothing to say. If you can't think of anything, then I will stand by my decision even if someone tries to take away my license. You're a crazy woman. Li Yunzhong slammed the table. My team will handle President Park Cheon's surgery. After the liver transplant, I will nurse his body back to health and proceed with the heart transplant. You don't have to worry about that. Jane's eyes glinted coldly. If you have any brain cells left in your brain, you should know that if we don't do the surgery within a week, his heart will die. But it's impossible to transplant both the heart and liver at the same time. No one has ever done such a surgery in history. You're committing murder. Jane snorted. History is made by men. Who says that no one can do it just because no one has done it before? You mean, you can transplant both the heart and the liver at the same time? Li Yunzhong felt like he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Jane just reached out and patted Vincent's shoulder. My student, Vincent, can do a relatively simple liver transplant. I'll do the heart transplant at the same time, and my student, Warren, will be the anesthesiologist. As long as we cooperate well, this is not a difficult surgery to complete. Vincent and Warren both showed extreme bitterness in their eyes when they were called out by Jane. Although they admired and believed in Jane, their rationality told them that this was a heaven-defying surgery. Nonsense. Nonsense. Li Yunzhong stood up angrily and told Park Ji-yeon and the rest, everyone, do not believe her crazy words. Anyone in the world with general knowledge of surgery would understand that she has gone crazy because of the surgery. Why are you in such a hurry? It's up to the patient himself to decide whether he wants to have the surgery or not. If you can guarantee that the treatment will be completed, you can say whatever you want. If you're not confident, there's no point in saying anything, Jane said calmly. Li Yanzhong's face turned red, but he could not say a word. In fact, after carefully sorting out the series of problems, he felt that Park Cheon's life was beyond saving. While the Park family members were silent, Gong Jicheng stood up and said, everyone, since Dr. Jane has her own ideas and ability, I think we should recommend that President Park Cheon adopt Dr. Jane's plan for the surgery. Even if this surgery is against international regulations, it shouldn't be a problem since President Park Cheon has agreed to it. Everyone looked at Gong Jicheng strangely. This guy was clearly trying to disassociate himself from this matter. It seemed like he had no confidence in Li Yunzhong anymore, so he pushed the surgery to Jane. Li Yunzhong felt embarrassed and quickly said, President Gong, I. Dr. Li. Gong Jicheng cut him off with a frown. I think you've tried your best. Since Dr. Jane is more skillful, let's leave it to her. Li Yunzhong gulped. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only nod. At the end of the day, he was just a dog of the Gong family. Lin Ruashi, who had been observing from the side, asked Yangqing worriedly, Hubby, is there really no hope for President Park? Yangqing deliberated for a moment. Logically speaking, there's no hope. But since Jane has spoken, she should have some confidence. However, things can change in the blink of an eye. I can't say for sure. The final outcome of the discussion was to wait for Park Cheon to sober up a little and seek his opinion the next morning. Only then would they decide whether to let Jane perform the surgery. Everyone left with their own thoughts. Xianxia's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She wanted to stay in the hospital to accompany her grandfather, but under her grandfather's persuasion, Eun-young, who was taking care of her daily life, drove home alone. Gong Jicheng led the group back to the Gong family. The only one left in the old man's ward was his bodyguard, the young man, Kim Jip. Although Kim Jip had never spoken to anyone, Yangqing could see a trace of heaviness in the strange young man's eyes. Such emotions were deeper than any tears. That night was destined to be a sleepless one for many. At the foot of a chic apartment in the Gangnam district, a black Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a stop beside a street lamp. The person who stepped out was Li Jingjing, who was wearing a plush coat. Park Jong-yoon followed her out of the car attentively and sent her to the entrance of the apartment. Li Jingjing turned around and smiled politely. "Thank you for sending me back. It's getting late, you should go back now." Park Jong-yoon, on the other hand, gently reached out to hug her. However, Li Jingjing was prepared and took a step back, causing Park Jong-yoon to miss the opportunity. Park Jong-yoon was unperturbed. "Vivian, to be honest, ever since you agreed to try and get along with me, I've been full of energy for the past week. I wonder when I can officially make you my girlfriend." Li Jingjing bit her lips and forced a smile. "I still need some time to get used to it. After all, we haven't known each other for long. It's okay, I can wait. As long as you're willing, you can contact me anytime." "I'll be there anytime," Park Jong-yoon said gently. Li Jingjing nodded. "You should go back now. It's cold outside." "Alright, rest early too." Park Jong-yoon didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and returned to the car, driving away. When the Mercedes-Benz disappeared around the corner, Li Jingjing slowly raised her head. She looked at the empty street and let out a deep sigh. Just as she was about to open the door, she heard a female voice coming from the other side of the street. "Jingjing." Li Jingjing turned around and saw Lin Ruoshi in a white down jacket running towards her. Lin Ruoshi was wearing a fluffy hoodie. Her delicate face was filled with a shy smile. "Sister Ruoshi, why are you?" Li Jingjing was surprised and didn't know what to say. Lin Ruoshi rubbed her hands and pointed at the apartment. "Do you mind if I go in for a cup of hot tea? I haven't chatted with you for a long time. It's rare to see you in Korea. We can talk, right?" Li Jingjing seemed to have thought of something. She hesitated for a while before nodding. "Okay, come in." At the same time, in the Mercedes-Benz that just left Li Jingjing's apartment, Park Jong-yoon leaned against the car door and looked at the lights outside the window. He had a meaningful smile on his face as he softly followed the melodious music in the car. The driver was Park Jong-yoon's assistant. Seeing that Park Jong-yoon was in a good mood in the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but wonder, "Young master, that Vivian sensei is just Hua Xia's woman. She doesn't have any background. Why spend so much effort to pursue her? You can just throw her away or sell her to Vietnam. Wouldn't it be fine?" Park Jong-yoon laughed in disdain. "People like you can only hang out with those women in nightclubs. You have no taste. Vivian isn't an ordinary woman. Like you said, she doesn't have any background. Yet, she kept rejecting a man like me. Don't you think it's special?" The assistant was stunned. He grinned. "That's true. Even Miss Yu Yeonhee came to you on her knees, young master. Humph, the more a woman is like that, the more men will want to conquer her. Don't be careless with Vivian. That's despicable. I'll slowly conquer her heart, then her body. Finally, I'll destroy her heart and body, shattering her self-esteem. Don't you think it'll be a great achievement?" Park Jong-yoon laughed sinisterly. The assistant chuckled. "As expected of young master. You're so deep when it comes to playing with women. Hee hee. I only hope that when young master is tired of playing with her, don't waste her and give her to us to play with. Useless." Park Jong-yoon smacked the driver's head. "You'll get what you deserve." At that moment, Park Jong-yoon's phone rang. Park Jong-un picked it up and frowned. He picked it up and asked, "What's up?" After listening to the conversation, Park Jong-un hung up and said to his assistant, "Don't go back yet. Drive to Myeongdong Hotel." Late at night, the temperature in Seoul plummeted. It was as if someone was defrosting the moment they entered the house. In Lee Jingjing's apartment, Lin Ruoshi pulled down her hat and looked around before sitting down on the sofa. The decor is quite cozy. "It's a comfortable place to live alone," Lin Ruoshi commented. Lee Jingjing quietly brewed 2 cups of tea and placed them on the coffee table before sitting down with Lin Ruoshi. It was arranged by President Park Cheon. "I'm staying here because it's close to the Park family." Lee Jingjing smiled faintly. "Then why aren't you staying at home?" Lee Jingjing shook her head. "It's the rules of a big family. I'm a teacher, not a guest or a servant." "Oh." Lin Ruoshi nodded. The two of them seemed to have run out of topics to talk about. Lin Ruoshi picked up the cup of hot tea and took a sip before putting it down slowly. The living room was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. After a long time, Lin Ruoshi cautiously asked, "Jingjing. Are you dating Park Jong-un?" Lee Jingjing seemed to be prepared for this and asked, "Did Brother Yang send you to ask?" Lin Ruoshi paused for a moment before replying, "That's what we all want to ask." "Why?" "Because Park Jong-un isn't an ordinary person. We're worried that you'll be deceived by his appearance and get hurt," Lin Ruoshi said earnestly. Lee Jingjing seemed to have heard a joke as she mumbled, "Hurt? Hurt?" "Yeah." Lin Ruoshi nodded. "You might not know this, but Park Jong-un is the adopted son of the Park family. In the past, he intentionally dated Yoo Yeon-hee in order to fight for the family fortune. But when he realized that Yoo Yeon-hee couldn't help him, he dumped her. You've seen how Yoo Yeon-hee has become." Lee Jingjing didn't seem to be moved. She raised her head and asked, "Yoo Yeon-hee is Yoo Yeon-hee and I am me. I can't help him fight for the family fortune, so why are we lumping it together?" But there's something wrong with his character," Lin Ruoshi said anxiously. Lee Jingjing looked deeply at Lin Ruoshi and said, "Sister Ruoshi. Then do you know, Brother Yang cut off a person's head right in front of me. According to what you said, Brother Yang is not only a murderer, but also a cruel and ruthless man. To say that he is mentally twisted and abnormal is not an exaggeration. How can you say that about him? Yangqing didn't kill people randomly. He did it to protect you," Lin Ruoshi said with dissatisfaction. "But Park Jong-un made use of Yoo Yeon-hee to fight for the inheritance for his own benefit. Isn't that crueler than beheading someone?" Lin Ruoshi was stunned. She didn't expect the conversation to proceed like this. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi didn't speak, Lee Jingjing continued, "I know that you and Brother Yang are doing this for my own good. You're worried that Park Jong-un will deceive me, toy with me, and hurt me. But Sister Ruoshi, have you ever thought that even without Park Jong-un, there would still be other men? I'm being shameless. If I'm an ordinary girl, perhaps I can find an ordinary office worker and live a stable life. But since Park Jong-un is trying to please me, it means that I'm still attractive. You probably don't know this, but if it wasn't for Brother Yang back in Zhonghai, I would have been killed by the head of the West Union Society, Chen Dihai and Chen Feng. If it wasn't for Brother Yang, I might have been a hostess in some nightclub. My parents aren't in good health and our family needs money. I have no other choice but to do that kind of work." Lin Ruoshi clenched her fists and clutched the corner of her clothes. She bit her lips and lowered her head. Lee Jingjing wiped the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. "Sister Ruoshi, you've had a good life since you were young, so you shouldn't have thought of this. Actually, sometimes when I pass by some shady nightclubs, I think that many of the beautiful girls in those clubs aren't like that from the start. They might be like me, a former teacher, a university student, a worker, or even a lady from a rich family. But when faced with an irresistible force, a girl like me with no background, can I really rely on my own strength to avoid certain things? Even if it wasn't Park Jong-un, it could have been Lee Young-hyun or Kim Young-hoon. If I return to Zhonghai and stay by my parents' side, I'll have to get married. Then how would I know what the man who came to talk to me is thinking? How would I be able to guarantee that I won't be set up?" At this point, Lee Jingjing self-deprecatingly said, "Of course, the world isn't that dark and terrible. I'm just talking about one possibility. In the end, I just feel that. I really envy you. Lin Ruoshi silently looked at the girl, her heart filled with countless sour and complicated emotions. Li Jingjing bitterly smiled. Sister Ruoshi, the reason why you can so boldly come and persuade me is because you don't need to worry about anything. You're the safest, and you don't have to worry about anything. Brother Yang will protect you and not let you get hurt. It's a matter of course. You can be angry at him, you can mess with him, you can make many unreasonable requests, and he will satisfy you. I also want a man that I can rely on and feel at ease with, but my life is not as good as yours, and most women's lives are not as good as yours. So you're really lucky. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and said, so you're saying that you'll continue to try to get in touch with Park Jong-yoon? Li Jingjing shook her head. He wants to find me, so why should I stop him? I'm just a nobody, and he's the chairman of a multinational financial group. I'm already grateful that he doesn't play tricks on me, so why should I treat him harshly? Lin Ruoshi was speechless. Indeed, if Park Jong-yoon were to be provoked, Li Jingjing would be in grave danger. Lin Ruoshi wanted to say that Yangqing could help her, but if she said that, wouldn't it indirectly cause chaos between Yangqing and Li Jingjing? Li Jingjing seemed to be able to see through Lin Ruoshi's inner thoughts. She pursed her lips and smiled. Sister Ruoshi, you see, this is a dead knot, because your position and mine are completely different. So, no matter what you say, your end of the rope will always be pulled in the opposite direction from mine. If this goes on, this dead knot will only get tighter and tighter. In the end, the connection between us will be completely broken. Lin Ruoshi looked at Li Jingjing affectionately for a while. The girl in front of her made her a little confused. Looks like you've grown a lot in this 1 year. I'm really glad that the person here today is me. Li Jingjing said, not only women, but men also like to deceive themselves. If he didn't want to dissuade me, I'm afraid that Sister Ruoshi wouldn't be in such a hurry to see me alone. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. This is different. I think if Yangqing came himself and heard your words, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to help but soften his heart. Fortunately, I stopped him. Although my heart softened, I still have a selfishness buried deep in my heart. As she said that, Lin Ruoshi stood up and tightened her coat. I'm leaving. It seems that my presence here is unnecessary. Since you know what you're doing, this is the path you've chosen. In this world, there are many pitiful women. My husband doesn't have the obligation to protect all the women who need his care, and I don't have the mental strength to bear more. Jingjing, you're on your own. If you need help, you can come and find me. As a friendly sister. After saying that, Lin Ruoshi turned around and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Li Jingjing sat on the sofa without saying a word. She didn't raise her head, and her eyes seemed to be wandering. Walking out of the apartment, Lin Ruoshi had just stepped onto the street when a familiar figure slowly walked out of the darkness in front of her. Yangqing had a gentle smile on his face as he walked forward and gently reached out his hand to hug his wife. You're so obedient. You even came to pick me up? Lin Ruoshi's expression didn't show the slightest bit of abnormality. She seemed quite relaxed. As they walked side by side, Yangqing asked, how did it go? Jingjing said she knows what she's doing. She's not a child anymore. Shouldn't she be allowed to choose her own life? Yangqing nodded and said, if you can help her, try to do it on my behalf. For example, tell President Park to let her return to Shanghai or America. After all, she's an old acquaintance and it's rare for you to have a good friend. Lin Ruoshi replied with a smile. In the darkness of the night, her voice was quickly blown away by the cold wind. Late at night, in the study room of the Gong family's mansion in the Gangnam district. Gong Jicheng sat on a leather swivel chair with a phone in his hand. He had just finished a conversation with the person on the other end of the line. Li Yunzhang and Gong Wu stood in front of their respective desks, not daring to make a sound. After hanging up, Gong Jicheng said, we found a heart for Chairman Park Cheon's transplant. When the surgery is decided, the heart will be harvested at the second hospital and sent to the university hospital. Li Yunzhang furrowed his brows. Chairman, are we really going to let Jane do the surgery for Chairman Park Cheon? Won't we lose a great opportunity to repay the Park family's kindness? It will also affect our hospital's reputation. Ignorant. Gong Jicheng replied. What do you think the success rate is for a liver and heart transplant on such a frail old man? This? Li Yunzhong broke out in a cold sweat. Even if there are no accidents, it's less than 20%. But in fact, even if there are no accidents, I don't think it's even 1%. Isn't that it? We know it's a failed surgery and yet we still insist on doing it. Won't people be gossiping about us? If Jane wants to do it, then let her do it. It's a pity that Park Cheon died so early, but at least it's not a bad thing. We can just say that the cause of his death was a failure of Jane's surgery. Gong Jicheng sneered. What we need to do is cooperate as much as we can to earn the Park family's gratitude. When that time comes, it'll be much easier for us to unite with the Park family through marriage. Gong Jicheng licked his lips and smirked. Father, that Xianxia is indeed extraordinary. She's much better than those girls who only know how to flirt. I must marry her. You good for nothing. Based on the marriage agreement, marrying Xianxia is just the first step. Without that old fox Park Cheon, Starmoon Group will be ours sooner or later. You need to look further ahead. Gong Jicheng's eyes were filled with excitement as if a bright future was waving at him. The next morning, in Park Cheon's ward, the old man was already awake and sitting up. In front of Park Cheon was a table with 3 documents placed on it, waiting for the old man's signature. Gong Jicheng, Li Yunzhong, Xianxia, Park Jion, and other family members were also present in the ward. Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi had also rushed over early in the morning. Jane explained the surgery in detail to her 2 students. After she was done, Jane said, President Park Cheon, the 3 documents in front of you are the consent forms for the surgery, blood transfusion, and anesthesia. Once you've signed them, we can proceed with the surgery. Mr. Gong has already confirmed the liver and heart transplant this morning. Park Cheon glanced at Li Yunzhong in confusion before turning to Jane. Dr. Jane must be the one to perform the surgery all of a sudden. It must be a difficult surgery. Li Yunzhong's face flushed red. Park Cheon's words were clearly implying that his skills were inferior to Jane's. Jane, on the other hand, flashed a radiant smile that lit up the entire ward. That's possible. Otherwise, it's expensive to hire me for surgery. Most rich people wouldn't want to see me. Jane winked. Park Cheon grinned. 20 million pounds isn't a big deal to me. Jane suddenly shook her head. It's not 20 million, it's 40 million pounds. What? Park Jion and the others exclaimed in shock. Even Gong Jicheng and Li Yunzhong stared at Jane in shock. Jane said innocently, the 20 million was for the liver transplant. Now that we've added a heart transplant, the difficulty has increased exponentially. Of course, I have to increase the price. You're taking advantage of my misfortune. Park Jion screamed. Whatever you say. Just don't go back on your words. Park Cheon gestured for silence with a wave of his hand. Park Cheon gave Jane a long look and snorted. Fine, 40 million it is. If you're going to charge too low, then I can only say that you're not competent. Since you're willing to charge this much, I believe you have the means. But I want to know before the surgery. If the operation is successful, how many more years can I live? Jane placed her hands on her chest and pondered. Generally speaking, 80% of heart transplant patients can only live for about 2 years. But if they manage it well after the surgery and control the rejection of the transplanted heart, it's not a problem for them to live for more than 10 years. If you want to ensure that you can live longer, why don't you ask Mr. Yangqing? He should have a way to extend your life. He doesn't have the ability to save you, but he should be able to let you live for many more years with your organs intact. Mr. Yang? Park Cheon mumbled to himself as he turned to look at Yangqing, who was standing by the window. Yangqing smiled innocently and patted his chest. President, my family has a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation. People in Jianghu call it a match that won't fall for 3 nights, divine rod. Ant strength oil pill. In the Song dynasty, the Yang family relied on this magic medicine to break the heavenly gate array. Practice has shown that it can prolong life and strengthen bones. If the operation is successful, I'll sell you a few pills and you'll be as energetic as you were when you were 18 years old. The bluff name stunned everyone in the room. At the same time, they were impressed by Yang Cheng's fluent Korean. Lin Ruoshi tugged at her husband's sleeve. "Hubby, what are you talking about?" Yang Cheng repeated in Mandarin. "We don't have such things in our house." Lin Ruoshi's eyebrows twitched. "Little idiot, I've already refined pills, haven't I? I'll sell him 2 of the lowest quality pills that nourish qi and he'll have no problem living for another 7 to 8 years. Earning money is much easier than selling clothes." Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes and blew at her fringe, completely losing her temper. With that settled, Park Cheon took the pen from his bodyguard, Kim Jip, and signed the 3 agreements solemnly. Once the signatures were signed, Jane's expression turned solemn. She picked up the agreement and bowed slightly to Park Cheon. "Thank you for your trust. I promise that I won't let you down. To prevent further complications, the operation will begin at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." Park Cheon nodded. "Thank you." The atmosphere in the ward was heavy. Everyone's faces were filled with various emotions. The stakes involved in this operation were far beyond anyone's imagination. After leaving the ward, Park Jong-yoon worriedly asked Jane once more, "Dr. Jane, my grandfather, will he be all right?" No one could doubt Park Jong-yoon's sincerity when he looked like he was about to cry. Jane replied confidently, "I've never failed." Lee Eun-jong snorted in disdain but was quickly silenced by Gong Jaichung's glare. After a simple lunch in the hospital, they rested for an hour before Jane gathered the team and headed to the operating room with the 2 American students, Vincent and Wallen. Seoul University Medical Center surgical equipment was world-class. There were no issues. Park Cheon, who was anesthetized, was wheeled into the operating room. Everyone went to the viewing platform above the operating room. From there, they could see the operation clearly. The operation had attracted many doctors from the university hospital. Before the operation began, Gong Jaichung made a phone call. After confirming something, he spoke into the microphone in front of him. "The heart for the transplant has been removed. It will be here in an hour. The liver has been delivered. The operation can begin now." Jane nodded. With a mask on, she said methodically, "According to the plan, Vincent will be in charge of the liver transplant and I will be in charge of the heart. Wallen will be the anesthesiologist and you will be in charge of the surgical invasion. Understood?" The surgical invasion referred to the physical and mental exhaustion of the patient during the operation. It played an important role in the evaluation of the success of the operation. Everyone agreed. Most of their eyes were solemn because this was the most difficult operation they had ever faced in their medical careers. It was a surgery that they felt was impossible before it even started. Even though Jane was the pinnacle of medical expertise in the eyes of this foreign team, they still found it unbelievable. After confirming, Vincent said, "Begin the live donor liver transplant. Forceps, 60 sutures." Jane then said, "Proceed with the heart transplant for dilated myocardium. Scalpel." The nurses quickly handed over the tools while the assistant took the forceps and gauze. A desperate counterattack against the Grim Reaper had officially begun. On the spectator stand, Xianxia's face was filled with worry. Seeing that the surgery was proceeding, she could not help but ask Jaichung Gong, "President Gong, why hasn't the heart arrived yet? Shouldn't it have arrived earlier?" Lee Eun-jong played the role of a knowledgeable commentator. "Miss Xianxia, removing the heart too early will only weaken the heart's function and cause it to die. Therefore, removing the heart now and sending it here to coordinate with the surgery's progress is the most reasonable course of action." Xianxia didn't really understand it, but it made sense. Yang Qing frowned. "It can't be. What if the heart can't be sent here?" Gong Jaichung's face darkened. "Mr. Yang, the Gong family is in charge of transporting the heart and liver. Do you think we can shirk our responsibility if something goes wrong? Even if you doubt our respect and sincerity towards the president, you shouldn't belittle our intelligence." Yang Qing shrugged. Come to think of it, the Gong family would not resort to such a foolish method to harm Park Cheon. The surgery proceeded as per normal. Jane's speed was exceptionally smooth, causing the surrounding nurses to be dazzled. Lee Eun-jong, Gong Jaichung, and the rest who were watching from the sidelines were all shocked by Jane's performance. Jane was fully immersed in the surgery. Her hands and movements were swift. bone saw, muscle hook, backhand, harmonic knife, chest opener. Each piece of surgical equipment danced in Jane's hands like dancing elves. Every inch of the equipment was perfectly controlled. Even Vincent, who was performing the liver transplant, was under immense pressure. He was afraid that he would embarrass his teacher. Just as everyone was watching with bated breath, Jane announced, "Adhesion has been detected. It's extending beyond the apex of the heart to the lateral wall of the heart." "What?" Li Yunzhang exclaimed. The other university hospital executives who were observing the surgery also had a grave expression on their faces. Xianxia asked anxiously, "What's going on? Why is everyone looking like that?" Li Yunzhang sighed. "Due to the Batista surgery and chronic cardiac dysfunction, the deterioration is worse than expected. The adhesion has even spread to the lateral wall of the heart. Even with Dr. Jane's fast hands, it will take at least 3 hours to remove all the adhesion." Another doctor chimed in, "More importantly, there's no way we can proceed with the heart transplant if we can't remove it." Jane was emotionless during the surgery as she looked up at her assistant. "You're in charge of removing the adhesion around the heart. Be quick, but be careful." The assistant nodded. As a doctor from a renowned team in America, his professionalism was impeccable. He immediately took the surgical gauze and scalpel to clean the wound. The surgery continued. Jane was busy as she directed everyone in the room. "Stop breathing. Pressure check. The ventilator is off. There's no change in blood pressure." The medical technician replied. "Increase the oxygen concentration by 1 unit." Jane commanded before turning to her assistant. "Remove the lateral wall." "Yes." Time ticked by. Li Yunzhang looked at the time. "The heart transplant has to be completed in 4 hours. That's the limit. There's only 2 hours and 30 minutes left. If this goes on, we won't be able to complete it by the time the heart arrives." Xianxia's eyes were already brimming with tears. She clenched her fists in agony. Her maid, Eun-young, held the girl's shoulder with a worried expression. Park Jong-yun looked at the time and a strange smile appeared on his face. Down below, Jane was still proceeding in an orderly manner. "I'll handle the IVC. Inferior vena cava. Round head scissors." The assistants were drenched in cold sweat, but they were impressed by Jane's calmness in the face of danger. Vincent, who was at the side, also tried his best not to be disturbed and successfully performed the liver transplant. Liver transplant. Suture of the hepatic artery. Proceed with reconstruction of the gallbladder. Forceps, 40 sutures. Jane glanced at Vincent and nodded approvingly. Vincent smiled bitterly behind his mask. His teacher still had the time to praise him. Even if the liver transplant was a success, there was no hope for the heart transplant. Wallen shouted, "The intestines are starting to swell. Add muscle relaxant." "Teacher, if this goes on, the chances are slim." "What's the rush? Do you think I don't know? But even if there's only a sliver of hope, you have to do your best. As a doctor, you have to gamble on that sliver of hope." The medical staff in the operating room looked at Jane rather emotionally. It was as if the young female doctor's faith had infected everyone, and they finally became serious and focused again. On the viewing platform, Li Yanzhang's eyes glowed with a strange light as he watched Jane's movements without any hesitation. At that moment, a phone call was made to the viewing room. The director of the university hospital took the phone, listened for a while, and hurriedly handed it to Gong Jicheng. Hearing this, Gong Qicheng suddenly shouted, "What? Are they all useless? Hurry up and clean up the scene. Bring it back immediately." When everyone heard this, someone quickly asked, "Is there something wrong with his heart?" Gong Gaicheng's face was ashen. The car that was transporting the transplanted heart got into an accident on the way, and now the road is blocked. What should we do? Almost 2 hours had passed. Why did the news only come now? Lu Humming shouted anxiously. Xinqiu's pretty face was pale as she questioned, "Didn't you just say that there's absolutely no problem?" Many people immediately looked at Gong Jicheng suspiciously, and this made his expression even more unsightly. "Damn it, believe it or not, I really don't know why there would be an accident." Gong Jicheng gritted his teeth. "President Gong, Do you think that's believable? Why would there be an accident at this time, and not at any other time? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Park Jong-un questioned angrily. Gong Jicheng sneered at Park Jong-un. I also want to know if there's someone behind this. The atmosphere in the viewing room tensed up. Li Eunjong suddenly gritted his teeth and said into the microphone, Dr. Jane, the transplanted heart was blocked by a car accident on the way. The entire road is blocked, and we can't deliver it in time. Be careful. The medical staff in the operating room sucked in a breath of cold air. This news was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue, adding insult to injury. Even Jane's hands paused for a moment, and she took a deep look at the people on the viewing platform. Kim Jip, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stepped forward and said, Which road did the accident happen at? I'll rush over immediately. It's near the south of Tongke Bridge. I've already sent someone over to transfer the heart to another road, Gong Jicheng said. There's no time. Have them wait where they are, I'll send a helicopter over with me. Kim Jip finished speaking and turned to leave. Gong Jicheng's face was filled with anger. It was obvious that the Park family no longer trusted him. Yang Qing, on the other hand, walked to the front of the viewing platform and signaled to Jane below. This was a gesture used by the special forces, and only Jane knew what it meant. After understanding, Jane nodded and continued with the surgery. Yang Qing walked to Lin Ruashi's side and said, I'm going out for a while. I'm afraid they won't make it in time. You stay here and accompany Xianxia. Lin Ruashi was also anxious. When she heard that Yang Qing was going to retrieve the heart, she also supported him. In the operating room, Jane pondered for a moment and said to the assistant, You'll also do the cleaning of the superior vena cava of the SVC. Vincent, how's your progress? Vincent replied, I've entered the stage of suturing the jejunum. Forceps. Warren gulped and asked, Teacher, will the heart not be able to make it in time? Jane glanced at him. Don't think too much. We have to trust him. Him? Yes. Jane didn't explain further and continued, There's no time. There are only 2 hours left. Perform simultaneous stripping, harmonic knife. At the same time, south of Tongke Bridge, in a green area of the urban park, in the jungle. Yang Cheng's figure walked out from the corner of the bushes that no one was paying attention to. After all, it was broad daylight. Yang Cheng didn't want to suddenly appear in the downtown area and cause all kinds of chaos. Compared to Kim Jip and the others who came here by helicopter to retrieve the heart, Yang Cheng was definitely much faster. After spreading out his divine sense to sense the situation around him, Yang Cheng immediately found the congested section of the road where the car accident occurred. When he ran quickly to the congested section of the road, Yang Cheng found that it was due to the explosion caused by the spontaneous combustion of a car, causing the entire traffic to be in a mess. Looking at the police cars and ambulances constantly honking, Yang Cheng frowned. In this situation, it would be impossible to clear it without 2 or 3 hours. Moreover, even if the helicopter came over, it would probably take a lot of effort to find the car. Transporting the heart from the sky. Yang Cheng ignored the sidelong glances of the crowd and ran quickly through the traffic, his eyes quickly sweeping over every car. With his keen ability to capture the moment, Yang Cheng fixed his eyes and finally found a non-ambulance with the words Second Hospital printed on it. Rushing to the front of the white transport vehicle, Yang Cheng knocked on the door. The driver was a hospital staff in a white coat. He was puzzled and asked, Sir, what's the matter? Yang Cheng asked directly, I'm from the Park family. Where is the transplanted heart? The driver looked puzzled. Again from the Park family? Didn't someone from the Park family come just now and take the heart away? What? A flash of lightning flashed through Yang Cheng's mind as he subconsciously understood what was going on. Are you sure it's someone from the Park family? What's his name? It's a young man with fair skin. He said he's Kim Jip from the Park family, the driver replied. Yang Cheng narrowed his eyes and asked, How long has he been gone? Which direction did he go? What did the box containing the heart look like? Although the driver was confused, he still answered, he ran west and said the car was in that direction. He left less than 2 minutes ago. The box was red. Yang Chen didn't ask any further. He turned around and ran towards the west. It was impossible for Kim Jip to arrive here before him, so the person who took the box could only be someone who deliberately wanted to frame Kim Jip. But why did he not pick anyone else but Kim Jip, a quiet young bodyguard? Before Yangqing could figure it out, a flash of red caught Yangqing's attention at a fork in the small park ahead. Also because Yangqing was extremely fast, he immediately caught up to the person before he could run far. Seeing the familiar figure and the red box in his hand, Yangqing was a little stunned. This person looked exactly like Kim Jip. If he didn't know that the person in front of him couldn't be Kim Jip, and that although this person's appearance and figure were the same, he didn't have the murderous aura hidden in Kim Jip, Yangqing would probably think that the person in front of him was Kim Jip, just like everyone else. When Yangqing leaped forward and arrived in front of Kim Jip, this guy was obviously shocked by Yangqing. "Who are you?" the man asked. Yangqing smiled, as expected, "You're a fake. Not knowing me is the best evidence." Kim Jip subconsciously took 2 steps back, a trace of viciousness appeared in his eyes. "No matter who you are, you'd better scram." Yangqing didn't have the time to chat with this guy. Jane was still anxious to use her heart, so he took a step forward and rushed in front of the man. His big hand grabbed the red portable storage box in his hand. The man's eyes flashed, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His left hand suddenly pulled out a sharp short blade from behind him, and stabbed it towards Yangqing's waist and abdomen. Yangqing was already aware of it, but he couldn't be bothered to care. After grabbing the box, he fiercely snatched it away. The man's eyes revealed a look of horror, because he discovered that when the dagger touched Yangqing's body, it was as if it had hit a piece of incomparably tough metal skin. Although there was a dent, it couldn't cause any damage. This guy's body, even a dagger can't penetrate. Is this a monster? The man didn't have the strength to resist Yangqing's violent grab. Before he could react, Yangqing had already grabbed his neck. Yangqing took a closer look. The man must have used a disguise technique to change his appearance to that of Kim Jip, who already had a similar body shape to him. This kind of face-changing technique was used by many places and organizations in Southeast Asia. It wasn't exclusive to Japanese ninjas, so it was hard to tell which organization he was from. Yangqing didn't intend to tear off his human skin mask. When other people saw it and realized that there were 2 Kim Jips, they would naturally believe that Kim Jip was innocent. "Now it's my turn to ask, who are you?" Yangqing asked coldly. I am Kim Jip. How dare you provoke the Park family? You're dead." "Heh, are you addicted to acting?" Yangqing tightened his grip. "If you don't tell me, I'll break your neck." The man gritted his teeth and glared at Yangqing. His eyes were filled with disdain, and it was obvious that he was unwilling to speak. It seemed that he had received professional training and was not afraid of death. Yangqing didn't have much time to waste with him. He didn't want to waste any more time. Just as he was about to grab him and leave, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The man's body suddenly trembled, and a trace of black blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Suicide by poison. Yangqing didn't expect that when this guy gritted his teeth, he actually took poison. What kind of organization was this? They actually sent death warriors to carry out a mission? Yangqing knew that there was no way to save this kind of poison that could kill cells in an instant. Thus, he threw the man aside and rushed back to the hospital. He believed that when the police found the body, this matter would gradually be revealed. Seoul University Hospital, in the operating room. On the viewing platform, many people were waiting anxiously, constantly looking at the time. Why isn't the heart here yet? If this goes on, it will be difficult to transplant the heart, the hospital doctor said anxiously. Li Eunjong said in a low voice, "It seems that the removal of adhesions can't be completed." "So what if the heart is here?" "There's no way to remove the original heart." Everyone had a different expression. Most of them shook their heads and sighed. The surgery seemed to have no way to reverse the situation. At the operating table, Vincent took the round head scissors from the assistant and cut the last suture. After that, Vincent heaved a sigh of relief. The living liver transplant is complete. "Teacher, I'll leave first." "I'll leave the rest to you." Jane nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." The first assistant was busy removing the adhesions with Jane. At that moment, he raised his head and said, "Next is the removal of the left ventricle. Dr. Jane, we might be able to make it if we hurry." Jane suddenly looked up at the viewing platform and put down the equipment in her hands. "Removal of adhesions, complete." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Jane in astonishment, as if a huge hammer had smashed on everyone's head. "This? Teacher? The left ventricle hasn't been removed yet." "That's right, Dr. Jane. Didn't you say that doctors can't give up until the very end?" "Don't tell me you're giving up." Li Yunzhang and the rest on the viewing platform were anxious as well. He shouted into the microphone, "Jane, what are you thinking? Hurry up. It'll be too late if we don't remove the left ventricle now." Xianxia asked with tears in her eyes, "What happened? Why did Sister Jane stop the surgery?" Li Yunzhang shook his head and frowned. "I don't know. There's no way to remove the original heart with the adhesions on the left ventricle, let alone transplant it." "What is Jane thinking?" Just as everyone was looking at her anxiously, Jane looked at everyone and said slowly, "What we need to do is to trust him and bring the heart over as soon as possible." Having said that, Jane turned to look at the clock and did not say another word. For a moment, everyone was in a state of torment. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. Jane, who was in the eye of the storm, seemed to be the calmest. If not for the fact that they could not do anything even if they rushed into the operating room, Li Yunzhang and the rest would have taken over the surgery. Unknowingly, 5 minutes had passed. The door of the operating room suddenly opened and a nurse rushed in with a red box. "Dr. Jane! The heart! The heart is here!" Everyone was energized. After opening the box, it was indeed a transplanted heart. However, due to the prolonged lack of blood, it looked pale and weak. On the spectator stand, Yang Cheng's figure returned to the scene. He made an okay gesture to Jane in the operating room. A smile appeared in Jane's eyes as she nodded at Yang Cheng. Lin Ruoshi, who was watching from the side, had a complicated look in her eyes. The tacit understanding between Yang Chen and Jane made the woman feel a little sour in her heart, but there was nothing she could say. The puzzled Gong Jicheng asked, "Mr. Yang, how did you get here so quickly? Even if Kim Jip went by helicopter, he wouldn't be able to return so quickly, right? Why, isn't it good to be fast?" Yang Cheng asked with a smile. Of course not." Gong Jicheng wiped the sweat off his forehead, his mind full of questions. Park Jong-yun, on the other hand, squinted his eyes at Yang Cheng's back, a strange look in his eyes. Li Yunzhang and the other doctors couldn't care less about Yang Cheng's speed. They looked at Jane in confusion, because they knew that even if the heart was here, it would be useless if the heart could not be removed. "Jane. What are you thinking?" Li Yunzhang and the others frowned. At this moment, after preparing the heart, Jane finally spoke. "We will now officially begin the piggyback heart transplant surgery." Whoosh! A few doctors gasped in shock, and the staff in the operating room looked at Jane in shock. Veins popped out on Li Yanzhang's forehead as he slapped the tempered glass in front of him, his breathing rapid. So that's how it is. What's going on, what piggyback?" Gong Jicheng was also confused. Li Yunzhang explained excitedly, "Piggyback, also known as parallel heart transplant. I've only read about this kind of heart transplant technique in medical books. A normal heart transplant involves removing the damaged heart and replacing it with a donor's heart while preserving the posterior wall of the left atrium. Piggyback, on the other hand, transplants the donor's heart on the right side of the damaged heart. 2 hearts will exist side by side. The advantage of this is that the number of blood vessels that need to be sutured is greatly reduced. Another advantage is that even if the donor's heart function is temporarily weakened, the donor's own heart can be used to support the heart until it recovers." The dean of the university hospital nodded. "I heard that this surgery has only been done in the UK, but it's not made public. Could it be Jane was the one who did this?" But Li Yanzhang's brows were still furrowed. "Even if it's a parallel heart transplant, it can't be done without a complete separation." The doctors nodded in agreement, but were also curious to see what Jane was going to do. Jane did not have the time to care about the crowd's agitation and asked everyone to focus. Install the artificial heart and lung, line 40. The assistant also picked up the tourniquet and the toothless straight hemostatic forceps and began to assist in the work. Artificial heart and lung installation complete. The machine master said. Start the pump. Endotherm knife. Jane said to the assistant as she busied herself with her work, please prepare 2 18mm artificial blood vessels. As soon as he said that, everyone's faces were filled with doubt. Not only the people on the viewing platform, but even the assistant hesitantly said, Doctor, piggyback. According to the book, it should connect the blood vessels between the pulmonary arteries. Isn't one artificial blood vessel enough? Jane looked up and said a little helplessly, just do it. No surgery is exactly the same as the textbook. Don't limit your thoughts to books, or you'll only be an assistant for the rest of your life. You won't be a real chief surgeon. Just as everyone was confused, Li Yunzhang saw Jane's large incision on the right side of the chest from the monitor. Li Yunzhang's heart skipped a beat and he exclaimed, I see. Dr. Li, what's going on? Someone asked curiously. Li Yunzhang pointed at the monitor with a trembling finger and said, the original piggyback was to place the donor's heart on top of the damaged heart and sew up the superior vena cava and aorta. All that was needed was an artificial blood vessel to bridge the pulmonary arteries. But Jane's method was to place the donor's heart in a non-adhered chest cavity. To make up for the extra distance in the original method, an artificial blood vessel was used to suture the aorta. I see. Dr. Li's eyes are sharp indeed. We didn't even realize it. A doctor praised. Li Yunzhang, on the other hand, shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. Forget about me, it's not even worth mentioning in front of Jane. None of us managed to guess her plan. From the start, even if Jane could not complete the separation within a limited time, she had already calculated the donor's condition and the transplant space. To think that we were so anxious. So it turns out that all of this is within her calculations. Everyone was shocked. After understanding Jane's train of thought, they were all sincerely convinced. Then, does that mean my grandpa can be saved? Xianxia asked hopefully. Li Yunzhang nodded. If everything goes smoothly, there should be no problem. Many of the Park family members heaved a sigh of relief, but Park Jongyun's smile was a little stiff. There were 50 minutes left. The pleura had been cut open, and the heart was ready. Jane's hand speed increased again. Aortic forceps. Cut off blood flow, inject cardioplegic fluid. Begin transplantation, pointed scissors. He took the heart from the assistant and carefully fixed it. Then, he began to suture the left side of the heart. Tweezers, line 40. On the grandstand, everyone's heartbeat quickened as they watched. Based on Jane's speed, it should be possible. However, the donor's heart has been transported for too long, and its functions are already damaged. If the donated heart can't handle it, everything will be in vain. Let's hope there are no problems. Li Yunzhang analyzed. Jane did not stop at the operating table. Perform blood drainage. Begin the distal pulmonary artery suture. Thread 40, forceps. Raise the aspirator a little higher, reduce the load, inject 500 subcutaneous, add FFP. Warren and a few of his assistants who were the closest to Jane noticed that her speed was even faster than before. Even the doctors on the grandstand were speechless with their mouths agape. The surgical skills they had witnessed today had shaken their knowledge of medicine to the core. Li Yunzhang clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with indignation and helplessness. The dazzling technique allowed piggyback to end in a much shorter time than expected. After Jane completed the suture calmly, she said to the technician in a clear voice, "Flow down." "Yes." "Remove the blockage, back up." As soon as she finished, everyone focused on the heart, hoping that it would start beating. In an instant, everyone in the operating room held their breaths, as if afraid that the heart would be disturbed. A few seconds passed, and just as everyone was feeling more and more threatened, the heart started beating. Thump thump, thump thump. It was as if everyone could hear the heartbeat in their heads. Success! Success! Someone started to shout in excitement. Just as everyone on the grandstand heaved a sigh of relief, an ear-piercing beep sound was heard. On the electrocardiogram, the heartbeat rate was increasing rapidly. Warren took a look and exclaimed, "It's VT. Ventricular tachycardia. What? What's going on? Wasn't the surgery a success?" Xianxia's joy vanished into thin air. Li Yunzhang said in a low voice, "The VT is too severe, and the blood loss is too long. The heart can't be used anymore. I was worried that it would happen." "Then what should we do? Can Grandpa be saved?" Park Jong-yun seemed to be excited again, but he asked earnestly. Li Yunzhang shook his head. "A heart transplant. Even the transplanted heart has lost its vitality. How can we save him? We still didn't make it," Lin Ruoshi said regretfully. Yangqing reached out and hugged her shoulder tightly. "I believe Jane will find a way." Lin Ruoshi looked up and saw Yangqing's confident expression. She sighed in her heart. Everyone at the operating table looked at Jane, but most of them had a look of pity on their faces. To them, there was nothing they could do to save the situation. Jane closed her eyes and pondered for a while. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said, "Lidocaine hydrochloride, set to 50 mg, DC defibrillator, 20J charge." Although they felt that it was impossible, the technician and his assistant quickly brought the defibrillator over. "Doctor, charging complete." Jane took the defibrillator and placed it close to her heart. "Get out of the way. Discharge." After the electric shock, the electrocardiogram's frequency was still very high. The VT was still there. "Doctor, this won't do." A nurse was on the verge of tears. Jane's eyes showed no signs of panic. "Turn on the artificial heart and lung again, pump." "Yes." As the artificial heart and lung was turned on, everyone was on the brink of despair. "Teacher, install the VAD." Vincent, who was already in the stands, shouted into the microphone. "Heart support device?" someone asked. "Yes, be prepared for the heart to fail," Vincent said. "But the president's body can't take it anymore. After the liver transplant, his body is already at its limit." Li Yunzhang denied this method. On the operating table, the donor's heart was still beating, and the blood drainage was still ongoing. Everyone stared at Jane, only to see her using 20J to defibrillate the heart again. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Warren cried out in alarm. After defibrillation, Jane actually asked the assistant to change a pair of gloves for her. Jane didn't answer. Instead, she slowly pressed on some parts of the heart. After a while, Jane pulled her hand back and said, "Stop the heart again." "What? Stop again? This is a newly transplanted heart." The technician thought he heard it wrong. Jane nodded solemnly to confirm that there was no problem. After the transplanted heart stopped beating again, Jane asked, "Can the ultra-low temperature cryotherapy be ready at any time?" Yes." The technician nodded and immediately started preparing. Jane explained to the crowd, "There's a focal point in the heart. After the heart stops, cut open the myocardium and perform ultra-low temperature cryotherapy around the biceps. That should be enough to remove the VT." Li Yunzhang frowned and said, "Find the place where the ventricular tachycardia is, and use the cryotherapy technique to insert the ultra-low temperature cryotherapy device." Indeed, using ultra-low temperature cryotherapy can lock onto the focal point without damaging the myocardium. But how do we find the focal point? Any mistake will affect the conduction system and cause a conduction obstruction. The crowd couldn't understand the problem at all. They only knew that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The chances were slim. Jane didn't hesitate at all. After taking the knife from the assistant, she was stopped by Li Yunzhang. "Dr. Jane!" Li Yunzhang shouted, "You! Can you tell where the focal point is? Can you feel it with your hands?" Jane raised her head and said, "I can feel the contraction of the heart with my hands. There's something wrong. I'm sure the focal point is there." Hearing this, Li Yunzhang was stunned. "That's ridiculous. You can feel the focal point of the myocardium with your hands? How much do you know about the heart to be able to do that? Stop joking." Many of the doctors objected. However, Jane did not pay attention to the doubts of all the doctors. She had already made a decisive cut. Next, Jane used ultra-low temperature cryotherapy and sutured the myocardium. flow down. With that, she restored the heart's function. The crowd was even more nervous than before. Finally, the heart started beating again. After a while, the heart was still beating steadily. The heart is normal, there's no VT. The technician shouted excitedly. The crowd cheered. The doctors on the stage also started clapping, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Li Yunzhang had a look of admiration on his face as he mumbled to himself, "Am I dreaming? She can really." The doctors looked at Jane with both excitement and awe. Only those who studied medicine professionally could feel how terrifying this young female doctor's medical skills were. Jane's eyes lit up when she saw how excited everyone was, but she quickly said, "The surgery isn't over yet. Let's celebrate after the stitches are done." Yes. The group of medical staff had long forgotten their fatigue from the 4 hours of hard work and once again put in their best efforts to wrap up the operation. The following surgery was no longer difficult, so it was naturally completed quickly for Jane. When President Park Cheon was pushed out of the operating room with all the data safe, everyone gave Jane another round of sincere applause. Jane bowed to thank everyone for their hard work and joked that she would give everyone a red packet. After all, she was paid £40 million. Xianxia was naturally the happiest when she saw that the old man was safe and sound. It was rare for her to resolve her grudge with the old man and enjoy his love for a few days. She would definitely be heartbroken to see the old man leave just like that. Now that Park Cheon's lifespan had been greatly extended, Xianxia was immensely grateful to Jane. As for Park Ji-yeon and the other Park family members, most of them were happy. After all, they were family. Park Jong-un also expressed his gratitude to Jane, but his smile wasn't natural. It was just that the others couldn't detect it. Just as the surgery came to an end and everyone was about to head to the nearest restaurant to celebrate, Kim Jip, who had been absent all this while, returned with several Park family bodyguards and a middle-aged South Korean policeman. Beside him was a stern middle-aged South Korean policeman with several other police officers. The expressionless Kim Jip had obviously received the news that Yangqing had brought the heart back. He walked up to Yangqing and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Yang." Yangqing asked with a smile, "Did you find the person who looked exactly like you?" The middle-aged policeman replied, "That's why we're here, Mr. Yang. I'm Jang Yoon, the captain of the Seoul police force. According to the driver at the second hospital, you were the last person to come into contact with the criminal before going after Mr. Kim Jip. May I ask where the criminal who impersonated Mr. Kim Jip is?" Yangqing was taken aback. "Isn't he dead? Didn't you see him? He committed suicide by poisoning himself." "Mr. Yang, please answer our questions honestly. Since you got the heart for the transplant, you must have seen that person. Please tell us where he is." Zhang Yin frowned in dissatisfaction. Yangqing suddenly understood. "You mean, you didn't find the bodies of the deceased in that area? Do you think we, the police, would lie?" "Mr. Kim Jip also wants to know what happened to the criminal," Zhang Yin said. Yangqing secretly cursed himself for being careless. Since the other party had planned to take the chest containing the heart along the way, there must have been someone waiting for them. When the other party discovered the fake Kim Jip, they did not rush back and instead moved the corpse one step ahead of the police. "This is great, the dead can't testify." After the driver saw Mr. Kim Jip, he confirmed that he saw Mr. Kim Jip first. However, the information we received was that Mr. Yang took the heart for the transplant. We can't help but suspect that Mr. Yang is involved in some illegal activities. Zhang Yin looked at Yangqing suspiciously and said, "Since Mr. Yang can't explain, please come with us to the police station to record a statement so that we can investigate in detail." Xianxia, who was at the side, was anxious. She quickly walked in front of Yangqing and said anxiously, "How can you police arrest people indiscriminately? Big brother Yang saved my grandfather." Lin Ruoshi was confused. She didn't understand what these Korean words meant, so she quickly let Yangqing translate for her. Hearing that Yangqing actually experienced such a strange thing when he went out, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but worry. Everyone also realized that there was definitely a conspiracy behind this, and their relaxed mood became heavy again. Park Jong-un said righteously, "Mr. Yang is our Park family's VIP, and he helped us save our grandfather. Captain Zhang, the police can't arrest people indiscriminately. Zhang Yun didn't buy it at all. Humph, without any concrete evidence, Mr. Yang, who was the last to see the suspect, is the biggest suspect. I hope that everyone can cooperate with the police. We, the police of the Republic of Korea, will not give in just because you are from the Park family. These words made Yang Cheng's scalp tingle. Why did the people of this country always say the words Republic of Korea? Everything was related to the country. Alright. Isn't it just a statement? It's no big deal. I'm also curious as to why he disappeared. Yang Cheng calculated in his mind. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Let's go eat dinner first. It's getting dark." Under Yang Cheng's persuasion, everyone felt that there shouldn't be a problem, so they didn't say anything. Lin Ruoshi knew that Yang Cheng was not the one who was at a disadvantage. Although she was not happy that her husband was brought to the police station, there was nothing she could do. Kim Jip, on the other hand, dutifully walked back to Park Ji-yeon's ward. He had no intention of going out for dinner with everyone. After saying goodbye to everyone, Yang Cheng boarded a white police van and left the hospital. The car drove on the highway for a while before turning at an intersection and entering an industrial development zone in the southern part of Seoul. Yang Cheng sat in the back without saying a word. Finally, he asked, "Officer Zhang Yun, why is the police station built around a factory?" Zhang Yun and the other 3 officers didn't say a word, completely ignoring him. Yang Cheng's lips curled into a sneer, but he didn't pursue the matter. When the car stopped at an empty construction site, Zhang Yun and the other officers pulled the door open and waved at Yang Cheng with an unfriendly expression. "Get out, we're here." Yang Cheng got out of the car and looked around. "Didn't you say we're going to the police station?" Zhang Yun smirked. "The police station? We're going, but we're the ones going back." "You don't have to." "Why?" "Because you're going to die right here." Zhang Yun's expression was fierce. "Do it." Without another word, the 3 burly officers launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Yang Cheng. These officers were obviously taekwondo experts. The force of their kicks was so strong that it was obvious that they were violent. However, Yang Chen was just playing with them. Why would he take it to heart? He reached out and grabbed at them casually, controlling all their attacks. One of the policemen was about to kick Yang Chen when he realized that his ankle was grabbed by Yang Chen. In the next second, Yang Cheng had already lifted him up and used him as a human stick. Yang Cheng swung him at the other 2 police officers. The attacks of the police officers didn't have any effect. In just a few moves, they were beaten to the ground by Yang Cheng. Zhang Yun was shocked. He quickly pulled out a pistol from his waist and planned to shoot at Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng didn't wait for him to hold the gun. He grabbed the pistol from his hand and stuffed the muzzle into his mouth. Woo! Zhang Yun's bloodshot eyes were wide open. He stretched out his hands in horror. His eyes were full of begging for mercy. Yang Chen sneered and kicked him onto the ground, causing him to roll a few times before coming to a stop. Casually tossing the pistol aside, Yang Chen glanced at the 4 policemen and asked, "You guys should be in cahoots with the dead guy, right?" The 4 police officers already knew that they had kicked an iron plate. There was no hope for them tonight. However, they still clenched their teeth and refused to speak. Yang Cheng had already expected this. He grabbed the nearest police officer from the ground and grabbed his neck. "Who are you guys? Who ordered you? What is your purpose? I will only give you one chance. Speak, or die." The police officer's face was pale. He seemed to be afraid of something extremely terrifying. He shook his head violently. Yang Cheng curled his lips in boredom. He lifted the man up high and pulled him away. Then, he squeezed the man's neck a little harder. Poochie! The police officer's neck was like a rubber tube that had been squeezed flat. It was like a cucumber that had lost its moisture. Flesh and blood flowed out from between Yang Cheng's fingers. The police officer stopped breathing. His eyeballs looked like they were about to pop out. The remaining 3 police officers, including Zhang Yun, all gasped and almost fainted. Yang Cheng threw the body away and walked to the second police officer. He easily grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The 3 police officers were so scared that their legs were weak. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They didn't have the strength to resist Yang Cheng's restraint. Since you guys didn't take any poison, then you shouldn't be suicide warriors. So, the same question. Will you answer, or die? Yang Cheng's smile was very gentle. He was like a teacher guiding a naughty student. The policeman was gripped by Yang Cheng, his eyes filled with fear, but he still shook his head vigorously, his body trembling as if there were springs in his muscles. Spare me. I really don't know. I don't want to die. Yang Cheng sighed regretfully. I told you, answer, or. Before he could finish, Yang Cheng's hand had already ended the life of the second policeman. Throwing aside the corpse whose neck had also been crushed into mush, Yang Cheng walked towards the third policeman with a smile. After seeing the tragic deaths of his two comrades, the third policeman finally unleashed all his potential. He grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and threw it at Yang Cheng, then quickly got up and ran. Yang Cheng waved his hand to sweep away the dust in front of him, and said unhappily, "Run if you want, but why did you have to throw dust? Do you think you're filming a movie?" As he spoke, Yang Cheng picked up a rock from the ground and threw it at the fleeing policeman. The thumb-sized rock was like a homing missile, and it smashed into the back of the policeman's head. After his head was smashed through, the policeman was like a plane that had lost its navigation system, stumbling and falling on the construction site. Seeing Yang Cheng brutally kill his three subordinates in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yun's heart was finally filled with hysterical fear. He never imagined that there would be someone who would treat murder as something so indifferent, as if life was just a toy in his hands, something he could discard at will. Dropping to his knees in front of Yang Cheng, Zhang Yun cried, I'll talk. I'll talk. Don't kill me. Yang Cheng grinned, that's a good boy. Why didn't you just tell me earlier? Why did you have to dirty my hands before telling me? Zhang Yun squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said with a trembling voice, We are from North Bio. It was an order from our organization to take this opportunity to bring you here, to kill you. We only know that you've hindered our organization's plan, but as for what the plan is, it's not something people of our level would know. North Bio? Yang Cheng frowned. He had never heard of this name before. Are you real policemen? Yes. Zhang Yun lowered his head. We're police officers planted in the police force by the North Bio. Are there a lot of people like you in South Korea? Yang Cheng asked. Zhang Yun nodded. It should be, quite a lot. Then, who else do you know belongs to your organization? This? Our status is too low, so we don't know too much about it. But I heard that our bureau's prosecutor is also a mid-level member of the organization. Yang Cheng narrowed his eyes. From the looks of it, this North Bio was no ordinary organization. If it was purely an underworld organization or a mercenary organization, it would be easy to eradicate them. However, it was clear that the North Bio Empire had extended its tentacles into the various underground mafia organizations in every corner of South Korea. Such organizations were often difficult to uncover, as the government officials protected each other. However, Yang Cheng had no intention of ridding South Korea of violence. It was just that if the North Bio Empire wanted to harm the Park family and Xianxia, that was what Yang Cheng was most concerned about. After Zhang Yun finished speaking, a pitiful smile appeared on his face. Mr. Yang, can I leave now? Yang Cheng pulled himself back from his thoughts and nodded with a smile. Of course, I'll send you off. Zhang Yun quickly got up and waved his hand. No need. I can walk on my own. With that, Zhang Yun turned around to leave, afraid to stay any longer. However, Yang Cheng did not hesitate to slap Zhang Yun's head. His head instantly turned into a pile of dust, and the area where the neck was severed was a mess. Zhang Yun did not understand how he died. I already said I'll send you off. Why are you running? If you didn't say you'd die, I didn't say you'd live. Yang Cheng clicked his tongue and used the power of heaven and earth to turn the corpses into dust. The cold wind blew away the corpses, leaving only a few blood-stained sandstones. Looking at the police car behind him, Yang Cheng did not plan to use it anymore. He threw a ball of Nanmingli fire. Boom! The police car exploded into a pile of scrap metal, and the fire was particularly glaring in the empty construction site. Yangqing did not care to destroy the corpses, but it would save him a lot of trouble. So, he cleaned up the place as cleanly as possible. After dealing with this little incident, Yangqing took out his phone and dialed Lin Ruoxi's number. This phone was new. Luo Xiaoxiao had caused his phone to be flooded, so he asked the Sea Eagles to get him a special multifunction phone. However, it looked no different from a counterfeit phone. "Hello, honey, I'm done. Where are you guys eating?" On the other end, Lin Ruoxi still felt that the police station was rather efficient. After telling them the name of the restaurant, she asked Yang Chen to hurry over. After Yang Chen hung up, he called Make Dawn in Europe. Make Dawn, the head of the spy agency, was the most suitable person to handle these secret organizations. Make Dawn took note of the name North Bio and said that he would give him the relevant information that night. Yang Chen called Solon again. It was morning in London, and Solon's voice was full of energy. "Your Majesty Pluto, what can I do for you?" "I'm going to take a shower." Yang Chen smiled. "I don't care if you take a shower or not. It's your wife you're sleeping with anyway. Let me ask you, in South Korea, to be exact, the closest place to Seoul, who do we have?" Solon thought for a moment and said, "There's a North Korean field army that's the closest, but if it's Seoul, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for our men to reach there quietly because of the tense relationship between the North and the South. The border is too tightly sealed." Yang Chen thought about it. It was indeed a bit far from North Korea to Seoul. It seemed that he had to settle the matter himself. "Damn it, why didn't you arrange some men in South Korea?" Solon felt wronged. "Your Majesty Pluto, it's not like you don't know that the situation between the North and the South is tense every year, but these two groups of people just can't fight. If they don't fight, we won't be able to make any money. It's also a loss to arrange men. That's why other than selling weapons to North Korea, we don't have any other investments there." Yang Chen hung up the phone gloomily. In a flash, he disappeared from the construction site. A minute later, Yang Chen quietly walked from a deserted alley to a brightly lit street. According to the map in his mind, he found a traditional Korean restaurant where the Park family and the Gong family were having dinner together. Under the guidance of a waiter, Yang Chen walked into a large, luxurious private room. When everyone saw that Yang Chen had returned safely, whether they were sincere or not, they warmly invited Yang Chen to take a seat. When Park Jong-yoon saw Yang Chen's reappearance, a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. The smile on his face was especially stiff. Yang Chen snickered in his heart. No matter how well this guy hid himself, it's one thing for his plans to fail again and again, but he doesn't even know the reason. He finally couldn't keep a straight face anymore. When he walked past Park Jong-yoon, he reached out and patted his shoulder. "Shincho's cousin, why don't you look well?" Park Jong-yoon's body trembled, but he tried his best to calm himself down. "Maybe I'm too tired these days. But thanks to Mr. Yang, grandfather's surgery was a success. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." "I hope that's the case." Yang Chen didn't point it out. It was better to beat the grass and scare the snake than to catch them all in one fell swoop. He was very interested to see what this Park Jong-yoon was planning. As they joked, Yang Chen sat beside Lin Ruoxi. On his other side was Jane, who had changed into a light blue sweater. The color of the clothes and Jane's azure eyes complemented each other. Her amber hair was tied up in a neat bun, and her skin was crystal clear. It made her look especially graceful and elegant under the lights. Unknowingly, she exuded a noble temperament that was completely different from ordinary women. Yang Chen gulped and immediately retracted his gaze. As the girl grew older, she was becoming more and more like her mother. She was starting to charm people to death, even more so than Catherine. Although his wife didn't lose to her, Lin Ruoxi saw her almost every day, so he was used to it. Someone like Jane, who he occasionally saw, was especially stunning. However, Jane didn't miss the splendor in Yang Cheng's eyes. She smirked and leaned closer to Yang Cheng. Deliberately speaking in Italian, she said, "Since you think I'm pretty, why don't you look at me more? Are you afraid that your wife will be jealous?" As many people were looking at them, Jane spoke in a language that they did not understand. Everyone present was a little confused. Lin Ruoxi frowned. She didn't want Jane to speak to Yang Cheng in a language she didn't understand. She pretended not to hear it and didn't care. Yangqing smiled awkwardly. He didn't dare to reply in Italian, so he said in Chinese, "I'm not afraid." "Don't be like this. Ruashi is already sulking." When Lin Ruashi heard this, she quickly turned her head and said, "What do you mean I'm angry? Don't talk nonsense." Yangqing shrugged and said to Jane, "See for yourself. So timid. You have a perverted heart but you don't have the guts." "It's obvious that you have feelings for me," Jane said firmly in Italian. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Alright, I give up. Say it in a language that everyone can understand." Jane suddenly leaned forward and kissed Yangqing's face. "Dear Yangqing, this is to thank you. You found my heart in time today. Otherwise, my never failing would be a boast. I knew that you would definitely protect me. You were, are, and will always be." This time, Jane finally used Chinese, but Yangqing wished that Jane spoke in an alien language. Yangqing deeply felt that it was not a good thing for a woman to be too smart, especially a woman like Jane. She was practically eating him alive. "You were the one who asked her to speak so that she could understand you. She listened and said it, so who was he to blame?" Yangqing could clearly feel that on both sides of his seat, one side was filled with the warmth of spring and the other side was filled with a bone-chilling cold. Fortunately, Yangqing was thick-skinned enough. He picked up the glass and poured himself a whole glass of white wine. He pretended as if nothing had happened and said with a smile, "It's just a small favor. What's there to protect? I'm not wearing red underwear. After all, the person I saved is Jinxiu's grandfather." Park Cheon and Xianxia were the main culprits of the incident. After that, Yangqing asked Lin Ruashi with a smile, "Don't you think so, wifey?" Lin Ruashi glared at him and snorted coldly. "How would I know what you're thinking?" Yangchen was given the cold shoulder, but he was already used to it. He started to search for the dishes without saying anything, in case he made a mistake by saying too much. Jane did not continue to say anything that could easily provoke Yangqing. She obediently finished dinner with him. However, after dinner, before they parted, Jane said meaningfully, "My work here is done and I'm going back to England tomorrow. I can now be sure that I'm in your heart. Anyway, after the mess you made last time, the family and the royal family dared not arrange a marriage for me. At worst, I won't marry for the rest of my life. Just you wait and see." Yangqing choked and could not say a word. His heart was in a mess. Fortunately, Lin Ruashi did not hear these words. Otherwise, Yangqing would not know how to explain himself. When they returned to the Park family's mansion at night, Yangqing closed the door and asked Lin Ruashi to borrow his laptop. Lin Ruashi took out her laptop and pushed it in front of Yangqing. She then turned around and went to take a shower without saying a word. Knowing that the woman was still jealous, Yangqing helplessly shook his head and sighed. He turned on his computer and began to verify the information sent by MakeDawn. After reading through the information on North Bio, Yangqing could not help but frown. It turned out that North Bio wasn't just a simple mafia organization. Its roots could be traced back to the Goguryeo era. North Bio was located in the northeast of Asia, the predecessor of the Goguryeo dynasty. It could be said that they were the ancestors of North and South Korea, equivalent to the Qin dynasty of Huaxia. During the Goguryeo era, North Bio was a religious organization. However, as the Korean peninsula was divided and reunited, this religious organization gradually became a deeply rooted secret organization in the land. The reason it was called North Bio was because the organization's mission was to restore the glory of the North Bio era to the Korean peninsula. However, the North Bio nation had always allowed generations of members to enter every corner of the country. Some of them were leaders of the nation, while others were ordinary citizens. The North Bio nation had a monopoly on both sides of the Korean peninsula. Realizing that this was an organization with such a deep history, Yangqing knew that it was impossible to eradicate it. This was because this organization had already become a part of the Korean bloodline. At this moment, Lin Ruashi, who had just finished her bath, was wiping her slightly damp hair with a large towel. She curiously sat behind Yangqing and looked at the words on the computer screen with a curious expression. North Bio? Isn't that a country from Korea's history? Why are you looking at this information? Lin Ruashi asked. Yangqing was taken aback. Darling Ruashi, how did you know that this is a country? I've read about it in a history book about Asia. I'm quite fond of reading history books, Lin Ruashi replied. Yangqing was a little taken aback. All this while, he had only noticed that Lin Ruashi had a sharp mind for business. He did not expect this woman to be so knowledgeable. Perhaps it had something to do with him chatting about academic matters with her. After all, she had read a lot of books. Yangqing had nothing to hide. He recounted everything that had happened after he left the hospital today. After listening to the twists and turns, Lin Ruashi could not help but worry. Who is the North Bio nation targeting? It's fine if they're targeting you. But if they're targeting the Park family, how is Xianxia going to live here in the future? We have to figure out the reason before we leave. That Park Jong-yun will definitely make another move. We'll just have to deal with it as it comes. As Yangqing spoke, he chuckled. Honey, tell me, what other areas of knowledge are you proficient in? Why don't you tell me about it? You know I haven't studied much. Lin Ruashi rolled her eyes. Cut it out. You have a photographic memory. Do you need me to tell you what you want to learn? Besides, I can't be compared to Princess Jane. She comes from a noble family, is intelligent, and looks like a holy angel. Yang Chen's teeth were about to fall off from the sourness. He smiled bitterly and said, All right, don't be jealous. There's really nothing between me and Jane. I watched her grow up. What can I do? Watched Jane grow up. How old was she when you met her? How old were you? I think she was 8 or 9. I was 13 or 14. Yangqing said. Lin Ruashi gritted her teeth. Then I'll teach you a saying. You didn't watch her grow up. You're a childhood sweetheart. After that, Lin Ruashi glared at the man. She took the remote control and turned on the TV. Then, she ignored Yangqing. Yangqing didn't continue to defend himself. He muttered the words childhood sweetheart in his heart. It seemed like it really did have that kind of flavor. Although they didn't grow up together with Jane, the tacit understanding between the two of them was indeed a little interesting. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. The sound was very urgent. Yangqing walked over and opened the door. He saw a fair-skinned man in a servant's uniform standing outside. He asked respectfully, Mr. Yang, Miss Lin, did anything happen? Who are you? Yangqing frowned slightly. The servant was obviously stunned. Then, he smiled and said, I'm a servant here. I heard some unusual sounds just now and thought something had happened. Yangqing sneered. There's clearly a murderous look in your eyes. What's the meaning of the dagger behind your hand? The servant was stunned. He was surprised that Yangqing had already noticed that something was wrong with him. But even though he couldn't catch the timing of Yangqing's carelessness, the servant still tightened his muscles and slashed the dagger at Yangqing's throat with lightning speed. But Yangqing was even faster. He reached out and caught the blade of the dagger in his palm. The servant took a deep breath, because Yangqing's hand was able to withstand the blade, and there wasn't a single scratch on it. Lin Ruashi jumped up in shock. She looked nervously at the scene at the door. It was too sudden, and she didn't know what to do. Yangqing grabbed the dagger and crushed it into pieces. He then grabbed the man's neck and questioned, Who are you? Are you from North Bio? The man tried to bite something, but Yangqing was prepared this time. He knocked the man out with a palm strike to prevent him from committing suicide. Just then, Yangqing's sharp senses picked up the sound of fighting coming from a room at the far end of the second floor. There's someone else? Yangqing turned around and said, Ruashi, be careful. With that, Yangqing's figure flashed, and he was already in the room where the fight was taking place. This was Xianxia's boudoir. At this moment, a strong and nimble female servant was fighting with a strong and sturdy male servant at lightning speed. This female servant was Zhang, who had been taking care of Xianxia. Yangqing didn't expect this woman to be a taekwondo expert. Judging from her kicking skills, she had obviously reached the level of a black belt. A series of roundhouse kicks kept the male servant at a distance, preventing him from getting close to Xianxia. The male servant's moves were more like military combat techniques. They were ferocious, but unfortunately, his speed was no match for Yanzhong's and he was already at a disadvantage. Yangqing secretly praised Park Cheon's arrangements. No one would have guessed that the seemingly gentle maid Eunjong was also a bodyguard. If he had arranged for a bodyguard to protect Xianxia, it would not be like Eunjong, who could stay by her side all day long and could easily be targeted by assassins. Yangchen took advantage of the gap in the middle and slapped the assassin's back. The assassin fell to the ground and fainted. Eunjong retracted her long leg and looked at Yangqing in surprise, but she still bowed calmly. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Yang." Xianxia, who had been hiding in the corner, ran over and hugged Yangqing when she saw him. "Brother Yang. You're finally here, I was so scared." After all, it was a matter of life and death and the girl was still very timid. Yangqing patted Xianxia's head. "Your sister Yanzhong's taekwondo is so good. What are you afraid of?" Xianxia looked at Eunjong who had returned to her gentle self and pouted. "Grandfather said he wouldn't arrange a bodyguard for me. So Sister Eunjong is the bodyguard." Eunjong bowed. "Miss Xianxia, please don't be angry. Master is only doing this for your own good." "Hee hee." Xianxia stepped forward and hugged Eunjong. "I'm not angry. It's all thanks to Sister Eunjong. Otherwise, I'm afraid Brother Yang wouldn't have been able to get here in time." Eunjong was about to say something when she suddenly shuddered. "Oh no, there's an ambush in the house. Could something have happened in the hospital? Master is still in the hospital, will Kim Jip be alright?" Yangqing had just thought of this and wanted to go to the hospital to have a look. However, he was worried that other assassins would suddenly appear in the house. If he was not there, Eunyoung might not be able to protect Xianxiu and Lin Ruoxi. Although Lin Ruoxi had true qi at the peak of the acquired stage, she lacked actual combat experience. If the other party had guns, it would be extremely dangerous. At this moment, in the opposite room, Lin Ruoxi suddenly shouted, "Hubby! There's a call. It's for you." Yangqing had an ominous feeling in his heart. He walked back to the room and picked up the phone. "Mr. Yang, I really admire your skills. I can't believe you're still alive." An unfamiliar man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "People from North Bio? It seems that you're more powerful than I thought. You can actually guess our origins." The man smiled strangely. Yangqing sighed. "Tell me, what do you want now? Maybe you don't know this, but before you return to the Park family's mansion, we've already prepared a lot of gifts for you in the hospital and at home." The man laughed sinisterly. "Mr. Yang's ability is really amazing. In order to not suffer too much, we have to give you some special treatment. Don't tell me you buried explosives in the hospital and at home." This was the first trick that came to Yang Cheng's mind. Bingo! The man seemed quite excited. Enough to blow up the entire inpatient area of the hospital and the entire Park family's mansion. How about it? Isn't it exciting? Yangqing pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered to himself, "Do you Koreans learn how to play the underworld from the movies? Don't you know that this kind of trick is very old-fashioned?" "Humph, old-fashioned? So what? As long as it works." The man laughed cruelly, "Mr. Yang, if you don't want everyone in the room to be blown up, especially your womenfolk, Miss Su Zhenxiu, and the others, and you don't want the entire hospital's inpatient department to be buried with you, you better listen to us. If you wish to test our courage, you may come out with the rest of the house." Yangqing snickered in his heart. Truth be told, even if an explosion were to happen, he had a way to protect Lin Ruoxi and Zhenxiu in an instant. As for the people in the hospital and Park Cheon's condition, why would he care? From a certain point of view, Park Cheon was safe. He just did not know that he had fallen into a trap. Yangqing pondered for a moment before coming up with a plan. "How do you want me to cooperate?" "It's very simple. Right now, there's a black Hyundai car outside the Park family's residence. All you need to do is drive that car and come to the Myeongdong Hotel. There will naturally be someone to welcome you." Yangqing readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, he waved at Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi was curious. "What's going on? Is it someone from North Bio?" Yangqing chuckled and whispered a few words into the woman's ear. After listening, Lin Ruoxi frowned. Will this work? That will depend on my dear General Lin's acting skills. I believe that since you've been able to fool me so many times, you're definitely an Oscar-worthy actress. Yangqing winked. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him and nodded. Then be careful. Don't make any mistakes. Yangqing reached out and caressed the woman's face before turning around and walking out of the door. Where are you going, Brother Yang? Xianxia asked curiously. Lin Ruoshi looked worried. It's the organization that sent the assassins. They said that they've set up explosives here and in the hospital. If Yangqing doesn't meet them according to their request, they'll blow us all up. What? Xianxia cried out. How can you do that? But it was too late to stop Yangqing. Yangqing had already gotten into a Hyundai sedan outside the door. The dozens of Park family bodyguards were already guarding Xianxia inside the house. They had no time to care about Yangqing's actions. They only stopped Xianxia from moving. Yangqing had already started the Hyundai and was heading south of the street. Just as the taillights of the car were about to disappear from the intersection, a horrifying sound came from inside the house. Boom! A flash of fire shot up into the sky from the direction of the car. Xianxia ignored the bodyguards and rushed to the door. She saw that Yangqing's car had been turned into a pile of burning scrap metal. Oh no, there's a bomb in the car! Eun-young cried out. Brother Yang! Xianxia screamed, and tears immediately streamed down her face. She looked at the fire in despair, and her body seemed to freeze on the spot. Although Xianxia knew that Yangqing was extremely skilled, she could not imagine that someone could survive such a car's fuel tank explosion. Lin Ruoshi also stood on the side with a pale face. She staggered as if she was too grief-stricken to make a sound. Many nearby houses began to light up because the sound of the car explosion was too shocking. Just then, two black Chevrolet SUVs stopped in front of the Park family's mansion. More than a dozen men in black suits and big sunglasses, holding automatic rifles in their hands, swept into the house like a black whirlwind. Intimidated by this group of fiendish men in black, the bodyguards quickly retreated. One of the bodyguards suddenly remembered that he still had a gun on his waist. He was about to pull it out when he heard a few shots. Before he could pull out his gun, the bodyguard had already fallen to the ground. This made the other bodyguards afraid to pull out their guns. They were afraid that they would be the first to be shot. After all, the other party's weapons were obviously much more violent. Eun-young stood in front of Xianxia in a panic. Who the hell are you? The man with dyed yellow hair who was walking at the front grinned. You don't need to know. Everyone, put your hands up and lean against the wall. We just want to take Xianxia away. Xianxia, who was still in extreme grief, turned a deaf ear to him and kept wiping her tears. Lin Ruoshi could tell that this man was the guy who called Yangqing. Don't even think about it. Everyone, protect Miss. Don't let them succeed. Eun-young shouted at all the bodyguards. However, the bodyguards looked at each other a few times and silently walked to the wall. It was obvious that they wanted to save their lives. The other servants were naturally even more timid. They had already gone to the corner of the wall and squatted. You've wasted the master's good treatment on you. Are you even human? Are you worthy of Mr. Yang's sacrifice? Eun-young was so angry that her eyes turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, Miss Xianxia, quickly run from the back door. Quick! But Xianxia was indifferent, as if she had completely given up on her life. Lin Ruoshi saw this scene from the side and couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. Did Xianxia become like this because she thought that Yangqing was no longer here? Was Yangqing that important in her heart? Humph, what a troublesome woman. We always kill as little as possible. But since you're courting death, then don't blame us. Brothers, go. As soon as the voice fell, the three men rushed forward with their rifles. As long as Eun-young fought back, the men would definitely shoot without hesitation. Eun-young's eyes revealed a trace of determination. She protected Xianxia behind her and rushed toward the three men regardless of everything. Courting death. The two men immediately pulled the trigger. Two. Bullets flew everywhere, and even the chandelier in the hall began to shake due to the vibration. The servants couldn't bear to close their eyes, But the next scene made them all hold their breath, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. They only saw Eun-young get up and fly over, and with a roundhouse kick, she kicked the three men to the ground. Not only did the bullets from the two guns fly to the ceiling. The bullets were clearly aimed at Eun-young, so how did they fly away? Even Xianxia, who had regained her senses, felt that it was inconceivable. Only Lin Ruashi, who was at the side, looked around helplessly. But Eun-young didn't care so much. She was already planning to fight with her life, so she had no time to care about such a fluke. I'm going to kill you all. Eun-young's speed increased to the extreme. The lightness of a woman, coupled with the powerful leg skills of a black belt in Taekwondo, made her look like a fast-moving hammer. Bang, bang. After continuously kicking two strong men, she rushed toward the yellow-haired man. Everyone, shoot. The yellow-haired man shouted, and began to shoot at Eun-young in a group. But before these bullets could touch Eun-young, they all flew up to the ceiling as if they were attracted by some kind of force. Before the group of men could react, Eun-young had already used her slender legs that were wearing high heels to kick the heads of these men until they bled. Some even stabbed their heels into their temples and died instantly. Originally, these people weren't that bad. Most of them had practiced some Korean martial arts or some martial arts from some sections. But they were all relying on the power of their guns, so they didn't have the time to fight with Eun-young. By the time they realized that the bullets were trapping them, it was already too late for them to fight. After Eun-young kicked the group of people to the ground, she glanced at the mess in front of her in shock. Then, she looked at herself in disbelief. She was very puzzled. How did she suddenly beat a group of people with guns to the ground? The yellow-haired man felt like he had seen a ghost. He held his injured waist as he crawled backward, trying to escape from the house. Ghost. There's a ghost in here. The man was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This was simply a supernatural event. But just as the man was about to step out of the door, his head hit something hard. The man turned around stiffly. It was Yangcheng, smiling and waving at him. He had knocked into Yangcheng's leg. Hi, I'm back. Ghost. The yellow-haired man sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes rolled back and he completely fainted. Yangcheng was a little depressed. But before he could say anything, he heard Xianxia scream from inside the house. She ran over like a gust of wind and jumped up to hug him. Brother Yang. Sob sob. I knew you wouldn't die, sob. The girl cried. When she saw Yangcheng, it was as if the end of the world had been saved. Yangcheng patted the girl's back embarrassedly. Why are you crying when I'm dead? Why are you crying when I'm not dead? Xianxia didn't care about anything. She raised her head and kissed Yangcheng on the face. Yangcheng was dizzy. He turned his head stiffly to look at Lin Ruashi in the house. He shrugged helplessly and smiled bitterly. You saw it. It was Xianxia who kissed me. I didn't ask her to kiss me. Lin Ruashi knew that Yangcheng had deliberately killed himself, so she wasn't too excited. However, Xianxia's heartfelt affection for Yangcheng was a mess. Xianxia seemed to feel that it wasn't appropriate to kiss Yangcheng in front of Lin Ruashi. She quickly stepped aside, wiped her tears, and glanced at Lin Ruashi in embarrassment. Sister Ruashi, I was just too excited. I didn't mean anything by it. Yangcheng thought to himself, aren't you making things worse? Lin Ruashi forced a smile. I didn't say anything. He's so smelly. You can kiss him if you want. Hey, don't slander me. We're lying on the same bed. How can you say that I'm smelly? Yangcheng was having none of it. Lin Ruashi felt a headache coming on. This man still had the mind to care about such things. She pointed at the yellow-haired man who was unconscious on the ground. You should figure out what these people are here for. We're not sure what's going on in the hospital. Also, are there explosives buried under this house? Do you even need to think about it? The explosives are definitely not buried. Since they tampered with the car, the explosives must be a ruse to lure me into driving. Besides, burying explosives is a technical job. It takes time and they don't have the time or the skills. I just wanted them to jump out on their own, that's why I put on this show. Since they're here to capture Xianxia and not to kill Xianxia, it means that President Park Cheon in the hospital will be fine. Otherwise, there's no point in capturing Xianxia. The only use is to threaten President Park Cheon. If there's an assassin in the hospital, we should have received the news by now. Eun-jong, who was still in a daze, finally couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yang, you, aren't you? Yangqing raised an eyebrow at the maid. You're pretty good at taekwondo. Do you think I'm dead? Hee, I'm lucky. What should we do next? Lin Ruashi asked. Of course we're going to find the mastermind. Do you know where they are? Yangqing curled his lips and said, although I can't be 100% sure, this guy told me on the phone that it was the Mingdong Hotel. If he wanted to deceive me and kill me, it's unlikely that he would deliberately make up a fake location for me to go there. So, I think there must be something wrong with that hotel. Lin Ruashi's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Yangqing to pay attention to such details. It was rare for her to admire a man's intelligence instead of his strength. Brother Yang, will it be dangerous? Xianxia asked worriedly. Yangqing reached out and patted the girl's head. Don't worry, I'm only saying that because I'm confident. Get someone to capture the yellow-haired guy on the ground. We can still track him down if he's alive. Also, get someone to clean up the bodyguards and servants in the house. With such loyalty, we shouldn't keep them around. After being reminded by Yangqing, Xianxia and Eun-young looked at the group of awkward and pleading bodyguards with dissatisfaction. Yangqing didn't waste any more time. Even if the other party received news of the annihilation, they wouldn't leave the stronghold in an instant, but he couldn't let the big fish escape. After leaving the Park family, Yangqing quickly disappeared into the darkness where no one could see him. Near the swimming pool behind the Mingdong Hotel in Seoul, the pool had dried up due to the cold weather. In this deserted area, Yangqing's figure appeared a few seconds later. After all, it was close to the Park family, and Yangqing was familiar with the map of Seoul, so he found it in an instant. The Mingdong Hotel wasn't big. It was made up of a few old Korean-style buildings. The main building in the center was divided into 3 floors and 2 underground floors. What troubled Yangqing was that even if the North Bio people were really inside, he wouldn't be able to find them in a short time. He could only go in and search everywhere. At the same time, the second underground floor of the Mingdong Hotel was the hotel's underground casino. Gambling was allowed in casinos in South Korea, so it wasn't surprising that there was a casino here. In this world of luxury, there was no daylight. The lights seemed to shine on the calm and crazy faces of the gamblers. The bunny girls diligently served drinks, and they didn't mind offering their body parts for the customers to satisfy their desires. However, it would cost a lot to bring them to their rooms. However, the innermost area of the casino was always heavily guarded, and guests were never allowed to take even half a step closer. In a luxurious private room in the work area, a middle-aged man with a white face, wearing a black coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and combed hair was playing Texas Hold'em with a few other men dressed in luxurious clothes. Beside each of the men, there was no lack of seductive girls in revealing clothes. Rather than saying they were playing poker, it would be more accurate to say that they were flirting with the girls. Mr. Go, you have a call. A man dressed in a waiter's uniform came forward and handed the phone to the man in the coat. The man who was addressed as Mr. Go held the cards in one hand, and the other was caressing the thigh of the girl next to him. He frowned. Who is it? Don't you know that I'm playing cards at this time? The waiter said, It's Park Jong-yoon. Mr. Go paused for a moment, and sneered. That ingrate. Don't tell me you don't trust me? Although he spoke disdainfully, Mr. Go still took the phone and asked, Director Park, what is it now? You're still asking me? Go check. Didn't you say it was foolproof? How many times have you told me that it's foolproof? Your men are all dead. Park Jong-yoon's roar came from the other side of the phone. Go check's expression froze. What did you say? What happened to my men? Park Jong-yoon said angrily, You idiot, you're still in the dark. That's right, your men are all dead. Who would have tipped you off? Let me tell you, the men you sent to the Park family's main house tonight were all taken down by a little maid. Now that they've all been arrested by the police, they all know about you, Go Chuck, and your branch's stronghold. Not only did you not kidnap Su Xianxia, you didn't even kill that troublesome Yangqing. You even wasted all the spies I planted in the main house. Now, not only you, I'm in danger too. Gochek's face darkened. How is that possible? The men I sent are all retired Special Forces soldiers. And I even brought my men with me. How could they be defeated by a maid? It's already happened, and you still have the cheek to say it? I asked you to frame Kim Jip and kill that old man, but you failed. Now you can't even deal with a little one. Your position as the head of the North Bio branch is coming to an end. From now on, don't contact me. I have nothing to do with you. After saying that, Park Jong-yoon slammed the phone. Gauss roared angrily and threw the phone at a bunny girl's forehead. The bunny girl fainted immediately. Bang! Gochek flipped the gambling table in front of him and roared, "Get out! All of you, get out!" A few of them knew that they were no match for Gochek, and although they were not happy about it, they could only obediently run out. The bunny girls also ran away in fear. Gochek's face was ashen as he ordered the waiter, "Get everyone out of the casino. It's no longer safe here. Once everyone is gone, take all the confidential documents and seal this place. Don't leave any traces." But, Mr. Go, will we make it in time? Are you that efficient as a police officer? It'll take us at least an hour to get to this place. Besides, we have spies in the police station that can buy us some time. As long as we don't get caught, the higher-ups won't blame us too much. Get it done. Yes, sir. A few of Gochek's subordinates immediately led the North Bio thugs in the stronghold and charged out fiercely. Some of the staff who were working as bartenders and dealers suddenly reverted to their true identities as North Bio thugs and chased the customers away with the excuse of booking the entire place. Some of the guests still wanted to exchange the money back, but they were beaten up. The other guests didn't dare to say another word. The bunny girls were so frightened that they could only follow the crowd and leave amidst all sorts of complaints. Gochek took out a large amount of jewelry and cash from the safe in his office, as well as stacks of confidential documents. He stuffed them into a large leather bag and was about to leave with a group of subordinates. But just as the group was about to leave the casino that had been swept, the two guards at the main entrance of the casino were thrown in front of the group like human sandbags. Gochek looked up and saw the man named Xianxia, whom he had only seen in photos, standing there with a mocking expression. "Yangqing?" Gochek spoke in broken Mandarin. Yangqing sighed and said, "Really, thank you for reminding me. I was wondering why there were so many people coming up from the underground elevator. Turns out you guys were hiding in the most crowded casino. I even had to go to the ladies' toilet to look for you. What a sin." Gochek scoffed, "You sure are fast. I didn't expect you to be the first one to find this place. But it's good that you're here. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in so much trouble." Yangqing looked puzzled. "I've been minding my own business with the North Bio people. How did I get into trouble? Stop playing dumb. If it weren't for you, Park Cheon would have been dead by now. You even killed 4 of our brothers in the police force and we haven't even found their corpses. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. You deserve to die." Gochek sneered. "You're quite the candid one, reporting everything you've done. It's a pity you chose to walk the path to heaven but chose to barge into hell. What can you do even if you found our base?" Gochek waved his hand and 30 to 40 members of the North Bio nation surrounded Yangqing with guns in their hands, trapping him in the middle. "I know that you're very skilled, and that you're lucky to be able to survive tonight. However, do you really think that you'll be able to walk out of our territory alive?" Yangqing wasn't in a hurry to make a move. "What do you think you'll gain from causing such a ruckus tonight but all your plans have failed? It looks like you're not the leader of the North Bio." "I'm Gochek, the head of the North Bio Seoul branch." Gochek said smugly, "You're right. I was worried about how to explain this to the leader, but since you've come knocking on my door, you've been a great help. If I can capture you alive, you'll be the savior of the Park family and someone Suzhin show values. I'm sure you'll be able to keep the Park family in check. I dared to come here alone. Do you think I came here to die?" Yangqing smiled helplessly. Dowsa squinted his eyes and said, "I know you must have good skills to be able to survive these things, but we are not competing in skills. There are dozens of guns pointing at you. I advise you to raise your hands and kneel down. Yangqing rubbed his chin. How about we make a bet? What? If all of you open fire and I die, then there's nothing to say. But if I survive, you have to tell me who the boss of the North Bio Kingdom is, his real identity, and tell me who's colluding with you to deal with the Park family. Yangchen knew that the North Bio people must have strict rules, otherwise it wouldn't have been so hard to find their information. If he could find out who the real leader of North Bio was through Gao Chek, then he would have a chance to eradicate this organization, or perhaps control it. Do you think I would make such a silly bet with you? Yangqing shrugged. You can see it for yourself. I'm surrounded by dozens of guns. Are you men from the Republic of Korea, or an ancient organization like the North Bio, so cowardly? As soon as he said that, the surrounding North Bio men glared at Yangqing fiercely, like monkeys with their buttocks on fire staring at an arsonist. Ignorant Xianxia people, how can you cowardly people understand the manly spirit of our Republic of Korea? Are you going to bet or not? Yangqing snickered in his heart. This method of provocation was really effective. This race's blind worship of their own race's status had been elevated to a deformed and distorted state. Gaosa grinned. Bet, of course we'll. Bet, but let's change the way we bet. Oh, what? Gaosa took out a revolver from his waist. From the shiny casing, it was obvious that he did not use it often. After pushing the cartridge out, Gaosa turned it around to indicate that there were no more bullets. Then, he took a bullet from his subordinate and loaded it in. Finally, he turned the cartridge around, and no one knew where the bullet was. Russian roulette? That's right. Gaosa laughed evilly. How about it? Do you dare to play? Don't you think you're very brave? Then let me show you the courage of a man from the Republic of Korea. Yangchen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Why wouldn't he dare? Not to mention the fact that he could determine the location of the bullet just by listening to the sound of the cartridge turning. Even if he didn't pay attention to it, the bullet would only leave a small mark on him. As expected of a man from the Republic of Korea. Then I'll go all out today. Are you going to shoot first, or shall I? Gaosa said, I'll go first. With that, Gaosa did not hesitate to pull the trigger at his temple. Gotcha! An empty cartridge. The surrounding subordinates looked at Gaosa with admiration. They were filled with fighting spirit, and their national pride was ignited. Yangqing squinted his eyes. He had underestimated Gaosu. He was obviously very familiar with his gun, and he could tell where the bullet was from the irregular sound of the cartridge turning. By betting like this, it was obvious that he would leave the bullet for someone else. The purpose of doing this was to get rid of the opponent, win the hearts of the people, and increase the trust of his subordinates. Lastly, he did not want to cause too much of a commotion and affect their retreat, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It's your turn. Gaosa threw the revolver to Yangqing with an iron-blooded expression. The corner of Yangchen's mouth curled into a faint smile. The instant he held the gun, he slightly spun the cylinder at an angle that no one could see. Then, he shot himself in the temple. It's also empty. Yangqing patted his chest with lingering fear. Gaosa took the revolver again, fired at himself, and then threw it back to Yangqing. After 2 rounds, Yangqing finally received the 5th round. The surrounding North Buyu men were already looking at Gaosu with admiration, their blood boiling. They felt that Gaosu, who did not care about life and death, was full of manliness. The people watching this game of life and death were actually more nervous than the people playing it. Gaosa laughed coldly in his heart. The 5th round was the one that he had calculated to kill Yangqing. Spending less than 5 minutes to calm the hearts of the people, and easily killing a troublesome Huaxia man with a single round, it was definitely worth it. But the next scene made Gaosu involuntarily dumbfounded. Yangqing casually fired at his temple. Gotcha! It was still an empty cartridge. Yangqing looked like he was lucky. Oh my, I actually survived. This is the last round. Mr. Gaosu, please play. Saying so, Yangqing threw the revolver back to Gaosu. This? How is this possible? Gaosu revealed his ferocity. You cheated. Cheated? The gun is yours, you're the one who suggested the game, you're the one who loaded the bullets, and you're the one who decided to shoot first. Hey, are all the men from the Republic of Korea so shameless? Xianxia mocked. Gauss's face turned red. Seeing all his subordinates staring at him, he knew that if he went back on his words, not only would he not be able to win the hearts of the people, but he would also be seen as a coward in everyone's eyes. But being a coward is better than losing your life. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Do you think I'm stupid? As long as I'm alive, I still need to contribute to the prosperity of the Republic of Korea. Even if others look down on me, I will still endure humiliation and complete my mission. Filled with righteous indignation, Xianxia aimed the revolver at Xianxia and laughed sinisterly. Stupid Huaxia pig, today is the day you die. He already hated Xianxia to the core, and did not want to waste any more time. He directly aimed at Xianxia's head and pulled the trigger. Kacha! The bullet did not fire. It was an empty cartridge. Xianxia once again took the revolver in disbelief. Pushing the revolver out, he realized that it was empty. Looking for this? Xianxia took out a small bullet from his pocket, shook it, and threw it back to Xianxia. I thought you guys from the Republic of Korea were brave. If you are afraid of death, you should have said so earlier. An empty cartridge can scare you silly. Xianxia grinned. Xiaoxia's face turned pale, as if he could feel the North Bio people looking at him with disdain. You dare to trick me? Xiaoxia gnashed his teeth, and his eyes widened. What are you all standing there for? Shoot. Turn him into a hornet's nest. Although they had lost face, the group of North Bio men did not hold back when they opened fire. The place where Xianxia was already in a mess, the tiles on the floor and the ceiling couldn't escape the damage. But when they were done, they were shocked to find that Xianxia had disappeared from the spot. Just then, a cry of pain came from where Gochuk was. Everyone looked over and saw that Xianxia had appeared behind Gochuk, his hand clamped around Gochuk's neck. I'll ask you one last time. Who are your leaders and those who are working with you? Xianxia asked coldly. Gochuk's face turned red, and a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his left hand reached into his coat and pulled out a handgun. Go to hell. Infuriated, Xianxia aimed his backhand at Xianxia and was about to shoot. But Xianxia was no longer interested in playing with him, and naturally would not give him the chance to do so. Before Gochuk could aim the gun, Xianxia had already snatched the gun from his hand and stuffed it into Gochuk's mouth. Woo-woo. Gochuk's eyes widened, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with despair. Amidst the terror of the North Bio men, Xianxia did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! Blood spurted out from the back of Gochuk's head. His head had been pierced through. After kicking the dead Gochuk far away, Xianxia looked at everyone present and said, Who is your leader? Who contacted you to deal with the Park family? Tell me and you'll live. Those who don't, and those who don't know, will all die. The gloomy words and the nightmarish figure caused the group of South Korean men to tremble. However, the fear they felt towards the organization's internal affairs prevented them from saying anything. They looked at each other. Although they felt that Xianxia's elusive skills were indeed terrifying, they were also in the underworld after all. They had seen their fair share of storms and waves, so they were naturally fearless. Brothers, he killed Mr. Go. Let's fight him. That's right. Wait until you get out of here alive. Under the lead of a few leaders, everyone began to fire wildly at Xianxia. In an instant, the entire underground casino had been reduced to rubble. All the tables, chairs, floorboards, and tiles were torn apart by the bullets. Amidst the rolling debris and dust, Xianxia stood still. Although he knew that it would be difficult to get the answer he wanted, his original intention was not to let blood flow like a river. When all the bullets were about to touch Xianxia, they were blocked by a layer of shield. After all, this was a luxurious hotel, and Xianxia did not want to shock the world by dismembering the bodies of these people. Sighing, Xianxia waved his hand, and a wave of heaven and earth energy condensed into a destructive ripple, blasting 20 to 30 North Buyu men into dust. Against ordinary people who did not train much less cultivate, their bodies were not enough to withstand Xianxia's current strength. No one felt any pain, nor did they feel anything. It was as if they were chemical substances that had been decomposed, turning into the most basic tiny dust particles. In an instant, the entire underground casino fell silent, leaving only Xianxia alone. Xianxia looked around, and picked up the large leather bag that Gochuk was about to take away, as well as the phone he was carrying. In Gochuk's bag were a large number of documents and financial reports, all related to the underground casino's operations and some loan sharks. However, there were a few documents that gave Xianxia a surprise. Because these signed documents were related to business and investment cooperation with the Park family. And the person who signed them was none other than Park Jong-un. Based on the general gist of these projects, Park Jong-un must have been secretly working on behalf of Star Moon Group, because these were obviously unequal contracts that gave away money. After turning on Gochuk's phone, Xianxia browsed through the recent call history. Fortunately, the number was still there, and Park Jong-un's contact information was probably among them. With this, Xianxia did not have to worry about not being able to force Park Jong-un to confess. He was also glad that he came in time, not giving them any extra time to clean up. With such a huge ruckus in the casino, the police should be arriving soon. Xianxia did not linger any longer. He left quietly and headed for Seoul University Hospital. It would not be safe to hand these documents over to the police or anyone else. It was better to let Park Cheon see them and let the old man deal with his family problem. By this time, Park Cheon should have woken up by now. Xianxia planned to use endless resolve restoration scripture to help him recuperate. Although he could not perform surgery, it would be relatively easy for him to recover. Meanwhile, in the main living room of a villa in the Gangnam district, Park Jong-un's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He did not bother to wipe it off as he paced back and forth anxiously. An assistant hurriedly ran into the room and said, "Chairman, our people in the Mingdong Hotel sent news." When the police arrived, they found that there was a fierce gunfight inside. Gaosu was shot in the head and died. What? He's dead? Park Jong-un asked anxiously, "What about the others?" The assistant frowned and shook his head. "There's no sign of their car, they should be dead." Park Jong-un trembled, his eyes filled with many thoughts. "It's fine if they're dead, but what about the documents?" The assistant smiled bitterly. "We couldn't find any. Our informant in the police station said that a leather bag at the scene was filled with high-interest loan documents. None of them were related to us." "How is that possible?" "He wouldn't put such things anywhere else." Park Jong-un turned around abruptly. "Didn't you see anyone go in from the surveillance?" "Who did it?" The assistant's face fell. "That's the worst thing. From the surveillance footage of the Myeongdong Hotel, we found out that the person who entered the underground casino at that time was Xianxia." Park Jong-un's face was drained of all color. After a long while, he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Xianxia. Xianxia again? Isn't he at the Park residence? Why would he be there?" "It's too late to say that now." The assistant asked anxiously, "Chairman, what should we do now? If Xianxia takes away the contracts we signed and the chairman sees them, we'll be. You're at the end of your rope, aren't you?" Park Jong-un sneered. The assistant lowered his head. It was obvious that not only was Star Moon out of the picture, he would be lucky if he went to jail. The North Bio might even try to assassinate him because of this. Park Jong-un suddenly said with a poker face, "Go to my office. The password to the safe is a combination of my birth date and my father's. You can split the money with the other guys after you take it." The assistant was taken aback. "Chairman, you..." Park Jong-un's eyes were filled with despair. He mocked himself, "It's over, it's all over. One wrong move, followed by another. We've lost everything. I can only say that the old man is really lucky to have someone with the surname Yang to help him settle everything. You've been with me all these years, I won't give you anything less, but whether you can live or not depends on yourselves." The assistant's eyes glistened with tears. "Chairman. Let's go to the hospital and plead with the chairman. After all, he watched you grow up." "Plead? Humph, if it wasn't for giving my father an explanation, do you think he would value me, a grandson who isn't related to him by blood? In his eyes, only Su Xianxia is the only heir that needs to be protected. If we go to him now, we'll just be sending ourselves to his doorstep. He can't wait for me to deal with it myself. The assistant's eyes were filled with bitterness. Then what should we do? Why don't you escape with us, Chairman? I know the smuggler, he can send us out to sea and find a small island country to stay for a few days. Who knows, we might even be able to make a comeback. Don't joke around, just run. If you follow me, you'll die for sure. The human snake? Do you think that old man Park Cheon has been dominating Asia all his life for fun? As soon as he wakes up, I'll have nowhere to run. Alright, I'm going to do the last thing I need to do. Take the money, take care of yourselves and run for your lives. Having said that, Park Jong-yoon picked up the car keys on the table and walked out of the house with light steps. The assistant still wanted to say something, but after a slight struggle, he gritted his teeth and ran to Park Jong-yoon's office upstairs. But before he could reach the second floor, he heard a loud bang. The next moment, the assistant touched the smoking hole in his chest where blood was flowing out. He turned around stiffly, his face filled with grief and anger. Park Jong-yoon stood at the door, blowing the muzzle of the Desert Eagle in his hand. His face that seemed to have aged several years sneered. I told you to take it, and you really did. Even if I die, you'll be buried with me. In the hospital's intensive care unit, Park Cheon was lying on the bed. The infusion tubes and other equipment in his body had been removed. Yangqing sat on the edge of the bed and pretended to grab Park Cheon's wrist with one hand, just like an old Chinese doctor. Kim Jip stood in the corner with a frown on his face. He looked at Yangqing with a puzzled expression as he carried out his so-called traditional Chinese Qigong conditioning. Yangqing did not know any Qigong, but he was too lazy to explain Huaxia's cultivation technique to Park Cheon. He did not want to shock the world, so he purposely touched Park Cheon's hand and guided the heaven and earth energy of the endless resolve restoration scripture into Park Cheon's body. Yangqing also fed Park Cheon a low-grade spirit pill, the Red Dew pill. This pill could enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in a cultivator's body, making it easier to absorb large amounts of spiritual energy in a short period of time. Most of Park Cheon's body was weak and necrotic. Yangqing used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish his body and used the endless resolve restoration scripture to guide and repair his body. This way, Park Cheon's recovery would be twice the result with half the effort. Park Cheon was initially skeptical of Yangqing's words. However, due to the incident at home, it was difficult for him to sleep and recuperate. He had heard from Jane that Yangqing had a way to speed up his recovery and prolong his life, so he gave it to Yangqing to give it a try. Park Cheon almost jumped out of his bed the moment Yangqing began to circulate his energy for him. Putting aside the fact that the pill had turned into a warm substance circulating in his body, Yangqing's body started to feel numb the moment he touched his hand, and all kinds of comfortable feelings started to flow through his body. Following that, he could clearly feel that the area of his wound, as well as the internal organs in his body, had begun to have a significant increase in sensitivity. Park Cheon, who was used to old age and frailty, felt as if he was rejuvenated. It was not to say that he had regained his youth, but his body was filled with energy that he had not felt for many years. Park Cheon exclaimed in amazement. As Park Cheon's ashy complexion turned rosier and more radiant, Kim Jip, who was in the corner, couldn't help but step forward. The 3 steel balls he had been needing stopped as well. Park Cheon's eyes glowed as he stared at Yangqing as if he was looking at a rare treasure. The ancient emperor sought immortality in order to pursue immortality. This was because they could not give up glory, splendor, wealth, and power. Park Cheon was not an emperor, but he enjoyed a more luxurious life than the ancient emperors. To him, if he could live a few more years and be healthier, it was worth it no matter how much money he spent. Hence, Yangqing's abilities had piqued Park Cheon's interest. Mr. Yang. You. Who exactly are you? Park Cheon could not help but wonder if Yangqing was Huaxia's miracle doctor. Yangqing could not stand such a mushy title. President Park Cheon, I only know a little Qigong and that's about it. If you want to live to 100 years old, it's all up to you. The elixirs you ate are not free. You have to pay me later. Of course. Do you have more of these elixirs? If you do, I'll buy them all. Park Cheon's eyes were filled with greed. Yangqing snickered in his heart. He had a lot of these elixirs. To be honest, he was not interested in low-grade elixirs. The low-grade elixirs he had refined were enough for his women. He wanted more high-grade and supreme-grade elixirs, but unfortunately, the materials were hard to come by. However, Xianxia pretended to be in a difficult position. These elixirs are passed down in my family and there are only 3 left. If it weren't for the fact that you are Jinxia's grandfather, I wouldn't have given them to you. In fact, this qigong is only so effective because of the elixirs. Park Cheon was afraid that Xianxia would not be willing to part with the elixirs. Mr. Yang, I really need your elixirs. My Jinxiu is still young and I want to take care of her for a few more years. How about this, Mr. Yang, name a price. I know that your family is not short of money, but as a token of my respect, I'll give you a good price. Xianxia retracted his hand. Park Cheon's body had recovered to a state many times better than when he was healthy. He could even get out of bed and jog. How about this, President Park Cheon? Give me $10 million and I'll give you 1 elixir in exchange. Xianxia looked reluctant. 1 elixir? Park Cheon quickly got up and grinned. Why don't I buy both of them? I know these are priceless treasures. How about this, I'll give you an additional $20 million. $30 million for Mr. Yang's elixirs. Xianxia was overjoyed. This money came so easily. Sauron and the rest should stop selling firearms and help him sell elixirs all over the world to earn more money. However, Xianxia knew that elixirs like this were not suitable to be circulated too much. Besides, he was only making a little money for fun. Therefore, Xianxia took out a small porcelain bottle containing 2 red dew elixirs and handed it to Park Cheon. Park Cheon immediately asked Kim Jip to bring a check. A check of $30 million was handed to Xianxia. In fact, Xianxia had originally planned to give some elixirs to Park Cheon. After all, he was Jinxiu's grandfather, so it was only natural for him to do so. Park Cheon, on the other hand, was ecstatic. He felt that he had gotten a great deal. To him, $30 million was but a drop in the bucket. After taking care of Park Cheon's health, Xianxia took out the contracts related to Park Jong-yun. I've read through these documents. I think you should take a look at them, President. I'm an outsider after all, so it's not convenient for me to deal with your family's affairs. Park Cheon took the contracts and scanned through them with a gloomy expression. I knew this kid had done a lot behind my back, but I didn't expect him to be in cahoots with the North Bio Empire. Xianxia was surprised. President, you know about the North Bio Empire? Park Cheon shook his head with a bitter smile. How could I not know? In fact, I've been secretly going against the North Bio Empire for the past 2 years. However, they couldn't do anything to me in Korea due to my considerable influence in Asia. It's a pity that my health has been deteriorating. Other than that bastard Park Jong-yun, there's no one I can trust. That's why they've taken advantage of me. Xianxia realized that there was more to the matter than he had imagined. Mr. Yang, you may not know this, but the North Bio Empire has always hoped to unify the entire Korean peninsula. For this, they are willing to face the conflict with North Korea head-on. This year is the Korean election. The side I support is one that takes a tough stance but doesn't initiate a war with North Korea. Today's weapons are no longer the same as in the past. Too many people die in a war. The North Bio Empire, on the other hand, hopes to provoke a border conflict and trigger internal violence among their people before starting a war between the North and the South. You can say that they're a bunch of lunatics who will do anything to unify the Korean peninsula. The side we support is different. They want to steal the Starmoon Group's assets from the inside. It's no surprise that they've turned against us. Xianxia suddenly realized that it was a political dispute. However, he had no interest in the Korean peninsula. I only hope that Jinxiu will be fine. Since you've recovered, President, please go and take charge of the situation. Park Cheon nodded and got up to take his coat from Kim Jip and put it on. Kim Jip, prepare the car and go home. Also, send someone to that bastard's residence and bring him to me. Yes, sir. At the same time, a black Mercedes-Benz came to an abrupt halt in front of Li Jingjing's apartment. The driver's door opened and the person who stepped out was Park Jong-yun. Park Jong-un was dressed in a black coat, his hair a little messy. His face was dejected and gloomy. Park Jong-un took out his phone and called Lee Jingjing. "Hello, is this Vivian? I'm in a bad mood right now. Can I meet you for a chat?" The lights in Lee Jingjing's apartment were still on, but Lee Jingjing still replied tactfully, "It's late, I'm already asleep." Park Jong-un smirked. "I'm already downstairs. Your room's lights are still on." "Vivian, I really have a lot to talk to you about. I'll be leaving for Europe for work in a week or so. Can this be the last time we meet?" Lee Jingjing could sympathize with Park Jong-un's gloomy mood and the fact that it was the last time they met, so she agreed. After a while, Lee Jingjing walked to the apartment building in a pink down jacket and opened the door. Seeing Park Jong-un's pale face, Lee Jingjing pitied him. "It's cold outside. Let's talk inside." Park Jong-un nodded gratefully and quietly followed Lee Jingjing upstairs. From behind, he stared at Lee Jingjing's slender and taut legs. His eyes burned with lust. After entering Lee Jingjing's apartment, Park Jong-un quietly locked the door. Lee Jingjing didn't pay much attention to it. She went to the kitchen to prepare a pot of hot tea for him. She asked, "Mr. Park, is there something bothering you? You don't look too good." Park Jong-un looked at the clueless woman in the kitchen. She was like a pool of untainted spring water. Just because he said it was the last time she would see him, she couldn't bear to come down and open the door in the middle of the night. She was a clean woman he had never met before. Unfortunately, he was at the end of his rope and lost the chance to pursue her. Park Jong-un suddenly felt a complicated feeling of sorrow and bitterness spreading in his heart. His original evil nature was also suppressed. Looking at Lee Jingjing's back, Park Jong-un asked with a trembling voice, "Vivian, if I pursue you, will there come a day when you will truly fall in love with me?" Lee Jingjing's delicate body trembled. She stood there silently for a long time before she shook her head with her back facing him. Park Jong-un's passion instantly turned into cold water. His heart felt like it had been pierced. Why? Am I really not worthy of you?" Park Jong-un asked unwillingly. Lee Jingjing turned around and smiled bitterly. "No, I don't hate you. I even feel that I'm not worthy of you. The only reason I can't accept you is because my heart has been completely occupied by someone else. I can't stay with you for another second because I really don't have the energy to think about other men besides that person. Forgive me, I'm really useless. Maybe I'm a little narrow-minded and stubborn. Even if I force myself to forget, it only leaves a deeper footprint in the original position." Park Jong-un clenched his fists and took a deep breath. His face turned cold. "Are you talking about Xianxia?" Lee Jingjing lifted her head abruptly. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, but then her face blushed and she nodded silently. To me, he means something different. No one can replace him." Park Jong-un suddenly raised his head and laughed dryly, as if he was crying. "Xianxia. Xianxia again. Haha, did I kill the whole Yang family in my previous life, or did I chop that bastard into meat paste in my previous life?" Seeing that Park Jong-un was on the verge of going crazy, Lee Jingjing was finally afraid. "Mr. Park. You. Shut up." Park Jong-un lunged forward, trapping Lee Jingjing in front of him. His two arms gripped the edge of the table tightly, locking Lee Jingjing in place, preventing her from escaping. Lee Jingjing's face turned pale as she lowered her head, shivering, to avoid Park Jong-un's hot breath. "My career is ruined, my future is ruined, my life is ruined. I have nothing left. It's all because of that bastard Xianxia. Now, I have nothing left. The one who took away my only hope for a woman, why is it still young? Chung. Tell me, what's so good about Xianxia? Tell me, tell me, tell me." Lee Jingjing's eyes reddened as she held back her tears. She bit her lip, not daring to utter a single word. "Why aren't you saying anything? Do I look scary now? Do I scare you?" "Haha. I didn't want to scare you. You only had to say that you would fall in love with me one day, even if it was a lie. I wouldn't have scared you. But you've destroyed my last hope. Why are you so cruel to me?" Park Jong-un began to cry at the end of his words. The disappointment he felt towards the world was starting to make him lose his mind. Li Jingjing mustered her courage and spoke, "Mr. Park, please don't be like this." "What happened?" "Brother Yang, he..." "Don't mention him." Park Jong-yun suddenly let out a furious roar. With a sinister smile, he said, "Since Yang Chen has taken everything from me, I shall destroy you as well." What are you going to do?" Li Jingjing's legs began to turn into jelly. Park Jong-yun smirked, "Don't think I don't know. I've already sent people to investigate. Yang Qing actually cares a lot about you, doesn't he? If that's the case, if I were to f***ck, even if I die, I can make Yang Qing suffer for the rest of his life, right?" Li Jingjing's face paled as she instinctively struggled, trying to escape. But Park Jong-yun didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. Why would he give her the slightest chance? Li Jingjing was just about to escape from the kitchen when Park Jong-yun yanked off her jacket and pushed her from behind. She fell to the ground. "Ah!" Li Jingjing screamed in pain and tried to get up to escape, but Park Jong-yun was already in front of her. He reached out and yanked on her clothes. Li Jingjing struggled helplessly. After her sweater was yanked off, she was left with thermal underwear and a bra. The woman's slender but voluptuous figure was revealed. Park Jong-yun's eyes burned with passion, his breathing heavy. "Don't do this. Don't. Ah. Mr. Park. Help. Ugh." Amidst Park Jong-yun's hysterical laughter, Li Jingjing's hair was a mess. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Unknowingly, her underwear had been ripped off, revealing her snow-white skin. Gradually, Li Jingjing could no longer hear her own cries. Her mind was filled with Park Jong-yun's maniacal laughter. The woman's eyes were filled with despair. After leaving the hospital, Yang Qing sat in Park Cheon's car, yawning. Park Cheon, on the other hand, was in high spirits. It had been years since he felt this refreshed. His body was fit and healthy. Kim Jip, who was sitting in front, received a call and reported respectfully, "President, our men have reported that Park Jong-yun has shot his assistant and bodyguards to death. He's already fled in a car, but we didn't find him leaving the Gangnam district. He should still be in the district." Park Cheon frowned. "He should know he can't escape." "Why is that?" "Don't worry about it, find him immediately. I want to know exactly how much he has betrayed." Kim Jip responded and continued to contact his men to search the entire Gangnam district. Yang Qing, on the other hand, frowned. He found the news of Park Jong-yun shooting his assistant and bodyguards to be rather unusual. If he only wanted to escape, why would he do such a thing? With these unfortunate people accompanying him, he would have a better chance. Did he not have a way out by doing so? All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning struck Yang Cheng's mind as he realized something. "Stop the car! Stop the car!" Yang Cheng yelled. The speculation in his mind made it impossible for him to calm down. The driver was startled and quickly braked by the roadside. Fortunately, there was not much traffic at night, making it convenient for him to stop. "Mr. Yang, what happened?" Park Cheon was now treating Yang Cheng as an equal. Yang Cheng had no time to explain. He pushed the car door open and with a few quick leaps, he darted into the bushes by the roadside and disappeared without a trace. Yang Cheng's heart was burning with anxiety. Park Jong-yun's act of throwing caution to the wind was a sign that he was desperate for one last chance. Once he was certain that there was no hope, he would try his best to take revenge on the person who caused him to end up like this. That person was undoubtedly Yang Cheng. The only person he could possibly hurt was Li Jingjing, a girl who lived alone. Moreover, Park Jong-yun had failed to obtain Li Jingjing previously. With no hope left in his life, he would definitely want to make one last attempt. Fortunately, Yang Cheng's speed allowed him to reach Li Jingjing's apartment in an instant. Yang Cheng was even more thankful that he had followed Lin Ruoshi here before. Arriving at the apartment, Yang Cheng spread out his divine sense and immediately found the apartment where Li Jingjing and Park Jong-yun were staying. Without bothering to disturb anyone else in the apartment, Yang Cheng jumped onto the balcony and smashed the glass door into the living room. Li Jingjing was pinned down by Park Jong-yun on the floor of the kitchen. Her hair was a mess, her face was covered in tears, and her expression was lifeless. As for the woman's upper body, it was almost completely exposed to the air. The pair of perky breasts in front of her were only covered by her bra, and most of the pink balls were already exposed. Park Jong-un was greedily kissing Li Jingjing's neck and cheeks. The tip of his tongue was like tasting a delicious delicacy. Every time Li Jingjing's tears overflowed, Park Jong-un would excitedly lick the tears away and let out a creepy laugh. Li Jingjing had already lost the strength to resist. She was completely limp on the floor. Being pinned down by Park Jong-un was like being pinned down by a puppet. Park Jong-un's other hand was forcefully tearing off Li Jingjing's tight black trousers. Half of her thigh was already glaringly exposed. Hee hee. You are mine. Mine. Yang Cheng's eyes were already scarlet red. His rage caused the trembling of his soul to be extremely clear. Park Jong-un's reaction was slow when he heard the sound of glass shattering. He turned around. When he saw Yang Cheng standing upright under the light, Park Jong-un licked his lips and smiled eerily. So it's you. Why do you always appear when I don't want you to appear? I've just started to have a taste, can't you just let me have my way for once? Yang Chen had no intention of chatting at all. Striding forward, he abruptly grabbed Park Jong-un's head and lifted him off Li Jingjing's body. A pair of ferocious eyes stared at Park Jong-un's completely dejected eyes. Remember this look. Come find me even if you become a ghost. I'll kill you. As soon as he finished, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist without hesitation. Crush. After Park Jong-un's skull was twisted off, a puddle of red and white matter fell to the floor and splattered everywhere. Yang Chen turned a blind eye to this extremely bloody scene. His boots directly stepped over Park Jong-un's corpse, crushing his rib cage in an instant. After killing the man, Yang Chen finally felt his heart calm down. Squatting down stiffly, Yang Chen reached out his hands and touched Li Jingjing's messy body. Although the girl had not been physically violated and he had arrived in time, the girl's condition made Yang Chen afraid. From the moment he came in, Li Jingjing had turned a deaf ear to her surroundings. The girl only stared at the ceiling blankly. The tears at the corner of her eyes had dried up and her expression was strangely calm. Jingjing. Yang Cheng's trembling hands caressed Li Jingjing's face and forced a smile. It's okay, I'm here. As he spoke, Yang Cheng took off his jacket and covered Li Jingjing's exposed body with it. After wrapping the girl's body, he helped her up. Li Jingjing slowly turned around, her eyes were terrifyingly empty. Looking at Yang Chen in front of her, the corners of Li Jingjing's mouth moved. Suddenly, she let out a sigh of relief. Her head sank and she fainted. Jingjing! Yang Chen screamed. The situation in front of him had completely exceeded his expectations. He thought that Li Jingjing would hug him and cry her heart out. Even biting him would be understandable. But now, Li Jingjing had fainted. Yang Chen quickly held Li Jingjing's wrist and sent his divine sense into her body. The endless resolve restoration scripture's heaven and earth energy began to flow through Li Jingjing's meridians in an attempt to find the cause of this. However, Yang Chen realized that Li Jingjing's body was not damaged. Her body was completely normal. Other than a slight weakness, there was nothing special. How could this be? Yang Chen was burning with anxiety. He knew that this was not a problem that he could solve. He could only carry Li Jingjing and run out of the building. In the dark, no one could see what was happening here. Yang Chen didn't want to call a taxi anymore. He carried Li Jingjing and moved quickly to the emergency department of Seoul University Hospital. The doctors and nurses of the emergency department were also shocked when they saw Yang Chen suddenly barging in at night with a girl in his arms. Sir, what happened to this young lady? Yang Chen placed Li Jingjing on the bed that the nurses pushed out and said, she seems to have suffered some stimulation. I have no idea why she fainted. I can't wake her up no matter how I try to wake her up. Quick, help her check. Yang Chen could only understand that Li Jingjing was stimulated and became like this. He hoped that there would be no other problems after she woke up. After Li Jingjing was pushed into the CT room, Yang Chen finally had the time to calm down. He took out his phone and found that Lin Ruoshi had already called him several times. He was too anxious to notice it before. After calling back, Lin Ruoshi's worried voice immediately came from the other side. Hubby, where have you been? Why are you missing when President Park Cheon is back? Yangqing sighed and briefly explained the matter of Park Jong-yoon going to Li Jingjing's place. Jingjing is unconscious now. I'm looking after her in the hospital. You don't have to worry, what could happen to me? Lin Ruoshi didn't expect Li Jingjing to be implicated. Jingjing, could she have been? No. Fortunately, I was there early. Yangqing smiled bitterly. This was really dangerous. If he had been a minute late, he might not have been able to face Li Jingjing for the rest of his life. After all, he was the one who let Park Jong-yoon go instead of killing him earlier. Lin Ruoshi heaved a sigh of relief. Then I'll tell President Park Cheon to deal with the aftermath. I'll pack up and accompany you at the hospital. Yangqing initially wanted to ask Lin Ruoshi not to come over at night due to the cold weather. However, after thinking about it, Lin Ruoshi would think that he was intentionally spending time alone with Li Jingjing. Hence, he didn't object. Due to the smooth traffic at night, Lin Ruoshi arrived at the hospital in half an hour. Although she had acquired her Hotian cultivation, Lin Ruoshi's physique wasn't as extraordinary as Yang Cheng's. It was impossible for her to keep out the cold, so she obediently wore a beige cashmere coat and a red scarf. When she came in, Lin Ruoshi had 2 cups of hot coffee in her hands. I bought it on the way here. Have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself, even though I know you don't need it. Yang Chen took the coffee and smelled the aroma of the coffee beans. He felt his mood calming down. Gratefully, he said to Lin Ruoshi, I've had enough trouble today. You should go back and rest early. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. Let's see how Jingjing is first. I'll be wherever you are. Are you worried that I won't be able to resist flirting? Yangqing chuckled. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him. What's the point of worrying? I'm just worried about Jingjing. Women are loyal too. No matter what, we're friends. While they were talking, a doctor with a file in his hand walked over with a frown. Mr. Yang, I'm Chief Physician Jin Guozhong. President Park Cheon has contacted us. I'm sorry, I came a little late. But we'll do our best to help Mr. Yang take care of the patient. Now, please come to my office. Yang Chen didn't expect Park Cheon to be so considerate as to take care of the hospital's affairs and call the doctors back from work. Logically speaking, he should be very busy dealing with the dead Park Jong-yoon and dealing with the North Bio's tail. As expected of an Asian business tycoon. To be able to climb to such a high position, he was indeed attentive. This alone made Yangqing feel at ease. Yangqing and his wife were seated in Dr. Zheng's office. They had a bad feeling when they saw Dr. Zheng's serious expression. Dr. Zheng, is Jingjing in danger? Yangqing asked anxiously. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with Jingjing. Dr. Zheng smiled bitterly. Her life is not in danger. But the problem at hand is more troublesome. What problem? Dr. Zheng asked back. Mr. Yang, was Miss Li violated when she was sent here? I heard from the nurse that her clothes were disheveled. Yangqing nodded. Someone tried to violate her but I stopped them. No wonder. Then during the incident, was Miss Li's head hit? Hit? Yangqing frowned as he recalled the scene. She was pressed to the floor. When I arrived, I wasn't sure how she fell to the floor. Maybe she hit herself. Anyway, the way she looked at me was hollow. Lin Ruoshi's eyes were filled with anxiety. She asked Yang Chen to translate for her. Listening to these words, tears welled up in her eyes. She felt a deep pity for Li Jingjing. Dr. Zheng exhaled and confirmed the radiographic films again. Mr. Yang, with all due respect, Miss Li's current problem may not be something we can help with. What? Yang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Dr. Zheng said, Miss Li's head was concussed and her cerebral cortex was damaged. Although it's not serious, her nerves were damaged. At the same time, her spirit and consciousness were severely stimulated. Her cognition, consciousness, emotions, etc. were all severely destroyed. She is now sleeping with a tranquilizer. It is possible that when she wakes up, her mental state will be very bad. Before our nurse injected her with the tranquilizer, Miss Li was already trembling all over. She kept shouting that she didn't want to. She couldn't communicate, and she refused to let anyone touch her. Based on my many years of experience, she may be suffering from a psychological disorder or a phobia or other mental illness. This time, Yangqing was so stunned that he forgot to translate for Lin Ruoxi. Because of the shock in his heart, Yangqing felt a sharp pain in his heart. Lin Ruoxi looked at Yangqing's expression and knew that the situation was very bad. "Hubby, what's wrong? Tell me quickly." Yangqing heaved a sigh and explained the symptoms. How could this be? Lin Ruoxi finally couldn't hold back her tears. Dr. Jing sighed and said, "Generally speaking, just being violated will not cause a woman to have such a serious mental illness. According to my estimation, Miss Li's mind should have been in a very unstable state before she was violated, or she was in a very low and disappointed state with her life and her feelings. That's because she didn't have anything in her life that she was reluctant to part with. That's why she gave up on her heart and chose to close herself off after she suffered a blow." After saying these words, Dr. Jing noticed Yang Chen's abnormally pained expression, and couldn't help but say, "Mr. Yang, is it true that such situations have happened before?" Yang Cheng took a sip of his coffee and felt that there was no sugar in it. He had thought that a girl's state of mind might be sad, but he did not expect that it would hurt her to the point where she had nothing left to live for. "Doctor, what can we do to change this situation? Is it going to continue like this?" Dr. Jing shook his head. "We don't know. Maybe the patient will get better on her own, or maybe it will get worse." After listening to Yang Cheng's words, Lin Ruoxi could not help but recall what the girl had said to her in Li Jingjing's apartment. "When faced with a lot of irresistible forces, can a girl like me with no background really rely on my own strength to avoid certain things? I really envy you." Recalling these words, Lin Ruoxi could not help but feel a wave of guilt. Was it because of her that Li Jingjing had fallen to this state? But she was clearly doing what she was supposed to do. But why did she feel so heartache, so guilty, and so much self-blame? Everything began to revolve around Lin Ruoxi's heart, making her feel melancholy and uneasy. At this time, a warm hand held Lin Ruoxi's uneasy palm. Lin Ruoxi raised her head and found that Dr. Jing had already left the office and Yang Qing was looking at her gently. "Don't think too much, this has nothing to do with you. It's not like you asked Park Jong-yoon to harm people. It's not good to take responsibility." Lin Ruoxi's eyes were filled with tears, and she whispered in a low voice, "Am I a cold-blooded, bad woman?" Yang Qing pulled his lover into his arms and gently stroked Lin Ruoxi's hair. He patted the woman's back and said, "If you're a bad woman, then I'm not even a bad man. You didn't do anything wrong, this is all beyond fate. Believe me, Jingjing definitely did not hate you." "Really?" "Yes, of course." Yang Qing used his thumb to wipe the tears from the corner of the woman's eyes. He smiled and said, "Let's go and see how Jingjing is doing." Lin Ruoxi hesitated for a moment before nodding and getting up. The two of them walked through the quiet corridors of the hospital and arrived at Li Jingjing's ward. After a nurse installed an 4 drip, she walked out with a smile and closed the door. Li Jingjing lay on the bed, her face regaining some color, but in her sleep, her eyebrows were still tightly knitted, as if she was having a nightmare. "Hubby, when will Jingjing wake up?" Lin Ruoxi sat on the side of the bed and looked at Li Jingjing nervously. Yang Qing shook his head. "I'm not sure. She's alone here with no relatives or friends. If she was in Zhonghai, old Li and his wife could take care of her. Then let's stay here tonight and wait for her to wake up to see the situation," Lin Ruoxi suggested. Yang Qing had the same intention. He wanted to see Li Jingjing's condition and consider whether to take her to another place for treatment or simply return to Zhonghai. Looking at the unconscious girl on the bed, the night passed unknowingly. Lin Ruoxi was now able to regulate the true energy in her body like Yang Qing, so naturally, she did not feel too sleepy. The couple sat on the bench, leaning against each other and chatting. It was not too boring. In the middle of the night, Park Cheon called to ask about Li Jingjing's condition and offered to provide any assistance. In the morning, Li Jingjing finally opened her eyes slowly. However, the girl's gaze was still abnormally blank, as if she did not know where she was. Lin Ruoxi was overjoyed. She hurried forward and grabbed Li Jingjing's hand. "Jingjing, you're awake. Are you feeling better?" Li Jingjing stared blankly at Lin Ruoxi and did not answer. She mumbled, "Thirsty." Thirsty? Oh, I'll get you some water. Although Lin Ruoxi felt strange, she still poured a cup of warm water for Li Jingjing. She helped Li Jingjing up and brought the cup to the girl's lips. Li Jingjing slowly pursed her lips and drank half the cup of water before stopping. Lin Ruoxi asked cautiously, Jingjing, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Li Jingjing suddenly asked, who are you? Lin Ruoxi froze and almost dropped the cup of water on the bed. Her pretty face turned pale. Yangqing had been observing from the side. He initially thought that Li Jingjing's condition was not too bad, but this sentence made Yangqing's heart sink. Jingjing, don't you know us? Yangqing could not help but ask. Li Jingjing, on the other hand, had not seen Yangqing at all. When Yangqing suddenly stepped forward, she screamed. Ah! Go away! Go away! Li Jingjing was like an agitated deer. She kept kicking her legs and hugging her head with both hands. She was about to fall off the bed. Yangqing flashed over and caught Li Jingjing. He did not let her fall to the floor, but Li Jingjing was crying loudly. Let me go. Wah! Let me go. Go away. Jingjing, calm down. I'm Yangqing. Your big brother Yang. How did you? Lin Ruoxi was so anxious that she did not know what to do. She grabbed Li Jingjing's arm and shouted anxiously, Jingjing, don't you recognize us? Don't cry. Li Jingjing did not listen at all. She cried and wanted to run away. Lin Ruoxi hugged Li Jingjing's waist tightly and said to Yangqing, hubby, get out. Jingjing seems to be afraid to see you. Yangqing also remembered that his appearance seemed to have agitated Li Jingjing. He nodded and quickly ran out of the ward with a face full of worry. Sure enough, when Yangqing left the ward, it became quiet. Li Jingjing was like a frightened rabbit. Her eyes were full of tears. She trembled and hugged Lin Ruoxi. Her knuckles turned white. The commotion inside had attracted the attention of the nurses who were supposed to be on duty in the morning. She ran in to check on the situation and immediately helped Li Jingjing down from Lin Ruoxi's body. The middle-aged nurse said a long string of Korean to Lin Ruoxi. But Lin Ruoxi could not understand it at all. So, she pulled the nurse and ran out of the ward. The two of you, the patient's mental state has been abnormal since last night. Didn't the doctor say that? The patient's condition will be confirmed by the doctor? Please do not agitate the patient anymore. Yangqing asked in doubt, Nurse, why was Miss Li not agitated when she saw my wife, but so afraid when she saw me? The nurse knitted her brows and said, based on my years of experience, it might be because the patient is stimulated by men. Many girls have been violated. After their mental state becomes abnormal, they can no longer face men. I hope that this gentleman can understand. If they get too close, it might worsen Miss Li's condition. Yangqing felt a sharp pain in his heart. He never thought that Li Jingjing's mental state would be so severe. Lin Ruoxi also looked at Li Jingjing in the ward in disbelief. The girl was panting and panting. She was like a helpless little girl looking for her parents' comfort. A beautiful girl with a bright future, what did she do wrong to be harmed like this? She didn't get anything at all. She had been silently enduring everything. Lin Ruoxi could not bear to look at Li Jingjing any longer. The more she saw the girl in this state, the more she felt that she was the one who caused all of this. Even if it was not direct, it was indirect. Yangqing no longer had the energy to comfort Lin Ruoxi. Li Jingjing's condition was giving him a splitting headache. More than an hour later, a psychiatrist from the university hospital came to examine Li Jingjing. However, the male doctor could not approach her at all. In the end, it was the female doctor who examined her. The diagnosis was in vain. Li Jingjing's mental state was indeed on the verge of collapse. She was extremely afraid of men approaching her. Due to the excessive stimulation, she had sealed off most of her memories and could not recognize anyone around her. It wasn't just Yang Chen and Lin Ruoxi. Park Cheon, Xianxia, and Xianxia, who had rushed to the hospital to visit Li Jingjing, as well as the rest of the Park clan, were all unknown to Li Jingjing. Even when an old man like Park Cheon approached her, Li Jingjing shrank into a corner in fear. Looking at her usually quiet and intellectual teacher in such a pitiful state, like a wounded kitten, Xianxia could not help but burst into tears. She cried loudly in front of Li Jingjing's bed. Lin Ruoxi calmed herself down and asked Yangqing, should we tell Li Jingjing's family? Shouldn't old Li and his wife know about this? Yangqing shook his head. No. Old Li and his wife always thought that Li Jingjing was studying well in the United States. If they knew that Li Jingjing lost her memory and suffered from phobia, how could they bear it? Since the doctor here said that there's no way, I can ask Jane and see if she has a solution. Although Jane had just returned to the UK, Yangqing couldn't afford to tire her out again because the top psychiatrists in South Korea couldn't do anything about Li Jingjing's condition. The answers given were let nature take its course and leave it to fate. Yangqing also knew the truth that mental illness must be treated with mental medicine, but the biggest problem was that he didn't know where to start. In the afternoon, Yangqing personally made a trip and quickly brought Jane back to South Korea. Jane was shocked for a while that Yangqing could move so quickly with his current cultivation. She even had the idea of cultivating with Yangqing. It was just that with Jane's understanding, such a magical ability couldn't be learned easily. The hospital also basically knew who Jane was, so they cooperated and gave Jane an independent space to treat Li Jingjing. When Li Jingjing saw Jane, she looked like she had never seen her before. Li Jingjing, who was wearing a white striped patient uniform, looked dull and had no aura at all. For a full 2 hours, Jane used various ways to communicate with Li Jingjing psychologically, inducing Li Jingjing to remove the spiritual shackles, but Li Jingjing was still at a loss. In the end, Jane helplessly walked out of the ward and knitted her brows. Her current situation is extremely complicated. She has selectively sealed off a portion of her memories, and she has also selectively developed a phobia for men. If it's not resolved in time, she will sink deeper and deeper, and in the end, she might even collapse. Yangqing smiled bitterly. I also know it's urgent, but how to treat it? Those doctors said there's no way. In fact, it's not that they don't think. There's a way, but no method can effectively guarantee the success of the treatment. Generally, to deal with mental illness like phobia, hypnotherapy, cognitive therapy, compulsive therapy, or situational therapy can be used. I plan to carry out hypnotherapy first. If I can use psychological hints to get rid of Miss Li's fear, that's the best. If not, I'll try something else. Hearing that hypnosis was going to be used, Lin Ruoxi, who had been staying in the hospital, couldn't help but ask, will it be dangerous? Jane smiled and shook her head. If there's any danger, you can quickly break away from the hypnosis. I have experience in this area. Don't worry. As Jane took Li Jingjing to a quiet room for a series of hypnosis preparations and treatment, Yangqing didn't ask much. After all, he didn't understand these things. Seeing that Lin Ruoxi was still frowning, he patted the woman's shoulder and said, Ruoxi, why don't you go back to the Park family first? There's nothing you need help with here anyway. I'll take care of things. Also, tell Xianxia not to worry too much, there will always be a way. Lin Ruoxi knew that Yangqing was right. There was nothing she could do if she stayed here, other than feeling sad. She nodded and was about to say goodbye when she couldn't help but ask, Hubby, if Jingjing continues like this, what will you do? Yangqing was stunned for a long time, and finally said calmly, after all, I also have an indirect responsibility. I can only take her back to Zhonghai and tell old Li and his wife that regardless of whether they hate me or not, I will always take good care of their family. Lin Ruoxi seemed to have expected such an outcome. She smiled bitterly. Some things are obviously right at the time, but the result is not what people want. Yangqing knew what Lin Ruoxi was thinking, and he was speechless. Not only did Li Jingjing always have a place in his heart, but it was also a man's sense of responsibility. He couldn't just leave Li Jingjing in a foreign country and ignore her in the future. Lin Ruoxi didn't say anything more and left silently to return to the Park family. She also needed to stay quiet for a while. Being in the hospital had already made her feel like she was struggling to breathe. More than 2 hours later, Jane came out of the temporary office. Yangqing stood outside the door, waiting for news. How is it? Yangqing asked hurriedly. Jane's face was rather solemn. It failed. Miss Li can't enter deep hypnosis at all. As soon as I touch on what happened that night, she will become delirious and her heart rate will increase rapidly. I don't dare to try too much. Yangqing couldn't help but step forward and hold Jane's shoulders. Jane, I know it's difficult, but I beg you, you must cure her. She can't go on like this. She's only in her 20s, and her life has just entered the best years. She has been suffering for so many years to support her family. She can't live like this for the rest of her life without enjoying anything. Jane couldn't help but let out a bitter smile when she saw Xianxia's reddened eyes and agitated look. Why are you so concerned about other girls? You can be so emotional, but you can't be emotional for me even once. Xianxia was stunned, then silently let go of his hands and said awkwardly, you are different from her. We are good friends. Good friends. After so many years, after doing so many things for you, you still treat me as a good friend. Jane murmured, bit her red lips, and forced a smile. How can you say such cruel words to me so gently? Xianxia's heart twitched. He felt his head swelling, like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he was about to suffocate. He looked at Jane with a pleading look, I really haven't been so tired in a long time. Jane, let's talk about our matters later. Help me first and let Jingjing return to normal, okay? Jane naturally wiped the corner of her eyes and took a deep breath. I'm afraid the only person in the world who can make the murderous His Majesty Pluto beg is me, Jane. Jane curled her lips in self-mockery. Xianxia said resentfully, I don't have any burden to beg you. Jane shook her head weakly, it's not that there is no way. What way? Miss Lin isn't here, right? Xianxia was puzzled, what's wrong? What does it have to do with Ruashi? I asked her to go back and rest. Jane nodded and smiled, remember what I said before? To deal with this kind of illness, you can use situational treatment and force treatment. What do you want to do? Xianxia asked. Jane hooked her finger at Xianxia and asked Xianxia to listen. Xianxia was puzzled, but he still moved closer to listen to what Jane was saying. After Jane finished speaking, Xianxia's face became quite strange, and he hesitantly grimaced, this. No wonder you want to ask if Ruashi is here. Will this work? Jane shrugged and said, that's all I can think of. If you think it's not suitable, then use chronic treatment. Maybe one day Miss Li will recover on her own, but I think it will probably get worse. After all, she can't even get close to a man. This kind of life is too difficult. Xianxia frowned tightly. It was indeed as Jane said, it was too difficult to arrange for Li Jingjing to receive long-term treatment in a place full of women, and it might not be effective. If it drags on, no one can guarantee that it won't worsen. Because she has just sealed her heart, her consciousness isn't sealed too deeply. If you forcibly pull out the consciousness that she is trying to seal and hide in time, you can successfully save her, Jane added. This method is a bit ruthless, but direct and relatively most likely to succeed. If it fails, the situation won't be worse than now, but you must remember, once you start, you can't turn back because of pity for her. Xianxia gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment. In the end, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you tempting me to be a bad person? There's a fine line between good and evil. If you have her in your heart and are willing to take responsibility, then it's not evil, Jane teased, at least in my opinion, you've been holding it in all this time. Isn't it good to give you a chance not to hold it in? Xianxia simply made up his mind and said, then I'll go in. Jane was stunned, you want to go in here? This is the hospital office. I know, it's because this is an office, not a place to sleep, that's why it feels better, isn't it? Xianxia said. Jane looked at the man speechlessly, you've always been a beast. Even if you're married and pretend, you're still a beast. Xianxia was also thick-skinned, you're the one who made me make up my mind. Since I'm going to do it, I'll do it as ruthlessly and thoroughly as possible. Anyway, I'm not qualified as a husband in this life. At most, I'll go back and be bullied for a while, it's better than suffering in my heart for the rest of my life. Jane narrowed her eyes, I'm thinking, if I stand in front of you naked, will you also be a beast to me? That way, everything will be settled? When Xianxia heard this, he was shocked and quickly rushed into the office, locking the door. Li Jingjing, who was sitting quietly on a leather chair, was startled. When she saw that the person who suddenly barged into the office was a man, her pretty face instantly turned pale and her lips trembled. Xianxia turned around and looked at the girl whose expression had already started to change. The girl's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, the determination in his heart was severely weakened. He took a step forward. "Ah!" Li Jingjing exclaimed and got down from the chair. She hid behind the chair in a panic and shrank there, not daring to look at Yangqing. Jane's words surfaced in Yangqing's mind, "Once you start, you can't turn back." If he only scared her like this, it would only worsen Li Jingjing's condition in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Cheng's gaze became determined and his facial expression began to become indifferent. He strode forward and pulled the chair away. "Ah! Don't come over. Go away. Go away." Li Jingjing staggered and fell to the ground. Her two long legs began to kick at Yangqing while her body shrunk back. Yangqing opened his arms and hugged Li Jingjing's legs. He dragged her in front of him and flipped over. The girl suddenly found it difficult to move. She kept struggling and only made her delicate body stick closely to Yangqing's body. She could feel the man's strength and toughness more and more. Between breaths, Yangqing could smell the faint fragrance on Li Jingjing's body. It was mixed with the smell of disinfectant in the hospital, stimulating his senses. His chest could touch Li Jingjing's soft two snow-white peaks. They were pressed tightly against each other. Through the cotton material, the protruding spots were gently teasing. Li Jingjing's pretty face was pale. She closed her eyes tightly and her eyelashes trembled. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She was so scared that she forgot to scream. Like an injured kitten, her hands curled up. "Jingjing, do you really not remember me?" Yangqing asked in a low voice. Li Jingjing sobbed. She opened her eyes slightly, but hurriedly closed them again. She just kept sobbing. "I'm Yang Chen, your big brother Yang. Don't you remember that we've known each other since 2 years ago? Your father, old Li, ran a stall with me in the food market. I even went to your house for a meal, and I even attended a gathering with you. Don't you remember?" Yang Chen asked, unwilling to give up. Li Jingjing shook her head vigorously. "Woo. You. Go away. I don't know you." A trace of pain flashed through Yang Cheng's eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, "Forgive me. I can't watch you go on like this." With that, Yang Cheng finally opened his mouth and kissed Li Jingjing's thin lips fiercely. The girl's beautiful eyes widened. Other than fear and panic, there were also tears of grievance rolling down her cheeks onto the floor. The ice-cold lips stimulated Yang Cheng's senses, and his adrenaline was rapidly secreted. The male hormones made Yang Cheng's head start to feel heavy, and his eyes were finally filled with a strong desire. What made Yang Cheng unable to extricate himself was the pitiful expression in the girl's eyes. It was especially making him sink into it. "Woo." Li Jingjing let out a moan from her throat. In Yang Cheng's ears, it was a bewitching sound that knocked on his soul. The girl's figure wasn't particularly voluptuous, but her figure was just right. Especially her slender legs, it made the girl's figure have an artistic sense of beauty. Perhaps it was because she was gentle and quiet all year round, but her body felt soft to the touch, as if she had no bones. Although it wasn't as charming as Xianxia's, it wasn't too far off. What was worse was that the girl had a pure and obedient temperament in her bones. When she was being violated by a man, her submissive expression was especially pitiful. Yang Qing had no time to think too much about what Li Jingjing was thinking at this moment. Just like what Jane told him, he tried his best to restore the pain Li Jingjing suffered before the incident, let Li Jingjing face the most painful memory, and then break such painful memory. Only by fighting fire with fire could the girl's normal spirit be pulled back. Therefore, Yang Cheng's two big hands began to tear Li Jingjing's clothes up and down. He pulled the cotton trousers to her knees and pulled down the last layer of restraint. Li Jingjing's snow-white skin was exposed to the air, like delicate silk. When Yang Cheng touched it lightly, it was dyed with a touch of captivating red. A pair of long legs were stretched taut. Between the gaps, the faint green grass seemed to be summoning a patch of spring. Yang Cheng's hand entered domineeringly and began to tease the girl's most mysterious light cord. The tender touch made the experienced Yang Cheng not dare to use too much force. In the passionate kiss, Li Jingjing's little tongue was softly teased by Yang Cheng. She had completely given up resistance. In her tearful eyes, she could only instinctively make a woo-woo sound. Her lower body was constantly being tormented by Yang Cheng, and she couldn't stop twisting her body. Yang Cheng's breathing became heavier and heavier. When he realized that the steel spear below him seemed to be about to explode, Yang Cheng no longer hesitated to take the last step. The arrow was already on the bow, it had to be released. After hugging the girl's body from the ground, Yang Cheng sat on the leather chair, and Li Jingjing's two slender legs were loosely riding on Yang Cheng's legs. The upright pillar in the middle was like a hungry tiger or wolf that was ready to rush into its prey's lair, ready to make its move. Although Li Jingjing was incomparably afraid, her body couldn't deceive her. The continuously dripping water stains on the ground indicated that the girl was ready to truly become a woman. In front of him, the girl's pair of tall and straight breasts were trembling. Yang Cheng buried his head between the pair of soft breasts and took a deep breath. Even if you want to hate me, I will accept it. Yang Cheng gritted his teeth and decisively pulled Li Jingjing's body to sit in the middle of his thighs. The moment they fell, it was as if a layer of paper that had been obstructed for 2 years suddenly broke open. Li Jingjing's delicate body quivered and stiffened there. Her throat let out a cry of pain. Ah! Let go of me. Woo-woo. The girl's tears fell like rain. Due to her instinct to protect herself, she opened her mouth and bit Yang Cheng's neck. Yang Cheng's body was tough, so he wasn't worried that Li Jingjing would bite through his arteries and blood vessels. He allowed the girl to bite on his body. A pair of big hands hugged Li Jingjing's slender waist and started to move the girl's perky buttocks up and down. Amidst the sound of water stains, the girl's narrow and winding path finally started to widen. Li Jingjing seemed to have lost all her strength and started to let Yang Cheng do as he pleased. She only let out a cry that seemed to be in pain and pleasure. At this moment, whether it was voluntary or forced, Li Jingjing felt the pain and joy of a woman for the first time. Yang Cheng slowly transferred the power of heaven and earth into Li Jingjing's body and repaired some of the damaged tissues. At the same time, Li Jingjing quickly stopped the bleeding and threw herself into it. She started to instinctively cater to him. In the Crimson office, the two of them panted for almost an hour. Li Jingjing had already surrendered 3 times in a row in exchange for Yang Cheng's pouring out. When Yang Cheng let out a long and comfortable roar, he finally let go of Li Jingjing's slender waist and took out the evil weapon from the woman's body. At this moment, the battlefield between the two of them had moved from the chair to the office table. Li Jingjing's 2 long legs were bent and hung on the edge of the table. Her body was covered with red kisses. Yang Cheng closed his eyes and calmed down for a while. Then, he went forward and slowly helped the girl up. The woman who was originally weak suddenly raised her arm and slapped Yang Cheng's face fiercely the moment she sat up. Slap. It was clean and crisp. It wasn't that Yang Cheng didn't notice it, but he didn't even think of dodging it. Turning his head, Yang Cheng stared at Li Jingjing's tear-stained and flushed face. He laughed and cried at the same time and touched his face that was slapped. Jingjing, you bastard. Li Jingjing gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Yang Cheng's eyes flashed a trace of sadness, but it was also mixed with a sense of relief and joy. He smiled bitterly. You finally remember. Li Jingjing looked at the man with her sparkling eyes. The office was extremely cold. Yang Cheng. After a long time, Li Jingjing looked at the man with incomparable seriousness and called out a stranger's name. From today onwards, I, Li Jingjing, will never be able to raise my head in front of you and your wife again. Because you took away the most important thing in my life. Speaking to this point, Li Jingjing suddenly grabbed Yang Cheng's right hand and placed it on her heart. Even if it happened to squeeze half of the snowball, Li Jingjing didn't care. You took away my heart. Yang Cheng looked at the woman blankly, as if he was crazy. Li Jingjing suddenly revealed a bright and beautiful smile, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. So, I really love you. As night fell, the Park family's mansion was brightly lit. When Park Cheon returned home and listened to the maid Eun-young's report, he was so enraged that he changed all the bodyguards and servants. The entire mansion was now filled with new faces. Eun-young's loyalty allowed her to be promoted to the position of housekeeper, but her main role was to take care of Xianxia's daily life and act as a bodyguard. It was dinner time and Park Cheon was in a good mood as he sat on his chair. He had a good appetite and was eating with his precious granddaughter. Xianxia, come and try this king crab. A girl won't get fat eating seafood and it's nutritious. Look at your little face, you don't look so good these days. Park Cheon's eyes were filled with love as he personally scooped out all kinds of delicacies for Xianxia. Xianxia's mouth was already bulging and the plate in front of her had already piled up into a small hill. Grandfather, I really can't eat so much. Didn't you just recover from your illness? You should eat more. Park Cheon laughed. Look at grandfather's body, I don't need any nourishment. Mr. Yang's medical skills are brilliant. The Huaxia civilization is indeed broad and profound, hee. At this point, Park Cheon looked at Lin Ruoxi on the other side and said, Miss Lin, is there any news from Mr. Yang? Is he still in the hospital? Yes, he should be back soon. Lin Ruoxi forced a smile and sighed silently in her heart. Looking at the table full of exquisite Korean dishes, she had no appetite to eat. In the evening, Jane, who was in the hospital, suddenly called her. She asked for Yang Cheng's assistance in the treatment, which made Lin Ruoxi freeze on the spot. Although Yang Cheng was a rascal, he was not the kind of man who did not dare to admit what he had done and needed others to speak up for him. Therefore, this call must have been from Jane. Although Jane's reason was out of consideration for Li Jingjing's condition, there was no doubt that she wanted Lin Ruoxi to be prepared that Yang Cheng would never give up on Li Jingjing. Actually, before she left the hospital, Lin Ruoxi already knew that Yang Cheng had made up his mind. But, when things really got to this point, Lin Ruoxi still felt resentful and angry. The complicated emotions and feelings mixed together made Lin Ruoxi's heart feel stifled. If Li Jingjing could really use this kind of forced treatment to recover her memory, then Lin Ruoxi would definitely feel better and wouldn't feel so guilty towards the girl. But the price was to let Yang Cheng share a bit more of his feelings with him, which made Lin Ruoxi feel particularly wronged. But to say that she really hated Yang Cheng, Lin Ruoxi helplessly found that she could not hate him. After so many times, the two of them had a lot of conflicts because of those lovers. As she became more and more dependent on the man, she also understood more about Yang Cheng's growth and background. The existence of lovers seemed to have become a relatively normal thing in life. Even if she was not willing to admit it, at least at home, Guo Hua and Mother Wang had already become close family with Mo Qianni, Qiang Wei, and An Qin. Even the little Lan Lan did not give face to her mother. Now, she had become somewhat resigned to adversity. She was used to her husband being surrounded by so many women, but she could do nothing about it. But she was always unwilling. It was such a contradiction that made Lin Ruoxi's heart feel suffocated when she thought about it. Perhaps this was a knot in her heart that could never be untied. Lin Ruoxi could only try her best not to think about it. Just as Lin Ruoxi was in a daze, there was movement at the door. She saw Yang Cheng walking in with a relaxed smile, followed by Li Jingjing who had changed into a black leather trench coat and a red scarf. Although Yang Cheng did not seem to be anything special, Li Jingjing could not hide the shyness and uneasiness in her eyes. Mr. Yang is back. Ah, Teacher Vivian has recovered? Park Cheon was pleasantly surprised. Xianxia also swallowed the food in her mouth and got up happily. She ran over and hugged Li Jingjing. Teacher, I knew uncle would have a way. Teacher, do you remember who I am now? Li Jingjing helplessly stroked Xianxia's hair. Although she was only a few years older than Xianxia obviously liked to act like a spoiled child in front of her. Yes, the lazy Su Xianxia. Li Jingjing smiled. Xianxia smiled sweetly and nodded vigorously. Yang Cheng greeted Park Cheon and walked over to Lin Ruoxi with a flattering smile. Dear, did you miss me? Lin Ruoxi stared at his face, which was obviously begging for mercy. She couldn't wait to tear him apart. She gritted her teeth and said, didn't we just separate at noon? I miss you so much. Aya, it's the first time we've been apart for so long. My wife's figure keeps appearing in my mind. Honey, I've cured Jingjing. Shouldn't you praise me? Jane tried her best but in the end, it was still me who saved her. Looking at Yang Cheng's serious face, Lin Ruoxi sneered, stop pretending. Jane already called me and told me what you meant by forced treatment. Yang Cheng's words were stuck in his throat. His face stiffened and he smiled bitterly. Jane, really told you everything? Word for word, very detailed. Lin Ruoxi said coldly. Yangqing inhaled sharply and muttered a few words that were incomprehensible. Then, he closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. Thump. His knees hit the floor. He was kneeling. Not only Lin Ruoxi, but Xianxia, Li Jingjing, Park Qion, and all the servants who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Yangqing knelt down too quickly. He did not expect it at all and knelt beside Lin Ruoxi. You. What are you doing? Lin Ruoxi panicked. It was too embarrassing to do this in front of so many people. Yangqing pouted pitifully and said, I know you'll definitely be angry, but I really can't find an excuse to absolve myself. I can't say that I was forced to have sex with Jingjing either. Whether it was for my own selfish desires or for her illness, I feel that what I did was right and I have a clear conscience. But to you, this is indeed a hurt in your heart. You must think that I'm shameless, but I can be shameless in front of you. In short, honey, if you're angry with me, I'll accept your scolding and beating. But Ruoxi baby, I beg you, don't give me a cold war, okay? If you don't talk to me for 10 days or half a month, it'll be worse than cutting me with a knife. Lin Ruoxi was infuriated. She helped Yangqing up and cursed, damn Yangqing, do you have any dignity? Get up. Yangqing smiled foolishly and said, just like you're used to being angered by me, I'm also used to being shameless in front of you. Even if you kick me now, I'll accept it. Why don't you tell me what you want me to do so that you won't be angry? Should I buy you glutinous rice balls? Or should I buy you a diamond mine in Africa? I'll give you anything you want. Honey, I just beg you not to be angry. Even if Park Qion and the others could not understand Mandarin, they could basically understand that Yangqing had done something wrong and was begging for forgiveness from Lin Ruoxi. The group of people smiled rather strangely. No one could tell that Yangqing was so henpecked. Xianxia, on the other hand, giggled. The girl had long known that Yangqing and Li Jingjing were having an affair. She guessed that Yangqing's philandering was acting up again. She walked to Li Jingjing's side and teased, Teacher, your lover is begging for my sister Ruoxi because of you. Aren't you going to say something? Li Jingjing was stunned. In her opinion, Yangqing was a man of steel. How could he kneel in front of Lin Ruoxi just like that? A man's knees were gold. Li Jingjing felt that the image of Brother Yang in her mind was completely shattered. However, this Yangqing felt more like flesh and blood and easier to get close to. At the same time, Li Jingjing could also feel that there was a huge gap between her and Lin Ruoxi's position in Yangqing's heart. Only when he was completely devoted to his feelings could he put down his pride and willingly kneel on both knees instead of kneeling on one knee. While Li Jingjing felt a little guilty, she also knew that this was an inevitable manifestation of some contradictions. She crossed her hands and made up her mind to whisper, Sister Ruoxi, I know you must hate me, but I'll listen to you from now on. Lin Ruoxi was at a loss for what to do with the man in front of her, but when she heard Li Jingjing's delicate pleading voice, her heart softened. Speaking of which, Li Jingjing was the first girl to know and like Yangqing. She had only forced Yangqing to marry because of one absurd night. Now that things had come to this, she was using her identity as a wife to stand on such a moral high ground. In the face of such a situation, how could she be like an evil woman? Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxi looked at Yangqing angrily. It was all because of this bad guy, and he was even smiling foolishly at her. If it wasn't for him, would it be so difficult for her to be a human? Just as Lin Ruoxi was struggling to make a decision, her legs tightened. Yangqing actually pounced on her and tightly hugged Lin Ruoxi's two plump thighs. His entire head rested on her thighs as he began to rub them. You. What are you doing? Let go. Lin Ruoxi blushed. Why was this like a child acting coquettishly towards his mother? The surrounding crowd was also stunned. The thickness of Yangqing's skin had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Li Jingjing could hardly tell if Yangqing was seriously begging for mercy or if he was showing off. Yangqing used his face and palm to squeeze the soft flesh on Lin Ruoxi's legs. Smelling the fragrance as he shamelessly said, Wife, if you don't forgive me, I'll kneel in front of you and not get up. Lin Ruoxi was so angry that she was about to cry, You bad guy, am I that easy to coax? Can't I be angry at you just because you're hugging my thigh? You're clearly bullying me. Then if I let go of your thigh, will you forgive me? Yangqing was overjoyed and quickly let go of his hands. Lin Ruoshi was so angry that she laughed. She bit her lips and finally let out a sigh. Ignoring Yangqing, she said to Li Jingjing, "Jingjing, come upstairs with me to talk about something." Ah. Li Jingjing was stunned for a moment, but after she reacted, she immediately nodded in agreement. Lin Ruoshi didn't stay any longer. She brought Li Jingjing upstairs, entered the guest room, and closed the door. There was a sudden silence downstairs. It was unknown when Yangqing had already gotten up. He slowly sat down on the seat that Lin Ruoshi had been sitting on. He took Lin Ruoshi's chopsticks and began to chew on the spicy cabbage. Then, he took Lin Ruoshi's spoon and began to drink the soup. Park Cheon and the others stared at him blankly. The same word popped up in their minds, heartless. Yangqing noticed that everyone was staring at him and Park Cheon and Jinxiu had stopped eating. He grinned and said, "Why are you all looking at me? Let's eat. I think it'll be a while before Ruoshi comes down. I'll use her bowl and chopsticks." Park Cheon smiled stiffly. "Mr. Yang, you're really unpredictable." "Aya, what else can I do? My wife has to be coaxed. Trying to reason with a woman is just asking for trouble. Just admit your mistakes obediently. What bullshit tea about a man's self-esteem? It's just for show. Especially someone like me who eats from my bowl and looks at the pot. It's especially important for me to admit my mistakes. For the sake of the bigger picture, this is a long-term solution. This is a valuable lesson that I've learned from countless painful lessons. If anyone is interested, feel free to share your insights with me." As he spoke, Yangqing even greeted some of the bodyguards and maids around him. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. Jinxiu sat down and pouted. "Brother Yang is getting more and more shameless. Aren't you worried that Miss Vivian will be scolded by Sister Ruoshi?" Yangqing shook his head. "That's impossible. If Ruoshi is angry, it'll be directed at me. I've thought about it before I came back. I'll do anything for her." "Mr. Yang, you can't say that. It's nothing for a capable man to have 3 or 4 wives. Since ancient times, not to mention monogamy, even marriage is not something inevitable. An incompetent man can't even take care of one wife. A capable man can have more than a dozen women, each of them wearing gold and silver and living a comfortable life. Moreover, the relationship between a man and a woman isn't something that can be facilitated by just one party. So, Mr. Yang, you don't have to worry too much." Park Cheon waved his hand. Yangqing smiled. Looks like President Park Cheon was quite a playboy when he was young. Park Cheon coughed and turned to look at Jinxiu who was staring at him. He said awkwardly, "I'm just an old man. I'm not worth mentioning. Please enjoy your meal, Mr. Yang." "Grandfather, it seems like you don't dislike Brother Yang's approach?" Jinxiu asked out of the blue. Park Cheon didn't expect Jinxiu to ask so bluntly. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "A capable man like Mr. Yang, it's understandable that there are many girls who like him." Although he didn't know Yangqing's true background, Park Cheon's sharp eyes could still see that Yangqing was not as ordinary as he appeared to be. Moreover, he possessed such a miraculous elixir. "Really?" Jinxiu chuckled to herself, her beautiful big eyes sparkling. Park Cheon looked at his granddaughter suspiciously. "Jinxiu, why do you ask all of a sudden?" Jinxiu was taken aback. She stuck out her tongue and pouted. "Nothing, I'm just asking." After that, Jinxiu quickly lowered her head and continued to eat the seafood. However, Park Cheon's eyes darted back and forth between Jinxiu and Yangchen, a tinge of worry flashed across his eyes. Yangqing, who everyone thought was shameless and heartless, was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. His mind kept drifting to the room upstairs, wondering what Lin Ruoshi would say to Li Jingjing. With Lin Ruoshi's means and wisdom, Li Jingjing would definitely not be able to handle it. Although Li Jingjing said that she would not feel ashamed anymore, how could she not feel guilty? Resisting the urge to use his divine sense to investigate, Yangqing felt that he had to respect Lin Ruoshi's decision. After dinner, they watched TV downstairs for a while before there was some movement in the guest room upstairs. Lin Ruoshi came down with Li Jingjing. She looked a little tired but no longer angry. Yangqing gulped and looked at Li Jingjing. The woman did not seem to have cried either. While he was slightly relieved, He was particularly curious about what Lin Ruoxi had said. As if she could hear Yang Cheng's thoughts, Lin Ruoxi snorted softly. Don't worry, I won't curse people behind their backs. Yang Cheng grinned. Of course not, I know you are the most magnanimous. Lin Ruoxi sighed softly. I've talked to Jingjing. She is also thinking about her parents in Zhonghai, so she has decided to stop studying for her doctorate and return to Zhonghai to continue working in education. I can't help you with this. Talk to Mom and arrange for her to work in the education bureau or something. Li Jingjing hurriedly said, No, there's no need. Sister Ruoxi, I can go teach in a high school. Don't be so polite. If you become a teacher, if you encounter those difficult students and ill-intentioned leaders, will this guy be at ease? Lin Ruoxi rolled her eyes at Yang Cheng. Right? Yang Cheng nodded embarrassedly. You are so thoughtful, I will ask my mom to arrange it. An ordinary position in the education bureau was not a problem for Li Jingjing. It was stable and safe. Women would not have nothing to do and it would not be too tiring. With the influence of the Yang family, this was not worth mentioning. Li Jingjing was touched, and her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Sister Ruoxi, thank you. Lin Ruoxi reached out and squeezed Li Jingjing's hand. After returning to Zhonghai, remember to continue teaching me how to cook. I will cook at your house, so that my mother-in-law won't say that I'm clumsy. Li Jingjing nodded and smiled sweetly. Xianxia was a little unhappy. Sister Ruoxi, if you take teacher Vivian away, won't I be without a teacher? You can change teachers or go to a university here. A women's university is quite suitable for a rich lady like you. Lin Ruoxi smiled. Xianxia pouted and looked aggrieved. Li Jingjing smiled at Xianxia regretfully and walked to Park Cheon and bowed. Thank you for taking care of me all this time, President. I have decided to return to Zhonghai. My parents need to be taken care of there and I belong there. I'm sorry that I can't teach Xianxia. Park Cheon did not mind. In fact, the old man had already guessed this. He waved his hand and said, It's all right. I will talk to the American side. Teacher Vivian is always welcome to visit Xianxia in Korea. The matter was settled quite smoothly. Li Jingjing packed her luggage early the next morning and returned to Huaxia. For a woman who had not been home for a year, she found out that they had been working hard to earn money behind her back. Her longing for them had reached an extreme point. After sending Li Jingjing back to her apartment to pack her luggage, Yang Cheng could not help but ask Lin Ruoxi curiously. Ruoxi babe, you talked to Li Jingjing for so long and you only talked about her returning to China? Lin Ruoxi walked back to her room. Yes, so what? That's impossible. It's been so long. How can you only talk about this one thing? Lin Ruoxi glanced at him tiredly. I'm tired. Ask Li Jingjing if you want to know. Yang Cheng was speechless and could only shut his mouth obediently. When he returned to Zhonghai, he must ask Li Jingjing what they talked about. While Lin Ruoxi was taking a shower, Yang Cheng called Guo Shuihua. When Guo Shuihua learned that her son had magically added a daughter-in-law to her, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, for a girl with a double master's degree in American education and foreign languages, and who grew up in a simple family, Guo Shuihua quite liked this kind of background. She promised to arrange a suitable position for Li Jingjing. What Yang Cheng didn't know was that Guo Shuihua was busy with other things at home in the western suburbs of Zhonghai. She didn't have the time to ask about the details and quickly hung up. After hanging up, Guo Shuihua quickly ran to a brand new mahjong table in the living room and sat down happily. Aya, it's so good to have an automatic mahjong table now. The tiles are organized so quickly. Back when I was at my parents' house, this thing hadn't come out yet. Every time I played mahjong, my hands would be so sore. As Guo Shuihua said this, she had already started to arrange the tiles. Beside this new mahjong table, sat three beautiful women in casual clothes. They were Mo Qianni, Anqing, and Xia Qiqing. Anqing giggled, Mom, you're so out of touch with the times. Mahjong machines have been around for a long time. It's not like it's some high-tech machine. Guo Shuihua rolled her eyes at Anqing, You child, you still have the time to scold me for being outdated? Look at you, how much money have you lost? Jiqing just learned how to play mahjong, but she's already playing like a demon. As she said this, she looked at Xianxia with satisfaction. You're indeed Yulan's daughter. You're so smart. Xianxia smiled lightly, her face brimming with happiness at the mention of her mother. Not at all. Mom is still the best. Mo Qianni, who was sitting next to her, couldn't stand it anymore. She said sourly, Mom, you're so easily bought over. Jiqing is a computer science student. She can easily figure out how to play mahjong. All she did was put a few more tiles for you. You keep praising her. Oh. Guo played a red card and said unhappily, Are you jealous? Qianni, you should learn from Anqin. You've lost more than 100,000 and you're still sitting there obediently. You didn't even lose any money. How dare you say Mom relied on Jiqing? Mo Qianni glanced at an Xian, who didn't dare to make a sound. She curled her lips and said, An Xian isn't obedient. It's just a few 100,000. For a rich lady like an Xian, who has billions in assets, of course she wouldn't mind. An office worker like me can't afford to lose 1,000 games. Because she had known Mo Qianni for a long time, Guo knew that Mo Qianni was joking. What's there to be afraid of? If we lose it all, we can ask Yanqing for it. That kid hid it well. Before I attended his wedding, I didn't even know he was filthy rich. You girls, don't compete with Ruashi for the position of the first wife. Don't even think about it. As for money and jewelry, feel free to blackmail Yanqing. Just tell him that I, as his mother, approved it. Seeing Guo straightforward words, Xianxia couldn't help but snicker. Mom, do you dare to say such things in front of Sister Ruashi? Guo heard this and immediately reached out to pinch Xianxia's cheek. You stinky girl, you dare to mock your mother-in-law? Why wouldn't I dare? But Ruashi is the first wife. She'll be taking over my position in the Yan family. In order to make things easier for Yanqing, we have to get along well. Do you think I'm afraid of her? Just as Guo and one of the 3 daughters-in-law were joking and scolding each other, Mother Wang walked in from the main living room. Mother Wang carried a plate of sliced cantaloupe and placed it next to Xianxia. She patted her daughter's head dotingly and smiled. What are you guys talking about? Why is it so lively here? What else can I say? I'm just talking nonsense, Guo teased. But Yulan, you're too biased. You're always so nice to your daughter. Ruashi will be so sad when she comes back. Mother Wang blushed. You're exaggerating. I watched Miss grow up too. Isn't it the same? Xianxia giggled. Mom, I won 130,000. Sister Anqin is so generous. I'll go online and buy a BV bag for you. I saw an orange one that suits you very well. What BV? I'm just buying groceries. Moreover, we have a lot of branded bags at home. Mother Wang looked at the pile of red $100 bills on Xianxia's table. It was almost like a small hill. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Io, why did you guys bring so much cash? This place is like a casino in a Hong Kong movie. Not only was there a huge pile of cash, but there were also 7 to 8 suitcases in the side living room. Anqin pouted. Mom said we have to bring cash. We're not allowed to keep it. That's true. It's not like we don't have any money. It's more interesting to play mahjong with cash. No matter who we lose, we're all family, Guo was excited. Mother Wang sighed helplessly. If Miss knew that you guys bought a mahjong machine and played mahjong together for so many days after she left, I'm afraid she'll be angry for a few days. Anqin said worriedly, Mother Wang, you have to say something. Mom only asked me to play mahjong. I'm innocent. Look at you. Why are you behaving like a mouse seeing a cat when you see Ruashi? She's even the chairman. Guo scolded jokingly. Alright, I was the one who bought this mahjong machine. I was also the one who asked you guys to come over to relieve my boredom. Isn't this good? You guys don't have many chances to interact with each other. Since you're a family, play mahjong and get to know each other better. That way, you guys won't be jealous of each other in the future. Anqin smiled embarrassedly and nodded. Mom, you're really farsighted, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. The three girls looked at each other a few times and could see the smile in each other's eyes. In fact, the girls knew of each other's existence and didn't have any thoughts of competing for Lin Ruashi's favor. Firstly, Yangqing was a typical ferocious fighter. No woman could satisfy him alone. Secondly, no matter how much they fought, they couldn't compete with Lin Ruashi. So they gave up on that thought and just enjoyed their own little happiness. Most importantly, all the girls were following Yangqing in their cultivation. They knew that they could stay young forever and their lifespan would be greatly increased. It was as if they were already different from ordinary people. Everyone was walking on the same special path, so they seemed to be especially close. Most of them admired and liked each other. That's right, Guo continued to play mahjong proudly. She suddenly thought of something and asked, why haven't I seen Changwei and Mingyu these 2 days? Cui Yan doesn't have time to catch criminals, but can Changwei and Mingyu be so busy? Mo Qianni, on the other hand, got along with Changwei and Lu Mingyu daily and said, Changwei is most interested in cultivation. She said that she comprehended a bit of the soul formation stage in the past 2 days and is in seclusion. Mingyu went to Paris on a business trip. She's from the public relations department, so it's inevitable for her to go on a business trip. Wow, Sister Changwei is so amazing. Xiao understood some of the details of cultivation the best. Didn't you only cultivate for such a short period of time? You've already comprehended the soul formation stage? Yes, my husband also mentioned that Changwei's aptitude is probably not worse than his. It seems that even Kaining in Beijing might not be as good as Changwei. Mo Qianni also said with some envy. Anqing thought of something and asked curiously, Mom, why don't you cultivate? If we stay so young in the future and you become old, we will be very sad. Guo looked at Anqing with a smile, you only know how to please adults. I don't think you should be called Anqing, but happy. Actually. Yangqing also mentioned this, but because Yulan and I are already old, our essence, qi, and spirit are no longer strong enough, we don't have time to cultivate from the beginning. If we forcefully cultivate, our meridians will not be able to bear it. So he only let us take some pills and do some breathing exercises. This way, we can also prolong our lives, and it won't hurt our foundation. Yangqing would only talk about these things with Guo and Mother Wang in private. He wouldn't tell the women, so they just found out. It was already late at night. Minwan, who had been taking care of Lanlan upstairs, finally came downstairs and entered the side hall to watch the women play mahjong. Guo smiled and asked, Minwan, do you want to play? Minwan hurriedly shook her head, no, I can't afford to play. This game costs thousands of yuan. Aya, it's just a fun game, it's not real gambling. Guo smiled helplessly and asked, is Lanlan asleep? Minwan nodded, yes, I wanted Lanlan to sleep on my bed, but she insisted on sleeping on her mother's bed. It's as if she can fall asleep just by smelling Miss Lin's bed. Guo sighed and nodded, I don't know what happened, but this child really hit it off with Ruashi. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that she is Ruashi's biological daughter. Speaking of this, Guo glanced at the women and said, all of you, work harder. Although Yangqing is very special and it's not easy for him to make you pregnant, it's not impossible. Don't always think about waiting for Yangqing to find you. Take the initiative. The women blushed and didn't know what to say. Guo really didn't hold back her words in front of him. Mother Wang broke the silence and said, Shuihua, was it young master who called just now? What did he say? Guo smiled and said, he said that he met a girl called Li Jingjing in Korea, whom he knew in Shanghai. He asked me to arrange a position in the education bureau for her, and he's coming back to Shanghai. Li Jingjing? Isn't she in the United States? Mother Wang remembered Li Jingjing and laughed, young master, don't tell me. What else can I do? Give me a daughter-in-law, Guo said to the girls, you guys have another sister. If this goes on, I think we should buy 2 mahjong tables at home. Even though we don't have enough for now. The women looked at each other, as if they were imagining how it would be if there were 2 mahjong tables at home and more than 10 women gathered together. Park residence, in the guest room on the 2nd floor. After taking a shower, Lin Ruashi blow-dried her hair. Wearing her cotton-padded pajamas, she silently hid under the covers. Yangqing quickly ran to the bathroom to take a shower. After drying his body, he grinned and planned to go to bed to perform. Although he had done it with Li Jingjing for more than an hour in the afternoon, how could Yangqing be satisfied? Moreover, Lin Ruoxi was obviously unhappy and sulking. Yangqing felt that if he could work harder in his life as a couple, it would be easier to eliminate this unhappiness. However, just as he was about to go to bed, Lin Ruoxi suddenly turned her head and stared coldly at Yangqing. "Get down." "Huh? I'll go." Lin Ruoxi said coldly without the slightest emotion, "Without my permission, you're not allowed to go to bed." Listening to the irresistible words, Yangqing silently climbed off the bed with a wronged expression and knelt on the floor. "Darling, you don't have to be so cruel. I've already knelt in front of so many people. You can't make me be so pitiful in front of everyone." "Did I make you kneel? I told you to get up, but it seems like you're not willing to get up. What, is it wrong for you to sleep on the floor now?" Yangqing was so stifled that he couldn't say a word. He put on an innocent expression and obediently lay down on the floor. Seeing that Yangqing was obedient and no longer tormented her, Lin Ruoxi coldly snorted, turned around, turned off the bedside lamp, and began to sleep. Lying on the floor, Yangqing tossed and turned for more than an hour. He waited until the wee hours of the morning, but he still couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't that he felt that Lin Ruoxi was too much. In fact, he was already prepared for a cold war. Now that Lin Ruoxi didn't refuse to talk to him like before, he was already deeply grateful. How could he dare to hope that she would treat him well? On the contrary, when he calmed down and thought about it carefully, Lin Ruoxi's arrangements for Li Jingjing today really warmed his heart. Lin Ruoxi clearly made the decision to have sex with Li Jingjing behind her back, but although she was angry, she still rationally did not do anything to Li Jingjing. Instead, she told Li Jingjing to go back to Zhonghai and take care of old Li and his wife. Come to think of it, his wife was becoming more and more magnanimous. No matter if it was forced or if she was sincere, Yangqing felt grateful and guilty. He could only try his best to be obedient in front of her and make her happier. Since Lin Ruoxi could take care of other women, of course, he should also care more about her. As he thought about it, Yangqing slowly crawled to the side where Lin Ruoxi was sleeping. He knelt on the floor and laid his body on the edge of the bed. Faint starlight shone through the window and scattered on the woman's delicate face. Lin Ruoxi's jet-black hair was like a black satin that clung tightly to her face, making her exquisite face that was like a beauty from the moon palace look especially refined like a fairy. Her pink and tender red lips were slightly pouting because of the pressure on her face. The beautiful lines at the corner of her lips made her lips look especially thin and soft. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as her eyelids trembled. Her mouth and nose breathed out an alluring fragrance. The fragrance was warm and refreshing. Just like that, he watched silently. Yangqing somewhat foolishly stretched out his slightly rough palm and gently stroked his lover's face, as if he was afraid that the exquisite porcelain would be damaged. A silky touch flowed through his fingertips. Lin Ruoxi's delicate nose twitched. Her beautiful eyes slowly opened, and the luster in her eyes flowed. "Why are you awake? Are you a light sleeper?" Lin Ruoxi looked at the man who was lying on the edge of the bed and whispered, "How long have you been watching?" Yangqing muttered to himself for a moment, then said, 10 minutes or so." "Is it good?" "Very good." The corner of Lin Ruoxi's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc, as if she was smiling. Yangqing did not retract his hand, but rubbed Lin Ruoxi's face fondly. Uncontrollably, Yangqing sighed with emotion. "Ruoxi, do you know, sometimes when I look at you, I feel that time is not real. A person who is too beautiful will disappear in the blink of an eye. Just by relying on the reason for your existence, you can produce illusions, just like the stars outside the window tonight, the world of stars. I'm curious about your sincerity, so I've been watching silently from the beginning, and I won't get tired of it. Now that I've been with you for a long time, I finally understand how dazzling you are. That's why I feel that sometimes, you're so far away from me. I'm very afraid that you will disappear like a meteor, and also afraid that you will disappear like a star after a flash, even if it's so beautiful." Listening to the man's words, Lin Ruoxi's eyes were slightly moist. Pursing her lips, she said softly, "If you It would be great if you could always treat me so seriously. Yangqing laughed involuntarily. It's not that I'm not serious, but you never believe that I'm serious. Nonsense. Lin Ruoshi pouted. Yangqing chuckled and said, Wife, did you vent your anger? I saw you smile. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything, which could be considered as tacit agreement. Yangqing raised his eyebrows and said, Then do you want me to do something that makes you feel serious? What? Lin Ruoshi was curious and wanted to hear some sweet words from the man. Yangqing suddenly chuckled, There are still 3 hours before dawn. Since we're both awake, why don't we take advantage of the darkness of the night and make love? The warm and sweet atmosphere that Lin Ruoshi felt a moment ago was thrown into a pile of dog sh*t. Furious, the woman stood up abruptly, grabbed a pillow and threw it at the man with both hands. Yangqing, go to hell. The night passed amidst all kinds of angry curses and screams. Naturally, Yangqing wasn't able to fire the cannonball that he had been waiting for. Fortunately, amidst the abuse, Lin Ruoshi temporarily untied the knot in her heart. It wasn't the first time she was angered because of a lover. This time, it wasn't a woman who appeared out of nowhere, but Li Jingjing, whom she had known for a long time, so it was easier for her to accept. The next morning, Park Cheon went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctors in the hospital exclaimed that they had seen a miracle. Park Cheon's physical condition was as good as a strong man in his 40s. He didn't look like an old man who had just undergone major surgery. Park Cheon was confident that he would be able to run Star Moon Group for another decade or so. Of course, the family inheritance ceremony would still be carried out and the company would still be handed over to Xianxia. After all, retreating behind the scenes as the chairman and managing Star Moon Group with Xianxia was what Park Cheon wanted the most. There was less than a week left before the grand handover ceremony on November 11th. The entire Star Moon Group and the Park family were busy preparing for the details. After Li Jingjing returned to Zhonghai, Park Cheon didn't hire a private tutor for Xianxia. Instead, he enrolled Xianxia in Yue Women's University to study with the young ladies of Korea, hoping to expand Xianxia's network in Korea. With her status as the future heir of Star Moon Group, even if Xianxia didn't pay attention to anyone, there would still be many people who would try their best to flirt with her. However, Xianxia wasn't interested in making friends with girls who only cared about status and money. Most of the time, she would go in and out with her personal maid, Eun-young, or go shopping outside Yue Women's University. While Lin Ruoshi and Yangqing were still in Seoul, Xianxia dragged them around Seoul on weekends to enjoy themselves. Just one day before the handover ceremony, at a Korean family restaurant, the three of them were tired of seafood and other delicacies at Eun-young's recommendation and decided to try some plain, bland dishes. Lin Ruoshi was quite enthusiastic about the seaweed rice wrap. Perhaps it was because the wrap was shaped like a glutinous rice ball. Lin Ruoshi held the seaweed rice wrap in her hands and nibbled on it like a chick pecking at grains. Yangqing only cared about watching this woman eat. It was rare for her to eat with such gusto. She was very cute. Honey, come here. Yangqing hooked his finger at the woman and gestured for Lin Ruoshi to come closer. When Lin Ruoshi saw the strange smile on Yangqing's face, she suddenly thought that this man wanted to do something bad. Come closer? Don't tell me he wants to kiss me? For the past 2 days, she didn't allow Yangqing to go to bed with her. Lin Ruoshi felt that this guy must have been suffocated to want to kiss her in a restaurant. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoshi blushed and said in a low voice, I won't. You want to do something bad again, right? There are so many people watching, and you're not embarrassed at all. Yangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He leaned over and reached out his hand to remove a grain of rice from the corner of Lin Ruoshi's mouth. Woman, you've been so silly lately. You've eaten all the rice wrap on your face, and you're still thinking about this. If the washing powder in your company knew about this, they would vomit blood. I'm eating. Do you think you can eat as much as a rice ball? And you're doing something bad. TSK, this means that you have a psychological problem. Don't tell me you're waiting for me to kiss you. Yangqing blinked. Lin Ruoshi blushed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Especially when she saw Xianxia and Eun-young snickering, she gritted her teeth. However, she was indeed thinking too much. Lin Ruoshi was furious. In the end, she could only puff up her mouth and hold back her anger. When Yangqing saw this expression, he was amused again. I was wondering why Lan Lan acknowledged you as her mother. When you puff up your mouth, you really look like a chubby little girl. Both mother and daughter have bun-like faces. Haha. Seeing Yangqing convulsing with laughter, Lin Ruoshi finally couldn't help but throw the seaweed wrap in her hand at Yangqing's body. Stinky Yangqing. Go out and sleep tonight. After 2 days of fun, the honeymoon in South Korea didn't end in a miserable state. However, before leaving Korea, Yangqing and Lin Ruoshi still had to attend the Park family's official succession ceremony. Park Cheon would leave his position as president, which meant that the position of CEO would be handed over to Xianxia. It might seem a little exaggerated for a girl who was not even 20 years old to be the CEO of such a world-class company, but the outside world knew that Park Cheon would still teach Xianxia step by step. Xianxia was only in name for the past few years and was still in the learning stage, so it was not too shocking. What intrigued the outside world the most was that the Park family's succession ceremony was not only about the inheritance of the company's assets, but also the Park family's inheritance of Star Moon that had been passed down from generation to generation. Some of the older members of the wealthy families in Korea only knew that the head of the Park family was the only one who knew the true use of Star Moon. Outsiders were completely unaware of it. Some speculated that it was a rare treasure, some guessed that it was a secret formula, and some even speculated that it was a large amount of gold and gems buried by the Park family's ancestors as a foundation for the Park family to rise again in the event of its downfall. However, all of these were just speculations. No one really knew what kind of family secrets were hidden in it. On the 11th of the Seoul Hotel Shilla, which was owned by the Star Moon Group, the largest auditorium of the entire hotel was booked by the Park family. The fact that the Park family was able to occupy such a place where the leaders of Korea entertained their distinguished guests was a testament to the influence of the Star Moon Group. Yangqing wore a suit prepared for him by Lin Ruoshi. When he and Lin Ruoshi appeared in the auditorium, there were already hundreds of upper-class guests waiting for them. Some mainstream media reporters were also arranged to film in the front. The family succession ceremony of the Star Moon Group was also a piece of upper-class news that the outside world was paying attention to. The waiters who were shuttling back and forth were all dressed in the most quaint of Korean clothes, highlighting the solemnity of the ceremony. Since Yangqing had specifically requested that the couple be left alone, Park Cheon did not come to greet them to avoid attracting attention. At noon, Park Cheon strode onto the stage with a flourish accompanied by the sound of music. Everyone gasped in awe at the sight of the well-dressed and ruddy old president. Everyone knew that Park Cheon had just recovered from a serious illness. They thought that he would be sickly, but they did not expect him to be in such good spirits. Such a scene was enough to send Star Moon Group's stock price skyrocketing on the internet. After all, Park Cheon was the founder and pillar of the company. His influence as long as he was healthy was immense. Park Cheon displayed a powerful aura at that moment. With just a glance, the hundreds of guests below the stage fell silent. Regardless of whether they were from the same generation or the younger generation, everyone began to listen respectfully. Apart from the flashing lights and the sound of cameras, the venue was completely silent. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the Park family's handover ceremony today. At the same time, this is also the day when the CEO of the Star Moon Group will be officially announced. Those who know me well know that I'm not a person who likes to beat around the bush, so I'll be straightforward with what I want to announce. I, Park Cheon, have decided to hand over the position of the head of the family to my eldest granddaughter, Su Xianxia, in accordance with the principle of seniority in the family and the principle of bloodline inheritance. Xianxia is the biological daughter of my eldest daughter, Park Ji. Although her surname is Su, she is indeed the flesh and blood of the Park family. I hope that the family can provide sufficient support. Xianxia is still young and needs the guidance of the uncles. I will also supervise her from the sidelines to become a qualified successor as soon as possible. Furthermore, Star Moon Group is the main company of the Park family and the result of decades of hard work. I've been the CEO of the group for more than 30 years and I'm tired. I've weighed the talents and wisdom of all my children and grandchildren and have decided to hand over my position to Xianxia. You don't have to worry about Xianxia being too young to manage the company. My old bones are still very strong. After the handover, I'll retire behind the scenes and continue to be the CEO. Park Cheon's announcement in high spirits was almost the same as what everyone had guessed. Previously, some were worried that Xianxia would not be able to withstand such pressure due to her young age. But now, it seemed that the handover was only in name. Since Park Cheon was in such good health, it was more likely that he would be managing the affairs from behind the curtains. However, it also put an end to the thoughts of the other Park family members and collateral descendants. At the same time, it also served as a warning that something similar to Park Jong-eun's should never happen again. After announcing these two matters, Park Cheon smiled amiably and waved at Xianxia, who was behind the stage, to invite his granddaughter onto the stage. Xianxia was wearing a white lace-ruffled princess dress. The round collar in front of her chest outlined the perfect curve of her chest. Her beautiful collarbone and delicate waist made her look particularly youthful and dazzling. Her silky black hair was scattered over her shoulders and looked particularly attractive under the spotlight. Her delicate skin and beautiful features made the eyes of many young playboys below the stage glow. These people were used to playing with female celebrities who had undergone plastic surgery. Naturally, they had no resistance against this natural beauty who had no signs of surgery. Below the stage, there was a burst of applause, cheers, and praises. Many people could not help but sigh. This was what it meant to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Whoever married her would not only have a beauty in their arms, but also a mountain of gold. Even Xianxia herself would never have imagined that she, who grew up in an orphanage and lost both her parents at a young age, would one day become the focus of the upper class's attention and envy. She would become a rich woman who could own tens of billions of assets without having to do anything. If she had once fallen into depravity, drug addiction, or murder, none of this would have happened. She would not have met the person she wanted to meet, and everything that happened later would not have happened. She would not be where she was today. Life was built by all kinds of coincidences and accidents, but it was also like a little bit of self-persistence and adherence to principles. Park Cheon was pleased with the crowd's praise. Although it was directed at Xianxia, as an elder, Park Cheon was particularly pleased. For an old man who did not have long to live, a child who could inherit his will and legacy was the greatest work of art he needed to create in the final stage of his life. There was no doubt that Xianxia, who he had gone through so much trouble to find, had enough potential even though he had yet to finish carving her. Xianxia, say hello to everyone. Park Cheon smiled. Xianxia was a little nervous, but she still greeted the people below the stage according to etiquette, treating it as a formal meeting. Park Cheon held Xianxia's small shoulders to reassure his granddaughter. Everyone, I actually have one more thing to announce today. It's something that I've never mentioned before. Below the stage, there were all kinds of guesses. They did not understand what Park Cheon was up to. Xianxia also looked up curiously. Her grandfather had never mentioned this before. Park Cheon was unmoved. He said in a clear voice, in order for our Xianxia to Anshin as soon as possible and start learning how to manage a company, I have arranged a beautiful marriage for her. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Most of them were shocked. Xianxia's pretty face was pale as she stared at Park Cheon. She could not believe that such a thing would happen. Grandfather, why are you? Without waiting for Xianxia to say anything, Park Cheon frowned at the girl and whispered into the microphone, let's talk after we get off the stage. Yangqing, who had been listless all this while, looked over in confusion. Lin Ruashi, who was beside him, asked, Hubby, Xianxia's marriage. Is it a marriage with the Gong family? Yangqing shook his head. I don't think so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it so suddenly. For some reason, Yangqing felt nervous, but he did not know what he was nervous about. Closer to the stage were the father and son, Gong Jicheng and Gong Wu of the Gong family. Their brows were tightly furrowed and their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Park Cheon continued, I believe many of you know that the legal counsel of Starmoon Group has always been Lawyer Kim of the Kim family. Lawyer Kim's beloved son, Kim Jip, has always been my most trusted bodyguard. Rather than a bodyguard, he is more like a grandson that I have watched grow up. I have seen Kim Jip's character and talent. Coincidentally, Kim Jip and Xianxia are of similar age. Although the Kim family has always been in the legal profession, they have been on good terms with the Park family for generations. Lawyer Kim and I are good friends. The two of us hit it off and have decided to have a marriage between Xianxia and Kim Jip. His words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. No one could have imagined that Park Cheon would arrange a marriage between his future heir and the Kim family. Kim Jip, who had returned from the Korean Special Forces. However, as long as a thoughtful person thought about it carefully, they would realize that the older, the wiser. Park Cheon's marriage alliance was the most logical thing in the world. Although the Kim family was neither a wealthy family nor a high-ranking political family, it was still a family that no one dared to underestimate. It was said that the Kim family's ancestors were criminal officials during the Goguryeo era. Generations of their family had been engaged in legal work. The Kim family's law firm spanned the world and provided legal counsel to many large Korean enterprises. For a family with such a long history, their biggest backer was none other than the connections and relationships that had been accumulated through generations of business. The Kim family did not provoke anyone but instead helped the other major families. How could they not be pleased? How could the crowd not give them face? Moreover, the Kim family had never been involved in business or politics for generations. Kim Jip, for example, had served in the military for a few years in the special forces before giving up the opportunity to become an officer. When he returned home, he chose to be a bodyguard instead of a lawyer. He would never engage in any other professions that involved conflicts of interest. Now that the Park family had chosen Su Xianxia as their heir, their biggest concern was whether she would be swallowed up by the man after she got married and had children. It wouldn't be suitable to look for any of the big families. Only a family like the Kim family, which has been reliable for generations and has a good relationship with the Park family, would be the most reassuring. Moreover, Kim Jip was a quiet but good-looking young man. Park Cheon had watched him grow up. His character was impeccable and he was indeed a good match for Xianxia. As for whether there was a relationship between the man and the woman, most of the people present would not consider such a factor. Relationships between men and women were a joke in this materialistic upper-class society. When the crowd realized this, they could not help but look at the young man who had been standing silently at the back of the stage. Kim Jip's expression was as cold as ever. He was dressed in a white shirt and was holding 3 metal balls in his hand. No one could tell what was on his mind. Below the stage, the Gong father and son's faces were as black as charcoal. Gong Jicheng snorted in anger and turned to leave the hall. Gong Wu followed suit. Some people noticed this scene, but they didn't look too much. Instead, they mocked him in their hearts. On the stage, Xianxia's pretty face was flushed red. Everyone thought that the girl was shy, but Xianxia was just angry and sullen. Xianxia didn't dislike that Kim Jip, but she had never spoken to him, so why did she suddenly want to establish a marriage contract with him? No matter how displeased Xianxia was, she could not afford to argue with Park Cheon in front of so many people. She could only bite her lower lip and frown. After listening to Yang Cheng's translation, Lin Ruoshi was also surprised. How can this be? This is too arbitrary. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but grumble. Yang Cheng smiled bitterly. Isn't that how big families are? The interests of the entire family come first. Choosing Kim Jip for Xianxia is better than choosing Gong Wu. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at the man. You make it sound so easy, but you must be feeling terrible inside. What's wrong with me? What does this have to do with me? Yang Cheng feigned nonchalance. Lin Ruoshi was obviously skeptical. Come on, I can tell. You look like you've eaten a dead cockroach. You're feeling terrible inside. Yang Cheng said righteously, Dear, you can't think of me as such a dirty person. Although I'm dirty, Xianxia is like a little sister to me. Did I say that you have improper thoughts about Xianxia? You said it yourself. Lin Ruoshi glared at him coldly. Yang Cheng froze. He clicked his tongue and shrugged his shoulders bitterly, So you were trying to trick me. Lin Ruoshi's expression suddenly turned serious. She coldly widened her eyes and said, If you dare to not even let Xianxia go, I will. I will. She wanted to say something, but Lin Ruoshi just couldn't think of what to say. Divorce? Ignore him? Even he doubted whether he could do it. Yang Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he reached out and hugged the woman. All right, don't swear anymore. It's impossible for me and Xianxia to be together. She bickered with me all day and even competed with me. Does she look like she likes me? Lin Ruoshi thought to herself, it's because Xianxia treats you like this that I feel uneasy. However, he wouldn't say these words out loud. He could only sigh silently. Involuntarily, Lin Ruoshi wished she could leave Korea as soon as possible. After the banquet, they finally returned to the Park family after socializing with the major families, celebrities, and politicians. Along the way, Xianxia tried everything she could to get Park Cheon to rescind the marriage. She threw a tantrum but Park Cheon refused to budge. He didn't have the slightest hint of his usual obedience. Although it was only a verbal engagement and there wasn't a specific date for the marriage, it was like a boulder weighing down on Xianxia's heart. She couldn't even breathe properly. As soon as they arrived at the central hall of the Park family's mansion, Xianxia immediately ran to Yangqing and grabbed his hand, begging, "Brother Yang, please help me persuade Grandpa. Grandpa listens to you very much." Yangqing looked at Park Cheon awkwardly. "I say, girl, I'm an outsider and I can't interfere. Besides, Kim Jip is a very honest young man. Don't hurt him like that." As he spoke, Yangqing glanced at Kim Jip who had been silent all this while. As usual, Kim Jip was by Park Cheon's side. Sometimes, people would think that his facial nerves were dead. Xianxia pouted angrily and said to Kim Jip, "Hey, Kim Jip. Say something. I haven't even spoken to you. Do you think we can get married? Don't act like you didn't hear anything." Park Cheon frowned. "Xianxia, how can you speak to Kim Jip so rudely? He's your fiancé." Kim Jip was still expressionless. He couldn't even be bothered to respond to Xianxia. Xianxia stomped her feet in anger and shook her fists. "You're all bullying me. I don't care about you." Having said that, she quickly ran upstairs, kicking her high heels far away and almost hitting a few servants. Maid Eunyoung looked at the crowd with a complicated expression and followed her upstairs. After all, she had to take care of Xianxia. Kim Jip silently looked upstairs with an indescribable look in his eyes. "Mr. Yang, Miss Lin, please excuse me. Although Xianxia is well behaved, she still can't accept this kind of thing." Park Cheon shook his head helplessly. "President, there's no need to be so anxious. Xianxia isn't even 20 yet." Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but chime in. She hated arranged marriages. Park Cheon didn't take it to heart. For rich families like ours, it's only beneficial if the heir can settle down as soon as possible. After all, the heir can spend more time studying and working. If it's delayed, the heart will become restless. But if Xianxia doesn't like Kim Jip, wouldn't that be harming Xianxia and Kim Jip? Lin Ruoshi said. Park Cheon looked at Kim Jip and asked with a smile, "Kim Jip, do you like Xianxia?" Kim Jip didn't answer. "I'll follow your orders, President." Park Cheon seemed to have expected this answer. He smiled. "My child, your father may be old-fashioned but he's not as old-fashioned as you." Park Cheon turned to Yangqing. "Mr. Yang, do you remember when you helped me find a heart for transplant? The other party was someone from the North Bio who disguised himself as Kim Jip?" Yangqing nodded in surprise. "What's wrong? In fact, they didn't just want to frame us. It's also a very clever move. Kim Jip is Lawyer Kim's only son. Lawyer Kim has a lot of important information about the Starmoon Group and our family. If outsiders get their hands on these things, it's very likely that they'll restrict the Park family. They probably want to use this opportunity to make our family lose trust in the Kim family and at the same time, arrest Kim Jip. That way, the North Bio can use their official power to pull the Kim family to their side. Lawyer Kim only has one son, Kim Jip, and I've watched him grow up. To our family, Kim Jip is not only my favorite junior, but also an indispensable part of our family. That's why I'm really grateful. Thanks to Mr. Yang, Kim Jip and the Kim family, especially our Park family, didn't suffer a disaster." At this point, Park Cheon bowed solemnly. Kim Jip, who was standing beside him, also lowered his head. Yangqing didn't expect there to be so many tricks up his sleeve. In fact, Park Cheon didn't mention that Lawyer Kim still had some evidence of his children's corruption. These things would be handed over to Xianxia in the future. As long as Xianxia had the evidence, Park Ji-yeon and the other elders wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Park Ji-yeon had already arranged everything. As long as the Kim family became in-laws, Xianxia would be able to sit on the sidelines. Everyone chatted in the living room for a while. Park Ji-yeon didn't plan to rest early like usual. Looking at the time, it was almost midnight. Park Ji-yeon suddenly ordered a servant to go upstairs and call Xianxia down. "President, Xianxia should be asleep by now. It's already so late." Lin Ruashi was surprised by Park Ji-yeon's actions. Park Ji-yeon smiled amiably. "She won't. Although she's angry at me, she won't slack when it comes to official business. This is a valuable quality of hers. I've made an appointment with her to officially complete the handover at midnight tonight." "Official handover?" Yangqing and Lin Ruashi exchanged glances. They couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yangqing pondered for a moment and realized that it must have something to do with the moon and stars. The crescent moon that he was asked to bring had never appeared before. Perhaps it was meant to be used in private within the Park family. After a while, Xianxia, who was still pouting and sulking, came downstairs accompanied by Eun-jing. She was dressed in a brown coat and it was obvious that she was going out. Park Ji-yeon did not hold a grudge against his granddaughter. He smiled and said, "Eun-young, you don't have to follow. Xianxia, come with grandfather." Xianxia snorted softly and walked straight out of the house. Park Ji-yeon shook his head helplessly and said to Yangqing and Eun-young, "Mr. Yang, Miss Lim, rest early." After that, Park Ji-yeon and Kim Jip exchanged glances and left together. Outside the Park family's mansion, a black Mercedes-Benz G550 and two Mercedes-Benz GL Series SUVs were already waiting quietly. In addition to Kim Jip, Park Ji-yeon also brought along a dozen tall and muscular bodyguards. Once Park Ji-yeon and the other two had entered the G550, the three cars slowly headed north, gradually disappearing into the night. Yangqing was curious about the hidden secrets of the Park family's handover. However, Park Ji-yeon had deliberately chosen to leave at midnight with so many bodyguards. He must not want to attract too much attention, so Yangqing did not probe further lest he invited a snub. Then, the couple went upstairs to wash up and went to bed. Eun-young, on the other hand, waited patiently for Park Ji-yeon and Xianxia's return. More than an hour later. Located in the northern part of Seoul, near the Bukhansan National Park was a relatively sparsely built area. Three Mercedes-Benz cars slowly stopped in front of a gray skyscraper. This tall building looked a little old, and it was surrounded by some old buildings. The lights in the whole area were especially dim. Xianxia was no longer in the mood to throw a tantrum with Park Ji-yeon. She asked timidly, "Grandfather, where are we?" Park Ji-yeon led Xianxia out of the car and held her hand as they walked toward the skyscraper. "This is the Korea branch of the UBS Bank." "Branch of a branch?" "That's right. The UBS branch is near the financial center, and this is the original office of the UBS. Although it no longer has the function of handling business, it is still preserved as a storage location for the UBS customers." As they listened to Park Ji-yeon's explanation, they arrived at the bottom of the building. After the security guards checked their IDs, they proceeded to conduct a body search on Park Ji-yeon and Xianxia. After that, a security guard said, "President Park, Miss Xianxia, thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome to come, but I'm sorry, we can't let others pass." Park Ji-yeon turned around. "Kim Jip, bring some men and stand guard outside. Only customers with reservations can enter. You don't have to go in." Kim Jip naturally had no objections. He faintly gave his bodyguards a few glances, and everyone dispersed to guard outside. Park Ji-yeon dragged Xianxia into the building and was greeted by a blonde, white, middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. The name tag on his chest read, "Donald, Vice President of UBS Korea Branch." "President Park, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Miss Xianxia, good evening." Donald bowed humbly. Park Ji-yeon smiled. "Mr. Donald, please lead the way. We're here to see item number 1. "All right, this way please." Donald did not waste any more time and led the two into the long corridor inside. As the most mysterious place for UBS to store all kinds of precious items, cash, jewelry, and other valuables, the interior of this seemingly old building was, in fact, exquisitely built. Almost every angle was covered with tight surveillance cameras, and there were even many powerful weapons hidden inside the building to guard against sudden attacks. As for the sturdiness of the interior of the building, a variety of alloy steel plates were, of course, hidden within. After passing through a few twists and turns, Xianxia and Park Cheon followed Donald to an elevator entrance. At the entrance, there was already a Caucasian staff member waiting for them with a smile. Donald invited the two into the elevator and closed the door. Xianxia realized that there was not a single button on the elevator. Donald took out a magnetic card from his pocket and gently swiped it on a display in the elevator. Immediately, the display displayed an English message that required fingerprint and iris scan to unlock. Donald aimed his fingerprint and iris at the display. After a scan, the display finally showed a floor that could be selected. Donald skipped everything and directly chose the last number, G20. After selecting it, the elevator finally moved. To Xianxia's surprise, the elevator was heading downwards. What about the G20? Could it be the 20th floor underground? Xianxia was startled. This building looked simple, but there were actually 20 floors hidden beneath it. For Xianxia, who had never seen much since she was a child, this was too shocking. The girl even forgot why she was there. Park Cheon, on the other hand, was calm and collected. It was obvious that he had been here before. When they reached the 20th floor underground, the elevator finally opened. In front of them was a vast expanse of white, with white tiles and a white ceiling. Surrounding them were white walls and white metal doors. Without exception, these metal doors were all equipped with display screens. Here, even the drop of a needle on the ground would be captured clearly. President, the item you wish to see is already in room 7. All you need to do is unlock it with your fingerprint and retina, and you'll be able to enter the room. I'll be waiting for both of you in the elevator. Please take your time. Donald nodded. Park Cheon thanked him and led Xianxia to room 7. At the door of the room, Park Cheon faced the display screen on the door and performed an iris scan to unlock the door. This was also the final check before entering the room. After he succeeded, Park Cheon opened the door and smiled at the curious Xianxia. Tonight, after we're done looking at our ancestral treasure, Grandpa will have them input your information into this system. In the future, you'll also be able to open the door here. Xianxia nodded nervously. Previously, Park Cheon did not mention what he wanted to see. Now, she could finally solve the mystery in her heart. After entering the room, Park Cheon locked the door from the inside. In the room, there were 2 chairs and a rectangular table. On the table, there was a lone safe. Park Cheon stepped forward and entered the password on the safe. This password is Grandpa's birthday. Tonight, we'll change it to your birthday, Xianxia. As he spoke, the safe was opened. Xianxia held her breath and widened her watery eyes. She stared straight at the object in front of her with a hint of doubt. It was a gray stone box, about the size of 2 hands. It was cubic in shape and seemed to be made of stone or some kind of metal. Park Cheon saw Xianxia tilting her head in puzzlement. It reminded him of the first time he saw it and how confused he was. Silly child, don't just look at it. This is the treasure that our family has protected us for generations. From now on, you'll be its owner. Go and touch it. Xianxia nodded and cautiously stepped forward to pick up the gray box. Xianxia was startled and let go of her hand. It's so cold. Why does it feel colder than ice? Why does it feel like stone but it doesn't? Park Cheon smiled. It's okay. It has something to do with what's inside. Come, let Grandpa open it. As he spoke, Park Cheon took out a jewelry box from the inside pocket of his suit. When he opened it, it was the crescent pendant that Xianxia had previously owned. There was also a small pendant that looked like a star made of the same material. The star was also lustrous and looked like a 5-pointed star with light flowing around it. At this time, Xianxia also noticed that there were 2 shallow grooves on the top of the gray box. It was the perfect place to place the crescent and star. Could it be that the crescent and star were the keys to open the box? Park Cheon slowly inserted the crescent moon and the star into the box. It was a perfect fit. When they were successfully embedded, a blue gap appeared in the center of the originally impenetrable gray box. Xianxia, look carefully. This is the sacred treasure that the heavens have bestowed upon the Park family. Park Cheon took the box and spoke with a solemn expression. Then, with trembling hands, he lifted the lid of the box. The moment the box was opened, the entire room seemed to be dyed with a faint blue glow. After the glow dissipated, the true state of the box was gradually revealed. Xianxia gulped and was so nervous that she did not dare to blink. When she saw what was inside the box clearly, she was instantly captivated. It was a strange blob, but in fact, Xianxia could not understand what form it took to exist. It was a beautiful blue color, like the ice crystals on a snowy mountain, like the blue seawater, or more like a living water element, emitting a coldness that was obviously bone-chilling, but not too piercing. In this transparent blue blob that seemed to be alive, there was an earthy yellow particle that exuded a dazzling yellow halo. It was particularly eye-catching. Xianxia tried hard to see what the yellow particle was, but she could not describe it. It was like the stars in the sky, sometimes flashing with dazzling brilliance, sometimes disappearing without a trace. This blue blob and this yellow blob were like a magical work of art that made one unable to look away. After a long time, Park Cheon, who was standing on the side, said with emotion, "Child, isn't it beautiful?" "Yeah." Xianxia murmured and nodded. "When I saw it for the first time, I stared at it for a long time and I couldn't tear my eyes away." Park Cheon continued, "We don't know where the ancestors of the Park family got their hands on this treasure. According to my father, our ancestors met a god in the mountains and he gave this treasure to our family. But it was only a legend. After all, it was too long ago and no one knew the specific purpose of it. This treasure has been preserved for generations, and no one knows what it is used for. However, our Park family has been around for more than 1,000 years and there has never been a setback that could knock us down. We have prospered for generations. I believe that it is this treasure that should not exist in this world that has given us the protection of the descendants of the Park family. There are no shameful secrets in the Park family. If there is one, it is this treasure that should not belong to this world." Xianxia finally regained her attention and asked in a trembling voice, "Grandfather, this treasure, what is it?" Park Cheon smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Xianxia, I really don't know. This thing has always been in this box. I don't know what material this box is made of. Our family has also had heads who are very knowledgeable in science, but even they could not analyze the element of this box. As for the object inside, there is no way to detect any information." He had no idea what the blue substance and the yellow particle in the center were. "But I am sure that this is not something that has been discovered on Earth. It is very likely that it was brought by a meteorite from outer space. But there is no doubt that as long as it exists, the Park family will be able to survive for generations. This time, it is all thanks to the protection of this treasure." Xianxia did not really believe Park Cheon's words. From the girl's point of view, it must be very mysterious, but it wasn't too shocking. Because as far as Xianxia knew, Yang Chen and the others had abilities that ordinary people didn't know, so they must know things that ordinary people didn't know. Perhaps, if this thing was brought to Yangqing, there might be a glimmer of an answer. However, Xianxia also knew that this was the most important secret of the family. She should abide by her principles and not let others know about it. The Park family had a treasure that should not exist in this world. No wonder they were so careful to hide it 20 floors underground of the Swiss bank, and only the head of the family knew about it. Such an item was much more precious than ordinary priceless treasures. While Xianxia was busy learning from Park Cheon how to master the various operations here, setting up new passwords, and so on, above the Swiss bank building, in the silent night, a black figure flashed in the sky. The black robe fluttered in the wind. Under the black cloak was a mask with a green face and fangs, so the person's face could not be seen. If Yangqing was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the black-robed man who inexplicably rescued him in Australia. "It's just a small matter. Why do I have to do it myself?" The black-robed man snorted coldly. He was a little impatient but helpless. He raised his hand slightly and with a wave of his black robe sleeve, a long blade formed from jet-black true yuan slashed at the side of the building below. Boom! Electric currents and sparks flew. The building could not withstand the domineering true yuan contained within. Like a sliced cheese, the 7-story building was on the verge of collapsing. The guards on duty outside, including Kim Jip, were all aghast. Everything happened too suddenly. There was no time to react. Get out of the way. Kim Jip shouted when he saw the stones and cement begin to collapse. He showed a rare manic look as he leaped away. The black-robed man laughed strangely. He hid himself so well that no one noticed his existence. Seeing that the mortals were running for their lives, the black-robed man's figure flashed and entered the first floor of the building. In front of him was the entrance to the elevator. Looks like it's not in the building. It's under the building. After chopping down most of the building, he still could not find the person or thing he was looking for. The black-robed man immediately noticed that there were floors underground. It was only because the Swiss bank's workmanship was excellent and there were dozens of layers of alloy steel that blocked his divine sense. That was why it was difficult to use his divine sense to detect it. The black-robed man once again shot out a black true yuan shockwave from his sleeve. It was like a grenade condensed from a black shadow and blasted open the elevator door. Rather than blasting the alloy steel plates layer by layer, the black-robed man felt that it was easier to break through the elevator. However, the moment the elevator exploded, the black-robed man realized that something bad had happened. Beep. 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 The intense, drawn-out siren resounded throughout the entire surrounding area. Not only that, a large number of warning lights lit up around the building and began to illuminate every inch of the building. Annoying. Looks like I have to speed up. The black-robed man knew that a large number of people would arrive soon. This place was not far from the city and the transmission power of the alarm could probably cover a radius of dozens of miles. The Swiss bank had definitely put in a lot of effort in order to prepare for an emergency. After all, this storage space was their core. Without further ado, the black-robed man's figure flashed and entered the elevator. With a sudden stomp, the elevator was directly pierced through. The black-robed man's figure dropped rapidly and flashed towards the target. In the guest room on the second floor of the Park family's mansion. Because his anger towards Xianxia had not subsided, Xianxia could only lie pitifully on the floor for the past few days. He had to pretend to be enjoying it and sleep comfortably with a strong backbone. Originally, Xianxia did not sleep too deeply. By the time the urgent alarm reached here, it was so weak that most people could not hear it clearly. However, Xianxia was sensitive to special sounds such as the alarm. Even without his cultivation, he could still sense it. If it was any other day, Xianxia would not have bothered to pay attention to such an alarm. But today was different. The alarm was clearly coming from the north. Moreover, tonight was a special night. Park Qian and Xianxia were heading north and had yet to return. Abruptly, Xianxia got up from the mattress on the floor and quickly put on a simple set of clothes. His movement woke Lin Ruashi, who was sleeping soundly under the blanket. She rubbed her eyelids in a daze and mumbled, "What are you doing?" "I was just about to fall asleep in the middle of the night." "Hee, I'm sorry. Ruashi baby, go back to sleep. I heard the alarm coming from the north so I went out to see what's going on. I'm worried that something happened to Xianxia and the others," Xianxia said. What could happen? You have so many people with you. Don't tell me you're upset that you're sleeping on the floor and want to go out and find a woman," Lin Ruashi said suspiciously. Xianxia wanted to cry but no tears came out. How could he relate it to him looking for a woman? Even if he wanted to, he still needed a woman. "I'll explain to you when I get back. I'm really worried now." With that, Xianxia hurriedly ran out from the balcony and with a leap, disappeared into the night sky. Lin Ruashi sat up and patted the blanket angrily. "Stupid Xianxia, you ran out without telling me." However, she could not find any words to reprimand this thick-skinned guy. Lin Ruashi kicked her legs a few times before lying down again. She hugged the blanket angrily and went back to sleep. She felt that she was going to lose sleep soon. Park Qian and Xianxia were still in the midst of setting up a new password in the Swiss bank storage facility when a piercing alarm blared in their ears. Xianxia's pretty face turned pale. "Grandfather, what happened?" Park Qian was also startled but quickly calmed down. He swiftly closed the box, removed the stars and crescent, and placed the box in the safe. "It's an alarm, the Swiss bank may have been hacked. Let's get out of here." The two hurried out of the room and were about to head for the elevator when they suddenly froze on the spot. At the entrance of the elevator, the vice president, Donald, who had just greeted them with a smile on his face, was already lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. Donald's face was filled with horror and despair. His eyes were wide open and his 7 orifices were bleeding. In his hand, he was holding a pistol. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had died a horrible death before he could retaliate. Beside Donald's corpse, the man in the black robe with the fanged mask slowly turned his gaze in their direction. "Found it. You've hidden it well." Black Robe walked toward Park Cheon and Xianxia. A hoarse voice came from behind the mask. Who are you?" Park Cheon asked in horror when he realized Black Robe's target. Black Robe smiled sarcastically. "I'm not interested in killing mortals. Get out of my way. Take what I want and I'll let you live." The man in the black robe spoke in Mandarin. Park Cheon was completely at a loss, but Jinxia's face paled. "Grandfather. He's trying to steal our family's treasure." Park Cheon's face was pale. The situation was far beyond the old man's understanding, but he still nervously stood in front of Xianxia. Black Robe could not be bothered. In a flash, he was already at the door of the room. A black ripple rippled and bombarded the secret steel door. At the same time, the display screen on the door instantly shattered into pieces, and the steel door was also forcibly twisted and opened. Creak, Park Cheon and Jinxiao stood rooted to the spot. The ear-piercing sound of steel twisting made their scalps tingle. Black Robe kicked open the damaged door, entered the room, and picked up the safe on the table. With a disdainful chuckle, Black Robe fiercely broke the safe. The huge force directly broke the safe. After the gray box was revealed, Black Robe laughed heartily as he picked it up. Hee, it didn't take me much effort to get it." Black Robe studied it for a while before turning to Park Cheon. "The groove on it should be a star and a crescent moon. Hand it over." Park Cheon was livid. "How did you know? Who the hell are you? You talk too much. If you don't hand it over, I'll take it myself." As he spoke, the black figure was already in front of Park Cheon. With a flick of his sleeves, Park Cheon's coat was torn to shreds. The crescent moon and star keys flew out and were grabbed by Black Robe. Park Cheon was scared out of his wits when the green-faced fanged mask was right in front of his face. The old man's nerves finally gave in and he sucked in a breath of cold air before fainting. "Grandfather! Help! Help!" Xianxia cried. How could a girl who was not even 20 years old face such a terrifying situation? She helped Park Cheon to sit on the ground as tears streamed down her cheeks. She was afraid that Black Robe would kill them like Donald. Black Robe, on the other hand, was not in the mood to kill ordinary people. It seemed that he did not want to cause too much trouble. Other than Donald, who was about to attack with a gun, he did not hurt anyone along the way. Now that he had obtained what he was looking for, Black Robe was like a black whirlwind, intending to escape from the elevator tunnel. But before Black Robe could rush out of the ground, a scorching and ferocious aura majestically poured into the passageway from above. As it got closer, he realized that it was a blazing pillar of fire that rushed in from above. True Samadhi fire. Black Robe's heart skipped a beat and he quickly retreated to the ground. Although his cultivation would not be greatly damaged by the true Samadhi fire, the heavenly fire was still extraordinary. If he had to endure it for a short while, it would be very uncomfortable and he would inevitably suffer some minor injuries. The intruder was Yangqing, who had arrived in time. It was only after Yangqing found the opening in the elevator that he realized that the Black Robe underground was the strange person who had saved him back then. Of course, Yangqing did not think that this guy was a kind-hearted person. Otherwise, he would not have left the masked man alone after defeating him and would not have made such a big fuss to steal his things. Black Robe retreated to the center of the basement. When he saw who it was, he could not help but let out a sinister laugh. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the Pluto that I saved." Yangqing looked at the mess in the basement and glanced at Jinxiao and Park Cheon. After confirming that the girl was fine, he felt slightly relieved. Jinxiao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She looked at Yangqing excitedly and choked on her words. Yangqing nodded at Jinxiao in relief. Then, he carefully looked at the strange person hidden under the black robe and smiled evilly. To thank you for helping me back then, I've decided to return the favor today. You want to return the favor? Then why are you blocking my way? My repayment is that you made that girl cry. I won't kill you today, but you have to leave the thing behind. Xianxia had heard the commotion from above and knew that this guy was here to steal the Park family's heirloom. Humph, what a joke. Do you really think that your title of Pluto is so useful in the eyes of humans? I'm already doing you a great favor by not killing you today. You don't even have the strength to protect yourself and you still want to spare my life? Black Robe laughed maniacally. Xianxia was not annoyed. You can try and see if you can leave here with the thing. Xianxia's confident look was not a bluff. Although he could not see through his opponent's cultivation, after the epiphany of the Samadhi true fire, he had refined a large number of pills to aid his cultivation. Although the effects of those pills were minimal, it was still much faster than before. The strange immortal cauldron had also fused with his natal spirit and was constantly absorbing and refining the heaven and earth energy in his dantian. At the same time, these days, Xianxia had gradually understood some of the special functions of the immortal cauldron and gradually mastered them. Some of the magical functions of the immortal cauldron had never been used. Although his cultivation was still at the Tai Ching heavenly thunder tribulation, the degree of consolidation had greatly increased. After all, the gap between each 9 heavenly thunder tribulation was huge and there was a lot of room for improvement. Facing this black-robed man was a good opportunity for him to sharpen his knife and show his edge. The black-robed man seemed to have heard the biggest absurdity in the world. After a few strange laughs, he said in a cold voice, "It seems that some people will not understand where their position is without suffering a little." After saying that, the black-robed man's whole body moved without any wind. A strange black mist-like true essence began to flow rapidly and surrounded the black-robed man. Xianxia calmly released the Samadhi true fire. The speed of the transformation of the heaven and earth energy was much faster than before. In the face of this gloomy true essence, the Samadhi true fire seemed to be in high spirits and was exceptionally hot and golden. Little guy, you will regret saying such ignorant words. The black-robed figure turned into a black shadow, mixed with a large amount of black true essence, and blasted towards Xianxia's body. In the contrast of the surrounding white environment, it was like a black shock wave, flashing past in an instant. Xianxia did not dare to slack off. After all, the opponent's strength was also unfathomable. If it was him in Australia, he would not be his opponent at all. Now, the Samadhi true fire around his body condensed into a thick giant flame shield. The crimson flame expanded, like a ferocious beast, facing the black shadow head-on. Bang! There was a deafening explosion, as if the entire basement was about to collapse. Xianxia took a small step back, and the giant shield formed by the Samadhi true fire dimmed a little. The black-robed man laughed loudly, and with a refraction of his entire body, he actually slipped out of the elevator passage through this collision. Damn, is he trying to escape? Xianxia really thought that this guy was going to teach him a lesson, but he did not expect that he was not in the mood to continue fighting. What Xianxia did not know was that the black-robed man really wanted to fight, but Xianxia was not an opponent that he could take the initiative to choose, so he could only swallow his anger and leave. However, Xianxia would not let the black-robed man do as he wished. In terms of speed, he was not at a disadvantage at all. His compatibility with the heaven and earth created an even faster movement speed for Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already disappeared from the ground and appeared in front of Black Robe, blocking his path in midair. The sky above Beihan Mountain National Park was filled with biting cold winds and deep darkness. Other than the bright moon hanging high in the sky and the rolling dark clouds, there was no sign of life. No one noticed the confrontation between Xianxia and Black Robe. Your cultivation is not lower than mine, so why are you running? Could it be that you have some misgivings and can't fight me? Xianxia asked with narrowed eyes, puzzled. Black Robe let out a low roar. He was truly angry at Xianxia's relentless pursuit. Little guy, don't test Grandpa's patience. I said, hand over the things you took, and I'll let you go. It looks like I won't stop until I knock you down. Black Robe laughed sinisterly. His robe fluttered, and a large amount of thick, ink-like true essence poured out like mercury, like a black curtain covering the sky, surging towards Xianxia. The samadhi true fire around Xianxia's body raged, contending against the large amount of black true essence. The fire snake swallowed and spat, unwilling to be outdone. But gradually, Xianxia discovered that the reason Black Robe had emitted such a large amount of true essence was not to attack him. When he realized that the situation was not good, Xianxia suddenly realized that Black Robe had already disappeared in front of him. But the surrounding true essence was still surging, and Xianxia was sure that Black Robe was just hiding within it. His ears were filled with the wailing of ghosts and the mournful cries of countless ghosts. The eerie atmosphere was enough to make a timid person feel like their liver was being torn apart. The samadhi true fire wrapped around Xianxia's body seemed to be the nemesis of this cold and gloomy true essence. It swept away a large amount of true essence, but he still could not find any trace of Black Robe. Hee hee. My netherworld baleful ghost mist doesn't taste good, does it? Black Robe's voice came from within the mist. Xianxia snorted coldly and tried his best to charge into the sky. He was like a crimson pillar of flame that was about to break through the sky. But what surprised Xianxia was that this so-called baleful ghost cloud was inseparable. As he moved, it also rose. Black Robe seemed to be having fun. He laughed strangely and said, "It's useless. I haven't even made a move yet. How can I let a little guy like you escape?" Xianxia was about to say that since they were going to make a move, they should hurry up. However, what happened next made him shut his mouth. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the midst of the ghost-fiendish fog. Xianxia's mind was greatly shaken. This explosion actually came from beneath him. The originally flowing clouds and mist suddenly spouted true essence out of thin air. It was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a lake, causing a huge splash. But the explosion of this black true essence was far more ferocious than the true essence he had encountered before. Even though Xianxia's body was far more resilient than a cultivator of this level, he was still shaken to the point of being dizzy. It was as if the skin on his body was being torn apart inch by inch. His flesh and blood were cracking at this moment, and his clothes were also torn apart by this shock. Damn, what the hell is this? Xianxia cursed and began to work hard to drive the samadhi true fire to break through the cloud. But the baleful ghost mist was controlled by Black Robe. With a thought, it followed closely. Boom! Boom! The continuous explosion of the black true essence made it difficult for Xianxia to move forward. He could only use the samadhi true fire to resist. In this kind of colding true essence, any other form of true essence could not compare to the heavenly fire of extreme yang. But the explosion of the black true essence seemed to be endless. Xianxia's body was tossed and turned in the cloud, unable to run out of this range. Hee hee, it's useless. My baleful ghost mist can block the flow of true essence. Now that the colding spirit is abundant here, my baleful ghost mist can be said to have endless shadow explosions. Although your cultivation is not lower than mine, you are still too inexperienced. How can a greenhorn like you immediately understand a battle above the tribulation stage? Black Robe's sharp laughter rang out. The true essence move called Shadow Explosion was still in the midst of the explosion. Xianxia felt as if he was in a minefield that was surrounded by landmines. No matter how he ran or jumped, he could not avoid these explosions. Realizing that it was quite difficult to break through this baleful ghost mist, Xianxia no longer persisted. If this continued, it would only make it difficult for his recovery to keep up with the damage he sustained. In the end, he would be seriously injured and defeated. If it were not for Xianxia's recent improvement in cultivation and his enlightenment of the samadhi true fire, he would not be able to contend with it. Since I can't get out, I'll keep it. With this thought in mind, Xianxia finally summoned the strange immortal cauldron that he had never had the chance to use in battle. Once the dark gray cauldron in his dantian was released, it immediately conveyed a strong sense of excitement. Xianxia could feel that the beast soul in the immortal cauldron was stirring. It seemed to be quite interested in the thick black ink-like baleful ghost mist outside. Once the dark gray cauldron was released, Black Robe, who was hidden in the black fog, also let out a sound of surprise. This is... Before Black Robe could react, the giant cauldron had already begun to wreak havoc. Through the spiritual connection between Xianxia and the beast soul in the giant cauldron, he perceived that there were two key points in the usage of the giant cauldron. One was to absorb, and the other was to refine. This giant cauldron was not only used to refine elixirs. According to Yanqing's current understanding, as long as it contained spiritual qi, the denser the spiritual qi, regardless of the attribute, it could be absorbed through the giant cauldron. However, whether or not the absorbed spiritual qi could be refined into what one wanted depended on the master's luck and magical powers. Absorb. Yangqing held the giant cauldron in one hand and communicated with his divine sense and the beast soul of the giant cauldron with the power of heaven and earth. The giant cauldron began to expand wildly. In the blink of an eye, the giant cauldron had expanded to its original size. The huge body of the cauldron was far away from Yangqing's body. From the mouth of the giant cauldron, a dark gray vortex formed. The surrounding baleful ghost mist was the embodiment of the thickening spiritual qi between heaven and earth. When the giant cauldron opened its bloody mouth, it was like a hungry and thirsty diner, treating all the spiritual qi of the netherworld as a gluttonous delicacy, and began to absorb wantonly. The inky black baleful ghost mist finally stopped producing shadow explosions. This was because the entire mist was no longer under Black Robe's control. No. No. Impossible. How could it be this monster? Amid Black Robe's screams and screams, the black mist was being sucked into the cauldron at the speed of a tornado. Yangqing could clearly feel that the beast soul in the giant cauldron was boiling with excitement. It was emitting a thick murderous aura, as if it wanted to swallow the source of the black mist, Black Robe, alive. However, hearing Black Robe's shouts, Yangqing suddenly realized that this fellow seemed to know the origin of this giant cauldron. Black Robe did not care too much. He knew that if he continued to be sucked in like this, his true yuan would be exhausted. He could not understand why Yangqing would possess this legendary magical weapon that had been forgotten in the long river of history. He only knew that it was best to escape. The baleful ghost mist began to be sucked away. Black Robe's body finally appeared a few hundred feet away from Yangqing. Yangqing saw that Black Robe was about to turn around and escape. How could he let him have his way? Don't even think about it. With a thought from Yangqing, the giant cauldron obediently smashed towards Black Robe. Originally, the flying speed of the giant cauldron was far slower than Black Robe's. However, Black Robe felt a huge suction force that forcefully pulled him back. Ah! Don't kill me. Black Robe finally felt a huge panic. The coldness of death made him start to beg for mercy. He knew very well that if he was sucked into this giant cauldron, he would not even have the chance to escape. However, the divine power of the giant cauldron far exceeded Black Robe's imagination. Even Yangqing did not expect that this giant cauldron would be unprecedentedly powerful in actual combat. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual qi from the baleful ghost mist, the giant cauldron appeared to be extremely energetic. All that could be seen was the vague shadow of a dark and blurry giant beast. Two pairs of fleshy wings flapped, and a huge body suddenly emerged from the giant cauldron. The fierce beast opened its bloody mouth. With a roar, it had already clamped down on Black Robe and dragged him back into the giant cauldron. In a flash. No. Black Robe used all his true yuan to try and resist, but found that his true yuan was only being sucked away like a tide. He was completely unable to resist and was submerged. Oh no. Yangqing also did not expect that his move would be so fierce. However, he still had to find out more about this giant cauldron, and he also had to take out Black Robe's treasure. He could not let Black Robe be swallowed by the giant cauldron. End of chapter 1139. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.